twin. So the twin cruise or twin cross is a reference, in my view, to the double cross, which refers to the resurrection. You have the first rung, which is death, and the second one is the resurrection. So this is an important symbol, like Top Gun 2, T2. That movie is just replete with symbolism, sun god symbolism, resurrection stuff, phoenix stuff. Very, very significant here. But we've been looking at this symbol for some time. Interestingly, Marilyn Manson, who we talked about last week when he released a new track, and the cover had some symbolism on there with the one eye, and he's done the whole Antichrist thing. He has double crosses behind him on the stage, and it's significant because we're talking about someone whose predictive programming has been significantly represented on the world stage. So he's not just some random artist. You have the whole Columbine thing blamed on him. Then you had the follow-up video for Coma White in which he's JFK being assassinated. And the song is kind of forecasting this worship of JFK Jr. that we see among the MAGAs, the QAnoners. It's remarkably predictive. And that video's release was also delayed because of the death of JFK Jr. And he said, I didn't know JFK Jr. was going to die when I released this video. Because it obviously would have been about him, the third Jesus. Strange story, but my point here is that Marilyn Manson, Antichrist, and the double cross on his tour right now, he has these big double crosses behind him. Same meaning as like T2, like Terminator 2. And what's the significant thing about Terminator 2? If you look at the movie poster, it's the single eye. There's quite a lot of, in fact, we've been looking at this symbolism for such a long time, but the double cross is one of the common symbols that we should be noting here. And Tom Cruise has been consistently represented with the masks and the twin thing, the double thing. And when he came out with this latest facial augmentation, he had some kind of surgery done, a lot of people didn't recognize him, and they didn't believe it was him. He showed up at some baseball game. And that really started this confusion, which I think is deliberate. And he's an interesting character for a few other reasons as well, because he was, on Eyes Wide Shut with Stanley Kubrick, who obviously has a lot to do with the space program and the fakery therein, and his daughter is a Scientologist. So you have the Scientology connection. And the Scientology connection to NASA really begins before Scientology was Scientology, but when its founder, L. Ron Hubbard, was doing these, whatever you want to call them, rituals with the movie star Marjorie Cameron and warlock American counterpart to Aleister Crowley, Jack Parsons. And this weirdness with the space program and the occult is everywhere. I mean, the Russian rocket pioneers were all about cosmism, which is space as heaven, and that has its roots in theosophy, which is pretty much New Ageism. It's all like a hydra. It all goes back to the same basic body of ideas. Yeah, then there was Tom Cruise's I Want to Be an Astronaut speech. Wayne Dion mentions. That's the speech at the Oscars, the first Oscars after 9/11, where he comes out and he talks about how Stanley Kubrick made him want to be an astronaut. And my contention is that Tom Cruise has a world stage role, just as all these other big name idols do, these icons they put in front of us. And I think it may have something to do with his first, well, when he goes to space, he's going to be the first civilian to do a spacewalk. But there's been a few bits of foreshadowing that I've picked up on for some time. We can go back to, just search Tom Cruise dead in space. I think he's dead on the moon in South Park. Yeah, here's a dead Tom Cruise laying on the moon. Let's see if I can find a picture of it. Yeah, there he is, next to some whale. Is that Shamu? There's some kind of killer whale. There we go. There's Tom Cruise dead on the moon. And then there's a video by David Bowie. I think it's the one where he's on the moon and they have these cat people, and Major Tom is dead on the moon. And he's just basically a skeleton in an astronaut suit on the surface of the moon. Here's an image of that. And this cult of cat people worship his skull. So here you have, which is reminiscent of like John the Baptist, the Templars. There's something to it. But anyway, my contention is that this is Major Tom, and I think this does tie into specifically Tom Cruise and the historic role he's presently playing on the world stage. In fact, on the 11th, he's going to be doing some kind of a motorcycle stunt at the Olympics. But we've picked up a number of clues, and if you care to look, I have an article here called Top Gun 2, Tom Cruise, Second Coming, Sun God Symbolism, and the Next 9/11. And this is a reference to this incoming space station disaster. They're going to 9/11 the ISS. We have a lot of reasons to think so. But what I picked up on here was just the blatant symbolism surrounding the release of his movie Top Gun 2. Everything from, after 33 years, we have a trailer for Top Gun Maverick, set 33 years after the original. And then we have the characters. Rooster, whose father died in the previous movie. In Christian tradition, the rooster is a symbol of Christ, like the eagle and the lamb. But it's the rooster that announces the light following the night. Same thing with the Phoenix. And you have a character named Phoenix. Phoenix is another one of these. Then you have many references, though, here to resurrection. The son of the character from the first movie, 33 years old. Then, of course, you have the twin cross. We talked about this one just a minute ago. Now, Tom Cruise, in his character in this movie, he has to basically die to save Rooster, and you think he's dead for a minute. So they kind of have this salvation theme. You have a character named Hangman. Anyone care to guess how old the actor was who played Hangman? Who said he was the savior speaking? That he was good? Yep, he was 33 at the time this movie was made. It took 33 rounds to take out the Darth Vader looking pilot. The Top Gun school opened on 3/3/69. We have a Top Gun flight helmet. Tom Cruise wore the HGU-33. Tom Cruise's 33 problem. He split with all three of his wives as soon as they turned 33. I found a number of other clues here that connect him to Yuri Gagarin. Here's the quote, and I knew right then and there I wanted to be an astronaut. He spoke of his love of movie magic. He gave a shout out to Stanley Kubrick, recounting how watching 2001: Space Odyssey made him want to be an astronaut. The thing is, 2001: A Space Odyssey specifically predicted 9/11 in a lot of different ways. Even if you, you would have to include the Millennium Hilton Monolith Hotel overlooking Ground Zero, because the way it looked amidst the devastation was reminiscent of the scene in 2001: A Space Odyssey when they're unearthing the monolith on the moon or whatever. There's just so much of it here, but this is just duper's delight. We have Top Gun Maverick lights the fires with $33 million at the box office opening. Anyway, I'll put a link here because this article goes in depth, so if you want to read it, it's just basically a breakdown of the sun god symbolism around the movie. It's undeniable, but it's all connected to the mystery schools behind Nasatology and Scientology. And when I say Nasatology, I'm not even joking. That is the world state's religion. You know, the doctrines are scientism, but your religion, you would call it Nasatology. It's like Scientology, but they have better special effects. But Scientology has better actors. But essentially, it's the same thing. It's this utopianism. It's the traditional religions dressed up with science fiction. Okay, let's get back on track here. We were talking about Musk, Nazis, and Satanism. How people are trapped in the Black Mirror reality. This is a post from Michael and Truth. This is the flag that got tangled at the Trump rally before he was, quote, shot, and it looks like an angel. We've kind of talked about this. We have to remember that the whole event had 9/11 all over it, like on the side of Trump's head, like there was the shooting at 6/11. We were looking at the different key elements here. The symbolism of the flag, how it was represented, Trump's avatar with the 9 stars and the 2 bars behind it, the 9/11 there, that he basically recreated. We're looking at all this stuff. But here's something else. Michael in Truth said, Donnie posted this staged flag nonsense about how it looked like an angel during the Butler, Pennsylvania rally. Abaddon is the angel of the bottomless pit. Donnie, he calls him Donnie. Donald Trump was born on 6/14, Flag Day. So he's making a connection here between the flag angel and the angel of the bottomless pit from Revelation 9:11. I think it's a pretty fair connection. And I pointed out too that Abaddon is Apollyon, is the destroyer, which is a reference to the nuke when Oppenheimer says, I have become the destroyer of worlds. This is why the Trump deranged Robert De Niro said that he would destroy everything. It's all code. The term Apollyon even means terminator, like exterminator. And the Terminator is another one of these characters that represents the same thing. Especially when you look at the James Cameron connections to 9/11. Again, just a quick thing, he did the Titanic, which symbolically represents the West sinking. This is one of the symbols that we've been talking about. But in his movie, in 1997, the movie comes out, it splits in two, and it sinks like Twin Towers. Even has jumpers on one of them. But on 9/11, he was in the abyss. On 9/11, James Cameron was at the site of the sunken Titanic, filming a documentary called Ghosts in the Abyss. And again, the Bible reference talks about it as being the abyss, or the bottomless pits, the abyss. But I had said that at this time, when I started connecting this stuff, I was like, look, they're talking about Trump like he's a mafia don, as they're charging him with all these crimes. And I'd said that we could just look at Abaddon as a bad don. And sure enough, he had been referred to as a mafia don. And so I think that, we had made these multiple connections. And so looking at this, I would say that, yeah, this is pretty accurate. Donald Trump is the Antichrist. Although the MAGAs think he's literally Christ. Okay, let's continue. We talked about Ye. Oh, here we go. Taylor Swift. So organizer cancels all 3 Taylor Swift concerts in Australia due to a terror threat. Taylor Swift had to cancel her shows because government officials confirmed there was a planned terror attack. They had no choice but to schedule or cancel them, and then, of course, tickets are being refunded. So Taylor Swift's being threatened. Kind of interesting timing because I think she just endorsed Kamala Harris. Then we have this. Roger Stone says there's reports that Iran has a plot to assassinate Donald Trump, but these could just be misdirections so that the deep state could take him out. Let's go ahead and listen to this short clip by the highly credible Roger Stone.
On Trump's life in Butler, Pennsylvania, where through the grace of God, he survives by turning his head at exactly the right moment. And we find more and more of
it was the armor of God that saved him. Ephesians 6:11. That's why he was shot at 6:11. That is the actual script.
About the fact that it appears that Secret Service stood down. 2 days later, we hear of an Iranian plot to kill Trump, which to me is deeply disturbing. And then that's followed by the charges against this Pakistani national, claiming that he was planning to assassinate Trump and others.
Anyway, this is just MSM plus fiction. Pete Trippa says, what's the main topics for tonight? Ye being intentionally hooked on laughing gas by his dentist, being mind-controlled MK Ultra as his controllers laugh their way to the bank, and Milo Yiannopoulos swoops in for the rescue. Taylor Swift's concerts have been shut down because of threats by terrorists. And then we've been talking about... Oh, let's get into this, actually. This is interesting. This is an old clip from John Ronson on C-SPAN. Very revealing, possibly bombshell. Let me play this clip.
Alex Jones is what kind of a guy? How do you explain?
He's 26 years old and looks 10 years older. He's a hero to...
Odd comment. The comment here again. John Ronson on C-SPAN. Alex Jones, he's 26 and he looks 10 years older, which is an odd thing to say because we used to ask this question, and I'm not, trying to single him out and saying, because I'm not making any statements other than asking the question. Because if Alex Jones is Bill Hicks, which is a ridiculous conspiracy theory, I know, but if he is Bill Hicks, then he's got to be older than his purported whatever he is, 47 or 48. Alex Jones is like 40 something, but Bill Hicks would have been like 10 or 12 years older. And so here you have this comment where John Ronson says Alex Jones is 26 and he looks 10 years older. Well, what if Alex Jones was 36 at the time and he's really Bill Hicks? That's what's being suggested here. Well, he goes on to compare Alex to Bill Hicks. Listen to this.
To the militias, he's a burgeoning new hero. On one hand, he's kind of like Tex Mars, a popular underground radio talk show host. But he's also much more than somebody like Tex Mars. He's an activist. So he rebuilt David Koresh's church.
Where can you hear him?
Infowars.com is his website, and he broadcasts. And he broadcasts in like 40 cities.
Now, what he's talking about here, he's describing Alex Jones, but there's a point here where he compares Alex Jones to Bill Hicks, and he laughs as he talks about Bill Hicks dying of cancer. And why is this significant? This is the guy that sneaked into Bohemian Grove with Alex Jones.
Crazy, he'd be the new Bill Hicks. The new Bill Hicks. He's got an amazing way.
The new Bill Hicks, Alex Jones, the new Bill Hicks, by somebody who says he looks 10 years older. And again, this is the guy who went to Bohemian Grove.
Cancer in the 90s, and again was kind of hero to the libertarian left Bill Hicks because he smoked in the face of cancer.
So there you go. And he's laughing at Bill Hicks dying of cancer, this is just not adding up to me. But there's a number of clues for those of you who believe that Alex Jones is Bill Hicks, but you ran out of steam on that conspiracy theory because there's an age gap of like 10 years. Well, here you have your age gap solved. You have a first-hand witness who says he looks 10 years older. What do you all think? Okay, let's see here. Catching up on X here. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is doubling down on rounding up people guilty of wrongthink. That would include us, I imagine. Let's go ahead and hear him out.
To coordinate our response to the disorder. And I made it very clear on a number of occasions that those involved will feel the full force of the law. So we coordinated, we went through some of the numbers. Over 400 people now have been arrested. 100 have been charged, some in relation to online activity, and a number of them are already in court. And I'm now expecting substantive sentencing before the end of this week. That should send a very powerful message.
Rounding people up for postings online. Very interesting development. Now, I don't know if that would be a bad thing for us. Like if they rounded us up and sent us all to some place for reprogramming or whatever, it might actually help us. It'd be like having an auto-hoaxer conference without having to raise funds and arrange transportation. Like it might only help us. Like, do they really want to round us up and have us all in the same place? I don't think so. We might even just be untouchable. Like they'll round up the truthers and the patriots and the MAGA band, but they won't touch the people who call it fake because they know we have a point. Lean Dion says, like the Oz government, they're blaming Elon a lot. Yeah, that's a great point because Elon Musk is a space faker. Space is a metaphor for your inner space, your mind. They use the space program to establish the worldview as they take control of your mind through various psyops. That's why you have overlaps with someone like Stanley Kubrick faking space, but also faking on the ground psyops. That's all part of the same operation, mind control. The reason why Musk is being highlighted here as the problem is they want to make the point to the public, to the world. Hey, look, the richest man in the world bought a social media site, and he opened the floodgates to hate, and everything that has happened since is the fault of him for allowing mind junk to saturate the commons of cyberspace. Now, this is the parallel argument to the richest man in the world has accessed the commons of low Earth orbit, and he has filled it up with space junk. So you have space junk, mind junk. Both of them saturating public commons, endangering the environment for all mankind. Why? Because capitalism. Because the richest man in the world and his privilege was able to buy himself this kind of power. We can't let this happen again. That's what we're being set up for. He's taking a fall. X is disease X. The WHO has been warning us about the disease X, the next big one that would wipe out the world and shut us down again. Well, disease X is going to be a mind virus. And the term mind virus, I would say, was repopularized by Musk in recent years. So Musk plays a big role here in the consolidation of the worldview and the censorship of the internet. He's going to precipitate an internet lockdown. Everything they did in 2020, they're going to do online. You get to wear a mind mask, get your brain vaxxed. They're going to quarantine the internet from mind viruses that might be contagious. And that's because the general public, unlike you, the IPR listeners, if you listen to Infinite Plane Radio, you are mind war inoculated. But the general public is conditioned to have mind aids, no mental immune system. And that's how they're going to remain. So they have to make the internet a safe space for people with mind aids. People like us will be unwelcome because, of course, our minds are just full, brimming with mind viruses, ready to jump to the next person. And that's what they're trying to shut down, with all the justification of the entire internet. Everyone who participates online will say, well, this is necessary. The white nationalists wouldn't have nuked Seattle if they hadn't been radicalized by Elon Musk's memes and Russian disinformation, that kind of thing. And that's where they're going to go with it. And this ties in perfectly with Elon Musk's broader role. In addition to being Iron Man, Tony Stark, Gene Wilder, an amalgamation of all these characters, including Werner von Braun's construct, he's also something of Emperor Constantine, Pope Constantine, that we're witnessing the consolidation of a worldview, the new Bible, and that is what your smartphone is. As soon as they get rid of all of the non-canonical heretical texts, and they have to, I think, make a big point. This is a controlled demolition of free speech. It's a controlled demo. They're 9/11ing your free speech. Lean Dion says the English Stabby event kicked off the riots was at a Taylor Swift themed dance class for ages 6 to 11. Interesting coding there, 6'11". Taylor Swift, fascinating. But the blaming of Elon, yeah, that's a big deal. Because they're getting the public to agree. Join by Leo Biddle. Yeah, if you want to catch lives, go to ips.monster. Okay, let's continue here. Going through my minds.com/Infinite Plane Society, where you can find all the receipts, including a link to the video Drinking Chemtrail Rain. If you don't want to miss out in the field videos, you do have to subscribe. Les Luther has been posting a lot of interesting stuff about the UK. At this point, I think we all know what we're looking at. Riots are stageable, fakeable. There may be real people at some points in the periphery, but a lot of it is closed movie sets. Easy to do. In fact, I have a link here. He showed a video, and this is from, here it is. This is in Paris, right in front of the Opera House. Here's this scene, I'll call it. This is a scene from March 23rd, 2023, and you have a lot of black-clad riot police running around, getting into place, and simulating combat, but nobody's throwing anything at them. It's like they're just pantomiming, like they're acting. Anyway, he's going through these various instances of how, from the outside perspective, you wouldn't know, and that this is essentially closing movie sets. And this is an interesting topic. Looking at Kenosha as a case study, is it feasible, is it possible to close off entire city blocks and simulate and stage and fake. Absolutely. I think January 6th, 2021 was a remarkable achievement in the field of psyops and perception management because they had all these MAGAs gathered where Trump was, and then they have this riot breaking out at the Capitol. And so you're led to believe by watching the news that these people were so mad by what Trump said that they ran up the hill and attacked the Capitol. No, it wasn't actually like that. The ellipse to the Capitol is a 45-minute walk. So you look at these MAGAs. Do any of them look like they're capable of walking for 45 minutes? I mean, from my assessment of them, from 2016 to 2020, a lot of them just kind of sat around eating popcorn, waiting for Q to save the day. And I doubt any of them made it. Because even before Trump was done speaking, and no one's going to walk out while he's speaking, before he was done speaking, before he said, go to the Capitol, fight like hell, the action had already started. So there's a 45-minute gap, and it had already started. The media was already there. The QAnon shaman, dressed up in his roadkill outfit, and with his spear, was already running around. You had Baked Alaska coughing on Nancy Pelosi's desk, and all these other characters were already inside doing their psyop. As far as the Ashley Babbitt staged death because she didn't die, that might have been filmed at a separate movie set. Like, we don't know where it was filmed, but we do know there were jump cuts, and it was theatrical blood. Very squibby. Totally fake. But anyway, my point being, I don't take riots seriously. I look at these things as provoked, paid agitators, mostly theater, and if you get caught up in it, you're just gullible at this point. I mean, I'm a conscientious objector, and if I see someone getting caught up in it, like, you're going to take sides. Oh, I'm going to be on Team Soy Boy. I'm going to be on Team Proud Boy. Let's go fight and throw rocks at each other. It's like you kind of get what you deserve. Okay, let's see. Ollie Goering says, LARPers MAGA belly. Well, the MAGA belly, as you call it, is probably the COVID-19. And I'm referring to the 19 pounds that they gained while sitting at home during lockdown, the COVID-19. I didn't catch that because I had a gym across the street that never closed. In fact, they didn't even care whether or not we covered our faces. Listen to what Elon Musk wrote, or what somebody wrote pretending. I mean, I don't know if he writes his own tweets. The legacy media, that's his term. The legacy media engages in the mass synchronization of emotion for political purposes. Now, where else have you heard the word synchronization being used in conjunction with media and the mass mind? For like a month at least, we've been talking about how the real explanation for predictive programming is it's the synchronization, the deliberate synchronization of entertainment media with news media. And that they create these apparent synchronicities, and that's how they're interpreted by synchromystics. Oh, these are synchronicities. No, this is deliberate. It's to create this entrainment between entertainment and news media. It's a unified field. But here's Musk using the same terminology. The legacy media engages the mass synchronization of emotion for political purposes. But he makes a good point here. The emotion part. Yeah, they synchronize the entertainment, the video games, and everything else with the news, but the emotion part is worth highlighting here. For instance, if you watched Game of Thrones, the season that came out in 2023, it was right after the Roe v. Wade leak. It was like House of the Dragon. So if you had watched House of the Dragon, or was that 2022? Okay, 2022. So this comes out at the same time of the Roe v. Wade leak. And the significance here is that as you watch the opening scene, you're watching this barbaric instance of a woman denied bodily autonomy, and she's forced to give birth to a male child at the expense of her life. Because even though she's the most powerful woman in the country, she's just a broodmare for the state, ultimately. And it was barbaric, it was a bloody scene, and it was entirely mishandled. But it was on TV at the same time that the feminists and the pro-abortionists were marching. And so this is a synchronization of emotion. This gives you a visceral and visual depiction of what you don't really see, but what they want you to think is associated with it. Similarly, and this is why predictive programming is not a conspiracy theory. We had someone in here last night saying you guys are engaging in apophenia. No, there are way too many examples. I mean, try to explain Assassination Run, season finale of The Boys, season 4, episode 8, how the character Homelander, who represents Trump, is shown with blood on his face after this failed assassination attempt in this big PR piece, like where he's smiling at the camera, just like Trump was, with the blood on his face. I mean, it is such an obvious connection that they changed the title of Assassination Run to something else. And they put a warning label on it because it was so consistent with what people just experienced. We have numerous examples of this synchronization process. This is how media operates. It's the standard operating procedure. It's totally monolithically controlled. Nicholas Pitt says, was Trump born on an eclipse day? 6/14, 1946 would have been a blood moon, and many suspect that he was the moon child summoned at the Babylon working. Jack Parsons, L. Ron Hubbard, Marjorie Cameron. A total lunar eclipse took place on Friday, June 14th, 1946. That was the date. So yes, he was born on a blood moon. Tominoid3 says, Chris Knowles Sync Guy says it's like a unified occult religion by controllers, though I think he relies on history being true. Yeah, a lot of these synchromystics do get it, in large part. But I think what synchromysticism generally misses or overlooks are the metascriptors and the human agency behind it. But they're correct in saying that these are not mere coincidences. Because the normies will say, oh, these are just coincidences. Synchromystics will say, these are synchronicities. There's something more. But they don't answer, what is that something more? What God? What entity? There is no answer. So they leave it a mystery. That's why it's synchromysticism. And I'm not engaging in mysticism here. I'm an objectivist. And objectively speaking, we are able to determine, for the most part, who wrote these various scripts. Who benefits? There's a reason why these various psyops, which are reinforced by the entertainment, etc., have political agendas, because it's not God doing it. It's the government. I mean, unless you're going to make the case that the force behind synchronicity, that God is a liberal Democrat trying to get you to vote left. No, it wouldn't be that partisan. And moreover, if there was some kind of mystic explanation for the predictive nature of media, it wouldn't be predicting hoaxes, in my opinion. Like, it wouldn't be predicting poorly performed psyops. Like, no, we figured it out. We really did make a leap forward when we made the connection between predictive and concurrent programming. And the thing is, a lot of synchromystics focus on these connections, but they don't get too deep into the weeds with the news, because they say it's all fake, which they're correct. But the issue with that is, if you're not looking at the news as closely as you're looking at the entertainment with the same level of scrutiny, you're not going to see the interconnectedness of it. And I think this is why they miss the human component, because they're not looking at the obvious agendas here. We're looking at perception management operations. You know, these are beyond just, quote, hoaxes. Yeah, they're hoaxes, sure, but I mean, like the Trump thing. The AR-15 ear piercing, I don't know if I would call that a hoax as much as a magic trick, but you would more likely call it a perception management or a PR stunt. And it's a PR stunt, not a false flag. It's a magic trick. Anybody saying false flag is clueless. Anyone looking for a second shooter is without a clue. We predicted that there would be second shooter BS before they started talking about all the second shooters. It's predictable. And the truthers line up like little lemmings and follow these little second shooter narratives, and it leads them away from the bare essentials here. The negative route, the subtractive, the did it even happen? And after it happened, After I published my top 11 favorite Trump head wound predictive programming examples, after that, we had Hulk Hogan go up on stage and further suggest or make increasing connections, one, to the Illuminati playing card, but two, to the blading that WWE Hall of Famers would be familiar with, and the analogous situation of his Hulkamania win, his WrestleMania win, with Trump's impending win. He was making these connections, which kind of tell you how fake it is if you read between the lines. But it's after the fact we're seeing continued examples of predictive programming and fakery and scripting all over it. Elephant Tusk says, entities dominate human agency and we're all convinced the impulses we think and feel are our own. They are not. See, when I hear claims like that, like you don't have free will and all this stuff, I'm like, you're just gaslighting me. Like, prove to me I don't have free will. That's like something Agent Smith would say. Like, no, I have free will. And as far as predestination and all that, I would need evidence. Like, you're saying that I can just stop putting effort into anything. I could just sit here and the universe is going to push me along a predetermined route. No. No. Nothing happens if I don't do anything. I would like to have some entities. If you can send some entities my way that can, motivate me and compel me to do what I need to do more effortlessly, please. But no, I'm rejecting mystic claims. I'm rejecting Mandela effects. I reject religious claims, religious miracles. I reject all of it. And if you believe in this stuff, well, now's your chance to test your faith and walk away more faithful or agnostic. But I think it's important to get the facts straight, that we're not dealing with entities, demiurges, we're not dealing with co-created reality through the TV magic box. No, we're talking about an advanced form of propaganda and worldview formation and worldview warfare first. There are other layers to this existence, sure, but this isn't the place for that. And I think one of the major guardrails that holds Trutherville intact is synchro-mystic explanations that mislead people away from calling out the fakery as such. The scale of fakery. I mean, not just the fake events, but the connectedness, the synchronization between entertainment and news media. Like, people don't understand how it's even possible, and it's because they're looking at these things from a very compartmentalized perspective. Austin108 says, this is like a graduated Animal Farm. It's one level higher up in truth than Alex Jones, but not the full truth, which is that it's all supernatural. See, I still reject that. I still reject that. Like, prove it. Unless you're a wizard or a genie, like I get people say, you can just manifest your reality. Oh, okay, well, we're not all genies here. Prove it. Because the instant we let go of objectivity and say there's a point where the human mind is too feeble to grasp reality, and we must therefore let go and let the archons explain the rest. Let go, and it's all sin. Let go, and it's all fake. At that point, I think you have prematurely concluded that you know it all, that there's no more to be known. You've reached the finish line, and I disagree with that. J Skill says, Tim, do you believe there's an almighty creator? If not, then how did we come into existence? I don't know, and I don't trust any of the books, any of the holy books, and I don't like any of their gods. I'll be honest with you. These bloodthirsty psychopath entities, like, I've never asked somebody to decapitate animals for my behalf or kill or slaughter some other group. Like, it's not in my nature. And I'm not going to consider, quote, a higher power to be such a being. Just read these books and it's like, this is insane. But what I am pointing out here is that to be strictly objective is the point. Because I think that there are certain, like I said, synchromysticism is a guardrail to prevent you from reaching objectivity. Then you had a lot of people who figured out how 9/11 was a hoax. How you had this movie supplanted reality where the global media is synchronized in deception. Yet the same people who find this stuff are now targeted with things like Mandela effects. And these things are meant to take you out of objectivity. But again, any kind of mysticism or simulation theory is premature. Like I'm with you that yeah, the worldview is a simulation. It's a mental construct, but it doesn't detract from objective reality. But the issue is when people live as though the simulation is the territory, the map is the territory, and that's where they want us all. And right now, I would say that mainstream media and its God constructs really does constitute a one world religion. It is a monolithic, in fact, it's the new monotheism. That's what media is. And the various other religions have all just been cowed to it. They bow beneath it. 2020 proved it. COVID Akbar conquered all the other religions. But I'm not a believer. See, I think that here's another thing too. The power elite, the programmers, and I have an ebook which I'm going to release likely tomorrow. I was going to call it "People of the Screen," because I believe there's this phrase "people of the book" used to describe, I believe probably Jews, and I was going to use "people of the screen" as the title for this ebook I'm working on to describe the massified mind, the byproduct of a life filtered through the ubiquitous screen. But I was searching the title to see if it had been taken yet, and interestingly enough, it has already been taken by John Dyer, People of the Screen. And it's about, I guess it's about televangelism and evangelists. So it's kind of a book about evangelicals and the digital Bible. So anyway, it's not what I was, so I'm probably not going to use that title, or I may add a subtitle. But the premise here is that we can divide people because we live in a world of deception. And the programmed are believers. Just like you have religious believers. I don't think you should be a media believer. We're talking about objective reportage. You shouldn't have to say, I believe them. You should say, I know these facts because they've been reported. But what we have done is we have outsourced perception collectively. And so if you go along with the outsourced perceptions and you just accept it, yeah, the screen is another sensory apparatus, well, then you become a believer. You have no choice because the believer doesn't have enough information to know. They don't give you enough. And the alternative is to be a non-believer, which would be us. And the non-believers are knowers and informed disbelievers, but these are two different categories. And then you have the programmers who are the deliberate deceivers. And the programmers are media, entertainment, worldview reinforcing educators. And there's a lot of overlap here between programmers and the programmed because you don't have an entire class of enlightened. It's compartmentalized by necessity. It's largely like security clearances. But I have this ebook I'm working on here. I was going to call it People of the Screen. I'm going to retitle it. But I'm explaining who the programmers are, who the programmed are, what the deprogrammed are, and then the overlap here, and the world stage layout, where entertainers fall into this. Because there are many entertainers who are just reading their lines, who are just participating because it's a gig here and there, and they're certainly not aware of the big picture, yet they're part of the process of entraining minds to the propaganda. So what does that make them? Well, it means they're lower level programmers at the level where it interfaces with the general population. They're not all in the know. And it's important to understand this because people will say, well, there's no way they could fake this because too many people would know. No, you have to recognize the hierarchical pyramidal structure. This world is a massive pyramid scheme. Thank you, Bach Precision. He has brought in a basket with 5 blue wrenches, one for Conscious Daughter, Cameron Kaplan, we. Again, if you're just in chat, oftentimes we have people who will gift memberships to others, and I upload videos which are for members only, and I'm going to do more and more as time permits. I'm a little short on time right now, but I spent a lot of time today working on this ebook and a couple of other ebooks that are going to later be probably part of the next Autohoaxology installment. Let me scroll through my notes. Yesterday we talked about RFK Jr. dumping the bear carcass in New York after playing with it. You imagine that, a guy who's afraid of the vax, but not afraid of eating roadkill, playing with roadkill, playing with his food. Anyway, he's trying to be president or something. We were just talking about Elon Musk, who said that the legacy media engages in the mass synchronization of emotion for political purposes. They are the de facto arm of the DNC. See, here's the trick. You're agreeing with him. It's true. But what he's missing here, well, I'll complete this thought. The legacy media engages in the mass synchronization of emotion for political purposes. It's the de facto arm of the DNC. Okay, the second part. Alternative media engages in the mass synchronization of emotion for political purposes. It is the de facto arm of the RNC. Like I've been saying, all of the conspiracy theorists will vote for Trump. They're all Republicans by default. All the QAnoners drinking the Kool-Aid end up voting for Trump because alt media is the de facto arm of the RNC. It's a bifurcated war. You know, you have some people who are terrified of Bill Gates and they love Elon Musk. Then you cross the street and like, I'm terrified of Elon Musk, but I love Bill Gates. Why? Bill Gates is my savior. Well, Elon Musk is your savior too if you believe that the earth is likely going to be destroyed. You know, who are you going to buy your tickets to Mars from? But it's just, I'm pointing out that it's a bifurcated war, and any of these world stage personas try to act like they're speaking about the truth to power in particular. Like here, the legacy media does this. It's like, well, so does your side. In fact, even more openly these days. Elephant Tusk says, the Archons steal your energy and life force. Inner alchemy teaches you how to steal it back and take more from them. Astral projection is closer to your limitless form. So I have a question. If you can astral project, can you go up high enough to see if there is a space station? If you can astral project, can you tell if there's a curve? Because there are a lot of people who do drugs and they're like, yeah, I took acid and then I saw the Earth and I saw Mars. And it's like, oh, really? So it's a ball? So I want to know if it's compatible, or is it all just imagination? Or is there something more? I'm a skeptic when it comes to any kind of claims to a higher knowledge that you have to basically trust me, bro. I'm very low on trust these days when it comes to cosmology. Alright, this is Symbia, Autohoaxology. We'll continue this conversation tomorrow. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel in case we go live out in the field painting tomorrow. I'll put a link below.
I don't believe in chemtrails, I don't live in Truthville. Just because you saw it on the screen doesn't make it real. I don't take the red pill, I don't take the blue pill. I just choose to follow my dreams, Autohoax and chill. I stepped off the world stage and I moved away from all the fake outrage and the hearsay. And I don't give the time of day to those that naysay, because they got a back case of the mind day. I stepped away from the game entirely. I won't be caught up in their lame dichotomy. I stepped away from the cage entirely. I'm free today and my mind's been set by reading Autohoaxology. Out of the control system finally. I know where to go if you follow me, cause I've been reading Autohoaxology. Nothing can bother me. Autohoaxology. Walk with the screen before it's blasphemy. I won't become another mind war casualty. I came up out the realm of possibility to take the helm of this reality. Cause I've been chillin' reading Autohoaxology, rejecting all the expectations of the auto-believer, to become a new creation on the raft of receivers. Standing on the sword of truth, I step the backs of deceiver, demanding burdens for the proof from all the hacks and believers. I stepped away from the game entirely. I won't be caught up in the lame dichotomy. I stepped away from the cage entirely. I'm free today and my mind's been set by reading Autohoaxology. Out of the control system finally. I know where to go if you follow me, cause I've been reading Autohoaxology. Nothing can bother me. Autohoaxology. Walk with the screen before it's blasphemy. I won't become another mind war casualty. I came up out the realm of possibility to take the sending all the judgment, you won't get a reaction. Won't defend it, I won't budge until I get all the facts in. I won't argue with the bots about the next current thing. Crying over the fake bodies like a bitter death clinger. Autohoaxology. I've been reading autohoaxology. Nothing can bother me. Autohoaxology. I've been reading autohoaxology. That's my philosophy.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest night you can imagine.
All right, we are live, April the 1st, 2024. This is Chief Crow. I just sent out live stream notifications, so we'll give everyone a few moments here to show up. And we'll continue along the lines of what we were talking about yesterday. And I'll open up phones. I did kind of want to apologize to NASA and Elon Musk and all the glurfs, the gloobers, the globers, the globecucks about the whole flat Earth thing. Yeah, obviously we were wrong. Space stations are real, and so are dinosaurs. And I feel really bad for all of the Sandy hookers. We didn't believe them, and we know now that that is true because television doesn't lie. NASA doesn't lie. Elon Musk would never tell a lie. Starman was real. Like, there's just a number of things that we just got totally wrong. And that cargo ship hits the bridge and knocks it down, and we immediately jump to a conclusion it must be a conspiracy. I feel really bad for those kids in Maui incinerated by climate change, etc. So I just want to offer an apology again to all those who might have been offended by our refusal to believe in what is presented on the black box. All right, joined by Austin108, Years Up, Upside Down Guy, Let's Go, Joe Fiora, P. Trippa, Thirst for Truth, Copaesthetic, Shannon Jones. Yeah, it's April 1st, obviously. But I was just testing it out. It's like, if I was proven wrong about everything, would I come out and just admit it? Yeah. Yeah, I bet it would be a load off my chest. All right, check this out. This is interesting. I don't know how many of you have followed this story, but Gage Grosskreutz. Here he is on the right getting squibby with it. Now, this is a guy who was simulated, again, is a simulated injury if you ask me. Simulating an arm injury. Kyle Rittenhouse pointing the AR-15, shooting Gage Grosskreuz's arm off, basically. And Gage Grosskreutz went undercover. He changed his name so nobody would ever find him. And now he's Paul Prediger. And as Paul Prediger, he gets hit by a car and blows his cover by going on the news, and then he gets identified as Gage Grosskreutz, the crisis actor formerly known as Gage Grosskreutz. So Gage is now Paul, and now here he is on the left getting hit by an SUV. On the right, getting shot in the arm. And I'm just noting here how it looks like the same motion, like the same CGI is being used here. I'm not saying it's that fake, but it could be. It just looks like it's the same production company. I don't know the purpose to it, other than he was getting his GoFundMe account going for getting hit by an SUV. Yep, twist that arm. Somebody needs to go take a look and see. I'm still not convinced that the arm was ever blasted. All right, let's continue. We have a lot of stuff I want to get through from yesterday. Things we missed. One of the big stories from yesterday, of course, was that Jesus Campos was a security guard at Vegas, and then he shows up over here at the site of the bridge, the Key Bridge collapse. And this one, again, is another indication of connections between events. But what's interesting here is you have a connection between Francis Scott Key Bridge and Vegas. Vegas connects at the time, the chief of police, who is now over there in Hawaii for the Maui event, where they had the climate change thing. And I'm like, okay, wait a minute here. This guy's at these two events, this guy's at these two events, and then throw in Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew, Maui Blast, predictive programming at the site at the time of the fires in Maui. And then now we have Mountain Dew releasing the Star Spangled Splash, which follows perfectly with Francis Scott Key Bridge, again, author of the Star Spangled Banner, the bridge splashing into the water. Just fascinating connections. Is this the same Jesus Campos? Well, I don't know 100%. He looks appropriately aged, and looking closer into the story, they both needed translators, so there's that. And of course, the overlapping with the Vegas and the Mountain Dew. Yeah, I'm willing to suggest that yes, that's most likely the case. Copacetic says Gage, Squibby, Grosskreutz. Yeah, if you don't know what squibs are, it's basically an explodable blood packet, and they use these to simulate shootings. These are old school special effects that they use in movies and on the set of psychological operations. We have this. In Atlanta, police dealt with protesters who climbed and chained themselves to a 250-foot crane. They were protesting Cop City. Now, this Cop City psyop is fascinating because it connects a few themes. It connects the Avatar 2 theme of the forest people, the Na'vi, fighting against the Marines coming in to take over their lush jungle moon. It connects Gaia worship, and James Cameron is enmeshed with NASA and the PSYOP entertainment complex itself. But I think he's tasked largely with putting the West in a bad light as Gaia killers that have to get rid of toxic masculinity if Gaia is going to survive. So you have this story of Marines invading this jungle moon after the humans kill Gaia. So they go to this new place, and the indigenous populations there, the Na'vi, the blue people, fight them off with sticks and rocks. Well then, this again is Avatar 2 is the more recent one. And they're kind of like Atlanteans. It's all about water. It's called Avatar 2, The Way of Water. And the idea, of course, is that their natural balance and ecosystem is going to be disrupted and destroyed by these imperialists, by these fascists with big guns and marine buzz cuts. Well, at the same time Avatar 2 is out, you have these protests outside of Atlanta. Connection here, Atlanta, Atlantis. And the environmentalists out there in Atlanta are protesting what they call Cop City, which is a proposed training ground for the police where they're going to cut down 80 acres of forest outside of Atlanta to train police. So they're going to cut down the forest, bring in the police. The environmentalists are protesting, and they're saying if you cut these trees down, there's going to be floods in Atlanta. But there's a parallel because these protesters are throwing rocks and sticks at the police, sort of like in the movie Avatar. Later, they merge with BLM. The police end up killing one of the environmentalists. Autopsy shows they shot him through the palms of his hands, like a martyr, like Jesus. And I dug deeper into the story. The guy who was shot through the palms of his hands, for example, in the articles about him in his living room, he has photographs, and one of the pictures, and these are all props, you see Where the Wild Things Are and Goodnight Moon, two books in front of this environmentalist who was martyred, shot through his hands. Well, Goodnight Moon is interesting just because it's a reference. The Avatar 2 movie is about Pandora, which is actually a moon, a jungle moon. Where the Wild Things Are is about a jungle, where the wild things are. And the child puts on a wolf costume, and he goes over there and he becomes their leader, their king. Avatar 2, Jake, the main character, puts on the animal suit, the avatar, and he becomes their king. So there's a parallel story here being told between Atlanta and Cop City, Pandora versus the Earthlings.
Thank you, Multichero Dagger. The IPS appreciates the support.
Yes, very much. Thank you, Multi-Zero Dagger. And if you saw on the screen, we now have the Godzilla animation. Jennifer Reef says, I couldn't stay awake for Avatar. You know, I watched that movie with the intention of reverse engineering all of the predictive programming, figuring out what it was really about. And it was a combination of Fern Gully, Dances with Wolves, and then of course just transplanted onto this new world. But what I realize here is that you're looking at a repetition of a certain message that comes from James Cameron and a lot of these environmentalists. It's a critique of the West. And of course, in the movie, toxic masculinity is on full display. And it's the enemy of Pandora. And here's where it connects to modern stuff. Okay, so you have, I mean, contemporary news. You've got this Cop City situation with the environmentalists protesting against the cops. They're joining with BLM. So now you have a raised fist next to a raised tree, like the Na'vi and their world tree. And they introduce the concept that the moon is conscious. It's sentient. It has a mind, a global mind. The moon is awake. And the Na'vi live in harmony with nature. They can take their long hair and plug it into the ground, plug it into a tree, plug it into a fish, like Tom Cruise. And then they can communicate with Pandora's overmind, like a hive mind. At the same time that this movie's out and the Cop City protests are going on, down here on, around the World Economic Forum, they're talking about floods. Ellen DeGeneres is talking about the floods in her backyard and how bad it is. So floods, way of water, all these themes are coming up. If they cut down the trees, there's going to be floods. So I'm like, okay, there's some flood talk. The WEF is getting into this conversation, and it all seems to be aligning with this movie and this general picture. So you can see that there's multiple levels of this programming being played out, and it's all integrated. Well, the WEF at the time, and right now they've introduced something called Gaia. So just as Pandora is alive, the idea of the Earth being alive was also talked about in Avatar 2. The story, Sigourney Weaver's character said, yeah, the scientists are trying to cover it up, that Gaia is awake. The Earth was alive and we killed her. And now we're going over like parasites to kill Pandora. So Gaia is the name of the Earth in mythology. It's a goddess or personification of the Earth. But at the same time, Gaia is a term, or it's an acronym for, and this is at the WEF, for the Global AI Initiative. The Global AI Initiative, a multi-stakeholder collaboration platform to accelerate the development and adoption of such tools. So here you have Gaia, the World Economic Forum's Gaia, connecting AI to this ancient goddess, and in the movie everybody can plug in to the goddess of Pandora, with their hair like a USB cord. And what I'm suggesting is that the World Economic Forum's Gaia is a mirror. It's a parallel to what Pandora had and their connection to it. And so environmentalism, connection to Gaia, a global mind, these things are all, of course, parallels. And at the same time that this movie is out, of course, the WEF is chastising the West for causing the floods. Joined here by G33, Oswaldo. Oh yes, that's right. And Jennifer Reeve says 1 week till the eclipse. The eclipse is going to be great. We've got APEP, we've got CERN, we've got a lot of hype for sure. It's also the birthday of the mayor of Baltimore, weirdly. Armin Reese says, good night everyone. We'll be listening as I go to sleep. You will be getting deprogrammed. Normally if you fall asleep with the TV on, you're being programmed. If you fall asleep listening to Infinite Plane Radio, you're being deprogrammed. Jennifer Reeve says, during the eclipse, the temp will drop 3 to 6 degrees. Well, there's so much hype that the hypesters and the hype economy, and it's all about hyping things up, they're going to have to be called out. I had it, after the Super Bowl, I was like, okay, all of you doom prophets who are staking your reputations on these big events need to be called out when you're wrong. We can't continue to give them credibility and treat them like they're somehow giving us some information of value. Anyway, I was just bringing this up because they have these protesters climbing the tower 250 feet up. I was like, why can't they just be like normal environmentalists and throw tomato sauce at priceless artworks? Why do they have to endanger everybody else? I'll open up phones here if anybody has anything they want to mention. We've been covering a lot of interesting material here. the controlled demolition of the bridge, the coming eclipse, and all the various predictions there. And then we have all kinds of weird cult weirdness. Like I came across this individual who was claiming that she was being trafficked by the elite and has witnessed some crazy rituals. And you may have heard this person before. Her name is Ellie Carter. And I just took this to be more of this MK Ultra propaganda, fear porn for the right wing, a bunch of satanic panic stuff. But interestingly enough, this has resurfaced because she has mentioned Jay-Z and P. Diddy as being part of some kind of vast satanic network. Now, it is true that Jay-Z does wear one of the main dictums of the premier satanic cult of the world, Thelema, "Do what thou wilt" on his hoodie. Does that mean he's a Satanist? Does it mean that he's part of some kind of murder rituals? I don't know. But listen to Ellie Carter for a minute.
Blood, there's blood that I don't even know who it belongs to. There's a lot.
So hang on. So someone like the people that you've named are here at these shrines where there is human flesh, bones, human body parts, and they want people to participate in orgies in amongst all of this.
Like having an orgy among severed body parts. I mean, what a mood killer. But she mentions by name P. Diddy and Jay-Z.
Human blood. Is that a satanic ritual feces? Is this a satanic ritual that they are participating in?
Yes. Yes, there's people who want to, there's down there.
Right, and that's why you're talking to some fringe conspiracy theorist on YouTube and not the police. Sure. I mean, believe it if you want to. Now, here is Pastor Kenneth Copeland cutting his hand, pouring blood into a glass, and drinking it in front of his congregation.
Pour that in there. Okay.
So I'm like, it sounds crazy. Oh yeah, the celebrities are drinking blood. No, that's sensationalism. Well, here is the richest televangelist in the world, Kenneth Copeland, with a fleet of private jets. Here he is drinking his own blood after cutting his hand open. And this is a common thing on Netflix. All these Netflix movies about occultists, Satanists, witches, they're always cutting their hands, self-harming and bleeding into a cup and then drinking it. Well, here's Kenneth Copeland doing it.
That's the cutting.
Do you hear him swallow? You hear that?
That's the cutting.
I like that sound effect. I don't like it. I mean, that's a vampire right there.
Yes, sir.
Now his blood is in my body.
Yes, sir.
It's in there. His blood is mixed with my blood. Can you see it? Western people don't know anything about covenant. Eastern people do.
All right. Well, we gotta study up. What are we missing about blood? All right, we're joined. Oh, look at this. Angst G says NASA is shooting off those 3 rockets into the eclipse at 333. All ritual. Join by X322. Deus in Paris says be afraid, be very afraid. G33 says try calling. Yeah, I'll open up my phone here in just a moment. Newful says the globe explains the seasons, also the flight from Argentina to Australia. Well, it may. There's a thing here, though. We have to remember the map is not the territory. And we don't have enough information, in my opinion, to validate a model at this time. I think that the sources for our main concepts are proven pathological liars and propagandists, and they're engaging in worldview warfare. Therefore, we can't trust them. We can't trust them on history. We can't trust them on news. And no, we can't trust them on cosmology or cartography even. Oh no, they're lying about the news. But why would they lie about maps? Well, resources. Who knows what else? My point being, I don't trust the globe model because I don't trust the liars who've given it to us. And if it is a ball the size they say, the specs they say, they're not showing us what it looks like because all the images they give us are fake. So what are they hiding? That would be my question. But I don't assume that the model we've been given is valid until we've tested it, as far as we need more information, and I think we need it before we can make any determination. And the only safe place or intellectually tenable position at this time is shape agnosticism. And if you go solely by what you can feel, sense, and see for yourself, or even experience for yourself, it's flat and motionless. And anything else is going to have to be a leap of faith, that the liars aren't lying on this one thing. Yeah, they lied about everything else, but I'll trust them with space. Oh no, they only lie on the ground. But once you get above 62 miles past the Kármán line, that's the honesty zone. No lies up there. Everything in space is real. Tominoid says, just replace the assumption that a celestial sphere is based on the Earth's shape rather than the limits of our vision. Yep. Yes, exactly. Jake the A-hole says, according to the globe model, the sun and moon just so happen to eclipse each other perfectly due to pure cosmic luck. Globers think an eclipse happening is no big deal. Globers, glurfs, gloobers, globecucks, all of them are faithful adherents of the Church of MSM, and the globe is the least of their issues. Like, okay, so you believe the globe, big deal. But if they defend the globe, guess what? They believe the official histories. They believe the fake news. They believe the official version of fill-in-the-blank fake event. So I don't care about the opinion of somebody who thinks everything is real because they saw it on TV when it comes to cosmology, the shape of the world, or them trying to convince me that there's nobody in a high and powerful place trying to lie to me and deceive me. Just look at the history of mankind. Look at religions. Look at what they do to people, what they've done to people, and try to convince yourself that no, they have the best of intentions, and all they're doing is they're trying to inform us for our own personal edification. They want us to know as much as we can possibly know for our own benefit. It's like, no, we're in a dark age. Dewis in Paris says, fakery aside, if I was in a clique of billionaires, I would want to check for open doors out of this place. Maybe I would build a particle collider and fire it up during an eclipse. Yes. Well, look, this is something also to think about. They know, and they don't all know, but at the highest level, they know what's outside of the box they put us in. And that's why they put us in the box. And I'm interested in knowing that. So what we have that differentiates us from the Normieville and the Trutherville dwellers is that we are aware of certain unknowns, that there are known unknowns, whereas they think they have all the answers, and their question marks don't begin until the edge of the universe, way out there. And they don't even know the universe is flat. Jake the A-hole says, us tiny humans just so happen to see the tiny moon line up with the giant sun just perfectly. What an amazing coincidence that they lined up like pool balls. I love how they can not see any potential significance to anything, even if it's in your face, even if it's even notable, just notable as a coincidence. Like, I like the work of Sergio Studio's 10 Vibes of Cosmos, where he's looking at the moon and he's suggesting that the moon is being projected above in our ionosphere from below, from some light source we don't see. He calls it the black sun. But what he has done is he has taken the continents as we believe them to be arranged, as seen from above, like an azimuthal equidistant map. So the quote flat Earth map. Now, if you take that arrangement of the continents and make it into a silhouette, and you align it with the moon craters, there's about 1/3 of the moon that lines up with our known world in this way. And what he has done in his work is he has put together a suggestion that the Earth is indeed a plane, and it's much, much larger than we know, and that the clue is in the moon itself, which appears to be some kind of projection of the entire mass of land. And by looking at it in this way, you would get the idea that we're kind of quarantined off. It's an interesting idea, but just the fact of the unusually, I would say, accurate alignments, that alone should be of interest to people in general. But the people who adopt the standard model won't even look at it. It's like you won't even look at it to notice it's a fascinating coincidence. All Newful says, I will give you that NASA is a Ponzi scheme, but the globe model have been explained way before NASA. Interesting. Interesting point. You know, I found this article and I need to buy a membership at this website to read the full thing. It's a scholarly article about John Dee and Edward Kelly, but specifically John Dee coined the term British Empire, and he had been an advisor to Mercator. And he was also an occultist. I mean, this is where Aleister Crowley gets all his ritual magic. This is like the godfather of high magic, Western occultism, John Dee. So this historically notable figure was an advisor to Mercator. And yet, in his private work, in his private diaries, in his whole obsession with what they now call Enochian magic, his concept of the world was not a moving ball in space, even though he may publicly, seemingly, have adopted the beliefs attendant with the Copernican revolution. But this article I found, and I'm going to go through it, suggests that maybe he didn't actually go along with that, but maybe his belief system did stem from this other concept. And if you look at Enochian magic and this way of looking at the world, the way that the occult worldview is, the New Age at some level, it leans towards a realm, but John Dee's cosmos was specifically a flat, square plane with levels. So there was no hint of movement or rotation. So I just find that very interesting, specifically when you look at the correspondences between Dee and Mercator, where they talk about at the center of the North Pole, this island supposedly resides where it's like a 33-mile circumference black magnet. Strange stuff. Very strange. But yes, NASA did not invent the globe. And the first terrestrial globe didn't have North America, South America. The first terrestrial globe was lacking that, which is kind of interesting. All right, let me go through some comments. Jennifer Reeves says, I'm noticing more interest in flat Earth among my acquaintances. Well, there's going to be a little bit of time, I think, before the stereotypical flurfer goes away. And it's good. You know, most of them are in jail. Like, for example, the main promulgators of the domed, enclosed model with the ice wall and the Bible, those guys are all in jail right now. The founder of the Bible Flat Earth Society, Philip Stallings, prison for life. Sea porn, bad stuff, 56 charges. He was closely associated and made documentaries with a couple other prominent flat earthers like Robbie Davidson and Rob Skiba. I mean, really bad circle of people there. Just pointing out. Just pointing it out. We were talking about this actually in Discord earlier. And then you got ODD, very prominent flat earther, but he promoted the ice wall domed flat earth Bible version. Well, he's not out there to misrepresent flat earthers because he's in jail for distributing methamphetamines. So I'm just going down the list and I'm like, who is out there misrepresenting this great question? I mean, this question is a reset question. It's not an assertion. It's not a belief. It's a series of it's questions based on a major reframe. And I don't see why more people aren't interested in it other than it's been misrepresented by a bunch of bad actors. So it's good to know that a lot of these bad actors are basically out of the way. Jake the A-hole says, I think ODD is locked up. Yeah, and I'm only pointing this out because none of these individuals are authentic. They were all government-sponsored agents and trolls put there to hide the truth. Appendages of NASA, traitors, controlled opposition. We did a deep dive. We did a documentary on many of them. Many we just didn't. I mean, there's so much more we could go into. I'm not trying to relitigate the past, but I did think maybe it's time that we do kind of a review, an after-action review of what happened. Jake the A-hole says, Vibes of Cosmos could be anyone, though. I don't trust a channel with no name, no face that shows a cartoon model. There's extra pieces of land on his map that nobody has evidence of. Yeah, so there is that. There is the issue of the anonymous truther. And look, I don't trust Donnie Darkened. I don't trust any channel that claims to have worldview shattering information, stuff that would change everything, but they hide. I find that to be very, very sus. Jake says, I wasn't sure he was locked up, but I was guessing he was. I figured he violated his parole. He disappeared after I exposed him. Yeah, I've seen enough mugshots, and this one looked kind of aged. Like, I mean, aged appropriately. It's been a few years since I've seen him, and I'm like, yeah, that's him. No, we were talking about this earlier. That's why it's on my mind. We were talking about how this area of conspiracy conjecture, the conversation about NASA, the shape of the world, our worldview, how this had been gatekept by religious cultists who introduced a really strange, novel, new version of Christianity, along with a lot of shady people who seem to be working for, I would say, intelligence agencies, police, the feds, some of them extremely bad actors, but we're just, without getting into details, we talked about this on Behind the Perv, but the fact that this subject would be so tightly guardrailed and controlled makes it more, to me, more suspect, like more like, where there's smoke, there's fire. Like nobody's trying to gatekeep the conversation about Mothman, Chupacabra, Bigfoot. Nobody cares. And yet here we are saying, hey, unlike those subjects, where it's relatively, I guess, based on some kind of evidence, we're making this conjecture that we don't know, and there's an open question. And so it's like, I guess maybe it's because it rejects certain authorities, whereas the others are just saying the authorities are covering stuff up. But whatever it is, this particular line of inquiry has been deemed off limits, dangerous for some reason. Jake the A-hole says, whatever happened to Nathan Thompson? Did he disappear for good? Good question. And I met a lot of these people. And my contention here is that we're not dealing with authentic people, but with operatives with talking points who are there to distort a subject, attach it to really bad ideas, and keep it in a controlled realm. And this is what my main criticism has been for some time. That's why I refer to it as Trutherville, because we're talking about a universe of ideas. And this universe of ideas, it's actually a containment operation. And they're able to say, okay, you can be an alternative thinker, but just don't go this far. And these characters are uniform, they're scripted, and they all seem to be connected in some kind of network behind the scenes involving, well, shady agencies, shadowy characters. Dewis and Paris says they probably figured the internet age would bring the question to the surface, so they get out in front and carry a controlled burn. Yes, they definitely did that. They knew that every conspiracy theory would see the light of day. Flat Earth, Hollow Earth, they all had their time. They all surfaced. And what they call these are limited hangouts. So they know there's going to be a leak about NASA because they produce garbage, and somebody's going to notice. So just to make sure that those perceptive people are controlled, they have somebody come out and say, hey guys, look, NASA's lying. The space station's phony. Look at this. Now this person might be presenting some evidence of fraud, but then he's going to mix it in with a lot of bad evidence, and he's going to think that all the school shootings are real. So you're not going to have anybody who's like really truly awake. It's always going to be one or two things that give him credibility. And now everybody sees that. They gather around him, and now NASA knows the name of every person who knows that they're liars. And now they can steer that demographic, feed them misinformation, spin them in direction, make bad documentaries about them, have their major influencers accidentally figure out that there's a space station up there. Like they have all kinds of contrivances to lead the opposition and crash it into the ground. Okay, Nathan Thompson was live last night, says Angle of Elevation. I stopped watching him when a video surfaced where he kicked a door down, where some young single mother was crouching with her toddler, and he was drunk, and he was threatening her. But it was insane. I was like, okay, this guy's unbalanced. And then he shows up in some house where he claims the person who took care of George W. Bush lived, and he's like, I got 8 shower heads. And he's showing off how the shower has 8 shower heads, and he keeps on showing off his abs to the person he's debating against as though it was winning him points for the flat earth, like my flat abs or something. I don't know. Like, I thought the guy lost his mind. Jake says Nathan was, oh, that's right, he ran on the playground and he was chasing children, throwing flat earth propaganda at them and telling them to run from 5G towers, and the teachers were like calling the teachers back, the students back in. So as soon as he started going into playgrounds, and at that time, Dearth was going into nursing homes and asking people over 100 years old if they remember being taught the earth was flat. And a lot of them would say yes. It's like, yeah, okay. I'm sorry, but you're talking to people who are 100 years old, and you're leading them with questions and loaded questions, and you're putting them on YouTube. Unconscionable. I'm almost glad for the lockdowns. It put a stop to that. I'm like, these guys are running onto playgrounds and really just bad ethics. Anyway, Jake says he was in 3 hit pieces on Flat Earth, and the one where he was tricked into wearing a duck suit was the one that completely embarrassed him. Yeah, I think I recall seeing him in a duck suit. The first time I met him, he said, "Have you read the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion?" And I'm like, oh yeah, that debunked, recycled, obvious forgery, low-hanging fruit, Truther 101 bullcrap. I didn't say that, but that's what I was thinking. I was like, no, I'll check it out. Sounds good. I'm just thinking, okay, this is insane. Here we are at a conference to talk about the liars in high places, or who pretend to be in high places, and he's going to talk about some old anti-Jewish conspiracy theories. So I could already tell that this person was obviously controlled. All right, phones are open. 505-349-0420. G33 says he has good stuff. Elephant Tusk says a lot of truth in the Disney film Soul. Now, Soul was the film with Jamie Foxx, right? And I remember there was some kind of relationship between Jamie Foxx and Soul. Jamie Foxx and they cloned Tyrone. So let me see. Jamie Foxx Soul, is that is the one, right? Hey, what's up, caller? Hello? Yeah, go ahead and call right back. There we go. Got the ringer that time. Hey, what's up, caller? Okay, we will try that again. Band leader for the Late Show, Stephen Colbert. Here we go. Oh, fills in for Jamie Foxx on the keys. In the new film Soul, Jamie Foxx is the voice for the Pixar's black lead character, jazz pianist Joe Gardner, but someone else is playing the piano. Now, what's the main story on it? I remember something about it, but it looks like the phone is malfunctioning. If you want to try again, just keep trying. And I am interested in Soul, if you can give me some info. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up? What were you calling about this evening?
So, hey, what's up, man? I heard today the lunar solar cycle is 33 years, give or take.
What is that cycle called? Here we go. Oh, it's just called the lunar solar cycle. Okay. Okay, so it says here, yeah, the time it takes for that to reach alignment is 33 years.
Give or take. Right?
It says the cycle of 12 months regresses through the seasons over a period of 33 years. So there's an explanation for it here. Very interesting.
Because from what I understood, it's Gregorian versus, well, it's lunar versus solar calendar. So when I was reading stuff about it, it was like they were referencing like Gregorian, and they're referencing Islamic, which there's other lunar calendars.
Very interesting. Yeah, that's another example. I was looking this up just now, and I came across the movie Dark, which I haven't seen. And this is such a weird obsession with the Power Elite, their numbers, the numerology. But The movie Dark is about
So,
events repeating every 33 years, and they make that as a basis for the show.
well, I know I'm pretty sure I know you are familiar with the 19-year cycle of the lunar thing with the 9/11 and Corona cycle, lunar 19-year cycle. So, I mean, I know you don't subscribe to gematria and numerology like in a stronger sense than somebody like I would, but I kind of do. And the 19 and the 33, 33 is like it's a bit. I don't even know. It like kind of sunk its claws at me. So
I think it has to do
this
with,
has been a thing.
like, I think there's a
And
connection.
ambiently, like it's been a thing for a while with me. Even when I first like red pilled or whatever, which I feel like I had it the whole time, but it just whatever the catalyst is. 33's been there the whole time, and so ambient. I'm like, man, maybe that's why it was there the whole time. Because now I'm figuring different stuff out about it. That would, like all the other stuff we know about it, I didn't know that. Because the lunar eclipse is just about every 33 years.
You know what? I think it's important to learn as much as we can about it because it has a consistency. Like, I recently learned that escape velocity to leave the Earth is 33, Mach 33, 33 times the speed of sound.
I remember.
And I'm like,
I remember you've been mentioning that.
so if to transcend the material realm, to go from kingdom to crown, to ascend the 33 vertebrae, the Kundalini serpent, it's all been connected with 33. So transcending the material realm, leaving the material realm are both connected to that. So I keep seeing the number 33 is correlated with ascension, but everything here adds to it, and it's very, very consistent.
I always heard it was like sacred geometry or whatever. It's like a number within sacred geometry. It's like one. Three. The three is like one of Tesla's 3, 6, and 9 numbers. So I also I gotta keep my thought pattern going here. So 33. So I gotta give credit due. I forgot my other point, but I had multiple points. I gotta give credit due if it's all right with you for a name.
Sure.
That I brushed upon today, and this guy's gold, bro. Robert Sepper.
And what does he do, or what is he writing?
He's an anthropologist on YouTube, and I've been listening to him forever. And like, he's got his focus, But he dropped today the occult of the eclipse, and I haven't even listened to the whole thing yet. But usually his better ones like just blow your mind up front, and then he tossed in an AJ clip. I guess he got on AJ's like Spaces the other day, and it's like so hard for me. I don't know, like. Dude, AJ's AJ, right? But like he's dropping breadcrumbs and stuff. So it's connecting dots and everything. I listen to AJ. Like I missed him. I'm like, damn, Robert Sepper was on AJ the other day. What the hell? But it makes sense because it was Spaces, and it's interesting because AJ's AJ, and like he don't touch certain things, and Robert Sepper does. Like like I said, he's got his focus. And I know how you are. It may not be like some of your focus, but with that said, that's not even like he also drops other things that are so transparent, like the whole. I'm like, damn, lunar solar cycle, 33 years, like give or take, like. Dude,
No, look, I'm glad you do this. I think it's important to give credit or point your sources because we're trying to understand where we arrive at things and we want to build a network. And if somebody wants to follow up, they can learn more. And I get my information from everywhere. I follow anybody, anywhere. I listen to far left-wing woke podcasts and far-right Christian nationalists. I like to have a full spectrum awareness of where everybody's minds are at. But even if somebody's wrong because they're in the box, they may have a lot of great research and make a lot of great connections before they even step out of the box if they ever get there. So I never discount someone just because they're on AJ's show. I don't even
I
discount
would,
everything
no,
AJ
I'm
says.
not. He talks about stuff that maybe we don't talk about a lot here. Like I just know it's been a point of contention. Like, and I'm not trying to do that. Like,
Well, it's not even a
I
point of
fly to
contention
Jolly.
so much as
I,
we're
no, I
like,
fly to Jolly Roger, bro. Like, it's everybody's my enemy. You know what I mean?
we only have
So
so
it's
much
not.
time
I'm
in the
just
world,
saying.
and I'm like, I want to
was
move
prefacing.
this
I was
into.
prefacing this information transparently to the fullest extent, because if people go look up what I'm talking about, they're going to see what was going on that whole thing. And there's not just one point there of the 33 years and the solar, the lunar solar occult of the eclipse. That's all I'm saying. I'm just doing a preface here, like a.
Sure, I got it.
You know,
I got it. I got it. And I
like
listen
a
to,
stop
like I
check.
said, like I think it's important just as long as you understand someone's frame of reference, it doesn't matter. Like I understand what makes the chemtrailer tick. I understand what makes the woke tick. And I understand,
Somebody was asking me about chemtrails the other day too. I thought about you.
yeah, well, it's fascinating, but what it really reveals about somebody, whenever somebody makes a claim, it reveals something about their standards of evidence or how open they are to manipulation. And if somebody says, I believe 5G towers and chemtrails are deadly together, it tells me you take the bait on loaded questions. You accept arguments from or appeals to ignorance, and you probably accepted wrongfully the burden of proof on something. So I like to be able to understand where people are coming from because we are trailblazing here a pathway to what I call the off-world stage perspective, and it is the highest perspective to take in a hyper-mediated, hyperstitious world.
Yeah, uh, I agree. I think I remember one of my other points.
Sure.
You were saying the shape, right? And that's not one of my subjects I'm really that great at, because I got a couple sets of binoculars, but I can't see the whole picture. So, and you were like, I forget how you said it, but you were saying they basically market the globe. So why would you believe it? And then the only other shape that's marketed, I guess, in a fringe perspective is like the flat, right? So maybe there's something else. And I know you've said that before.
Well, interestingly, the new Godzilla versus King Kong, the Godzilla X and King Kong movie, it's a hollow Earth, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, I've heard about that too. Like that's like, yeah, I heard about that.
Look, I think it is hollow. I think it's hollow,
like
but
Antarctica and South America and like Nazis and stuff.
I think it's been Swiss cheesed by humans. Like I think there's Hyperloop Swiss cheesing this place. Deep space is probably real, and there might be more than just a few deep underground military bases. And I think the underground bases are probably all decked out like Mars.
I believe in those things, man. You know, because I've built subterranean before. You know, not that like that, but I mean, you could do subterranean builds.
Yeah, there's a rumor that where I live by the Air Force Base Kirtland. There's a rumor that there's an underground highway. Basically, you can drive from underground here all the way to Los Alamos. And the idea that
those stories been out there. Most of these OGs in this room know that those stories have been out there, man.
And many of the stories
you came from the Pentagon services. So you know a lot of this stuff I learned was when I lived in Tacoma, Washington, next to Fort Lewis McChord. You know, all the flunkies that were dropping out were hitting me with all this allegedly like conspiracy theory shit, right? That's such a stupid word. But and we were just like, dude, it's crazy, man. Like those guys, like they were in there, and like I lived next to Fort Lewis McChord. There's probably tunnels under there, and I heard they got EMAG Lev little trains.
Well, I will believe that there is extensive underground architecture way before I believe that there is a secret space program or even a space station.
That's man.
And look, what better distraction?
That's like common sense you just said right there.
Yeah, look, they easily have the ability. Just look at the picture of Werner von Braun next to Walt Disney. They could have made Mars. Mars might already exist, and it's a place beneath the Earth, and they might start sending people there, and nobody will know the difference. Like, I kind of think that's where we're at.
What, send people to Mars?
That Mars is probably a place in Earth, and at some point, Earth may become Mars. Arizona, China, it's probably all over the place. And at some
New
point,
Mexico, in your backyard, dude.
Yeah. But they're gonna
I've been to Arizona. I love Arizona, bro. I haven't been to New Mexico yet, but I'd like to.
The Southwest is great. I happen to like this whole part of the country. But New Mexico has the Trinity site. And recently I went to the Atomic Museum here and I saw artifacts from the Trinity site, like the flag that was there, some of the cars, the replica of the gadget. So this place has an interesting history Metascript-wise in terms of the big psyops of our time, the UFO thing, Roswell, New Mexico, Corona Field.
Yeah, no, that's why. Yeah, it's very substantial. Yes, like, I mean, Arizona isn't like that in the aspect you're saying, but Arizona is like, it's landlocked, southwest. It's at the border. There's a lot of frequency in Arizona, man. Sedona.
Yeah, Sedona is a hub of a lot there. There's a lot of that kind of.
That is, they say that they found Egyptian artifacts in the Grand Canyon.
I've come across that. I find it all interesting. I like I don't necessarily think the mud
I
flood.
mean, is that something that you don't think is possible?
No, I do. I don't trust the timelines. I don't trust anything about this thing, and none of that would shock me.
It's just like, why can't somebody move around? That's, you know what, I told you before, there's some kind of linchpin with the Templars, and there's that whole story about Oak Island. I don't even know about Oak Island. All I know is, like, I heard that the Templars were on the North American continent previously, before all that went down with Christopher Columbus and stuff.
Yeah,
and maybe even like
I was told
the Vikings, like Leif Erikson and the Vikings were like same time or even before them. Like, people were moving around.
Yeah. I was actually, someone had pointed out something about they had gone to Rosslyn Chapel, and this
I would love to go there.
And that suggest that there were some depictions of certain species of plants that were in North America, and it just kind of suggested that the builders of the cathedrals had a lot of inside information.
They got carvings of corn in that chapel, and they said it's like, oh, maize,
yes.
Corn. Yo, not for nothing, I'm gonna shout him out. Maze Overlay, one of my favorite new rappers. He's like my age, actually. I think a little younger, from Arizona.
All right.
People probably won't get that, but in Rosslyn Chapel, they got carvings of corn, and it's in Scotland, right?
Yes, that'd be it. And it's just
like
the
old.
Templar.
It's like really old, and it's like alleged. It's not Templar, right? But it's allegedly Templar, right?
Yes. There's a fascinating history there, and it was brought up to me in this context, suggesting that the story of Christopher Columbus. And what do you know about Columbus? How many days into Christopher Columbus's journey did he discover what he discovered? When did that whole thing begin?
So, I don't know the answer.
The answer
to the question you just asked me.
well, here's a hint. How many
I
days?
don't know it.
How
I don't
many
know
days?
it, but I know some of my Templar stuff is about him, but I don't know that answer.
Columbus sailed for 33 continuous days into the unknown with a crew on the verge of mutiny. So 33 days, just throwing it out there. Maybe it means something.
To cross the pond there?
Here's the story. After stopping at the Canary Islands, he sailed west for 33 days. And that's when he made his discovery.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, I'm going to check that. You know, I'm going to check it because I love that 3-3.
Yep.
But I haven't heard that yet. But this is my Templar thing with Columbus because I grew up in New England, and Thanksgiving and all that BS is like big, and like in history class and whatnot, like that's what they ran through us. And
hey, speaking of Arizona, Mago Penguins is in Scottsdale, and he just filmed Falcon X flying through the night sky. He says it was
beautiful,
a cool sight, even though it didn't go to space. You know, it's always cool to see these rigid dirigibles with fireworks
on the
in the bottom.
arc, right? It was
yeah,
like arcing.
I love fireworks. I like theater.
It was like arcing, right?
Maybe he can call in. Mango Penguins,
it's
if you
like
want to. We have somebody who's sighted a Falcon X.
I'm almost done. It's because, but when they do that, it's like arcing, right?
That's sort of a flat Earth talking point that doesn't quite.
Yeah,
cut
right.
it, but,
I'm not flat Earth though, but that's what they say, right?
Well, no, what it's called the gravity tilt. Like it falls into orbit after it reaches a certain altitude. It does tilt, but
if you think about, are you a shooter?
Am I a what now?
Well, you were in the military. You must be somewhat of a shooter.
Oh, a shooter. Oh yeah, I was a expert marksman.
How does the trajectory go when you shoot a bullet?
Well, we didn't fire more than 300 yards, but
yeah, but you see, it's got an arc.
Oh, sure. But the thing is, the rocket it's not like it's going directly from Earth perpendicular to space. It falls into orbit and it goes around. And this is interesting because I've seen.
That's what I'm saying. It arcs. It doesn't go straight up. Like they say, like an obelisk.
It couldn't. If it went straight, it has to go into orbit. And so what they do is they call it the gravity tilt, and it's sort of like a.
Wait, so it does go straight up.
Well, it goes into it falls into orbit is the way they explain it.
All right.
The gravity turn. So basically, it's
mostly an arc.
Yes, exactly.
All right. Like you shoot a projectile, and it comes out. It's got the feet per second, and it arcs, dude. It's got a. That's what I love. Certain projectiles in caliber or millimeter, like they have a flat line.
Well, we have somebody who just saw Falcon X, and he's out there in Scottsdale. I've never seen it, but I think they want us to see it. I think they sent it out there as a form of.
I'm spinning my wheels on this. I'm spinning my wheels on this anyways.
Well, he may call in and give us some insights, but yeah, I think they want us to see these things because it's part of propping up the illusion. It's a tangible evidence of outer space. Just seeing one of these things going up there, it leads everybody. It's like, yeah, of course it's going up there. It's going to space. It doesn't do anything more than reinforce the dominant paradigm. So it's fascinating, though, that people are seeing these things. I would like to see one.
So I'm going to hit you with my Templar thing and then hang up.
Sure. What was the Templar thing?
Christopher Columbus. I had heard later in life, like I said, I grew up where they taught that, in history class very substantially. And I remember images, it's because I love imagery. I love signs and symbols rule the world, not words, nor laws. I remember imagery of like learning this stuff as a kid in a history class or whatnot with Christopher Columbus. He's got the boats, and on his sails, I remember a red cross. Okay, maybe it's Mandela. I don't know. I'm not into that either, really, but people talk about it. I remember a red cross on his sails. And I had heard later in life when I got into this esoteric, that's another thing that grabbed me, was the esoteric. Because all these modern day things lead back to like esoteric ancient information. And his Christopher Columbus allegedly married a Templar princess after 1307 when they were persecuted, and a bunch of them had boats and whatever. They were all like top dog lieutenant, like they had resources. And Jacques de Molay, I think that was, I don't know if he was the head guy that got burned at the stake or whatever, but they got a bunch of them at the stake, and most of them bounced. And they went all over. And one was Scotland, Portugal. A lot of them were the first pirates from what I heard. But anyway, so he married, allegedly, a Templar princess. And then he sailed over here to the West Indies or whatever, America or whatever.
So you may have had.
I remember in the imagery from learning in school that he had his boats on the sails were red crosses.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
End of story.
Very, very.
That's just me. That's my. I don't know, like ambient, or anecdotal or whatever.
Well, the red and white cross is a very important symbol.
He knew where he was going.
Sure. That's what you're implying. You're implying that it wasn't an accident that 33 days after leaving the Canary Islands, he accidentally found this place that wasn't on the maps. Yeah, absolutely. That would indicate something.
Maybe it happened to me 33, but I heard they came here first. So I'm saying maybe he knew where he was going.
Sure. Maybe it wasn't an accident. That's what I'm suggesting too. We're looking at possibly another one of these historic personages, more or less a fairy tale to explain.
And he was the one that they marketed. There was all kinds of people in North America before him. But when I grew up, they were like, "Oh, he's the guy that found it over here." No, he wasn't. He's the one they marketed.
Yes, interesting point. And yeah, the history we're given is always a vast oversimplification, and it reflects the interests of the power elite who can afford to control the media of the day. History is mass media, just going back, way back. So we can trust it as much as we can trust mass media. Appreciate the
printing press.
Exactly. Appreciate the call, and I'm sure that'll dig stuff up. And thank you for bringing up the thing with the moon as well.
Yeah.
Have a great evening.
Thank you for your work, dog.
Same. All right, everyone. That is G33. Interesting info about the moon. More to add to the compendium of meanings and associations with that particular number. Elephant Tusk says Templars ruled the world, the fallen angels. Well, where do we go with that? I mean, the Templars were accused of worshiping Baphomet. Some say that was slander, but then, interestingly, the Skull and Bones is considered to be a Templar offshoot. The Church of Satan claims that they are also following the tradition of the Templars by making the Baphomet their sigil. So who are you going to believe? The people who worship Baphomet, or the people who are trying to whitewash that or suggest it was a hoax? I mean, I don't know. One thing though, the Baphomet is not the devil. Everybody gets that wrong. Cat Williams is wrong about that. Infinite Plane Radio.
Tim.
Hey, what's up? What are you calling about?
It's Mango here.
Okay, so you just saw a flying obelisk lighting up the night sky. Is that what I heard?
supposedly it was a Falcon X is what I heard. So, but yeah, it was great. Just witnessing that. We were outside. We're like near Old Town Scottsdale. I had my back to it. My sister spotted it, and then my friend was there, Greg. He turned around and said, "Oh, it's a rocket." And I turn around and I see this thing, and it's just the halo on that was just humongous, and the trail that it left behind. We were looking west, and the sun had just set, and you could see the trail it left behind, but it was going clearly across the sky horizontally, and we filmed it, and it was lasted about 2 minutes, and then it just kind of faded off past after it went past a palm tree. It like disappeared. But yeah, we got it on film, and it was really cool.
Now, question: would it have been cooler if you believed it was actually going to space, or was it just as cool, even though it's just a show? Or does that make it even better?
It was just cool to witness. You understand what I'm saying? Like a UFO, like something. Oh my gosh, what is that?
Yeah.
It was great. We just had our eyes on it. My other sister, she was crashed out. She wasn't feeling very well. Nobody bothered to wake her up. We just stood there. It's filming it, The other sister was just stood there watching it and commented a little bit. And wow. And me and my friend Greg, we just filmed it. And just stood there, and I kind of commented a little bit, staggered about, and just looked at the trail and thought, oh wow, just tripping on it. It was a great sight to see, and I'm glad I got it on video.
Very cool. Well, hey, thanks for reporting on that. I've been.
Hey, no problem. I was happy to share it, man. It was so fun. It was great, man. And we're celebrating. We've laughed so hard today. We had a great time.
That's cool that you are well aware that it could be a hoax, but you can still see it and appreciate just at least the
absolutely
the artistry of it all, postmodern art, whatever it is. Mm-hmm.
It was a sight to see. I tell you what.
Well, they've really done something with the way that it leaves the trail, and some people think it looks like it's going through some kind of a membrane. It's going through the firmament.
It was weird the way it looked. A firmament, I don't know. It just casted off such a big halo, you could say. And just burning. It was, I guess, burning up. Burning until it just faded out.
Probably 33.
But it did not go up into space at all. It was completely horizontal.
Completely horizontal with its 33 Raptor engines. But that's kind of funny, too. It's like our impression is they shoot up into space. But then you look at it, and their explanation is it's falling into orbit. But yeah, I think it's way too low.
It was on a full burn horizontally until it faded out.
Very interesting.
That was it.
Hey,
not straight up in its face.
I have a question for you from Dua Sampera. Says, ask Mango for his take on 8-4.
8-4, I have no take on it. I don't really follow the news.
Any take on the eclipse or any expectations? Are you going to be observing? Are you in a place to observe?
Well, I'm going to celebrate that day. That's 30 years ago. My dad would have died. I'm also. It's just, it's just a weird synchronicity for me. But Kurt Cobain, he had died around the same time. On my dad's death.
Okay.
I was out in the middle of nowhere in New Mexico near Gattle, and we got lost. Couldn't find the ranch, He had 160 acres of property up there, but we got lost. We ended up crashing. He had died earlier that night. He was at Lake Mead. A boat they had rented a 40-foot houseboat, and somebody had suffered a fall and had to be rushed to the hospital, and the waves were bad, and the boat came untied, and he overdid it, getting that boat tied back to the dock. But he later died in the captain's chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Never a dull moment. But yeah, 30 years on the eclipse, we have lost him. So it's and my birthday is the same day as Kurt Cobain's. Not the same day, but we have the same birthdays.
I was talking to some friend in Discord today about astrology and time and all this stuff, and I find it intriguing how I tend to have these like repeated cycles that seem to follow some kind of patterning, and anniversaries. Even if I don't know the dates, I don't know. There's something about these things. It's like
this isn't my first rodeo, and it's a year after my dad died. It was a spiritual awakening. It snowed. That was like 1995. Yeah, it snowed that day. I went. Yeah, it was. We watched The Lion King that night, but it was it was another time. It was
Well,
very,
it's another
very,
time.
just
Like the time paradox. Like
very different back then. You know,
we know we are actually in a very interesting position here, in that
we
we
are.
are
I know.
we're looking at this construct as it's evolving, and we have a better perception of what it was before because it's been built around us as we've been like living this thing, this transition into a new age, and we're watching
We've been able to take it apart and disassemble it and kind of like figure it out on our own. You know, a lot of us have. Yeah, and it's tough trying to go along with the norm when you're out of the norm. You're not following the norm because you just know too much.
think about the fact
And not
that
everybody does.
but think about the fact that we have a large growing group of people who have unplugged so far from the mass mind control that we're no longer triggered at an emotional level, other than to enjoy it as though it's just a bad movie we're critiquing. Like we have actually unplugged from the fundamental terrorism that is built into their system. We don't fear their gods. And to me, that is a huge move forward because this perspective of being fear-free, this is fear-free without apathy. You know, we have no apathy about it. We're
It's a
just
big
aware.
weight off the shoulders, if you ask me. It's a big weight off my shoulders, knowing all that. You know, being aware of truth in a way. You know.
Yeah, and I think that when you're unplugged from unnecessary fears and anxieties, it's like you have more bandwidth available for what matters, and you're not spread thin. And but we wouldn't have this as an option because it's not available to the public. We weren't supposed to step outside of the black cube to the extent that we have. So I'm really, you know, like I'm happy that we have this
exactly
position.
why I'm dedicated to resurrecting poetry. Those words that those bands I listened to growing up mean a lot to me, and they mean so much more ever now than you would ever, can imagine, because they do hit you in the right spot if you were to just take the time to do the research.
Resurrecting poetry. Yeah, we were in our
I
conversations.
shared my site plenty of times, and I know I got it out there thanks to Peppy.
Yep.
But none of that gets mentioned much. But anyways, I'm excited. These are good times, and I'm going to celebrate, and I'm going to continue that celebration every day.
Well, hey, thank you for calling, and I'm glad you got to see the
No
Falcon
problem.
X. I hope to get to see
great.
something myself soon at some point, but
I'll try to share what I got out. Okay.
awesome. Well, thank you,
I'll send
Penguins,
it
for the
out.
call. Have a great evening.
Hey, kudos to you, Tim. You're doing a great job.
Thank you. All right, we have a witness. We have a witness that Falcon X is still defrauding the public. We don't have a witness to a spacecraft, but a purported spacecraft. Let me catch up on some comments. Jake the A-hole says, Owen has 5 guys exposing him daily. There's an audience that enjoys seeing him getting exposed. Oh, it's terrible. I've seen that. Look, I've seen hate. I've been the subject of haters, and this channel has been. And there's an entire Reddit thread that day in, day out obsessed, like hate watches Owen Benjamin. And yeah, he was just on Alex Jones. I didn't get to hear that. I haven't followed much of him other than to take note of where he is as far as his position and this MAGA ban, rural traditional values versus Hollywood, and how it fits into the big picture. I think it's all interesting. I didn't know who he was until he hosted a Flat Earth conference, and it seemed like sabotage, given that the only thing the media could take away from that conference was they put this a Jew hater in front of the flat earthers, and I'm like, what the hell is this? So I went through his comedy, and it's like he's just kind of a comedian who has been more or less outgrouped and branded as a hater, and he's been censored. But yeah, totally is hounded by haters. It's unbelievable, and I don't always believe the haters, but I have been watching this whole thing with great interest. Not sure where it's going. I heard that he's building the next Ruby Ridge, and there's going to be some ATF standoff. I've also heard he's had to sell off his animals, and that he's just cosplaying as a farmer. But we shall see. Okay, let's see what else we have here. Just scanning your comments. Jake the A-hole says Zach Hubbard has a dedicated exposer as well called Sports Gematria. I have a side channel where I expose a guy known as Gotis, aka Sirij. He hired a hitman to kill his girlfriend and child. That sounds intriguing. Flatlander Montgomery says there's a newspaper about Sirij where is that his name? Sverige. He stabbed 4 of his classmates when he was 16. Plain Dakota says Owen hate is a bit much, but Hubbard's is warranted. Yeah, I have a bit of respect for Owen Benjamin's ability to fall into the Mandela trap and walk himself out. Not a lot of people can do that. He was mandoozled, and then he reverse engineered the if you build it, they will come. And that takes the ability to admit that you can be duped and to reverse engineer it. So I'm not too up on his content, though. It was never really my genre, is what I'm saying. But I recognize some commonalities. Haters, the media hates him, outsider, but he had some connections with Hollywood, so people think he's an insider. I don't know. Now I have a thing about Gematria recently I've been talking about. Like, I like Gematria, and G33 and I were talking about this. I'm not against it. I don't dismiss it. It's actually a huge part of symbolism. We're talking about the power of words, numbers, correspondences, and meaning itself, and how people ascribe meaning to symbols, etc., and how we attach meaning to things and form meaningful relationships. And so there's some fascinating stuff there. But when people use these calculations to say this event and this event are connected to this one and this is going to happen because numbers, then they lose me. And that's because they have not in any way ever been vindicated. They predicted the world is going to end at the Super Bowl. Didn't happen. Now they're predicting 4/9 the world's going to end. And if it doesn't happen, I'm going to call it out. I'm going to call it out as fallacious reasoning by, I would say, people putting engagement ahead of truth, like Dan Bongino warned against. It's strange that I'm here citing Dan Bongino of all people, but either Dan Bongino is copying us or he's just coming up with some good observations on his own. Plain Dakota says 128 boat collapse equals 128 Gematria connection. Yeah, no, that's as far as I'll go. So for example, boat gets hit at 128. Movie released. Leave the World Behind, 128. Matthew Perry, huge part of the movie, dies 1028. There's some connections building to the eclipse. Matthew Perry's character Chandler Bing is born on 4/8. Francis Scott Key Bridge, Baltimore mayor, born 4/8. At 2 hours, no, at 128 minutes rather into the movie, you can actually look at the screen cap. There's a channel and there's a bridge blowing up. We have a number of examples of 1 to 8 being connected to this event where it seems like it's very clear, and many more examples. I'm more impressed and interested in the contiguous narratives that connect movies to the news. Like, for example, the Francis Scott Key Monument being replaced by a 1619 Project Monument, and the 1619 White Lion connections in the movie to the boat. This Francis Scott Key connection also connects to the BLM vandalizing this statue. So there's all kinds. Elephant Tusk says boat must hit steel. Well, having watched the video too, I'm still not convinced that the boat could have taken it down. That the boat could have taken the whole bridge down with one hit. I think it would have taken some bit of wiring. I think it was a controlled demolition. They WTC 7'd the Keystone, I'm sorry, the Key Bridge, Francis Scott Key Bridge. Listen to this. Brother Berg put this out. 4 days after the Key Bridge collapse, another bridge was hit by a ship near the Kerr Lock and Dam outside Sallisaw, Oklahoma. So you have Key and Lock. And he suggests here, the damage or destruction of the key and lock represents the loss of protection for secrets or knowledge and an exposure. It implies a disruptive shift from order to chaos, challenging the balance between what is hidden and what is revealed. The metaphorical destruction could symbolize the end of a period of safeguarded wisdom or the beginning of a new era, where previously concealed truths become accessible, urging a reevaluation of what is valued and protected. And we could add on to this that the Francis Scott Key Memorial that was replaced by a 1619 project, the monument that replaced it, that was next to the Golden Gate Bridge. So you have Francis Scott Key, the monument called Key, the Golden Gate Bridge, and now this second reference here of a lock. All of this stuff, though, is, again, storytelling, narrative, a narrative structure that is superimposing a fiction over our reality. And the predictive programming is not an eerie coincidence. It was rehearsal. It was predictive programming for the purpose of acclimating you to something that they're about to do so you think it's normal and natural. A better way of describing it, advertising. Advertising works on repetition. They show you an ad a few times, then they do it. They have been advertising our future news events with entertainment media and video games and books and novels for a long time. N.A. Literalist says Bridge 7 didn't kill himself. Well, I'm looking at the bridge situation as also connected to Dali, the broken bridge, and the surreality of the Dali painting being introduced into this story, because the boat's called Dali, may connect to Leave the World Behind and its emphasis on abstract art all over the apartment, things constantly changing. I got a comment last night from Illinois Jones who said, about the Tom Cruise thing, he falls to his death in spoof superhero movie. I caught that comment last night before I could bring it up. We were talking about Tom Cruise and how he has been, for years now, part of a body of predictive programming for his seeming upcoming final curtain call. I think Tom Cruise is going to die in space, or he's going to fall from space. He's going to get lost in space. I think Tom Cruise is going to have some kind of sacrificial space-based ending. That's been my prediction based on predictive programming. So what Illinois Jones added here is that this has already happened in a movie. Very interesting. I'll check that out. Now, movies are entertainment second, propaganda first. In fact, the entertainment is just a side effect of the programming. So if it's in the movies and it's promoted by the major production companies, if it's Hollywood level programming, everything in it is literally preparing you for the future. It is loading up your subconscious to make you suggestible for what they're going to fake in the future. Illinois Jones says superhero movie is directed by HBO Sharon Noble director. Jake the A-hole says it doesn't even look like the same Tom Cruise anymore. It appears Tom was replaced years ago. And how often have we seen Tom Cruise with masks on? Or they talk about Tom Cruise double, Tom Cruise deep fakes. Like, this has always been a thing with Tom Cruise. And the name Thomas means twin. A key point to keep in mind here regarding his character. Angle of Elevation says they can hack into cars pretty easy. I know people are shocked that it could be happening in boats and planes. Seems probable. Well, that's a probable story, so they made it a guardrail. And they said it's been hacked. The fact of it is, it's a world stage production. It's a plot twist. It's a scene. It's not a whodunit, it's a what is it, it's a movie. It's a psyop. But the whodunits distract people and keep them in the game. Sort of like the, I guess, narrative of it's a hacker. It was China. It was ISIS. It was somebody who was vaxxed. It was a DEI event. Like, they have all these different spin-off explanations that assume it's real. Jake the Asshole says, have you dealt with the Sanity Machine? I just looked it up, and I will take a look here. The Sanity Machine. If you want to give me a link, is God an AI demonic computer? Sounds intriguing. We'll talk about the demonic AI, some kind of demiurge behind all this madness. That way Armin going to sleep can have dreams about that. Angst G says Tom Cruise in space sounds like it'd be a good Chief Crow song. The Edge of Tomorrow is about a time loop we're stuck inside, says Elephant Tusks. Very interesting. Now, you can't separate these individuals from their body of work in the film, but their world stage actions as well. Tom Cruise, his Scientology connection, Scientology, NASAtology, these are the main space religions of our time. Scientology has better actors. NASA has better, I think, special effects, but they're both space religions. He divorced each of his wives when they turned 33. There's so much code and symbols with all of these characters. Tom Cruise is also associated with Stanley Kubrick directly, Eyes Wide Shut, so he's part of that whole program. And one of these days, I would like to do some video breaking down what I think is a relationship between Eyes Wide Shut and Open Your Eyes, or rather Vanilla Sky, originally called Open Your Eyes. I think that these two movies are connected. That Tom Cruise is actually playing the same character, and it's a contiguous story, but it's another conversation for another time. Now, we will be live earlier tomorrow. We'll take more calls. We were live in Discord for hours today, just testing it out. So we're back on Discord. We're having a lot of conversations along the lines of world stage, deconstruction, and everything else. Our own channel history, where we're going, also South Pole art, etc. So if you want to be involved in the Discord server, I'll be in there in the mornings while I'm doing my routine work of archiving, channel maintenance, and everything else. So if you want to join that, just go to the main site, ips.monster, click the link for Discord. We're also doing more of our research in Gilded, but it's the Discord voice chat that has the best features. Trying to see if there's anything else going on before we leave here. I think we covered everything. I'm glad I got that comment in from Illinois Jones about the Tom Cruise thing. Don't know when that's happening. Also, I want to say thanks to all of you who have been supporting the channel. Patreon, again, is keeping the IPS headquarters lights on, internet on, and the work continuous. So that's all being made possible, of course, by all of you here. We had a individual here see a Falcon X rocket that was Mango Penguins.
It's like
so. It's only appropriate we end here with Pope Elon, One-Eyed Jack in the Shells. Thanks, chat. We'll see you all tomorrow.
We're going to die someday, and if you're going to pick some place to die, then why not Mars? Okay. You know, if we're born on Earth, why not die on Mars? Seems like maybe it'd be kind of exciting, but. So I think, given the choice of dying on Earth or dying on Mars, I'd say, yeah, sure, I'll die on Mars.
Father, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come. Give us each our daily bread, and forgive us our sins. For we ourselves forgive everyone who is indebted to us. And lead us not into temptation. Did you drive your car to Mars? Do yourself a space? Hiding behind Tesla's name, afraid the sheep will wake. Earth is the place. The moon makes light so cool at night. The luminaries, they all rotate around you. From the point of truth,
right, welcome, Curve Deniers. 7/29/2024. We're in the midst of the dog days, and these are always interesting times for the world stage. And right now we're looking at Paris, the Olympics, the predictive programming, and we've been digging deep into some of the early images they showed us, and it's very consistent with everything that we've seen previously, and it seems to be pointing at what's to come as usual. So if you're here, you're going to be getting world stage spoiler alerts. You're free to tune out and wait till it's all over and then see how it ends when everyone else does, or you can figure out in advance, know in advance, inoculate yourself against the roller coaster, which is what most people experience, the ups and the downs, terror attacks, periods of peace, uncertainty. You have demagogues on the left and right, and Trutherville influencers are nothing but. All they do is they play upon fears, paranoia, fear-mongering, and I'm one of the biggest critics of fear-mongers, and they hate it because I'm messing with their grift. They're selling fear, I'm selling mind war inoculation. So we have a conflict of interest here. I'm like a Bill Gates to them. I'm going to somehow kill off Trutherville, which is what is happening. They don't like these orthodoxies challenged. And let me just show you a couple examples. So I put out a couple of polls, and here's the most recent one. If you follow me on Twitter, it's IPS Insider. So this is a poll I put this morning. Are chemtrail fearmongers worse than climate change activists? Or do they have a point? So either you think that chemtrail people are worse, or climate nutters are worse. Or you reject both of these and you think chemtrails are real, bro, or climate change is real. So what is your answer? Looks like we had 89 views and 9 votes so far. 11% say chemtrail people are worse. 66% say climate nutters are worse. And 22% said chemtrails are real, bro, and 0 believe in climate change. Now, my point in posting this is that both sides are wrong. It's a bifurcated war. Both sides have taken the bait. It's a strange game. The only winning move is not to play. So I have Tia Gloria who says, truth hurts. Reversos rule the world. Enjoy the heavy metals in the sky. LOL. And I said, wear a mask. You don't want chemtrail lung. Anyway, we had this back and forth. And I threw at her that Joe Biden's not a woman because she's one of those. And she says, his gait is enough. Do you have a degree? No, I don't have a degree in transvestigationology. And I said, keep lying to yourself. I find your delusions amusing. She says, okay. And I do. You know, their delusions give us plenty to talk about. You know, these are interesting times and a lot of people have interesting takes. Okay, continuing here, I wanted to build on what we've been saying about the significance of Hulk Hogan at the RNC talking about bleeding on his face and how it was comparable to what Trump did. We were discussing this parallel, and someone in the comments had noted that Hogan's signature move is gesturing to his right ear. So Synchromorpheus posted this on his Twitter. In his speech at the RNC, Hulk Hogan spoke about last seeing Trump at a wrestling match while blood was streaming down his face. That was WrestleMania 5 in 1989. And when he referenced this, he said, oh, I just had a flashback. I just remembered. Oh, no way, this is prepared. And he said, this reminds me of me winning WrestleMania. And he says that Trump did the same thing, bleeding on the world stage, and now he's going to go make Trump-a-mania. That was the gist of his speech. But here you see the bloody Hulk with his hand by his ear as Trump looks on. And again, John LeBon and I spoke about this entire scene. And about how Hulk Hogan said, enough is enough, when someone tries to shoot the president, which is directly from the Illuminati playing card. But even after that, the story continues, because Kamala Harris says, you know, that I thought Trump was willing to debate any time, anywhere, any place, which is another statement right off the same card. You know, anytime, any place, or snipers can take you out. So the story's building, and then we find an additional connection. And it's not only the hand on the ear, but also, and I'll show you what I mean here. because Synchromorpheus followed this up with another image to show that there's a finger in the audience right there at someone pointing at Trump's right ear. He writes here, although not a genuine photo, this image depicts the moment Hulk Hogan described the RNC. The ear seems like foreshadowing, created long before the assassination attempt in which he was shot in the ear, drawing blood. And there's a lot of back and forth. The left wing is now becoming hoaxers, saying that it didn't happen, it was fake, but they still concede that the other guy died, I think. I mean, it's very questionable. If you're going to say Trump wasn't really shot, then you're saying these other people didn't die, and then you're opening yourself up to litigation. So what they're saying is, well, no, he was hit by shrapnel. Or I think it was a teleprompter exploded and the glass cut him. They're trying to diminish it. In fact, they're burying it in search results. If you search for assassinated president, supposedly, these results are being buried. I also put out another poll. Will there be another 713 type of incident on August 4th as per Internet Proliferated Prophecy? And let's keep an eye on who else promotes this. You know, there's going to be a lot of Gematria types acting like they came up with this date. But this belongs to JL. This is his prediction, not mine. Although it does comport with the general pattern of things. But I asked again, will there be another 713 type incident on August 4th as per prophecy? So let's see here, we have 8 votes so far. 75% said I don't know, 25% said yes. What do you all think? Francis Edwin said there's no option. No's not an option because you don't know. None of us know. Actually, some of us do know. You're reading a script. You know with reasonable certainty what follows. Like we know about space junk. We knew about the blood on the right side of his head and how this would be followed by Harris as president or whatever they're going to do. Alright, let's catch up on comments. Joined here by Thirst for Truth. Emerald Bear says, I love these old songs. Oh yeah, shout out to Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. Where's the curve? Elephant Tusk says, 33 minutes could save you 33% on car insurance. Osher06, Diana South, Clockwork 113, Armin Ree. I heard Armin Ree on the Fakeologist show. He called in, Fakeologist, speaking with Jim Fetzer, which I think was one of Jim Fetzer's finest appearances. I've heard a lot of his conversations. And what I like about this one is he was, well, I think largely because I posted a comment. Fakeologist read one of my comments to Jim Fetzer about how can you deconstruct the moon landing and still think the ISS is real? And his answer is, it didn't pose so much of a challenge because there's no Van Allen radiation belt. He never questioned the globe thing, and he didn't see why it would have to have been faked. It didn't seem as implausible. He never questioned it. He did say specifically he was open to it. And he kind of seemed to agree that outer space as presented might really just be something for people to believe in. So it seems like America has a higher purpose. It's serving humanity. You know, his take on NASA is very cynical, but it's very accurate. But some people have to be pushed to the edge. You know, you artificially accept the parameters of the world they give you, just like Christoph said in The Truman Show. And if you don't challenge those, you don't realize, well, where is real ending and being augmented with fake? And we've been testing these boundaries, and this is not about the shape of the world. It's the least of our concerns. And you can't pigeonhole or label us or say, oh, that's just a flat earther. It's like, no, I'm not even an earther, to be quite honest with you. And it's a false argument anyhow. To me, it's really about what kind of a system are we in, open or closed. And our worldview is obviously a closed system, and the big question to me is, you know, who shapes our worldview? And it's really an individual question as well. Will you be programmed or deprogrammed? And there are no deprogrammers. You have to do that at the level of the self. You have to decide, I'm going to be the arbiter of what I believe. I'm not going to live with my face pressed up against a screen and just accept it as an argument from authority as most people do. Dave J called in, and he was surprisingly well behaved. I didn't call in because I had my message put there, but overall I highly recommend it. I'll go ahead and make a point to share a link to the conversation he had with Jim Fetzer. And his take on Sandy Hook is solid. The only thing that I find questionable, not that I'm ascribing any kind of nefarious intent here, is his clinging to the 9/11 story. And his explanation for JFK, I believe, is convoluted, as is his explanation for the Trump event, that he found out the deep state was going to assassinate him, so he faked his own death, or he faked his own assassination attempt. That's not even plausible. But I think that these are conclusions you can arrive at if you're still contained in the MSM-defined box. And we left that a long time ago. This would be the off-world stage perspective. ExploringAgain.com says Chief Crow. Yes. Yeah, Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. I'll have to put a link to that song. Deprogrammed Truther says My People. Brandon MDM says Slow Fade to Neoplastic Daydreams. Messianic Charlatan has joined us. Ted Striker 2112 says Time to cook and listen to IPS. Symbia gifted 10 memberships. So we have 10 new wrenches. And if you think you can hide, you can't. If you're just lurking, you might be called out because somebody's going to put a wrench in your hands. Ryler05, a Nulful, Angst G, HLG, Evolvement. And if you get these wrenches, it means you get to watch paywalled videos. And I am reading members' comments and uploading these videos for members only. So if you left comments on the latest video, I probably addressed it. And I'll do this generally before the live stream to kind of pre-announce or to announce what's going to follow. Oliver has a Blue Wrench Lodge membership. Daniel Morris, Citizen Z, Cunifi, The Gray Bush, and let's see. Mingo Penguin says, I don't know any of those people. It's the best. Yeah, it brings them out. Thank you, Symbia. Lord Laney says, new Game of Thrones episode, one-eyed brother betrays younger brother and has his dragon attack him, and the brother has a big ear wound. Real Trump reinforcement tree. Exactly. There's predictive programming, there's concurrent programming, and there's reinforcement programming, which also includes made-for-TV specials about the event that are more real than the event, but ironically, they say, we might show real news footage, so it's graphic. It's like the real news footage is fake. Faker than what they fabricate. It's everything so upside down. It's inverted on purpose. But this is interesting. So I'm going to have to take a look at this new Game of Thrones. There's just so much in the Game of Thrones series. Westeros is the West. Westeros burning. The Red Dragons. I think it's China. The ashes mixing with the snow. Winter is coming. Obviously, nuclear winter. Same thing goes for the, what is it called? I think it was it was last year. Anyway, they match things up. See, there's this synchronization between the news and the entertainment. So you're watching the news about the Roe v. Wade leak, and then you catch Game of Thrones, and you see a queen being forced to give birth and die in childbirth so she can sire the son, because even though she's the most powerful woman in the world, she's not as valuable as a boy. Because patriarchy. And so they reinforce the news with the entertainment, the attitudes. They give you a visual. Oh, look how barbaric it is. And it's not a coincidence. And the people who just consume mainstream news think these are ignorable coincidences. You're connecting dots. You're a conspiracy theorist. You have apophenia. You're mentally ill. It's like, what are you talking about? This is entrainment. This is propaganda. It's not hard to crack. They've been concealing it, and a lot of people have been adding fog to the already foggy Psywar zone here, the theater of Psywar, by saying, well, maybe it's aliens writing the news. Maybe it's God. Maybe it's the Demiurge. Maybe these are synchromystics. And synchromysticism has its place. Synchronicity has its place. But when we're talking about the deliberate synchronization between entertainment and, quote, news, when it's fabricated news, we're talking about something else entirely. And it's about entrainment to this hive mind. And it's monolithic. It's global. And it's so pervasive that you can even find evidence of it on Mountain Dew, on cans of Mountain Dew. We were just talking about, look at all these Mountain Dew cans that seem to be predicting something. And there's a narrative that we're picking up on. The pitch black one just came true in Paris, by the way. And we were already talking about the Super Bowl 47 blackout bowl and its significance for right now, leave the world behind. And this blackout narrative has been building. So the fact they would have a blackout is consistent. Also, in White Noise, which preceded the East Palestine toxic airborne event train derailment, the Olympics were preceded by not derailments, but a disruption of the railways, which is, again, I think, symbolic of something here. And that's what we're getting to. Anyway, I appreciate that information there about the new Game of Thrones. I'll have to check it out. Deprogram Truther says, really hard to break that programming. Yeah, I've been using the word entrainment because the reason why a lot of people see these synchronicities, or these coincidences that are manufactured as more significant, is they're not accounting for the human agency aligning these things. And now I'm pointing out it's parallel. And I think this is the secret message behind Kubrick's Monolith. The 2 into 1, 2001. The 00 is the sun and the moon, the eclipse, the merging of the dream world and the real world. They have dragged us into an alt reality game. They have I'd say they have superimposed a movie over our real lived experiences. There's practically no opt-out. Symbia says, Auto Hoaxamania, brother. I'm pretty sure I've seen Fepe's face on a Hulk Hogan before. For some reason, I have that meme in my mind. I could be Mandela-ing myself. And that is how Mandela effects work. You could hold up 2 pictures of Hulk Hogan. One with the penguin face, one just regular, and say, which one do you remember? And when you ask them this question like this, you can actually gaslight someone into having a prompted image or a new image somehow confused with an earlier memory. It's called retroactive interference. Interrogators deal with this. This is what results in a faulty eyewitness testimony. Elephantos says, Tim, how do you think the elite ruling class know which events they need to plan to achieve their specific outcome? The only thing that makes sense to me is some sort of looking glass technology. Anytime you say, I don't know how it works, therefore magic, I don't know how it works, therefore super advanced technology, you're tripping over the divine fallacy. It's easy to say, I can't figure out how the magician pulled the rabbit out of the hat. Therefore, his hat is a portal to some parallel universe full of rabbits. No, it's an illusion. If you can't figure it out, it's because you're sitting in your seat watching the magic show and you can't determine from where you're sitting what the magician's doing. You have to get out of your seat. You have to get out of the frame that they put you in, where now you're looking at everything from this one point of view. You have to break that. And what we're doing here is we're not only just wandering around the magic show, we're reading their books. We're reverse engineering their entire operation. So no, they don't have any sort of looking glass technology. They write our future 100 years in advance. They write history. They implement it through, quote, news, which is sometimes it's real reportage, but for the most part, the big events we all talk about are manufactured. They become part of the historic record. And we know this for a fact. How many fake events can you point to that will make it to the history books? How many conspiracy theories that tell the truth will be forgotten? All of them. Their truth gets carved in stone. This is the lie world order. But we have something called the parallel media, in which we maintain a continuity of reality over the course of, well, our lives, I guess. This is not going to stop. At no point will this raft go back to Normieville. Like, we're past the point of no return. We do know too much to be rewired back into it, although we can like intentionally blend in. I can speak normie, I can speak wokester, I can speak truther. Not a difficult thing. And once you know their presuppositions, once you know their operating systems, you can communicate to them on their level without triggering, offending, and you can have useful, I think, conversations. I'm not someone to say, oh, normies are zombies. No, they're on our side. They're just blissfully unaware. Infinite Plane Radio.
John the Plumber.
Hey, what's up, John the Plumber?
What? Oh, I forgot to tell you my prediction the other day. I don't know. I mean, it just came to me. I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but I don't know. When I saw this JD Vance guy, it just like made me think of like all the predictive programming we've seen in the last year. Like every time like we see some kind of like a Civil War type thing, like where there's like some and I'm a very conservative person, right? But like now I know it's all bullshit. That and I'm positive that there's a uniparty, that they're all working together. See, what I think they did is they wanted to stretch the Donald Trump character instead of making it an 8-year thing like they can always do. They said, let's let's make a badass character arc. We have to bring in a villain. So we're going to steal the election. We're going to give him 4 years, and then we're going to bring back the Donald Trump. Probably somewhere in the middle of it, they'll terminate the Donald Trump character, and they'll bring in the J.D. Vance guy, and that's when the Civil War will happen. He seems like, I mean, he seems pretty cool and everything, but he seems like the villain. I mean, all they got to do is give him an eye patch, and he'll be the guy, like, when the shit goes down.
Okay, well, hey, I appreciate that prediction. Glad you got to fill us in. I have another caller, so if that's all you have, J.D. Vance, Civil War, I'm with you on that.
All right, brother.
All right, talk to you soon. Infinite plane rate? Oh, if you want to call right back, caller, we just dropped that one. Sorry, I had a backup caller. So the J.D. Vance, he's got a... Does anyone agree he's got a punchable face? Don't sit on his couch.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, what's up, caller?
How you doing? This is Mike from Long Beach.
Oh, Mike from Long Beach. Okay, cool. What's going on out there?
Well, I worked in the film industry for 30 years, and I have a lot of friends and family that work in it as well. But I'm thinking that the war in Israel has tapped from the monies that normally are going into the film industry. The war's sapping that monetary aspect to the film industry.
So do you think there's more money going into psyops in the theater of Psywar than the movie industry?
Yeah, there was like a lever that's moved because of the war machination has more power to it than has more power to it than the necessary aspects of maybe the film industry, or the beautiful aspects of American life that are given off by the film industry that's not necessarily the way the American life is. It's a picturesque reality that is normally propagated onto the masses.
Yeah, I agree with you here. You're talking about like the crisis actor, or the PSYOP entertainment complex is what I call it, is the dominant influence. Entertainment is a subset of it. And it's interesting to see when they go from entertaining us in one way to entertaining us with terror theater and stuff that we're, supposed to believe is real.
Okay.
But
so do you think that I'm on the right track, that the monies that are being extracted from the film industry here in Hollywood are being maybe put into the war machination in Israel? Or
it could be anywhere. I mean, like, for example, NASA, and Jim Fetzer said he believes NASA should just be considered an extension of the CIA. They're taking billions of dollars, and I think their primary objective, and this is global, is world view formation or worldview warfare. This is the basis of the mind war, is keeping us all on the same sheet. And so I think that the primary function of media isn't even separate into entertainment and news. It's all monolithic. And they will do whatever it takes to keep everybody in the same exact train of thought. And right now it seems like they've effectively merged the two. People don't know what's real and fake. Like, what do you think about the Trump thing? Do you think Trump was really shot, or do you think that was staged?
I'm still processing that, but I think that there was such a loss of security in the process that there's a possibility that it could have been staged. Yeah, I've talked about that with a friend of mine, and there's a possibility that it was real still for me. So I'm still on the fence. But there's a fence there, which is amazing to me, that it shouldn't be there.
Yeah, that's true. The fact that you even have doubts that it's within the realm of possibility that it's a big lie, that's a big step forward, because that's better than see, the fact that you're suspending judgment is skepticism. It's not about rushing to a conclusion.
Just like with Kennedy, the assassination thereof, I grew up with Joe Ball, who was on the Warren Commission, and the Warren Commission was ripe with Freemasons, and Freemasons, Gerald Ford, who later became president, Arlen Specter, who a famous Freemason as well, who came up with the magic bullet theory along with my friend, the lawyer Joseph Ball, and then Earl Warren himself was a Freemason, and then the man who chose Earl Warren, Johnson, was a Freemason. So and Johnson, so I actually have a story as well that I came from Freemasonry because old lodges in Scotland from my grand uncle, but pushed myself out of the organization over time because of nefarious activity. And I see that they use a lot of tool sets to maintain control over what they have in society. It's kind of a secret society that's a society of secrets rather than a secret society now, because so many things are known about it, and people are piecing and parceling it apart, which is a good thing because it's a truer democracy, a move toward a truer democracy rather than putting George Washington up there or Benjamin Franklin and saying, oh, these are exemplary Freemasons. And, I don't think there should be an exemplary Freemason because there's the opposite thereof as well that I ran across over time in Freemasonry. And that's why I didn't want to be a part of that organization anymore.
Well, to me, it's the secrecy thing, because I think what they have done, and I ascertain this from their own initiations, is the split.
Totally, the Master Mason degree is about secrecy, to keep inviolate the secrets of a brother Master Mason, murder and treason excluded. That's something to that extent. It's been years since I took the obligation.
And then the thing is, you go into the hoodwink, the sack over the head, and that symbolizes the outsiders who are profane, who haven't been shown the light. So what does that say? It says the elite see everyone else as hoodwinked. And I contend that the modern day hoodwink, the wool over the eyes, is literally the TV screen. And until you've been initiated into how they manipulate the news, you're one of the ignorant. You're not one of the insiders.
I agree. And there's two sides to the coin of news as well. You have Fox Nation and you have CNN and ABC. So, it's control from both sides rather than not. So it's definitely a lot going on in the world that most people don't know about.
Yeah, that's because they think the news is there to inform them. And my main point here is that there may be a lot of good people in the hierarchy of media, but as you get closer to the top, it's all one, and they're playing both sides. And the thing about media itself is that it's not there to inform you about the world. You have to inform yourself. The media's job is to conform you to a prefabricated worldview. It's pretty much just indoctrination, and people don't see it as such.
I agree. And I went against that construct over time in Freemasonry, and I had 3 Long Beach PD officers they did 5150 me, but they were unsuccessful in circumventing my credibility over time. I went out of my way. So I know a lot about what happened with Trump because when Obama was elected, I went to the White House of the West and let it be known that I was on my way there through a 911 phone call, which is under lock and key in Beverly Hills, because that's where the White House of the West is. And I went there to clear my name because I still thought, well, I could still be, clear my name and then I could be a Freemason again. And, and these guys will go down for their wrongdoings, which is folly on my part for thinking that way. But, they have under a court order, it's sealed my records in Beverly Hills, which is where I was taken into custody by Secret Service, and then they 5150 me at the Geffen Center, which is interesting because David Geffen is a filmmaker as well. And I heard a story about David Geffen saying that there's something wrong with the imagery on my television. And he had some people come in and take a look at it in his house. And then they fixed the problem, but he was aware of optics that most normal people wouldn't be aware of.
Such as?
Hold on a second. Just the optics of the television because he's so used to such fine-tuned instruments. And he's always on top of a new telly. You know, he has a top-notch telly or projector system. So, but I thought it was interesting because at the time I was going through constructs because the Freemasonic fabric had me hoodwinked, and I also worked on Donnie Darko.
Oh,
which
really?
caused me a lot of,
You worked
yeah,
on
I
Donnie
worked on-
Darko. Okay, and
yeah, I worked on.
who's the director on that one? Is it his name? Is it Richard Kelly? Is that his name?
I don't recall what the director's name is. I never remember being introduced to him. I never went to what's the guy's name from Dirty Dancing? Who was in that movie? He was a pedophile in the movie.
Oh
I
yeah,
never
yeah,
became
Kurt
aware of
Russell.
that.
Kurt Russell.
No, not Kurt Russell. No, it wasn't Kurt Russell.
No, is it no Patrick Swayze? Is that it?
Patrick Swayze, yeah. I was a grip on it. I'm noted as a grip. So I was going through constructs, you know, where I was wondering if I was in some sort of MK Ultra grouping where I'm brought on the set and, you know, things happen and, you know, I see pieces of the puzzle.
Ah.
You know, 'cause as a grip, you don't see the whole film unless you're on principal photography and you're one of the crew members rather than an additional grip. So a lot of stuff I was bouncing around in the beginning of my career and caused me to have some strife because that was a pretty trippy movie. My friend Tony went to high school at Loyola High School where they have the dog with the axe in its head, and the axe in the head is something that I later realized was bludgeoning in the forehead, which is what happens in the Masonic degree in the third degree. And so that kind of triggered something in my mind, you know, and over time, you know, because I watched the film and then I was, oh, okay. You know, and then there's Drew Barrymore and there's Hollywood royalty, who was with Frank Capra. Her great grandfather was with Frank Capra. He plays Old Man Potter in the banking industry, and I thought to myself, why would the banking industry demonize bankers back then, but here in the current construct that we're in, there's a lot of people demonizing the Fed and the Federal Reserve's under attack because of the coinage from Russia and China. And
well, let me add one thing here, because the Donnie Darko connection is fascinating considering this Trump thing. Donnie Darko is well known to be a repository of predictive programming for 9/11, for Trump, for COVID, for Pizzagate, and for the head wound. And interestingly, the director, it's Richard Kelly. His father worked for NASA and did the Viking rover on Mars. So you have the NASA connection to this movie. Yep.
Jack Black is supposedly NASA lineage as well. His mother worked for NASA, from what I understand. Go back to Kelly. What you were saying?
Well, I'm just saying, yeah. So the director's father worked for NASA, and then he does this movie, which has all kinds of predictive programming. And Donnie Darko, in the subtext, actually represents Donald Trump. And that's one of the lenses through which we've been viewing this movie, that it's actually foretelling a lot of what's already happened with Trump. Even we're looking at, even to today, but it references Pizzagate, Joe Biden. The movie takes place in 1988. Joe Biden's running for president. All kinds of foreshadowing.
Oh, yeah, Pizzagate, yeah, more of that. And pedophilic aspects of the film industry, which, you know, kind of stayed away from as a grip. And I never really... gripping. I never saw a Hasidic Jew on set, which I thought was an anomaly. You know, when the 9/11 happened, I thought that the film industry could be attacked, at which time I was a security guard, and talked to Sony Studios about the potential for nuclear-driven attack, dirty bomb, and they summarily tried to end my career at that time. And, you know, because I was bringing up the potential for threats, not threatening. And because I have family and friends that work in film and television, thought that there was an anomaly that the film industry didn't go into some sort of crisis mode after 9/11, being that we were attacked by, you know, Arab or Muslim entity.
Fascinating. By the way, a commenter, Jessica Lynn, says Richard Kelly did Donnie Darko, The Box, and Southland Tales. And Southland Tales and The Box are also connected to Trump. So I'll have to look at these as well. So what we've been looking at in this channel is how often these Hollywood movies do foreshadow future characters, future events that happen on the world stage in a way that's impossible if it's not pre-planned.
It seemed like he was projecting this Crooks kid. It seemed like he was projecting that he was going to do something. He was looking at aspects of Biden's agenda and Trump's agenda, and then on that day he chose to go to somewhere in Butler, Pennsylvania, from what I understand. And then what happened. It's amazing that he missed. It's miraculous that he did in some extent, because if he hadn't missed, our democracy would not be talking about Olympics right now. We'd be talking about an assassination that relates to an assassination that should never have happened. Because, for instance, I became friends with William Binney. Binney was a whistleblower in the NSA, and he and I became fast friends. And I went to the West Coast premiere of his movie called A Good American, and it's about him creating this program, machination called Thin Thread, and
about a code breaker. Okay, a code breaker. Okay, whistleblower William Binney. Okay, fascinating. He resigned after September 11th. Okay.
He and I became fast friends, and he brought me and my family, or my friend, some of my family, my uncle, my aunt, my brother, my friend Rob. Can't remember if there's anyone else there, but to the West Coast premiere of his movie, A Good American, and it shows you that his machination, Thin Thread, which the NSA servers and the data mining structures around the world, they would have caught in San Diego, at least, from one of the women on the movie said, they would have caught them in San Diego. 9/11 would have been prevented if they had kept Thin Thread up and running. But they told them to shut it down. And these were people in our government, NSA, CIA, presidential apparatus, that said, shut it down. Or that's what was implied. But also they did say that they were told to shut it down, but it was implied that Dick Cheney and Bush said to shut it down. So
I see. So the premise here is that this thing called Thin Thread, had they activated it or had they employed it, they would have prevented it. So it's another one of these things that leads to the inside job. They let it happen, what they call let it happen on purpose, a LIHOPS.
Yeah, and he's in like a 13th Circuit Court. He's waiting indefinitely. Probably, he says they want him to die by diabetes, and where his parts of his body are being removed over time because of diabetes. That they're going to take him out that way, but he can't get into Supreme Court to fight for a restructuring of the NSA apparatus, whereby innocent citizens are protected in privacy, and that our constitutional rights are reformed. But that goes into aspects of Obama and Biden looking into NSA transcripts or what have you, information, data about Trump, saying that he was tied to Russia, and the emails of Russian-gate emails and Pizzagate or whatever that have to do with William Binney acting as a confidant and someone to go to for information to Trump. They're friends, from what I understand,
Still friends. Interesting.
Still friends from what I can make out. I don't know for sure, because William Binney went black, or he went silent. His numbers went undone after I spoke to a girl speaking German, and I know the Germans were involved in keeping him secreted away and keeping him safe over time, which is interesting because, the Germans in World War II and all that, and how we're trying to safeguard our democracy. But, I know that certain things in my stuff that I went across. I became friends with a guy named Coit Redford Lyles, who is the accountant for the Russell Trust Fund. Are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not. What is the Russell Trust Fund?
Russell Trust Fund was compromised during the Boston bombing because the wife of the two brothers was a Russell, Catherine Russell.
Catherine Russell. Okay, Catherine Russell. And I found an article here, Boston bombing suspect's widow. Okay, I vaguely recall this woman. I'll have to revisit the story. Yes.
Yeah, but I was talking with, before that happened, which was strange, I was talking with Coit Redford Lyles, who runs the Russell Trust Fund, and knows, down to pennies, what the monetary aspects of it are. And I sent them a check, just to try and integrate myself into the Skull and Bones, which I was successful in doing, a check for $13. And that's because I believe that we have 13 arrows on our dollar bill. And there was 13 colonies in the beginning of this country. And also at the time, unbeknownst to me, I didn't know that I was describing 13 for my union. And then just before we called, I was talking to my friend, and we were watching Want to Be a Member, Bimbo's Initiation. And there's a door, number 13 door there. And there's a Skull and Bones symbol and Skull and Bones mirror in the Skull and Bones door. And then inside this 13 door, there's a Skull and Bones thing. And
isn't J.D. Vance Skull and Bones? Somebody started this rumor that J.D. Vance.
I know what's his name. He's an economist at the Booth School of Economics. What's his name? Let me think here for a second. Anyhow, he's an economist that sometimes goes on Fox News, but not of late. And he was the economic advisor for Obama when he was dealing with the bank debacle. And he's a Skull and Bonesman as well. He teaches at Booth School of Economics. You can look him up, economist, Booth School of Economics, and then Obama, and he'd probably show up. But he said, I had conversations with him as well about
Dana Milbank. Dana Milbank.
What's that?
Dana Milbank?
That's not him. No.
No.
Look up Skull and Bonesman.
Oh, Goolsby? Is it Goolsby?
Austin Goolsby, yeah.
Okay, Goolsby.
Austin Goolsby. We've had conversations over time. I talked to him about putting mercury balls in outer space, which is like an off-the-wall idea that I had for a reconnaissance around the world, so you could circumnavigate through the mercury images that would be on the other side of the Earth, that would be analog in nature and wouldn't be compromised. And he said that they weren't probably interested in some funding organization. He was tied to some sort of hedge fund, I think, or something like that. He said, no, we probably wouldn't be interested in something like that.
Well, he's one of the 13. Goolsby is one of the 13 most powerful members of the Skull and Bones. Very interesting connection there. Interesting.
Yeah, I made that connection through phone calls on my own. He didn't contact me. I contacted him. Then he said something to the effect, I don't think you're supposed to be calling me anymore. And so I thought that might have been after I talked to Coit Redford Lyles and mentioned that I spoke with him. But, because there was a lot of compartmentalization that had happened before the Boston bombing. But after the Boston bombing, I realized, which was strange, that Mark Wahlberg plays a protagonist in that movie about the Boston bombing.
Yeah, I call that reinforcement programming, where they create a made-for-TV version of an event, and that they reinforce whatever version that they want to cement into the historic record, and they subtract all the conspiracy stuff. And I saw that, and I thought, okay, Wahlberg's there whitewashing what I think is a pretty easy to deconstruct operation. But
yeah, I agree with you. That's interesting. You have a better thumb on all this information than I have.
Well, we study this stuff all the time, and these events are all interconnected. Whether we're talking about the Boston bombing, the spate of mass shootings, terror attacks. There's a hidden hand behind it all, and there's a place where it integrates with the movie industry. Where my contention is that all the big movies are actually an extension of government. It's government propaganda directly reaching the subjects, bypassing all kinds of laws against propaganda and brainwashing. I think it's that bad.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know for sure if I was brainwashed like an MK Ultra, whereby you go into a set and you think you're doing something all day long along the lines of filmmaking, but you're actually being brainwashed over time, or at least I thought that'd be a good idea for a film.
You may be onto something though, like in a real way, because I mean I've studied cult initiation, brainwashing. I was in the military, and then I followed that up by joining a couple cults. I was in the Freemasons for a little while too, and so I've experienced that worldview shift when they say like you can tell a person by the 5 people they hang around with the most. It's true. Our environments do have a lot to do with how our worldview manifests and what results you get, the direction you take in life. And I think it's certainly the case that a production company, a company itself, can be a cult. And as far as MK Ultra, what we're really talking about is this area where we're just barely, I think, scratching the surface. Like how much control is exerted over people through subconscious or subliminal methods or things that we cannot detect.
I agree. I think, because as I've been examined by psychologists over time, or psychiatrists, or both, and came out clean on the other side, they realized that my story was true, and that what had transpired with the drugs being distributed out of my lodge, Freemasons coming to my house that were Long Beach PD, 5150 me illegally under federal law.
5150, for people who don't know, this is the involuntary hold process, weaponized psychiatry, where they can say you're crazy. Did they gang stalk you?
Gang stalk? What does that mean?
Like, for example, when you're part of a cult or a group and you decide to break away and do your own thing again, and suddenly you find it difficult to avoid running into one of them. Like they just suddenly appear where you are. Anything like that?
There were a few times that happened. There were a few times that happened, and then I inadvertently brought myself into their machinations. And then one of them said that I came to this bar called O'Connell's in Long Beach, and that was his bar. But then they violated restraining order stuff because, it doesn't matter if it's his bar that he regularly goes to. It wasn't part of the restraining order. But the DA got involved, and they had a bunch. They were definitely making my life difficult through restraining orders, in my opinion. And then because of the 51, before that happened, there was a 5150 process that they went through, and I went to the White House of the West. Did I tell you that earlier?
You brought it up earlier about your trip to the White House, yes, and you said you called in, you spoke to their Secret Service.
I made a 911 phone call and talked to Long Beach's dispatch of 911 and stayed on the phone with them until I met with Secret Service, and they put a gun to my head because I said something about bringing with me a logic bomb, and that's a construct of computer languages or vernacular. It's not something that's like a time bomb or something like that. So that was probably a good thing I didn't say that, but I knew what I was talking about because the logic bomb that I was bringing with me to them was to undermine the hoodwinking that was happening with me and the discrediting of my credibility over time by 5150 in me. And then they said that I talked about the secrets, and I have all my documentation from Grand Lodge, because they had a Grand Lodge hearing, a kangaroo court, because I wasn't able to go there because my court hearing that transpired because I broke the lodge doors and windows of my vehicle. And then to go backtrack from that, I was on a phone call with 911 saying that my police chief shouldn't be able to continue as police chief. He should not only not be running for sheriff, LA County, Jim McDonnell, but he should also step down as police chief of Long Beach because he vetted the shooting of my friend Doug Zerby, where he was murdered, possibly not murder, but what do they call it? Manslaughter by the officers in Long Beach.
Wow. Now, you mentioned Long Beach. I came across this article recently about how then Attorney General Kamala Harris had an aide who was connected to a Masonic fraternal police department, which claimed Knights Templar lineage and jurisdiction in 33 states. Is this something you think is likely to be true, that police departments are ultimately controlled by a secret society?
I think that the Fraternal Order of Police is embedded into the apparatus, because Scottish Rite gives out awards here in Long Beach to police officers for good behavior, female or male. But the male portion, I've said to females on duty or whatever, that the Freemasonic structure is only for males, and they supersede females, and that's why you don't see a lot of female chiefs of police or fire department, because they're both one and the same. And also, I realized I was told not to talk badly about the Royal Order of Jesters, and the Royal Order of Jesters, they get together in something called the Book, and they have police officers guarding the event called the Book, and they dress in uniform, and they guard the Book from being infiltrated by Cowans and eavesdroppers per
Okay,
se.
that would be us. We would be the Cowans on this channel because we expose all the secrets. And when I was involved in there was this discussion, and there was a lot of people who were involved in this topic. We're criticizing NASA and talking about, is the Earth flat? And you had this conference, and I found a lot of the people who were organizing these conferences or connected to it were all weirdly connected to seemingly a lot of them were police, cops, and one of them was describing to me how her husband was a member of the Royal Order of Jesters and shared all kinds of information about that group. And I remember looking at their little goblin mascot with the crown and the thing on his, it's absurd looking, but I've heard some stories. They're kind of like they're Shriners.
You have to be a Shriner in order to become a Jester, yes.
Now, do you agree that, because it's something we've observed, it seems to be the case that they're recruiting, that many agents, many intelligence operatives are recruited from the jails. Like that's what we've encountered here.
Okay.
Like, for example, confidential informants might be somebody is going to face many years for some terrible crimes. So they end up on the internet spreading conspiracy theories, and you find out, yeah, these are parolees who have cops as handlers. So I've been finding a lot of law enforcement and conspiracy theory promulgation connection as well, which is kind of interesting.
There are Freemasonries going to law enforcement. You have gangs in sheriff department that are literally nefarious gangs that they get a tattoo when they finally shoot someone or decease them, and that's kind of scary for me because I go to LA on a regular basis, and that's their area. And also, I've spoken out against one of their leaders, Jim McDonnell. Luna seemed to be all right until he gave me an award for heroism for pulling somebody out of a burning vehicle, and I shook his hand over at the Carpenter Center here in Long Beach. And then I made a 911 phone call later saying that it was interesting that they slurry slopped the street, that the officer who was also involved in that accident, who I didn't pull out of his truck because I couldn't get into it to get him out of there until the fire department got there, but that they slurry slopped the street, and that the evidence of which cars were going where was undermined if that was something that had to do with it, because that officer, I went to the same hospital as him that night, and he said that the other guy had a better story than him, which is implying guilt on his part for the accident. And then they incarcerated me for 2 weeks.
Well, for people who don't know, they have these things called the penal codes, where at every degree you swear an oath, a blood oath, and if you violate the oath, you're...
Slow down, because you're breaking up.
Oh yeah, I'm mentioning the penal code, the idea that, yeah, if you go against the cult, there used to be these rules in place where you swear this oath, if you violate it, they cut your throat or disembowel you.
They remove your tongue severely and place it where the tide regularly ebbs and flows, just like that guy from the P2 lodge in Italy. They put bricks in his pockets or something like that, but I don't know if that they removed his tongue.
Right. Well, this is all Masonic lore, but it's fascinating to look at this stuff because these are like implied threats. And you're like, well, why aren't there any whistleblowers? Well, because you have this system of blood oaths, and whether or not they enforce them.
I was a whistleblower, but the DA got involved and undermined my constitutional rights because I'm not under the obligations of Freemason at the time. I felt that I wasn't able to talk about things up to speed with what they needed to understand why I was scared that Doug Zerbe was assassinated or snuffed out and had a relationship with me because he used to live in my house, and I was going kind of toe to toe with the prostitution because two of my past masters, John Isidore Brunac and Jeffrey John Grill from International City Lodge, Long Beach, which don't kind of strangely have restraining orders against me, although the other officers said that I created this conspiracy, and that's why they have restraining orders. But the guys that the conspiracy would be about, which is not a conspiracy, they didn't want to bring them into the picture.
Right. The term conspiracy theorist is just meant to discredit you. And on this channel, we have been exposing or revealing a lot of what it seems to be, hallmarks of intelligence agencies or secret societies and their signatures on various psyops. Well, anyway, there was this character who went around Canada burning Masonic lodges on March 30th. This was like in 2019. And he did like 3 of them in a row. And, he went to jail for it.
That's not the right thing to do.
No, it's certainly not. But my point of it is, it looked to me like an inside job and that it was staged in order to make it look like anybody on the internet who talks about this stuff is a threatening person to the organizations. So it's one of these things like Scientology does it, where they pretend that somebody's attacking them so they can get into a defensive posture and brand their critics as dangerous. And I've seen that as sort of a tendency lately, that they're trying to create this perception that conspiracy theorists are dangerous people.
The last thing that went through my head before I broke my lodge doors and windows was that they shouldn't get away with the undermining of truths that deal with pedophilia that relate to Freemasonry. And there was a guy named Art Meza who molested his stepdaughter, who it came down to a meeting in the dining room area whether or not he had sexually molested his daughter and whether or not we should remove him from the wall.
Now, wait, is this something that is endemic to Freemasonry, or is it something that is like with the churches where it's just everywhere? I mean, are we talking about something that's systemic?
I'd say it was Freemasonry, a problem with Freemasonry as well, because the past master Florian Zukas came in there and said, should we take his picture down from the historical wall? What should we do with it? And then I said we should burn his picture and take it down from the wall. But if people ask us, it's up to us whether or not we're going to tell them the truth about whether or not why his picture was removed. And then the realization that it should have been in the minutes of the Freemasonic meeting and not in some ad hoc meeting in the kitchen and dining room of the lodge, that there was something that was being hidden from people that would be otherwise engaging in Freemasonry.
Very interesting. Well, there is that tendency to circle the wagons around bad actors, and I've seen this stuff in the church I grew up in, where they protected the priest, sent him to another country, and I'm like, well, really, there's like a conspiracy going on here, and a conspiracy that involves maintaining sort of I mean, we see this everywhere, though. It's in politics, it's in religion, it's in everywhere, sadly. But
yeah. Well, before I broke the lodge doors and windows, I was on a phone call with 911, and I said that Jim McDonald should step down. I told you this earlier. And then I also was on a phone call with Secret Service after that, thank God, and I was talking to them about the potential for Whitney Houston being snuffed out, and that the President of the United States, Obama at the time, had been given indicators that someone close to him would be snuffed out if he didn't do a certain thing as president, and that his freedoms were broken down because of the snuffing of Whitney Houston. They said that probably wasn't the case. And then the police showed up after the 911 phone call. I was in my traffic circle there in Long Beach, and then in the middle of it in the grassy area, and then they said that they approached my car, the two police officers, with their guns drawn, and they pointed them at me, and I said, I'm on the phone with Secret Service. Would you like to speak to them? And so they vetted the phone call with Secret Service, and then I said to them at the same time when I was telling them I was on the phone with Secret Service
So let me get this straight though, really quick here. So you're suggesting that Whitney Houston was some kind of a hit in order to send a message to the Obamas?
That's what I said to the Secret Service when I was being approached by Long Beach PD with guns drawn, I imagine, loaded as well. And then I told them I was on the phone with Secret Service, and then Secret Service vetted that, and I ended up. He asked me, "Is your emergency done?" I had my emergency lights on, and I told him I had an emergency, and I was talking with Secret Service. And he said, "Is your fucking emergency done?" And I said, "Yes, it's done." And then he said, "You can go, fucking go," something to that extent. But that's under 911 calls, which can be brought up, and the Secret Service records their phone calls as well. So
I see. Well, I didn't know this. Someone in the chat mentioned this. The daughter of Whitney Houston also was found unconscious, dead in a bathtub, similar to her mother's death, and she died after a coma. I didn't hear about that one. Very interesting.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Recently, I heard this podcast by Joseph Atwill, this author, and he was talking about J.D. Salinger's book, Catcher in the Rye. And he was decoding that book, and he said Catcher in the Rye contains, if you understand it, if you're a Freemason, you understand it, that it contains a subtext about how Freemasons, as the cult, is able to assassinate, and how they run the world and they have the power to kill who they need to. And that book later shows up in the hands of shooters like Mark Chapman, who shot John Lennon, and J.D. Salinger. I think Saran had some association with it. So that book, though,
Reagan's
Hinckley, maybe Hinckley
had one as well.
Hinckley was motivated by Robert De Niro's portrayal of Travis Bickle in Taxi Driver. But the point of it here is that J.D. Salinger's book, when it shows up at a death scene, is taken to be then a calling card. Like, this was a hit, this is who did it. Anyway, it's an ominous story, and it kind of comports with a lot of the things that you've been saying.
Okay, that makes sense. Catcher in the Rye.
Yeah. Well, this has been a fascinating call. We've covered a lot of ground. I think it's intriguing that you worked on the Donnie Darko set. We talk about that movie a whole lot. And so you're 1 degree separated from some of the highest level metascriptors on the world stage, which is
yeah,
yeah,
that's interesting.
But and by the way, people are asking, how'd you find Infinite Plane Radio?
A friend of mine introduced me to you guys, and I just thought I'd call the number as like a ruse or whatever, but I didn't expect to be talking about all this stuff on the radio or whatever we're on.
Oh, cool. No, this is great. This is great. We appreciate the call and the time. Had you on here for about 43 minutes. You can call back anytime.
I may call you back because there's lots of details over time that relate to the story that I'm sure I'm missing out on. I have witnesses to what transpired, and then the fact that I went to Secret Service and they sealed my record there. I know that that put me in a good position rather than a bad position, because that was what I was hoping for, that these guys would back off. What did you call it when people circle wagons or
gang stalking is what I was calling it. But
yeah, gang stalking. Yeah, that there was a little bit of that, but more was just I was trying to repair my reputation, which was wrested from me because of what had transpired, and also strangely enough, there was the death of Doug Zerby that I was trying to rule out whether or not he was snuffed out or not.
Doug Zerby. Okay, this was 2010 in Long Beach. I haven't looked into this one, but he was killed by police. And so you're suggesting this might be a potential snuffing.
Well, it was allowed to happen because the police chief said they're not guilty of anything. And the DA went along with it, and the police unions went along with it. And the police unions, was it P. Diddy or whatever his name is, that put the Nazi stuff up on the freeway? He should have taken his billions of dollars that he would have otherwise had and gone after police unions in this country.
Oh yeah, Ye. I think Ye you're talking about.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, actually good point there. Well, okay. Well, yeah, definitely call back, and I'm sure we'll have some comments to bounce off of, and there's a lot to digest here, but lots of interesting points, and thank you for taking the time.
Okay, thank you. It was wonderful talking to you.
Likewise. Have a great evening.
Bye-bye.
All right, everyone. Interesting call. We get a lot of interesting callers here, and covered a lot of ground here, but it's not often that you speak to someone who has inside views behind the green screen, how things really work, and the connections to Hollywood, police, Freemasonry, all very interesting, because we're trying to see how this thing works from the capstone down. And here at the bottom, it's super compartmentalized. It's ignorance. We're all hoodwinked by the digital veil. But higher up you go, yes, it is certainly hierarchical, pyramidal, and there's a structure that's protected by veils of secrecy, NDAs. And blood oaths, Masonic blood oaths, are the original non-disclosure agreements. All right, let's see who has chimed in on the comments, make sure I haven't missed anything. Looks like Ollie Goering is folding laundry. Lean Dion pointed out Whitney's daughter dying the same way. Yeah, this puts another spin on things, because my general take on things is pure skepticism. Fake until proven real. Celebrity deaths are very questionable. But, we're looking at a culture, secret societies and the like, where murder is actually kind of hardwired into their DNA. It's like part of their general outlook and their MO. The merging of the assassins, the Hashishans, with the Knights Templar and its infusion into the idea of ritualized assassination, stylized assassinations, the Kennedy assassination. The subtext of the Kennedy assassination has been broken down extensively by James Shelby Downward in his article King Kill 33, and it has a storyline, a Masonic subtext in which the death of Hiram Abiff is actually being portrayed in the death of Kennedy. But it's all layers and layers and layers, as most of you here know. Okay, let's see. Jacques is also folding laundry. Is anybody here not folding their laundry right now? Okay, let's get back on track. I try not to miss any comments, and if I have really standout things, I tend to screen cap them. So here's one. Jessica Lynn said, the scary creature in Stranger Things was called Venka, an anagram for Vance. Like J.D. Vance. Right. Venka was the character in Stranger Things, the first created, and then the main character, L, is the 11th. Stranger Things is not only replete with predictive programming for the downfall of the West and the nuke, the ground opens up, hellfire, nuclear winter, but it also has quite a lot that has to do with the mass shooters. A lot of mass shooting events have had significant connections to that movie, so much that Uvalde prompted Stranger Things to put a warning label on season 4. The Uvalde shooting. Sort of like how Amazon put a warning label on season 4 season finale of The Boys because of its relationship to the Trump assassination, timing-wise, theme-wise, imagery. And these aren't coincidences. The alignment...
Thank you for feeding the Kraken rock. The IPS appreciates the support.
Yeah, thank you so much for feeding the Kraken. And if you don't know what the Kraken is, it's a huge raft of penguins. You know, penguins form a raft on the waters. And here we are navigating the sea of irrelevance where most people are submerged and drowning. And we've got this raft. And as the numbers grow, eventually we're going to be unignorable by the mainstream, the mainland media. And at that point, it'll be like Godzilla coming out of the ocean, the Kraken. So appreciate the support very much. This would be impossible without it. And it's not just that. It's not just memberships and donations, but it's also the comments, the calls, the intel. We are a think tank, 6 years strong, consistent membership, same people, same researchers, and we're building. And we're also fine-tuning our methodology to the point here where we're predicting major trends and events based on predictive programming with regularity because we figured out how they bend history. Okay, moving on here. Jay Diggs says Jim Morrison died in a bathtub. Yeah, we should categorize and look at some of these deaths as groups. Like you've got the bathtub deaths, like Matt Perry. The jacuzzi death would probably fall in that same category. His being on 10/28, the night of a lunar eclipse, which has some connections because he plays Chandler Bing, who was born on 4/8, the total solar eclipse. 10/28 being a significant date. First Q drop, Bill Gates' birthday. There are so many connections between that movie, Matt Perry's death, and the movie Leave the World Behind, in which the character Rose, who's based on Donnie Darko, interestingly, is obsessed with finding out how Friends ends. Yeah, that's another thing. Leave the World Behind has a lot of Donnie Darko wired into it. Falling Planes, the character Rose based on Donnie Darko. Lots of overlapping messaging. Then there's the doorknob deaths. How many celebrities hanging on the doorknobs? You've got like there was that one, I think it was the Family Guy. Was it the Family Guy that had we have so many of these cartoons that have, that was actually an example of concurrent programming, where the Family Guy was having an episode where Robin Williams is killing himself or something the night that Robin Williams does it. So that was one of these examples of what we call concurrent programming. But the doorknob thing. Then you have the Black Eye Club. Nicotrama says David Carradine. Yeah, was that true? I heard David Carradine, but I don't think it was a doorknob. He was trying on some clothes or something. Had an accident. Okay, we'll go ahead and continue through the notes here. Oh, this is an interesting one. So we've been talking about photographers. Like Richard Drew photographs RFK as he falls to his death. 33 years later, he photographs the falling man, falling from the Twin Towers. Then we have David Gull, the guy who photographed the bullet whizzing by Trump's ear, also photographed George Bush as the news of 9/11 was being whispered into his ear. Well, here's another one. Gene Puskar, AP press photographer for 45 years based in Pittsburgh, and he did this photograph. Focused amid the fire, an AP photographer captures another perspective of the attack on Trump. So here's an image from the front, and it says here, Gene Puskar has been at a wide range of events, including the nuclear accident at 3 Mile Island, the September 11th attacks that downed Flight 93, and now this. I wanted to draw attention to the connection between the nuclear accident at 3 Mile Island and 9/11. So another 9/11 photographer, which isn't that remarkable. These are AP photographers. It's their job to photograph these big events. But we're talking about iconic photos, things that seem to be evidence of staging. But I think there might be something here that he would have been at the 3 Mile Island event as well. And there have been connections and intimations in the media between this event, the shooting of Trump, and the toxic airborne event in Palestine, Ohio, which seems to be a very clear example of foreshadowing for an atomic bomb. There was that article I referenced the other day where for some reason the 42 miles and this has been put out by the Washington Examiner. The 42 miles between Butler, Pennsylvania and Palestine, Ohio are considered to be the most important 42 miles in American politics. The story here, though, is, of course, that East Palestine, Ohio is where the train derailment happened, and this was followed by a toxic airborne event that looked like a mushroom cloud, and it was exactly like the movie White Noise. And there were so many so many examples of what we call predictive programming that even the media noticed it. And moreover, some of the actors from White Noise had to be evacuated from East Palestine. Now, the significance of East Palestine is that this is in 2023, before the 10/6 attack or 10/7 attack, Gaza, Israel. So we had this Palestine already being brought up in the context of train derailment and the toxic airborne event in Ohio, which is the heart of it all. It's their slogan. So that also kind of relates to Israel in a way, I think. But there's this connection again that I think is being focused on. This train derailment in Ohio, the heart of it all, I think represented symbolically like a heart attack, the system, the deregulation. They blamed it on Trump, by the way. Greed, the arteries choked up, America having a heart attack. But this story, this narrative, it's continuing now, where in the Paris Olympics it opens up with a bunch of trains, not derailed, but there's sabotage. And then we're looking, okay, that there's got to be some kind of intimation about nukes, atomic bombs, that's going to show up with this Paris Olympics. And sure enough, you have the sequence with the Statue of Liberty from Planet of the Apes, post-nuke apocalypse, where the apes and the people worship the nuke. So there's that. And then the band Gojira that opens up the Olympics. Gojira is just another name for Godzilla, which is, Godzilla is a metaphor for the nuke. It was created to be just that, a personification. So we're getting there. And then, of course, we have the whole thing with the blackout. All right, let's continue. I want to get through as many of my notes as I can. Here's J.D. Vance posing with hot dogs. So I don't know if anything's changed. Like, if something's true once, if it's true in 2016, 2017, is it still true in 2024? Because back in 2016, a politician eating hot dogs was a revelation about what they do in their dungeons but beneath the pizza restaurants. So your preference for hot dogs or pizza determines something about you. And they would make all these inferences. So, for example, ice cream. Joe Biden eats ice cream. What does that mean? And they retired him, by the way, on National Ice Cream Day. But ice cream has some kind of connotation. So anyway, J.D. Vance, according to QAnon lore, which is deep MAGA, I mean, this isn't something I believe in. This is just their thing. And unless this has changed, this is true. J.D. Vance drinks the blood and adrenochrome of little boys. There's no other way to interpret this, unless this has changed. Is there any expert on Q who can tell me, is it tacos now or is it still hot dogs? Did J.D. Vance not just reveal that he is a pedovore? I mean, there has to be some consistency with trutherism, if you ask me. Okay, moving on. We talked about this yesterday. I wanted to kind of get into it a little bit more. The Jasper fires being the next Maui. We talked about the offended Christians as a result of the Olympics opening ceremony. And again, I think it's the Dionysus worshippers who ought to be really mad about it, if we're talking about appropriation. Okay, let me bring this up. Fight the Flat Earth asked me, do you want to debate? Most of you here know who Fight the Flat Earth is. And I want to read you my response. Hey, Green Smoke, thank you for joining. Green Smoke is now a member of the Blue Wrench Lodge. Lean Dion says, Gojira sang a French Revolution song. Right, next to the decapitated Marie Antoinette. Okay, let's see. All right, let me go ahead and read this. He says, hey, want to debate. And I don't think there is a legitimate debate. Flat Earth, round Earth, there is no legitimate debate. You're talking about untestable model from your perspective versus untestable model. Both need to be validated before you can bring it to the debate table. I'm still in a place of agnosticism, which I think is far more defensible than saying, well, I trust the screen. Just because I don't trust the screen doesn't mean I have to default to some ridiculous caricature model that they've created to ridicule those who know that NASA is a liar. But he invited me to a debate. I didn't say no. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, dude, this is Jurassic.
Hey, what's up, Jurassic? We're on the countdown. 5 more days, 6 more days.
Yeah, that's what I'm calling. But just listen, to all your viewers, I just want to make sure they understand that if it doesn't happen this year, like I said, there's still one more year, and that's because it's in the reset period. Of course, nobody's going to understand unless you know my videos. And you'll see in the near future more information on the reset. But I believe it's still going to happen this year, but there's just one more year, and then next year is a possibility. But I still believe, that it's still going to happen on August 4th. I just want to make sure you guys understand that I'll be doing this one more year because, I still have 6/11 coming next year, and then we'll see what happens. But you know why I was calling? I heard you're talking about J.D. Vance. Now, I don't know nothing about him doing whatever he does with the with whatever you were just talking about.
Right. Yeah, J.D. Vance. I didn't know anything about him until just recently, and there's some fake news story about him and something he wrote in a memoir, which is probably fake, but it doesn't matter if it's fake. People believe what they want. But someone said his name is an anagram for Vecna, which is the bad guy in Stranger Things, and Stranger Things has connections here to Trump because the character who mind controls, the main character, he's the mad scientist. He's played by Matthew Modine, who played Joker in Full Metal Jacket. Well, Joker in Full Metal Jacket has the target on the side of his head, and he represents JFK. And it was that had me looking at Trump's hat with the 45-47 on it that had me emphasize this is a Kubrick production, and he's going to get capped there. But anyway, that movie has a lot of connections to even Seattle, because at the end, it's called I think it's called, the town is called Hawkins, but I think it represents Seattle. And at the end, the ground cracks open, and you got this hellfire and this nuke-like scenario. But I'm pretty sure it's Seattle.
What movie is that? I mean, what show is that?
Stranger Things.
I know, but is there a certain episode or just just one?
Stranger Things. I think it's season 4 finale. I'll have to double check.
Season 4 finale.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Stranger Things finale. There's the ground opening up, and I think it's definitely.
Oh yeah, I definitely have to check that out. But you know why I was calling? By the way, the Stranger Things. I think Jessica was telling me. I think it was her that something about the guy who made that Stranger Things was as a twin and born, and they started in '84. Is that right? I don't know.
I'll have to look, but
yeah.
But to get back to what you were saying, did you have any additional news on Vance?
Well, no. I just wanted to make sure people understood that right now, with the Vance having all this trouble and stuff, it would be a good reason for Trump to go there to kind of cool things down with the people in Ohio.
Right. Okay. And so you've been pointing out Ohio this whole time. So Ohio is now center stage, where they're saying from Palestine, Ohio to Butler, Pennsylvania, 42-mile stretch, most important point. So that's a focal point. And then Vance has all the Ohio connections. And you've been pointing out that Ohio for some time seems to be the place where this Trump thing is going to happen. And it's not on the schedule, but now it might be. You might be onto something here.
Yeah, and of course I said that he was going to pick somebody from Ohio, but I was thinking it was either going to be I forgot the Jim something, Jordan. But anyway, forget about that. But look, there was another reason why I called. Do you remember there was a guy who was related to the royal family who had a head wound? Did you know that?
No. Who is that?
Look it up and watch it. Look at his name. It's Thomas Kingston.
Okay, and Thomas, of course, means twin. Okay, Thomas Kingston, so devastating. And this was pretty recent, huh?
It was. Yeah,
he was 45.
Mm-hmm.
Traumatic head wound. So 45, Trump reference, traumatic head wound. The King thing, Fascinating. I had not heard about this.
Yeah, I did a whole video on it when it first happened. So you have the Thomas, which means twin, King, of course, and T-O-N has the Washington connection. It's got the T-O-N. But so you have the King, of course. Washington's in King County, and Elvis is known as the King. And, of course, MLK was killed where Elvis lived and died in Memphis, Tennessee. So it's all about the King, and now Seattle's named after Martin Luther King. So so you know that they're planning to destroy this place, obviously. But anyway, with the Thomas Kingston, you got to see this. So he was born on June 22nd, 1978. Okay, so he's born in 78, and Trump turned 78 this year, right? And he was born on 6/22/78. He died on 2/25 of last year. Oh no, was it this year? Oh man,
it was this
Hold
year.
on
I think it was this year.
Okay. Yeah. So he died on 2/25 this year, and let me tell you exactly how many days, exactly what it was from his birth date to his death date. Exact amount of days. It's 45 years, 8 months, 4 days.
4584. This is again code referencing this Trump thing, and 84. Again, I mentioned this earlier that on Amazon they put a little warning label on the season finale of Boys because of the Trump assassination connections with the guy called the Homelander who's based on Trump with his bloody face. That's season 4, episode 8. So another 4-8.
Wait. Which one was this?
It's called
show?
The Boys, season 4, episode 8.
Yeah. That's right.
And
Yeah,
even the
I
mainstream
remember
news, they were like they put a warning label on it because it's just like the Trump assassination, and the Homelander had already been pointed out as Trump a long time ago. So that there again, the 4-8 reiterates what you've been pointing out, that same exact code. So that's Obama's birthday. Obama's birthday. That's the day.
Right. And let me tell you this: the amount of days that Thomas Kingston was alive, like I said, it was 45 years, 8 months, 4 days. So everything connects to Trump. But listen to this: on a leap year, Trump's birthday is the 166th day on a leap year, right? And this year was a leap year. It was the amount of days this guy was alive. The 45 years, 8 months, 4 days. The amount of days was 16684 or 85. you see that? It's 84 or 85 if you add the day. So it's 16684 if you don't add the day, 16685 if you add the day. So there's your connection to 8485 because it's a leap year. So 84 lands on 85. Yeah.
Well, I'm of the opinion that this year seems like it would make sense for a few reasons, and one of them being that the Rodney King beating was brought back into awareness at the very beginning of last year when they killed Thomas Nichols, like a Rodney King-like beating. Well, now there's a movie coming out based on the LA riots. So this is all kind of coming out at the same time, and I think it's building up to something, this King stuff. So you mentioned Kingston. And now we're at the 116th anniversary of the FBI. They just turned 116. And the 116 code is all over this, like Trump getting shot at 6/11. So I'm thinking this would be the time that FBI, the world's preeminent PSYOP production company, would be doing their magnum opus. I think 116 would be very poetic.
Yeah, there's just no way that him being shot supposedly shot at 6/11 is a coincidence. That's absolutely impossible, you know.
And one more thing, the House of the Dragon season finale is on Sunday, which is 8/4, and that show apparently has a Civil War theme right now, and they said there's a character in there, someone had left a comment, who has some kind of attack where his ear is damaged. Lord Dorkington, someone in the chat had mentioned it. I'll pull it up. But apparently in the new House of the Dragons, there's something about an ear being damaged.
And is that the final episode?
Season finale. Yep, exactly.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's crazy.
I'm going to try to get a clip on that, and I'll upload it probably tomorrow.
Yeah, and I told you in the show Lucifer goes missing and is presumed dead on August 4th.
Okay, that's weird. Missing and presumed dead on August 4th. Fascinating. There's so much. There's so many shows. It's impossible for one person to watch them all, but we have eyes and
And
ears everywhere. But wow.
yeah, and can you check? I think Lucifer is 45. He's going to be 46 this year. But is he? Can you check that? Tom Ellis, how old he is?
Another Tom, and his name is Ellis. Yeah, he's 45 right now.
Yeah, there you go. That's another connection. And Tom Elvis, you get what I'm saying? Thomas twin Elvis. Yeah.
Yeah, I see that. I see that. And with Elvis, to me, I mean, it really comes down to L, E-L, which is Saturn. The whole concept here, the Space Needle, all these symbols all kind of come down to the same few. But yeah, Tom Ellis, fascinating.
Yeah. Yeah, and of course the EL, just real quick on the EL, of course, yeah, I know you think it means, I mean, I'm sure whatever you're saying is right, but EL means God in Hebrew. That's the real important thing. And EL, and you know, where else would they rebirth? Because they're gonna birth Elvis, you know, out of the sea in Seattle. When I say that, I mean his image, his name, or the number of his name is going to come out of that place after this event. So where else would they birth the EL other than the EL state? And what is the EL state? Do you know what the EL state is?
No, what is that?
Seattle is the anagram for
L
EL
state. L state. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So that's where they will birth EL. You understand? And guess what birth EL equals exactly in gematria?
I'm guessing 42.
No, Lucifer.
Okay, 74.
Yeah, well, it equals exactly Lucifer. I mean, not just the 74, every number. Yeah, we're not talking about just one number, every number. Backwards, forwards, reduce, you get what I'm saying?
Yep. And when I saw Trump, okay, so Trump had disappeared after his ear was wounded. We finally see him again, his return, and they made it very dramatic. He walks out on the RNC stage, and they had the name Trump behind him, and it looked just like the Elvis comeback special with the reflection on the floor. And when I saw that, that really cemented it. And you mentioned it too, that the White House looks exactly like Graceland. So this is this merging of Trump and Elvis. They're doing it deliberately, like
absolutely.
It's there. And then in the last few days, there's been a few Elvis references he's made, but it's undeniable at this point.
Yeah, and make sure you tell everybody how Washington, it looks like its head. You know, that Washington State looks like Elvis's head.
Oh yeah,
and the reason I'm saying that because that could be the image that they show to make Elvis come into play here, and don't forget they were calling that place the Chop Zone during the pandemic,
right?
Because they're going to chop it. They're going to break that place in half.
Chop it, like you've been saying about Ohio and Cleveland. That there's like I've heard you say exactly that there's this information here of a cleaving, a chopping. Now, this was just brought up in our Discord server. This is from Game of Thrones. It's on the screen. There's a character. His name is Aegon. He got his face burned, no ear. And if you look here, this was posted on my server. Yeah, character, blonde hair. I don't know if he relates to Trump necessarily, but the theme here is that on 8/4 season is a season finale, but apparently this character's got his ear burned off.
Wow. Man, see, I wish I had all these cable. I don't have cable, so that's why I don't get to watch any of this stuff. Yeah, I don't have Netflix or anything.
Yeah, I have to pay Netflix. It's a necessary evil, but it's the only way to get this research. But We says tomahawk chop. Where's that from?
Well, the Cleveland Indians. That's
Cleveland
what I'm saying. And that's a 216 area code where Trump's, August 4th is a 216, 217 day of the year. And Cleveland is a 216 area code.
Okay. And hey, were you the one or did someone else point this out that on Saving Private Ryan, there's a sniper who gets shot in the eye and the actor's birthday is Trump's birthday, 6/14.
Oh, I never knew that. No, that's the first I'm hearing it from you.
Yeah, there's a sniper who gets shot in the eye, and I think here it is. His name is Leo Stransky, and so you see the image of him. He gets blasted right through his eye, and so I looked up Leo Stransky, and yeah, weirdly enough, the actor's birthday is 6/14, June 14th, 1968.
Well, that makes sense that stupid Tom Hanks was in that, right?
Yep, Tom
Yeah,
Hanks.
because he's all connected to Elvis, every single thing.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And he was working on Elvis when the Corona kicked off, and he
Yeah.
plays Tom. Is it Thomas Parker?
Tom Parker.
Another
yeah. Mhm.
another Tom, and then Park. Yeah. Okay. This is good. This is interesting. So yeah.
And don't forget that Tom Parker, the singer, during this time, died of a brain aneurysm or whatever, brain cancer, and he was born. Tom Parker was born on August 4th. The singer, I'm saying, not the manager, Elvis manager,
Right.
the singer, Tom Parker. He died at 33, if I'm not mistaken.
Fascinating. All right. Well, this has
And he was
been
born on August 4th.
a lot of great additional information, and we're going to be covering this because
All right.
I'm looking at 8-4 very closely, and I'll probably be live
All right,
the
I'll call
entire day.
back.
All right. Cool.
All right, I'll
Appreciate
call
it.
you back.
All right.
Bye.
All right, everyone. Let me go ahead and put a link to Jurassic Liars and his YouTube channel. There's so much to digest. Last time he called in was a data dump. Looking at the international hotel and the connection to the place where the Aloha from Hawaii was beamed, a UFO plus the 3 pillars, which would give you the Space Needle. And this is a very significant symbol compared to the obelisk, the UFO representing the capstone, the elite, the ascended, the elevated, and how even in the Elvis movie, it opens up at the International Hotel, but it has the Star Trek Starship Enterprise superimposed over the sign. So it actually creates what looks to be a completed Space Needle. And the Space Needle is a highly significant monument. In predictive programming, it's been destroyed as much as the Twin Towers were destroyed. So it's on the crosshairs and has been for some time. It's also Dr. Evil's home base, and I think in the Elvis cartoon, their base is there. It's a fascinating structure. It's encoded. And that's one thing, too, about, with last call, we talked about Freemasonry, but what characterizes it is they use the language as analogy, the tools of the architect, the stoneworker, the Freemason. And these are all they use metaphors, but they're able to encode meaning into the architecture. It's just like sacred geometry, for example. So just like we look at symbolism in movies, in literature, etc., it's there in the architecture as well. And this would include something like the Space Needle. A lot of it has to do with the physical aspects of it, but also the time. Like the Pentagon's construction begins 9/11, 1941, 60 years before. The Pentagon, 77 feet high, hit by Flight 77 after a 77-minute flight. So you're 9/11, Twin Towers, 33-year from construction to destruction, but the new one opened up 13 years later, highly significant, on 11/3, which we discussed the significance of these, but all of these big monuments have significant importance to this metascript. In fact, at Ground Zero, you have the Hilton Hotel, which is designed to look like Stanley Kubrick's Monolith. So that the Hilton overlooking Ground Zero, which happens to be foreshadowed in Stanley Kubrick's The Shining. If you look at The Shining, there's foreshadowing for the Twin Towers falling after the twins are dead on the floor next to the axe and the overturned chair. And if you compare, you'll see that there's a connection here. But really quick, look at the Hilton logo. Let's look at that first, because you can't unsee this. The Hilton logo is obviously the Twin Towers, and you can see where the 2 planes hit. Now let's look at the Millennium Hilton at Ground Zero. No, in fact, it was Space Odyssey 2001 that has the image of a monolith with all this construction around it, and it looks like Ground Zero with the monolith or the Millennium Hilton overlooking it. There's a great article by chartword.com, where he breaks down the significance of Stanley Kubrick's movies in the foreshadowing of 9/11. I have a few ideas for some IPS shorts. I want to do some short videos to make some of these connections obvious to people who aren't versed in this, and to do them in a series of shorts, because there's just hours and hours to go through, and Long form is fine, but the world has been TikTokified, and if you want to be heard, you have to somewhat conform to be heard. All right, let's catch up on comments. Rilo05 says Twin Towers were destroyed a lot. The only thing that comes close would be the Golden Gate Bridge. Yeah, let's bring the Golden Gate Bridge, and I'm working on a mind map for this because we had the incident earlier this year where the shipping container hits the Francis Scott Key Bridge. Francis Scott Key, national anthem. Francis Scott Key had a monument adjacent to the Golden Gate Bridge, which was vandalized by BLM. And with BLM, you have the association with the national anthem, the protest of the national anthem, the symbolism of the kneeling, Colin Kaepernick, kneeling, Derek Chauvin, BLM, and the kneeling. So there's a bit of a story here with BLM going after this monument, vandalizing the Francis Scott Key monument at the Golden Gate Bridge. Well, this monument was later replaced by one representing the White Lion, which brought over the first transatlantic enslaved persons in 1619. So the 1619 project is all about this idea that America didn't start in 1776. The story begins in 1619. But the significance here, again, BLM 1619 project is one side of a dialectic with MAGAism and 1776 on the other side. And they've been playing on this dialectic. Leave the World Behind telegraphed a lot of this. But the connection here, of course, is that the Francis Scott Key brings in the Golden Gate Bridge into this particular narrative. And we've been looking at bridges. In fact, and I didn't get to this last night, so I'll get to it now. V for Vendetta had a scene which was, there's a couple of things here. I'll bring up the Illuminati playing card, pointing out the Eiffel Tower. Here it is. So V for Vendetta 2005, Olympics 2024. We're looking at something of a repeated theme here. It looks like an exploding bridge. And then you have the Illuminati playing card. France has always loved liberal causes. And it has what looks to be some kind of an explosion or something on the Eiffel Tower. Psyopsical says there's lots of Eiffel Tower falling talk today on Twitter. Could be a plot to get more eyes on watching the Olympics because they're so boring anymore. As a kid, I was so into the 1984 Olympics. So asleep in the bliss. Well, they certainly know how to get the truthers occupied. Truthers watch the Olympics. Truthers watch Super Bowls, not because of the sports, the athletics, but because these are opportunities for the programmers to reach everybody at once. And anytime there's an opportunity to synchronize the multitudes, it's worth paying attention. Okay, here's a bridge connection too. I mentioned this the other day, and this is posted by Synchromorpheus. And USA Today reports the iconic Brooklyn Bridge was hit by a crane, which damaged it. Significance here, Brooklyn Bridge is the bridge that you see destroyed in Leave the World Behind at the 1 hour 28 minute mark on a movie that came out on, it was on 12/8. So you have this reference, that same number. The bridge was hit at 1:28. So there's something here. We're looking at themes, repetition. Okay, let me get to this though. I want to read my response to Fight the Flat Earth. Lean Dion says, Hoover Dam also had the transformer explode. That's right. That's right. We were looking at the Hoover Dam because Westworld Season 4 opens up on the Hoover Dam. And after we were talking about this, there was an explosion at the Hoover Dam, and the Transformers has something of a supercomputer that houses these Transformers, the sentience inside of these black cubes. But yes, there's also some suggestions of the Hoover Dam breaking. I think on the $50 bill, is it? The predictive programming on the money is interesting in itself. The $20 bill, the 50, the $100 bill seems to have the Space Needle with an EMP blast above it. Okay, I think there's something else here I might have missed. I'm trying to catch up on your comments. Wee says the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco has a bunch of Egyptian symbolism. All right, Rosso Haig 888 says the movie 2 Minute Warning, 1976. 91,000 people, 33 exits, 1 sniper. An unknown sniper positions himself at the LA Memorial Coliseum before a professional football championship dubbed Championship X. Have any of you seen the Grisby Brothers? I'm not sure what the hell that is, but I saw this clip from some kind of Grimsby Brothers. Brothers Grimsby, is that the one? Where Donald Trump is in a stadium and you see a bullet's eye view as it shoots him in the head. I mean, they've been killing Trump for a long time. They've been killing the Space Needle. They've been killing the Twin Towers. Okay, here we go. Do you want to debate? It says fight the flat earth. Do you want to debate? And here's my answer. My argument is not that the earth is flat, but that our worldview itself is false. That collectively, humanity is being filtered through a new monotheism, which we call mass media. My argument is that this has replaced religion and standardized a worldview for all mankind, despite our different regional and national differences. Moreover, I argue that outer space is a unifying construct to replace the heavens promised by the archaic religions. I argue that the transformative historical events of our time are staged for the purposes of manipulating history, which is what fake news does on a daily basis. The power elite, the programmers behind the program, have co-opted news and entertainment and use these as a direct link between government and the individual. Finally, my entire premise rests upon the provable fact that there's only one government, one monolithic government media apparatus. The shape of the world is less relevant than how our worldview is formed. Debunking flat earth wouldn't change the fact that the images of the world we have been shown are fakeable and provided by the lying world government. You, and I'm referring to Fight the Flat Earth, you are what auto-hoaxers would term a media true believer. I think a debate between you and I would necessarily go outside of your comfort zone and that of your audience. I'm not a flat earth idiot punching bag like Witsit Gets It. So let me know what you think. No response yet. But last time we talked, he cried. He wants to talk about the curvature formula, Eratosthenes, and I'm like, Challenger explosion was faked, and he just lost it. So I don't know if we're going to get a repeat. Shannon Jones says, look up the new metal group Category 7's album cover. I think it's the Golden Gate Bridge Destroyed. Wasn't Gilbert Godfrey? Yeah, that's what it... Wasn't Gilbert Godfrey the one who was talking about this at one point a few years ago? I'll see if I can find it. Comedian Gilbert Godfrey was warning people to stay away from the Golden Gate Bridge. I didn't get it. I don't know what the joke was, but needless alarmism? I don't know. Gilbert Gottfried's cryptic warning, stay off the Golden Gate Bridge. And this was on 8/11/2019. So 8/11 is the final day of the dog days of summer. The days during which the Sirius, the dog star, that is the star of initiation, all the cults worship this star. It's behind the sun. So here is Gilbert Godfrey, and I believe he's warning us about...
A month prior on July 11th.
Hi, I'm Gilbert Gottfried. This is for San Francisco, being sent by Harp. Stay off the Golden Gate Bridge on August 11th, or I'll shake you down. Here I come. Shout out to...
Okay. Gilbert Godfrey, funny guy. He died in April 2022, but this was on Cameo. Okay, Zach Hubbard got fooled. Apparently, this wasn't posted to the web as a warning. This was on Cameo. Cameo is where you can pay somebody to say anything at all, and they will say it for money. So does this constitute a warning? I mean, the date's ominous, 8/11, 88. Gilbert Godfrey, GG77, Golden Gate. I can see where Zach Hubbard found a lot to go off of here. But the explanation here is that this was a cameo, which doesn't mean it wasn't planted there. Maybe this is his assignment. Hey, we need you to throw some predictive programming out there for the masses who are enmeshed in the world stage. This is how it's going to go.
And why it's a concerning date. It's the 9th of Av, the Jewish day.
Yeah. Ryler05 says, Zach Hubb's a ding-dong. Well, Zach Hubb has decoded the language of God, and he uses it to predict sports to win money. Like, I don't know. If I had predictive capabilities, I wouldn't be looking at sports. But I don't think gematria is there to predict the future. I think you can use it to effectively employ the Texas sharpshooter fallacy, and you can create the impression of prescience and predictability. But no, it's a cipher. It's a tool for encoding information. It's used within the magical systems, which are all built on loading meaning, creating coincidence or synchronistic meanings. That's ultimately what we're looking at here. Look at this, top stories. This is that California fire sparked by a 42-year-old man. So I've been saying for some time we need to quarantine the 33-year-olds because they seem to be the preeminent S starters on the world stage, from Martin Luther to Jesus, to Tim McVeigh to the QAnon shaman, all 33s. But 42-year-olds are also very well represented in the chaos. This is probably code. Remember, I mentioned the 42-mile stretch between Butler, Pennsylvania and Palestine, Ohio. 42 is code. And I have a symbolic breakdown of it, which I'm going to do some IPS shorts so I can make these things clearer. Also, we talk about metascriptors. Alan Moore is a big one. He did V for Vendetta. I discovered Jack Parsons. I didn't know who he was until I read an Alan Moore comic called Prometheus, in which he has Jack Parsons, who is burning eternally in endless ecstasy because of his service in the I guess the summoning of the Whore of Babylon. This is just Alan Moore's comic. Alan Moore was into Aleister Crowley by the time he was like 12. But anyway, Jack Parsons on fire here as a burning man. Very significant image here and motif overall. I mean, the Burning Man Maxwell as Rello in 419, that was a direct relation. That had direct relationship to Trump, to Dave Koresh, to Timothy McVeigh, to Joaquin Phoenix, the Joker. These are multi-layered stories. I wish we had time to go through all of that one, but I want to get through the rest of my notes. Okay, here's a link in the chat. Fake 921 Jim Fetzer. If you haven't listened to the Jim Fetzer on Fakeologist, I highly recommend it. And again, he said that he's open to the possibility of the ISS being fake. Like, he's not a gatekeeper. There's a difference between a gatekeeper and someone who's been somewhat insulated and hasn't explored the fringes. And, we are the cutting fringe and have been for some time. Okay, moving on. I think we're just about there. Now this might be something. The News is Fake 4 said, it's crazy how many large shill channels have semi-viral videos shilling for the Trump hoax. Gun channels, military channels. The algorithm is pushing them. Large events always expose shills. It's reminiscent of the fake V in that way. Now this is an important point. Anybody promoting second shooter or false flag reveals themselves to be one of two things: insulated and they can't see outside of their own box, or controlled opposition gatekeepers. In both instances, you can't follow them. Maybe they have some good research, but you can't trust their judgment. Messianic Charlatan says Gilbert Godfrey's double G like Golden Gate. Yeah, there must be something to it. 8/11 is the date, so that's not too long. We don't have to wait very long. This might be the oldest example of predictive programming. Ingersoll Lockwood's book, The Last President, is about a man named Trump. We talked about this the other day. It begins on a Tuesday, November the 3rd, significant date, 11/3/2020, a disputed election. But this is a book from 124 years ago. Again, it's called The Last President. It's got time travel, it's got Barron Trump, it's got Pence, but listen to this.
This time. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed, it'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians.
You won't have to vote anymore. It'll be fixed, is what he's saying. He'll be the last president. And there's a lot of libs taking this seriously. Did Trump just say he's going to be a dictator for life? Is he going to be the last president? Well, the book is called The Last President. And I'm going through the comments, and a lot of the people in there like the idea. Something else? Apparently, if you search for assassination attempt on, you get Reagan, Hitler, George Wallace, Bob Marley, Gerald Ford, Teddy Roosevelt. But nowhere do you see Trump. Like, nobody is Googling Trump. Was the J.D. Vance couch thing that much of a distraction? No, they're probably burying it. Got a comment from Mordant Meister 45. He says, what is IPS's position on chemtrails? I heard him say these are condensation trails, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't deny lines in the sky. He also rebukes people for saying they don't remember these pre-mid-90s. If you're old enough, you'll know they were not spraying like they do today. So a lot of veteran truthers will say, you whippersnappers don't know, but we used to have blue skies and a yellow sun. That's not true. Condensation trails didn't just start in the 90s. The conspiracy theory was popularized in the 90s thanks to, I guess, X-Files and Art Bell. But there are loads of studies and observational data about condensation trails and their formation conducted by the Air Force, in addition to meteorologists. And the Air Force had a very specific interest in knowing what conditions are conducive to the creation of contrails so they can avoid those conditions and altitudes lest they give away their positions. So if you look at the Appleman chart in 1958, that represented years of observation. So I don't know how old Mordant Meister 45 is, but I don't think he's older than chemtrails. He also goes on to say, about me, he says, all people who witnessed Bigfoot actually saw a bear. Yeah, I do say that. When you see something in the woods walking on its hind legs and it's tall and furry, it's a bear. Bears walk on their hind legs. They can dance. They can ride bikes. I mean, you've been to a circus. Bears walk. And if you see a walking bear, it's going to look like Bigfoot. There's no reason to insert Bigfoot into the realm of possibility. This is just an error. It's a non sequitur fallacy. If you hear something in the woods, you have to rule out what is known before you can include cryptids. You see a strange looking stray dog, it's got to be a dog, and you have to rule out dog before you can rule in chupacabra. But you'll notice that believers in Bigfoots and chupacabras prefer to opt for the most extreme or entertaining possibility first. He goes on to say, what about UFOs? He says, these are fake as well. Has he debated experts in those areas? Well, there are no expert chupacabra observers. There are no expert Bigfoot observers. If you're an expert, you would have evidence. You have rumor mongers. You have people who are grifting off of a rumor, a contemporary myth. There are no experts. The experts who look at UFO data or evidence are the ones who debunk the stuff. People like Mick West. He goes on to say, these are absurd stances. Perhaps it's a unique angle to get attention. Maybe he should change the name to Infinite Plane So Psyopy. Yeah, I don't believe in UFOs. I don't believe in unicorns or Bigfoot. That doesn't make me less truthy. It means that I'm holding up a higher standard for what I accept as evidence. The mainstream media has a very low standard of evidence. They want low information believers. They don't want you to ask questions. They want you to just accept it. And I'm saying that we need to be highly informed about what we can know, or highly informed about that which we do not believe in. Like, I like to know as much as I can about the things that people believe in, even if I don't believe in them. There's a huge difference, a gulf, between low info believer and informed disbeliever. And we are the latter. Ryler05 says JLB thinks toucans are fake. There's a difference between fake and fakeable. You can fake a toucan. You can glue a beak on a parrot, I guess. But if you can fake it, sure, just like you can fake anything for a movie. But can you fake it at scale? No. There are too many toucans in the world. There are too many videos of time lapses of these things being born. There are remains that have been analyzed. You can find skeletal remains, dissections. You just talk to a biologist. Before you start diagnosing clouds as toxic, talk to a meteorologist. Before you say this animal can't exist, I don't believe in koala bears, talk to a zookeeper. You can fake a gorilla. You can put somebody in a gorilla costume. But can you fake gorillas at scale all around the world? No. Same goes for pandas. And the people who don't believe in pandas are low info disbelievers. They don't have enough information to say pandas don't exist. They haven't consulted with any zookeepers. So their disbelief does not weigh that much. In fact, it's worthless. And you can say the same for a whole category of conspiracy theories where it's very low information, disbelief just as bad as low information belief. And what we're here is, IPS, the Infinite Plane Society, is we are fomenting a culture of disbelief, specifically. Now this is probably fake news. This was posted by Tiffany Holland. She said, a lady in TikTok got a job at a zoo. They had a gorilla that was the main attraction that people paid to see, and she came to work and the gorilla had died. So the manager asked her if she wanted to make some extra money by putting on a gorilla suit till they could find other gorillas. She said sure, earning an extra $200 a day, so that was cool. But the attraction was fading out, and the manager said, can you do something to bring people back? Can you climb the tree and hang off a branch upside down and swing back and forth? The people were loving it and cheering, but she was swinging a little too fast and the branch hung over the lion's den. And she started screaming for help. She couldn't stop herself. She said, I got so scared because I could feel the lion creeping up from behind me. She said the lion got close to her and said, STFU before you get us all fired. Okay, probably unserious. Anyway, gorillas are fakeable but not at scale. Same goes for every other animal. This is AutoHoax or GTFO. Thanks for joining. I'll send out archives later this evening. Yes, we are live, August 14th, 2024. This is the IPS Evening Deprogram. And this is a punk remix of COVID Cooties by Symbia, released by Flint Woodskin. And I put a link on the Minds.com account and below. And I checked to see, actually I messaged Symbia, and she had actually responded to it 4 years ago when this was released. COVID Cooties, one of the best things to come out of 2020. And we are live. The title tonight is "The Simulation is Not the Territory." And this is a very important point to make here, because there's this default position that the news is fake, therefore reality is fake. Or the news is strangely prophetic at times, mirroring real life or mirroring entertainment, predictive programming. All these things that make media questionable cause people to question reality itself. And that's a problem. Not only is it a problem, but it's by design. So what I'm suggesting here is that we have the model of the world and the real thing, and they have it conflated in people's minds. And if they perceive that the model is fake, it will lead them to this area of, this must be a simulation, which is nothing you can prove anyway. It's sort of a dead end for any kind of inquiry. Instead of suggesting that maybe the media is rigged and our worldview is false and the model is false, they say reality is false. So here's a perfect example. This is a excerpt from Joe Rogan, who says, Elon is convinced we're living in a simulation. He believes wholeheartedly that we're in a simulation. There's another interview where he was being questioned, and he's like, what are the odds? Now, before I read the entire quote, I just want to run this question by you, because they're arriving at this not by their real experiences. Nobody's experiencing this as a simulation. It's only what they see on the screen that gives them any kind of discrepancy. And what I'm looking at here is, it seems to me that they're not applying Occam's razor. Like, what is more likely? That the news is rigged, or that reality is fake? And that's kind of where I think they have deliberately inserted what I would call a guardrail. So anyone who notices how fake everything seems to be, instead of concluding that the news is lying about the worldview, they are instead suggesting everything is fake and you're seeing through it, and the news media is just faithfully reporting what's there. So let me go ahead and play this short clip. This is Joe Rogan quoting Pope Elon. By the way, Rogan's a full-blown Harris supporter based on what he said recently. Something he and I have in common. Well, I'm not actually a Harris supporter. I'm voting for Harris as a protest vote against the knee-jerk, compulsive, lemming-like behavior in Trutherville. And if any of them get mad at me for voting for Harris, I'm going to say, well, are you suggesting that votes matter and the system isn't rigged? Why would you vote for somebody who thinks moon landings are real? Anyway, let me play this clip. This is Joe Rogan referencing Elon and this simulation theory.
Elon Musk said that the odds of us not being in the simulation are in the billions. He believes wholeheartedly that we're in a simulation. Here it is.
This could be some simulation.
It could. Do you entertain that?
Well, the argument for the simulation, I think, is quite strong.
So this is on my podcast, he said that, but then...
So it's true. We do live in a simulation, but we also live in the real world. The simulation is our mental concept, and we have a shared consensus, quote, globally, which is new, where we're all on the same page. You know, our calendars align, our media consumption is synchronized, our minds are entrained to the government propaganda mill. And this isn't just the news media, it's all of it. It's the entertainment. In fact, this morning I talked about the acronym that I use that you can find in Secret Religion of the Elite, where I started talking about the game programmers. GAME being an acronym for government, academia, media, entertainment. And it's not a new thing here, you know, for us, but for anybody who's looking at discrepancies in the news, they arrive at the conclusion that reality must be fake because they are compartmentalized. They think the news media is people with cameras and microphones and notepads just gathering facts and reporting on stuff. So they use the screen as a sensory apparatus. Like, this is how I see long distance and know what's happening around the world. And they don't recognize that it is in fact a wool. It's a wool sack pulled over your eyes. It's a hoodwink, the digital veil. It's a filter, not a window. And everyone gets that wrong by design. And obviously the reason why is because it's so immersive. From the moment that you're able to sit up straight, you have your nose pressed up against the screen, and for most people, that's where they stay their entire lives. The people who think too deeply go inside the thing. They put their head through the screen. They look inside deeper and they find all these rabbit trails and conspiracy theories in order to explain away what doesn't make sense on the face of it. When extraordinary claims don't make sense as they're presented, you're not supposed to just look for additional evidence to bolster their claim. You're supposed to reject their claim until they provide substantial, substantive evidence to support what they're saying. That's why I take what we call the negative route, the subtractive, MSM minus, skepticism, suspension of judgment. Otherwise, you end up like these people who are confused. I'm not confused. The news media hasn't got me to the point where I'm like, reality's fake, nothing's real. Solipsism makes sense. Nope, not at all. I maintain that auto-hoaxers, media skeptics are the only true objectivists, and that objectivism started off on the right track, but it assumed wrongly that media was in fact just a substitute for your own senses, that you could use what they're presenting to you on the screen as evidence. And this is the crux of the whole issue here. Let me go and play the rest of this clip.
On my podcast, he said that, but then there was another interview where he was being questioned, like, what are the odds? And he said the odds of us not being in a simulation are in the billions.
The odds of us not being in a simulation are in the billions. Now, keep in mind, too, that Musk saying this is not just some regular person or someone with any kind of real depth in philosophy or anything like that, mysticism. Like when he says simulation, you're meant to take it like this is a credible source in the matter. But no, this is one of the premier fakers. Like him or not, be entertained by him or not, he is part of the space program. He's a government contractor. And what does the space program ultimately do? Well, it's all about maintaining your inner space, controlling your inner space. Your inner space, the space between your ears. It's not about going out there to some distant paradise on some exoplanet. Those are lies. That's utopianism. They're selling you on a false vision. What they're really doing is they're getting you to believe that this ideal is how we should live. So let's live on Earth as we would on Mars. And that's part of Musk's purpose here. World view control. That this is the superior way to live. And Musk, of course, has a lot of credibility as some kind of proponent of free speech, a free speech absolutist, but you can't really separate his functions. Mind control. That's why he has Twitter. That's why he bought social media, because it's about cyberspace. Cyberspace, outer space, these are basically the commons. And they want to get us all on the same sheet. So that's why cyberspace is so important. The internet has to be regulated because in many ways, media is the world state religion, and the censored version, you could look at it as your Bible. Your little black monolith in your hand is the Bible for the NWO. But it's not quite complete. They have to get rid of the heretics, the conspiracy theorists, the non-canonical texts. So we're still at the purification phase. And that's where Musk comes in. And this is a big part of what we're talking about today, because Disease X, that's what Musk is bringing, Disease X, which is this placeholder concept for the big one that's going to take us all out. And my contention is that Disease X is the mind virus, the rage virus that stems from X, the internet. Look, the free flow of ideas and mind junk has created this perilous situation for the commons where we're all affected by it, and this is causing random people to pop off. And they have many examples they can point to. Internet radicalized mentally ill people who pick up guns and shoot stuff. Well, they use this because they're making the point that even though you and I are sane, and we can discuss these things without falling into these extremist traps and taking action, there are a lot of people who can't. Therefore, we must censor the internet for them. Like we are like, since we're mentally healthy or critically thinking, we are like mind virus super spreaders, because we're not destroyed by them, but we can spread them. And we do. I mean, I'm one of the main traffickers of mind viruses, at least in this arena. I mean, the whole idea here of auto-hoaxology is inoculating us against mind viruses, meaning that you can confront ideas without automatically believing them or running from them. And that's where the media has conditioned people to go in the opposite direction, to make them like infophobic. Run from the dangerous misinformation before it infects you, because you have no immune system. Again, MAIDS. Most of you here know what MAIDS is. So there again, my main point here with this Joe Rogan Musk thing is that simulation theory is a guardrail so that when you start recognizing the discrepancy between the worldview as commonly experienced through media and the real thing, you run for the explanation that nothing is real, everything is subjective and fake. And that's a trap. The truth of it is the worldview is subjective, malleable, and fake. And that's their main secret. Yesterday I was, more than once I think, I quoted Frank Herbert, who wrote Dune, regarding knowledge and belief. And this is a very key distinction here. He said, and this is regarding, just think about the normies, the blue pillars, the people in the box. Frank Herbert said, quote, and he's talking, this is not related to what we're talking about, but it's a perfectly appropriate quote here, because he says, they're not mad, they're trained to believe, not to know. They're trained to believe. That's the key point here. They're trained to trust the screen, to accept the implicit argument from authority that it claims. So again, they're not mad, they're trained to believe, not to know. Belief can be manipulated. Only knowledge is dangerous. And when I say we take the negative route, the subtractive, what it means here is that we are rejecting belief, not accompanied by facts, which would make it more something we know, which leaves us in the place of being agnostic about that which they don't give us enough information for, or openly informed about why we don't believe in it. So we're not low information. Most news consumers are low info believers. Ask them for details about anything. You won't get anything. It's just the storylines, the narratives, the themes they pick up in broad strokes. But we're the ones going into the weeds here. We're the ones who know more about what they believe. And what we know leads us to conclude that these things are unbelievable. So again, knowledge, dangerous, belief, manipulated. That is the MO of the power elite. This is the very basis for their power. It's this knowledge discrepancy. A world of ignorant, hoodwinked sheeple in various subjective belief systems, which should be contradictory. They should not all exist in the same place at the same time, but they do. But it doesn't matter, because again, it's all within a closed system of subjectivity. Global Asylum. All right, we are joined by Shannon Jones, P. Trippa, Diana South, Green Smoke. Says, is this live? It's either live or this is a remarkable coincidence. 3 up, 3 down, Ted Striker 2112, Josh Lebsock, GCF. He said, I see my Wally George post from Twitter. Yes, wherever you're posting from, I will always drop it into Minds, so we have receipts, and I always give credit to whoever provided whatever puzzle piece to this multi-million piece puzzle. And the reason for giving credit is because we're building a network. And if someone wants to trace your claims, you want them to go to the source. We're not trying to monopolize or consolidate other people's findings and leave them out of it. We're actively growing a network here. Lord Laney says, Viva la auto hoaxers. Yep. March of the Penguinati. RJ Shine says, you going ball earth with Jaron? I can prove we live in a virtual reality. Jaron works for NASA. He's controlled opposition. And until he explains his ISS solar and lunar transits, I don't know how much he got paid, but somebody handed him probably an envelope full of cash and a little junk drive with a PNG of the ISS and just said, yeah, just go out there, record the moon and drag this across it in your video editing, little video compositing animation. Because, that alone, there's no other explanation. It's standard. All the people who are on the inside use the same graphics for faking transits. Joined by David Hazel. RJ Shine says Rogan and Musk are gatekeepers. Yeah, absolutely. See, what they're doing is they're consolidating all of the free thinkers who broke free of the mainstream, and then they're leading them into these predictable routes, these predictable conclusions. And it's a huge setup. No one is given, I guess, the court of public opinion more reason to agree with censoring podcasts than Joe Rogan. And over what? Horse paste? Virtual Reality Witness says, Tim must believe we live in a physical world made of atoms. No, I think it's made of little cubes, like Minecraft. Didn't Plato say that? Didn't Plato say we live in a world of cubes? Speaking of cubes, I found a Rubik's Cube in the gym parking lot, and I've been working on it. And I'm wondering, maybe someone just got frustrated with it and threw it out their window. Plato envisioned Earth's building blocks as cubes, a shape rarely found in nature. So yes, Plato's cube and the natural geometry of fragmentation. Plato was right. This is from Penn Today. Plato was right. Earth is made of, on average, cubes. The ancient philosopher Plato conjectured that the universe was composed of particular geometric shapes, the Earth of cubes. Yeah, so there you go. I guess I'm a cube earther. Is there a name for this? I'm not even an earther, so you can't even call me a ball earther. I'm not even an earther, which is worse than flat earth. You think flat earth is bad. Wait until you have these total shape agnostics who are like, I'm not even an earther. I don't even know. I'm totally agnostic. And if you don't like it, well, deal with it. Get me some facts. Because if you subtract the assumption of a curve, you have to rule out outer space as described, which means you cannot make the claim that the Earth is a discrete object floating somewhere. So my best guess is perhaps we're on the bottom of the universe, and it might be flat and infinite. Joined by Bayonet, Dinah South, Ollie Goering, Esteban, Brandog17 says, need to get Jason Brashears from Archaics on here to talk about simulation theory. Sure. Here's the thing. I want to make clear that, in my opinion, simulation theory is a new iteration of older concepts, mystic concepts, but that it is specifically being introduced to truthers so they don't know the news is fake, that the news is a simulation. Like, you can just replace the word psyop with simulation. So like Crocus, the Russian opera house where 133 people were shot. Well, you could say 133 people were shot in a mass casualty simulation. And now that simulation was dumped through these various channels directly into people's minds because they don't critically think and they accept it as real because it was presented from the news media as such. So now they live in a augmented reality. In their reality, this simulated event is real. And if you stack up all the simulated events that frame your world, you live in a simulation in that sense. You could make the argument that people who are heavily indoctrinated into religious cults live within a simulation, an augmented reality. But I say augmented reality because the reality itself is there. It's just covered up with a bunch of BS. And that's what the MSM does. And so when you start rejecting the mainstream or recognizing how hoaxy it is, they're ready to lead you to the conclusion that nothing's real, you've seen through the matrix, and now just pay attention to your own life. They're trying to distract you so you don't figure out the meta script, the news benders. And that's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in facts. I'm not interested in speculation that leads to our minds are incapable of grasping what this is. It's the demiurge. It's a supercomputer. It's higher than man. It's all a distraction. Don't give it your attention. I'm like, no. In my view, we don't ignore it and say, oh, it's fake. Let's not pay attention. No, it's like, let's pay way more attention. Like, I'm the informed non-believer. I mean, there are people who are low info disbelief, and they're like, oh, I don't believe in duck-billed platypuses because they seem fake. That's low info disbelief, and it's just as bad as low info belief. I need to know why I think something's fake, or why I choose to remain agnostic about something. Clockwork 113 says, howdy. Bach Precision says, Joe Rogan types are adopted from orphanages, easy to groom from early on. Yeah, I could see that. I think that these are, influencers who are definitely part of the programming class, but how far up are they? I don't know. Do you remember when Rogan said that he would sacrifice his mother to know the truth about aliens or something? I mean, he's expressed an interest in knowing what's really going on, and if he's a gatekeeper, he must know there's a reason why he's preventing people from going this far. So what is he told? Like, maybe the astronauts don't know we've been given a false cosmology. Perhaps they're just told, yeah, we have to fake it to trick the Russians. That's another guardrail, and the public was just exposed to it through Fly Me to the Moon. We had to fake the moon landing to trick the Russians. That's a guardrail. The truth of it is, jump the guardrail, we had to fake the moon landing because space travel's fake, and all of the countries are in on it. Slick Rick 333 has joined. Says, are Freemasons allowed in the chat? Yes, but if you want to get to the members section, you do have to pay your dues. It's $1 a month, and I will be uploading videos daily. I have a new routine. So like I said, I've been working, it's been really difficult to get this routine to work out perfectly, but now it works. So essentially what I'm doing is mornings I will be reviewing comments from the day before, setting the stage for what we're going to talk about in the evening. Dinah South says, I love the game programmer's writing you emailed. Thank you. That was from Secret Religion of the Elite. And I'm going to return to that. In fact, I have a number of manuscripts here that I think I need to consolidate into just one book. I'll run it all through the editor. I'll put it into sections, but I think I could put it all into one book. Isabel Ann says, Demetria 101, great call last night, mind blown, so fascinating. Isabel Ann was in the chat talking about the position of the eye in the sky, the star Algol, the 3-star system, and suggested that it was an opportune time for Trump to get his head wound. 30 seconds later, Trump was shot. Like, she literally said it at 6:11 and 3 seconds. And then at 6:11 and 33 seconds, he was fake shot. But I sent out a chapter from Secret Religion of the Elite. And so as I start consolidating these books into one, I'll send out chapters. So if you're subscribed to the newsletter, you can look forward to that. Mizelle says, Mizelle's joined us. Thank you for joining. We've got Busy56 says, just watch Thelma and Louise. Their motel room is room 133. Yeah, there was a lot of interesting stuff with 133. We were talking about this during the Crocus hoax, which was predicted by Tennant and a few others. In fact, one of the things about the Crocus Opera Theater, someone had gone through and checked the Yelp reviews and Google Maps and satellite imagery, and the parking lot was empty, and there were no reviews for a couple of years. Like, it was totally not in use. Typical. Joined by Observing Reality says, I tried horse paste, it was apple flavor, and I only did it once. The next time I said nay. King Ravana says, reverse Jenga Shashibo cube. Oh, that's the composition of the universe, yep. Not Shock says, Plato's cave was cube-shaped. Now, have you all seen the movie Room? I think this movie is profound. It's hard to watch. I mean, it's kind of tragic, and it's got a lot of creepy stuff in it. But the long and short of it is a woman is kidnapped and locked in a shed. And the psychopath keeps her in there for years, and her child is born in this small enclosed space, which they call room. And it's when he turns 5 years old, she tells him that she's going to have to break him out. And he doesn't believe there's anything outside. And he starts screaming that she's lying. And he says, you know, you're lying, there's nothing outside of room. And she says, no, I lied to you for the first 5 years of your life to protect you. But now I am unlying. So unlying is interesting because that word doesn't really exist. I think I hadn't heard it until this movie. And it kind of stuck with me because it's a pretty good description of what she had to do. She had to reverse all the programming to undo the false worldview so he would even be willing to leave. But it has a number of concepts that I find interesting as well. Like when she helps him escape, she has to overcome their captor, whose name is, they call him Old Nick. And he's this devil, kind of demiurge-like character in this context. And in order for him to escape, he has to play dead. So you have this death and rebirth theme where she rolls him up in a rug. So it's like a coffin or a cocoon, and gives him instructions on when to escape as the guy's trying to dump his body, thinking he's dead. So it's about his rebirth into this new world after going into this cocoon thing, after being briefed on what was on the outside. Anyway, I think this movie is intriguing. It's not just about a kidnapped child, but I think it's also about world view and how it's constrained, because his entire concept of the world was fed to him through the mother and through the TV that he had in the room. Tim Osman says, fence-sitting earther, not new. What happened to flat earther who spends years believing in flat earth and has nothing to show for himself? From the very beginning, I've said that believers are in the wrong, that anybody presuming a model is making a mistake. I would say your ball earth, your CGI ball, is just as bad as the flat earth and dome. Both of you are taking a leap of faith. You're trusting a certain authority, whether it's science or the Bible. And when I say science, I don't mean literal science. I mean scientism. I mean politically motivated government mind control and their worldview, their model, versus a archaic model. And I'm saying both models are wrong. Both models require more information, and neither side is providing it. One side is fabricating, and the other side is busy organizing conferences and running in circles. But no, I am the one person who said from the beginning, the only defensible position is shape agnosticism. So I'm not fence sitting, but you are a believer. And I would say that the ball earth believer is just as bad as Mark Sargent believing in the dome. It's like if I believed there was a dome, like I was convinced of it, I would go deep south. I would take a chunk of it and bring it back. Isabel N says, who declares Mpox a global health emergency today? Yeah, I saw that. In fact, that made me think of the movie. Let me see if I can pull this up. Oh yes, I have a link to it. The director of Civil War also released a movie called 28 Days Later, and that was the one about a rage virus. Chimpanzees are the catalysts for the events in the horror film 28 Days Later. There are chimpanzees who are used as hosts for a rage virus. So earlier when I was talking about disease X being the problem, that violent, radicalized domestic terrorists who go on X and go out in shooting sprees, they have a mind virus, but it's a rage virus. They're mad at the Democrats or the deep state. But it's not a coincidence that the same guy directed Civil War, which has predictive programming where they make a black woman shoot the Trump guy. Obvious what that means. But Michael in Truth posted this today. He said, there's a lot of predictive programming for monkey virus. Boris Johnson's dad, Stanley Johnson, and think about it, Boris Johnson, Bojo. Boris Johnson's dad, Stanley Johnson, wrote the Marburg virus with a monkey on the cover. The Marburg virus. So what are the odds? And just to be so close to Bojo, Boris Johnson. Look at that. The Marburg virus. But yes, they declared it a thing today. So I'm looking forward to that. I was hoping, I've been saying, I hope they just drop all the rest, the remaining unplayed Illuminati cards before the election. Harmon Walker has arrived with a basket full of blue wrenches. Clump has received a membership gift. Blue Ranch Lodge, Elephant Tusks, Tony Driscoll, Portal Complex, Nick Fingar, They Lie We See. And thank you for ordering the book, Autohoaxology 101, Nick Fingar. You'll be getting a tracking number. Austin 108 and RJ are the latest Blue Wrench Lodge members. Okay, continuing. Yeah, I'll open up phones here in just a moment. John Cordone says, I was born on Friday, October the 13th, 1978. Very significant day to the Demolay, the Youth Masons. Diana South says, I actually saw Room. Yeah, I see Room as an analogy. It's an allegory, rather. Like Allegory of the Cave. And that's why I thought about it. Somebody had suggested Plato's cave was a cube. Which it is. I would say it's a cube. Like a black cube, like a TV. Like a monolith. It's more cubic, though. And within the cube, there's two more cubes. One of them is on the left, one's on the right, depending on which way you lean politically. And if you lean left, you're going to go into the box within the mainstream box, the box that we refer to here as Woketown. If you lean right, you're going to go into Trutherville. I reject all of these boxes. John Cordone says the world is a cage. Yeah, I somewhat agree with that. I mean, I think when we get into the symbolism, the black cube, Saturn, and all this stuff, it all boils down to time and space constraints. You're in the end times, in this finite realm. Ryler05 says it'll be hard to fake monkeypox, so it's probably a little filler to keep attention in viruses. Well, anything they can fake in the movies, they can fake. in real life, and the audiences aren't that discriminating. I mean, do you remember the Kung Flu? How people in Wuhan were like just dropping on the ground like some invisible Bruce Lee had kicked them on the back of the heads. Like that didn't last very long, and we laughed at it because it was so phony. But that's all it took to convince the world, and we never saw that again. Seba says maybe this is a puzzle and you need to escape. The cube, hollow, flat, spheroid, diamond, Earth. You suspect they patrol the entire Antarctica line? No, I think that's a ridiculous notion that that there's some kind of like a perimeter guard around this entire thing. You know, we're talking. You wouldn't be able to maintain such a force. No, it's insane to think so. I'm very intrigued by various concepts. The idea of the Earth being a plane with more land, somehow being projected onto what we call the moon. Very interesting concept. But again, I don't have enough information because I don't trust the liars. And none of them are trustworthy. And I'm not just talking about because they'll say, oh, well, if you don't trust NASA, there's private space agencies. I'm sorry, but Bezos, Branson, Musk, their stuff is just as fake. I mean, remember Musk sent some people up to space recently, and there was never a point where you saw more than 3 seconds of continuous footage. It's just jump cuts. Okay, moving on. Observing Reality says the China videos were pushed on social media just as hard as fake news on the radio and TV. Yeah, it was like living through War of the Worlds. And, it could be the case that, I think a lot of the alien invasion stuff, if you look at it, there's a lot of overlapping symbolism with alien invasion, as in aliens from outer space, and the virus as alien invading inner space. For example, the UFO that crashed in Roswell landed in Corona Field. Men in Black takes place in that Corona Field park. There's a lot of that reference. And I think it ties into this idea of the internal invader being like, more or less, we're prepared for it. Like we were prepared for the quarantining with all the zombie movies. I think Alien Invasion may have been more of the same. There's no way they're going to bring real aliens. There's that series I refer to, Colony, which we often reference, Season 3, Episode 11, Seattle, Ground Zero for the reboot of civilization. You never see the aliens. And then there was this movie that was released in August of 2020, and it was called Sputnik, about these beings, these aliens that were transmitted by a virus, and he'd bring it back down to the Earth. But as far as is this place a puzzle and you need to escape, that's an interesting concept. But what I'm straying away from is simulation theory, because I think it's damage control. It's taking it to the extreme anyway. Like Occam's razor again. What's more likely, that we live in a simulation or we've all been screwed with because we've outsourced a great deal of our perception to the screen? Jim Firebrand says, Manly P. Hall said it's always Ragnarok for someone. Good point. And I used to laugh at the end times people, fire and brimstone, but that's a mainstream belief. It's a mainstream thing. If you're not a believer that we're in the end times, then you don't believe the science. Okay, we have 104 people hanging out here. I'll open up phones here in just a few more moments. I want to make sure we get through all of the critical pieces of information. So again, we just talked about the Joe Rogan thing. I don't know if this is true or not, but supposedly Barron Trump slapped the F out of his nanny in Central Park. Now, he was in the 4th grade at the time, so this is a little while ago. Here's a link. Someone posted this image. Trump has enlisted Barron and his best friend Beau to secure the Gen Z incel vote. And a lot of people are remarking that Barron looks ominous, like very antichristy. And I concur with that, although his dad's the Antichrist. But yeah, apparently Mr. Weeks, and he goes on to explain in detail that he was, and he even has pictures, but he says he was watching, and he said, I will say this, she was there at least 80% of the time with the nanny. We all thought he was a serial killer. He has all the signs. The young man barely speaks. I'm not going to go too much deeper into this, but He says he always has the same facial expression. The next day he had a new nanny. We thought she quit until we saw her a month later, and she told us she was fired. Okay, moving on. So here's what I wrote down about this, just to see if I missed anything. Here we go. I would argue that somebody positing simulation theory because the news is fake is experiencing a schizophrenic break as a result of gaslighting. And this ties into what I said yesterday when we were talking about the double bind, the cognitive dissonance, that there's no way to reconcile the discrepancy because everybody goes along with the consensus, and then you're seeing something that doesn't match, and you cannot in any way reconcile this, and no one's going to platform media skeptics, so it's never had that. So I think it creates this point where people are willing to entertain a slightly psychotic break, like everything's fake. And I've noticed there's a tendency among many truthers to embrace simulation to reconcile these contradictions. To call the world a sim because of fake news is schizoid and induced by the gaslighter, which is the media. The mass media presents a double bind when it lies, but everybody believes it, and the person who understands it to be fake is told to ignore their perceptions. So when you give up on your own perceptions because they're demonstrated to be invalid, inadequate, then you're forced to resort to something else, delusion, simulation theory, to explain it away. It's too early to presume simulation theory based on the evidence, because the evidence is from the TV screen. I mean, unless you experience something in your real life, in the meatverse, that has you questioning this place, then it's not a valid question to raise. Like, is it all fake? Because again, our senses are being filtered through this ubiquitous black cube. Okay, let's see. Stuart McKenzie has found us again. He was on the live stream this morning. He said, that's crazy, and I thought I was censored. Because, yeah, I'd mentioned that we had been pulled off YouTube more than 150 times. And David Hazel said, YouTube told me this morning they removed my comments because I called Dearth a Fed. Now that's intriguing. David Hazel called Dearth a Fed. Now Dearth, deep inside the rabbit's hole, also known as Flat Earth Dave, is a Fed, in my opinion. Actually, I have a lot of reasons to think so. Beyond that, he's behind the perv, which is unforgivable, and we will never forget that. If you don't know what behind the perv is, ask about it or look in the notes. But YouTube removed his comments. It's like, that's not unheard of. When we initially started the process of trying to hunt down and dox the Goldfinch character, there were YouTube moderators that were deleting people's comments real time, anytime we would mention his name. So that's a real phenomenon. And just to allay the fears of any cloud seeding alarmists, it doesn't work. I mean, it works, but maybe it doesn't. Despite decades, and this is from cloud seeding on Wikipedia, despite decades of research and applications, cloud seeding's effectiveness is a subject of debate. Scientists are still debating whether it even works. Studies offer mixed results on the impact on precipitation. Some suggest it's difficult to show that cloud seeding has a large effect. I kind of wonder, I mean, it could be a similar situation to Crow 777 claiming that you can clear the skies of chemtrails by boiling vinegar. It's just faulty causality. Like, just because they dumped their silver, what is it they dump into the clouds? Depends on what they're using to create the nuclei, but it's not chemicals, I'll tell you that. Okay, cloud seeding aimed, and it is technically weather modification. And people say, you don't believe in weather modification? This is weather modification. Not in the real sense, not in a significant sense. Like your air conditioning, you carry an umbrella, you're modifying your environment, you're modifying it locally, very locally. Yeah, the silver iodide, potassium iodide, and dry ice, or table salt, things that attract moisture. But anyone who's worried about cloud seeding, you have nothing to worry about. You'd have to be beneath the rain cloud, and then they would have to dump some stuff in it to make it even more intense. And the effects might not even be noticeable. And if you look at the cost of it, it might even be more cost effective to go to Sam's Club and get a bunch of bottled water and just dump it from the airplane than cloud seeding. And you would have a more tangible and measurable effect. Like I think it's a hoax. I think it's a huge scam. I'm not worried about it. And if you are worried about it, get an umbrella or wear a mask. Okay, let's see what else. Trump sues America. Okay, is the curtain finally falling down on the dawn? So this is the 47th anniversary week of Elvis's death. So I'm expecting a call from Garrow tonight regarding Elvis. So hopefully that comes in. But it's kind of interesting timing. And the Elvis-Trump connection is intriguing. And if you didn't know, after he was fake shot, he shows up at the RNC, and the backdrop is designed to look like the Elvis comeback special. And a number of people on the right are kind of whining about the fact that nobody cares that he was shot. Miles Mathis pointed out that there's not really an attention span anymore for serial killers. We haven't had a serial killer in a long time because it's all gone to mass shooting. Mass shooters do it all in one day. It gets solved. It's like an episode of Scooby-Doo. By the end of the episode, they unmask the bad guy. You get the manifesto. The media serves as the judge, jury, executioner. But they resolve it quick. And then it gets absorbed into the collective psyche and gets inserted into history. But that is the result. I agree with Miles Mathis. It's the result of the public's not necessarily shorter attention spans, but there's more competition for our attention. And in this case, the Trump shooting seems to have faded. So Poker and Politics noted here that Trumpers are mad that the attempted assassination of Trump has no juice and doesn't move the needle anymore. They long for the night of the assassination where most of Twitter was declaring the election over and Trump a shoo-in. And there are a number of people here quoted having little minor meltdowns about it. Laura Loomer said, "It's been 1 month since President Trump was almost assassinated, and today is the 1-month anniversary, and nobody's talking about it." Juanita Broderick, and I think her whole thing with Clinton is fake. Juanita Broderick says, "With the silence on the assassination attempt of President Trump a month ago, we can now assume it was an inside job." He's looking very Elvis-y there. Clandestine says, "It's only been 1 month since Trump was shot and the Dems refuse to acknowledge it even happened." Let's say the inverse happened and it was Kamala. We would never hear the end of it. They would be foaming at the mouth 24/7 and the streets would be in flames. They would be shaming Trump supporters in the workplace, smearing us in the media, censoring and banning us. This guy's melting down. But again, this is just a facet of media today. Green Lives Matter says, "I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Trump was nearly assassinated by a lone gunman empowered by our own government, and the media is trying to make the election about anything other than that. Is this even real life?" That's a good question. Is this even real life? Trump almost died for this country, and he's willing to put his life on the line for all of us. And the MSM is trying to say he's a petulant child. What are we even talking about here? We have come a long way since 2016. Anyway, he goes on. He says, "Regardless of the media's continued meddling, people are more awake than ever to their deceptions, but freeing of the matrix must spread like never before." Right, okay, nobody who is still supporting Trump or who believes he was shot at or that his life was ever in danger is even close to, quote, awakening. And this is what I mean when I say boxes within the box. So this guy made it to Truther Town, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm awake because I'm taking red pills." Well, no, you are in a subset of the blue pill universe. And I checked. The pharmaceutical company that makes the blue pill makes the red pill. It's a different coating. It's bitter as opposed to sweet. But it's the same poison, same pharmaceutical company. It's a subset. It's not outside of the box. It still assumes the essential reality. So whereas the mainstream says, yeah, a lone nut shot him, the person who's deeper in the matrix taking the red pill will say, no, it was the second shooter who was hired by this person. And they come up with these elaborate narratives that don't subtract but add on, which is why I refer to the conspiratorial view as MSM plus. Like, here's the edifice of lies. Let me add on top of it till it makes sense to me. And I'm saying, no, get off the edifice of lies. But yeah, they're mad because they didn't do enough. Okay, continuing. I'm trying to make sure we cover all the most important. Oh, this is the other one. This is a huge one. I want to talk about this today. So Grok has its image generating capabilities, for those of you who are paying too much on X, and apparently it's not censored. So here we have Alejandra Carabello, who is a Harvard Cyber Law Clinic instructor, and she says, "Oh my God," which is, again, her shock at these images, which I'll describe. Grok has no filters for its image generation. This is one of the most reckless and irresponsible AI implementations I've ever seen. So here you have an image of Donald Trump, a hilarious image, by the way, with a machine gun, some kind of he's got an assault rifle. I love saying assault rifle because it offends the gun fetishists. And he's flying by the Twin Towers, which have just been hit. So it's a pretty crazy image. Somebody rendered that. Here is Ronald McDonald splattered in blood in front of a Burger King. I didn't catch that the first time around. Here's another one. Looks like Goofy has murdered. Who is that on the ground? I don't recognize the character that he killed here. But okay, the other one here is Pokemon with an AR-15. Now, Pokemon's tail doesn't have a black tip. Is this a Mandela effect? But now, here's my point, though. My answer to her was this. Grok is responding to human imagination, human prompts. Is art now a crime? So that's my question. Is art now a crime? Is it really problematic that anybody can render anything from their imagination? Like, hypothetically, what if we woke up tomorrow and everyone in the world just was suddenly really good with crayons, and you can render hyper-realistic images with crayons? Anything you think of, you can render. Should we then ban crayons? And we confronted this with Bing last year when somebody made an image of Mickey Mouse hijacking a plane and flying into the Twin Towers, and Bing was lobotomized. They censor it all kinds now. And I likened it to, hey, one child in the art class did some graffiti, so we take away everybody's paint. But what are we really doing here? They're using AI as a stalking horse to attack free speech, free expression, ideas, creating thought crimes. I can imagine worse images than this, and I could draw them. They might not be the greatest drawings, but it's the same thing. Like, I'm saying that there is no difference in principle between using AI and crayons. What's the difference? One's faster. One's maybe better qualitatively, but in principle, with regard to free speech, it doesn't matter if you're using Grok or Crayolas. You should be able to produce whatever the heck you want to produce. And if you produce something illegal or inciting, that's on you. You take the consequences for your free speech. But this outrage that we're seeing from the left is just an example of how they're all basically anti-free speech tyrants. Okay, he's trying to call in. Let me open my phones now. Again, I wanted to make sure I got the main points. So the main points I wanted to get to tonight is that the simulation theorists are following a guardrail to prevent them from calling out the news as fake, and that Grok and its new capabilities is going to be used as possibly an excuse or really maybe a rationale for censorship, and we shouldn't accept that unless they're willing to also censor art in general. Okay, phones are now officially open. If you want to call in, phones are open. Thank you for feeding the crack, Gwyn. Do I need to turn on the Godzilla sound effects again? I haven't heard them in a minute, but generally when somebody super chats, you have a Godzilla. I just watched a video inadvertently on X of a Komodo dragon eating a donkey, swallowing it whole. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, dude, what's up? It's Jurassic.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I was looking forward to your call tonight. You had covered a lot of ground today, though, but this is the 47th Elvis week. Is that what it is?
Well, it's right now it's Elvis week for a whole week until his death date, which is August 16th. But it's his 47-year death anniversary that's coming up.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So for anyone, it was August 16th is is Elvis's death day for anybody who didn't know. And so it's a highly significant day that's about to occur in 2 days. So, and 47, of course, obviously has some
Right.
significant-
Well, what makes it special? Look, here's the thing. I'm not going to sit here and bore you with the numbers because what happened was when Elvis died in 1977, that same year in horse racing, which you would say to yourself, well, what's the big deal of horse racing? Well, let me just tell you this. Horse racing is known as the sport of kings, okay? And they have this thing called the Triple Crown. So when a horse wins the Triple Crown, it's a big deal, okay? So that year that Elvis died on August 16th, that same year on June 11th, which is the day I'm telling you that Washington, where Seattle is, that Seattle's going to be struck, Seattle Slew won the Triple Crown, a horse called Seattle Slew. And slew means to violently kill. It's like a past tense for the word slay.
Right.
And anyway, the reason I'm bringing that up is because it was the 47-year 47-year anniversary of Seattle Slew winning the Triple Crown this past June 11th. And that was what I was waiting for. But I didn't realize that they were actually waiting for Elvis to be 47 years dead. See, that's the key, because it was not the Seattle Slew that they were waiting for the 47. It was Elvis's death that they were waiting for the 47. So now, first of all, I've been telling you that it was either this year or next year. I wasn't 100%, but it's 1,000,000% next year. That's why I'm telling everybody and anyone who listens that I will not be talking about this ever again if it doesn't happen next year. Okay, that's how sure I am it's going to happen, these two events next year.
Well, I want to point out something here, too, for people who are listening, that this is beyond just dates and numbers. You've uncovered so many things that are just, to me, just underscore everything you're saying. For example, you had brought up the significance of the resemblance between the Georgia Guidestones and the hospital where Elvis was born. And then...
No, where he died.
Where he died, excuse me.
Where he's pronounced dead.
He's pronounced
dead.
And the architecture of this hospital looked like the Georgia Guidestones, which has some significance. The Georgia Guidestones looks like a combination of a Space Needle and the Twin Towers from the side. But anyway, you would remark that they tore down that hospital on 11/6. So
exactly kind of the opposite of what 6/11 would look like, June 11th. Yeah. Right. And yeah, they demolished it. That's what's important. The fact that they demolished it on 6/11/6, whatever the hell. Oh, are you there?
Yeah. Sorry about that. We had a caller.
Yeah. Okay,
Go on, continue. But yeah, they demolished it on 11/6, which is the reverse of 6/11. These are interchangeable. But what I'm pointing out here is that it's beyond just numbers. You have name codes. You have a lot of things you've picked up on. And it's,
well, let me just go a little bit deeper with that. The Guidestones thing. Georgia Guidestones, first of all, it's the GG, which is 77, and Elvis died in 77, but forget about that. The Guidestones went down 42 years after it was erected. It was when it first opened, and Elvis died at age 42, and Washington is the 42nd state, and it's called the Georgia Guidestones. You know what I mean? So that's another big connection right there.
Yeah, that's right. And the 42 thing. So the other day, the closing ceremony for the Paris Olympics had at the beginning of it, they had this golden character descending from the ceiling, and everyone said it's like falling angel Lucifer's 33rd Olympics. But the closing ceremony was Tom Cruise rappelling from the roof, and they said it was 42 meters. So why would they have Tom Cruise rappel 42 meters from the ceiling in front of everybody if it wasn't part of this ritual and this general theme of the fallen angel?
Well, you know why the fallen angel is so important, because I told you the word Space Needle, the words Space Needle equals exactly the same as fallen angel. Every single number is the same. Reduced, backwards, forward, every number. So Space Needle equals fallen angel. So that's why this is so important, because Elvis was the first famous person to have anything to do with it. Space Needle in Seattle when he made that movie It happened at the World's Fair when it first opened. But here's the thing, man, I have all these things in my head. I can't even remember. Oh, about the fallen angel thing, what you were just talking about with Tom Cruise. At the 55th Super Bowl, because Satan equals 55, everything to do with 666, Lucifer, and Satan all connects to Elvis, which I've shown in my videos. But at the 55th Super Bowl, you had that idiot, The Weeknd, who always is in the bandages, which I told you has all to do with Trump. There was a fallen angel in front of him that fell at the 55th Super Bowl.
Oh, interesting. I'll have to look back at that one. But yeah, the 55th one, parading around with a head wound, it didn't make any sense. It was grotesque. But I didn't catch the fallen angel thing, but I'll have to go back and watch it again. And all these Super Bowl events are connected. That's why, again, you mentioned this, Barack Purdy, was compared to Lee Harvey Oswald. He's the quarterback. And you put these pieces together. And The Weeknd is a big one. Again, Brock Purdy, BP, or 216. Weeknd, born on 216. Weeknd's name is Abel, like Cain and Abel, head wound, or Abe Lincoln. Yeah, it's a tremendously encoded character that you're bringing up here.
Yeah, and speaking of what you just said about the 216, 16-2, that's the 216th day of the year is August 4th, the 162nd day of the year is June 11th. Those are my two predictions. And the only time in Super Bowl history where the score was 20-16, which is like 216, 16-2, if you take out the 0. So it's 2016. The only time ever in Super Bowl history, that was in 1989. And that year at the Super Bowl was the Elvis halftime Super Bowl. Okay, 20-16, 16-20. And Elvis, he was born in the 20th state and died in the 16th state. So it's every ritual connects to Elvis, okay? Every single one of them.
Yeah, look, you brought up this one. Travis Kelce, Elvis Presley. And when he gets the trophy, he sings Viva Las Vegas, badly, by the way. But that was like an invocation of Elvis right there at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and the reason he sang it so badly because he wanted people to remember it. He wanted that to go viral as the worst, rendition of Elvis, And so he's singing Elvis Presley while he's holding the trophy, and the trophy is the Vince Lombardi trophy, and Vince Lombardi is born on June 11th. So Travis Kelce, which sounds like Elvis Presley, he's holding the June 11th trophy. That's what that is, June 11th, the trophy.
Intriguing. And I have a picture here of Elvis from this Elvis Week poster in Graceland, and it has a lightning bolt between the letters of the name Elvis and Week. Just kind of a interesting little tidbit here. But yeah, the 47th, and the number 47 has some extreme significance here as well, since we're talking about the head wound thing, because in the actual Masonic rite where the initiate is killed and resurrected, that whole ceremony, Hiram of Biff is the name of the person who goes through it, like Biff Tannen. Right. But anyway, that whole ceremony is followed by a lecture which focuses on the 47th problem of Euclid, and the number 47 is specifically invoked in reference to that ritual, the head wound, the death, and the resurrection.
Oh wow, that's a good one. Look, like I said, I could go through all the listings of the 47, what the whole point of it all is. And speaking of 1989, just like I told you about that Super Bowl, the only time was the Elvis halftime Super Bowl where the score was like that. I could show you hundreds of connections to the 2016, 16, 20 with Elvis, but that Super Bowl was in 1989, and both Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift were both born in 1989. And that creature named its album 1989, and Taylor's version, which is TV, which equals 42 TV. But it was the 1989 connection. And why was that so important, that 1989? Because that year is the year they did the Space Needle hoax.
Oh,
they said that the Space Needle fell.
The April Fool's Day hoax. And
right.
We were way more hoaxable decades ago. Like now we can somewhat fact check things, but people thought it was real until they were told otherwise.
Yeah, people were panicked. I mean, can you imagine? You have some family near the Space Needle, and they tell you the Space Needle just collapsed. And the guy looks so serious. You could play that video for the people who want to see it. You won't get a copyright for that because I don't think that.
Yeah, I'll bring it up. There's a lot here. Look, King5.com, the April Fool's Day prank that sent Seattle into a panic. Yeah.
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 But anyway, forget it. You don't have to play it. It looked real, except when they showed the witness, that completely looked like a fraud. But everything looked real. The newscaster looked so real, So anyway, so they say the thing collapsed on 4/1/89, right?
Right.
Now, I told you Elvis died at the age of 42, and it's 47 years later now, his death. And this is when it's going to happen on June 11th next year. It's still going to be Elvis will be dead for 47 years. So he died at 42 and 47 years later. So from the day he died to the day of that Space Needle hoax on 4/1/89, it's 4,247 days. From the day Elvis died to the day of that Space Needle hoax, it's 4,247 days, okay? Now, from that day, 4/1/89 to 9/11 is 4,547, which is Trump, 4547. You get what I'm saying? So it's connecting to both. It's the middle ground between the 4247 and 4547.
Got it. Yeah, these relationships are deep. So you got the numbers, you got the dates between, and we have so many ridiculous examples of Trump's birthday figuring heavily in these various psyops. Like you brought up Heather McDonald, the comedian who fell and hit her head. She's got Trump's birthday. You got the sniper I brought up recently in Saving Private Ryan.
Don't forget Norm Macdonald too.
Oh yeah, Norm Macdonald. What now? Him, the Donald, and then of course they described it as a head thing at first. But what is his birthday?
I forget. I just know he had big connections too, also with the dates and stuff. Oh man, go ahead. I lost my concentration.
Earlier we were talking about the hoax of the Space Needle and how the date from the hoax, for the number of days, it has the 42 and the 47.
Oh yeah, here you go. Someone was mentioning, why are we talking about June 11th now? See, the reason we're talking about this right now is because Elvis's death anniversary is coming up, and there might be huge predictive programming either tomorrow or Friday. And I'll tell you why it's possible tomorrow, even though Elvis's death date is August 16th. Because it's a leap year, August 16th actually falls on August 17th day. So that's why tomorrow would be actually August 16th, but it's actually August 15th because it's a leap year. So that's why look for something either tomorrow or most likely on August 16th. And the reason I'm saying that is because why has Iran waited to make a move on, these, I don't want to say their name. I don't want to get any algorithms, but you get what I'm saying. Why have they not retaliated? What are they waiting for? Why are they waiting for the United States to have all their ships and submarines come over there before they do any attack?
Right, and not to mention, we've had number of people pointing out Iran had some kind of possible involvement in the Trump thing, and so there's a lot of that buzz being brought up right now, and yeah, this is the perfect timing of it. So you're saying we should watch basically the 15th,
most likely the 16th, 15, 16, because it's a leap year. That's the only reason. Because Elvis's death anniversary is actually August 16th, but because it's a leap year, you got to give or take a day. But not just because it's a death date, it's because it's the 47-year death anniversary. That's the whole point.
Yes.
That's the key. And by the way, I know I'm talking a lot because I only have a certain amount of time. I know I need to get someone else going for your chat. But look, why is this 1977? Have you ever seen that iPet goat where the Antichrist is coming up out of the ground and then there's a big explosion?
Yeah.
You've seen that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And do you know what that's depicting? It's depicting the 1977 sculpture of inside the Vatican, inside Audience Hall, I think. You know that crazy weird statue that looks like a
it looks like it belongs in the Church of Satan, but it's supposedly Jesus. But it's like it is the craziest thing I've ever seen.
You want?
Yeah, I have it on the
Yeah,
screen. It's bizarre.
Yeah, it's called The Resurrection, and it's supposed to be depicting Jesus rising out of a nuclear crater in the Garden of Gethsemane. I mean, what kind of ridiculous, nonsense is? And it looks
Wait
like
a
a
minute.
Baphomet.
So they I got to read about this because the association of Jesus with a nuke. Well, where did they do the original tests for the atom bomb? The Trinity site. And there's got to be some subtext here. And something else I want to bring up here. Trump tweeted again for the first time since they banned him. And he did so right as he reached exactly 88 million followers. So the 88 and Trump. Any thoughts on that?
Well, look, the 88 is important. And can I tell you why the 88 is so important? It's because, because look, the words the Antichrist equals 154. Pay attention real quick. The Antichrist equals 154. If you just add up the letters, 154 it makes up the letters of the numbers 15 and 4, and the letter O is the 15th letter of the alphabet. So if you have 4 O's, they look like 2 8. 4 O's look like 2 8 if you put them on top of each other.
Okay, I see.
Yeah. So that's why the 88 is very important, because it looks like 4 O's,
And
anyway,
and we also know there's a ton of 88 stuff, like the Twin Towers, the heroes on floor 88, the 88 lights, Trump and Biff Tannen, the whole 88 miles per hour. So it's been there this entire time. And then one more thing, we talk about Super Bowls. Super Bowl 47 was the blackout bowl when it went dark for 33 minutes. And then in 1977, you had the Manhattan blackouts at 42nd Street on, which happened again in the same place 42 years later to the day. So there's a lot of significance to 1977 and blackouts, and the Super Bowl 47 blackout was the theme.
Yeah, but don't forget that what you're seeing in that Vatican thing is basically telling you that they're going to rebirth the Antichrist out of a nuclear blast, like I've been predicting. Okay, so if they're going to birth the Antichrist, and that happened right after Elvis died, they opened that exhibit. By the way, it was in 1977, right after Elvis died. I think it was like 43 or 44 days later, or 42 days later.
Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, so this has been there since September 28th, 1977. The Resurrection by Fazzini, and it does. Yeah, okay, this is pretty incredible. It's bronze and brass, and guess how tall it is. Just take a guess. You'll get this one, I think.
Let me think.
I'll give you a hint.
18 feet.
I'll give you a hint.
18?
Twin.
66 feet.
Yeah, 66 feet tall.
Wow, that's crazy. I don't think I even knew that. I think I might have in the past. I might have looked at it, but do you have any more to say on that?
No. It's just the first time I saw it, I'm like, that's intriguing. I had no idea it was that huge.
Crazy. But can I tell you why I brought that up? Because I told you Elvis is the Phoenix, right? And he died at the age of 42. That sculpture was at when he turned 42. Actually, it was like 42, 43 days later. I don't remember. But when it came out after his death. But Elvis died at the age of 42, and Washington's a 42nd state. And guess where? And I just said Elvis is the Phoenix. Guess where Super Bowl 42 was?
Where?
At Phoenix University.
Okay, the Phoenix again. And for people who don't know, the Phoenix symbol was always synonymous with Christ, and this death, resurrection, and Elvis is always associated with the Phoenix, and really prevalent symbol here all around. I mean, we're constantly seeing this, and the Phoenix cycle. It seems to be the repeated theme here. Burn down, build back better. So this is interesting because it's suggesting that Trump's resurrection will follow the blast, the EMP, however they're going to do it. But again, 6/11.
Yeah, and like I said, we'll see. Look, man, I could go on all day with the predictive programming connections and stuff like that. But I know you always talk about Bowie. I just want to make sure you, every time you mention the Black Star, Dark Star thing, make sure you always mention that Elvis he's the only one with a black star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
That's right, and it wasn't made black; it turned black, didn't it?
Oh no, I think they actually made it black.
And
I don't know where you said. I don't know where you got that.
I'll see if I can. I'll see if I can find out. Okay,
No.
so it says here. I'll see if I can find
No,
it.
they moved it. No, they moved it because it was getting dirty. But they changed it and made it black.
Okay. Interesting. So that is then highly okay. There it is. Yeah, they made it black. And someone pointed out here that the Paris ceremony. You know, we talked about the Tom Cruise falling 42 meters, but Lean Dion points out a band called Phoenix did the closing ceremony, and the opening band was Gojira. Gojira means Godzilla. Godzilla was created to be a metaphor for the atom bomb, the nuke. So you have the nuke at the opening, and you have Phoenix playing at the end.
I'm glad you brought that up because I mentioned it. You know who the singer of that band is, the Phoenix?
No, never heard of him actually. Who is it?
I think it's Thomas Mars. Okay, and the reason I'm bringing that up is Thomas means twin, right?
Yeah.
And guess who his wife is?
Who?
You want to look it up real quick? Thomas Mars' wife?
Yes, Sofia Coppola. Okay, is she connected to the director?
She's Francis Ford Coppola's whatever, some relation. But you know, just like that stupid Nicolas Cage who loves Elvis and married Lisa Marie. But Sofia Coppola did the Priscilla movie. You know, the Elvis. She did the Priscilla movie, the latest. That was her, big.
Okay, that's actually pretty big here, and I've brought up Francis Ford Coppola recently because his new movie Megaopolis begins, and I saw the trailer. It begins with space junk falling or something falling from space, and you see the Statue of Liberty all busted up. And as soon as that trailer came out, it was reported in the news that an old Russian satellite had exploded. It had blown up, space junk hit it or something, and its pieces were endangering the space station. Well, in Vanity Fair, he's talking about his new movie, and it opens up with a Russian satellite falling to the ground. So that movie has connections we can get into, but this is pretty deep here. That she is.
Yeah, and the reason I brought up this is the last thing I want to say. I need to. My throat's starting to hurt again, man. Because I have to do a live stream in an hour. Listen, the reason I brought the Black Star thing again because I'm telling you guys that somehow Elvis's name, either his name, his image, or the number of his name is going to be the mark of the beast. Now, and how you know that is because of everything connected to his name. Because, everybody in the world wears Levi's, right? Levi's is the anagram for Elvis. Everybody, and it's in your genes, get it? Like your DNA. And the word lives, Elvis is evil, but the lives is what's important because they were saying black lives. What they're saying is the black star. Elvis is the star. The lives is the lives. Is Elvis, that word. And that's why it was all across the world. They had to put Elvis's name. It's subconsciously, they're putting Elvis's name into everybody's head, subconsciously.
Yeah, I concur. And I like your breakdown of the Levi's and Elvis and the upside down crown and the R on it. It's all very well connected, and I think you've nailed it here. And you'll be live in an hour, so let me go ahead. I'm going to drop in the chat the link to your channel, and I'll make sure I put the right one here. Let me go ahead and get that really quick before I get you off the phone. And
But just real quick, if they're going to come to watch any of my videos, go to the live stream section, and in the last 3 videos, just watch part 1 and 2 of these certain videos under the live stream section. One of the last 3 ones, just watch part 1 and 2 in order because I'm about to do part 3 today, and then tomorrow I'm going to do part 4, and that's all connected to the August 16th. The turning 47 death anniversary. Why it's so important. That's why I need to get that out before August 16th, just in case they do something. But it doesn't mean it has to happen. I'm talking about a predictive programming event. It doesn't have to happen because they've already done their rituals. The Seattle Slew was the ritual already on June 11th back in '77. So they don't really have to do anything. So we'll see what happens on Elvis's death anniversary.
Very good.
Anyway, brother.
Thanks for the call, and I'll put a link below. So after my live stream, I'll probably jump over to your channel, and we'll bring some other people over. So thanks for calling.
All right. Hey.
Uh-huh.
Don't forget to tell everybody that the time where he got shot, Trump, is 6/11. All right. Take care. Bye.
Gotcha. Yeah. I mentioned that earlier, 6/11, because we had a commenter, Isabel, in here who had made a prediction about the head wound thing seconds before it happened. We had a comment from Elephant Tusks who said that Godzilla has nothing to do with the nukes. And let me just point this out really quick here. The original Godzilla drew inspiration for the atomic bomb that was dropped in Hiroshima. And you can also find other information about this. A hydrogen bomb test in Bikini Atoll inspired the first Gojira, which is the name of the band that opened the Paris Olympics. And then the busted up Statue of Liberty is a reference to Planet of the Apes, which is all about a post-nuke world. Infinite Plane Radio.
John the Plumber.
Hey, what's up, John the Plumber?
Who was the last caller?
Garrow.
He's great.
Yes. Great breakdown and analysis of this very, I mean, it's a thread. It's a web. It's a web of interlocking narratives that connects everything to some singularity. We're having some kind of psyop singularity. That's what's coming.
There's probably like a circle of somewhere, I would say probably between 20 and 40 people that call in all the time, at least once a month or once a week, and I love them all. And that's what's great about this place is we all get to throw our ideas out. Sometimes you get a crazy idea. You do a bong rip, you don't know. I'm like, maybe we're stuck in a computer, right? You throw it out there, you look up on the screen, and you see what I look at the comments, and sometimes people laugh at me, and sometimes people agree, and that's what's great about this place is I'm not hard set on everything, you know. I went to church for the last 2 years. I was like an atheist my whole life. I went to church for the last 2 years, and I just got more anxiety. I don't like really going anymore, but I think it's worth jumping around and talking to different kinds of people, even if it's for a month, a week, or just one time. You go sit in a room one time and listen to people talk. It's worth listening to different points of view. And that's kind of like what we do in here in this group is different people call in. We throw our ideas out, and sometimes they're good ideas and sometimes they're bad ideas.
Yeah, let me run this by you, because I've been noticing a lot of talk about sim theory from Joe Rogan and others. So have you ever experienced anything in your real life, not the internet, have you ever experienced anything in your real life that would convince you that we're in a simulation? Because I would point out that even the Mandela affected would not have arrived at that were it not for seeing something on the internet.
If we are in a computer digital world, something akin to the Matrix, or a organic programmed world like with the demons and angels,
but
or
where do you arrive at the idea that this is a simulation? Like, because what I'm pointing out here is that this is the only platform for an objectivist breakdown of the media and the world stage construct. So this is we have a very objective position.
If we're not completely free. It is a simulation of some sort, whether if it's digital or even if it's an organic world, or we're kind of programmed, or even if people are acting and pretending like a stage, it's still a simulation. Like
what is that? Wait, but
is a simulation
when you say simulation, what are you saying? As in,
I'm saying the artificial comparison of something that you expect to be real and legitimate and tangible and genuine. But if it's anything otherwise, like even a movie, like the something similar to the Truman Show. The Truman Show was a simulation of reality, but it was an organic simulation of a life to program for a TV show, right? Like if let's say there were aliens and they were watching us, and our entire world is some big TV show for some kind of weird alien, that would be a simulation, even if we're all real people and You know, like
But
like
why
all
do
the
we have to
politicians and
introduce?
all.
Why do we have to introduce gods
That's
and
still a
why do we have to
simulation.
introduce gods and aliens? Why can't we just say it like it is? The power elite have put the sheeple into a wilderness of darkness. They have put the sheeple into a simulation by design. We are a brainwashed species. That's the
Then
simulation.
there's a whole class of people above regular people
Yeah.
that are almost aliens.
No,
They
well,
might as well be aliens. They could be super people that may exist. There could be, like, let's say an average person is like an IQ of somewhere between like 90 and 110, and a really smart person is somewhere around 180. But what if there's people out there that are just human, just like us, but they're like 400 IQ, and they live to be 200
I have to
years?
reject
Like,
it.
what
Look, I will automatically and always reject any divine fallacy. Like, I can't think about how this works, so I must posit the existence of a supreme mind, a supercomputer, an AI, a
It's just
demiurge,
regular
or
people living
regular
in the
people
world.
with 400 IQs. Like, I think we need to stick to what we know and work our way
It's
in.
just like people like just like Metascripters, basically, like Stanley Kubrick's and
Yeah,
Spielberg.
because the instant
basically running the world.
you default to the unexplained, the supernatural, you just basically hit a wall. Now you have nowhere else to go. You
been
have
programmed. I've been programmed. I admit it, and I hate to admit it, but I've been programmed by Hollywood. Like,
this
I
is the
love
programming.
Matrix.
This is how it works.
Like,
Joe Rogan's like, this
I
guy.
was here with like Fight Club and The Matrix and all these great ass movies through the early 2000s, and it's hard not to be programmed. Like, so that's their goal, man, is to make you think like it's something supernatural, but really it's just greedy, weird fucks
Yeah,
that want to own the world.
that's more like it because what Joe Rogan's doing is he's reaching out to people like you who are saying, okay, something else is going on, but instead of going for the mundane Occam's razor, stripped down, what do we know, the subtractive route, they have you reaching for there must be something higher. And the instant they get you to accept that, you're admitting to yourself, my mind is incapable of knowing what this really is. And it's to make you give up. It's to make you stop short of the finding the answers. They don't want you to pull back the curtain. And that's what I'm aiming at here.
Did you see the comparison I made on Total Recall though about how they go through the Earth, or you haven't gotten around to it?
I haven't watched it yet, but I'm gonna watch the reboot of Blade Runner because Total Recall, because as you described it, they use tunnels to travel to the other place, which is here on Earth. And I think that if you combine the two movies, you'll get the real picture about what the Mars program is ultimately for.
So in the chat, I posted a link of this guy, Anton Petrov. Like, when I was still believing in science and astronomy and stuff, like, there was a time where I heard about flat Earth, but I just couldn't give up on all the shit that I had learned about planets and galaxies and stuff. Like, I spent so much time memorizing like how far a galaxy is from this other. You know what I mean? I'm looking at this, I just flushed it all down the toilet. Well, I watched this video where he gives like a very detailed map of the Earth and all these different detailed maps of the Earth and how to break it down to these three-dimensional origami shapes. But in all the pictures, he never just showed a basic azimuthal equidistant. And I'm saying that that's not exactly it. It could be some kind of variation, but he didn't show that one. Like, I don't understand like why the smartest people in the world, they have all these crazy science channels, they're so afraid to depict the shape of the Earth or where the hell are we? What is this place? And I guess like what we're supposed to be doing here, that could all be interpreted on a personal level. But like, can you just give us an accurate map of what this fucking place looks like, please?
Right. Well, hey, listen to this comment from Nicotramus. The moment you throw your hands up and declare simulation, you let the bad guys off the hook. And that's been my point. Because every simulation theorist has no clue about metascriptors. They're looking at, no, nothing's real. Your perceptions don't matter. That's gaslighting. Anybody who says to you, your perceptions are invalid, your concept of reality is false, if they're trying to say that your perceptions are off, well, they're gaslighting you. And what the mass media does is it provides a model of the world that's not always faithful, and that area where it's not faithful constitutes simulation. So we're framed by simulation, it's augmented hyperstitions, And when people confront this without a full understanding of what media is, they resort to nothing's real, everything's a simulation, which is akin to saying that you're getting some kind of, it's almost an argument for divine inspiration of media. And I'm like, no, we're not in a simulation. Anybody telling me so, call me and prove to me, or tell me what's your evidence. Have you experienced evidence of a simulation outside of the TV? And I don't think so.
No, only deja vu, which makes me feel like I've lived infinite lives, and that's kind of spooky. Like, I feel like I used to tell people this, like when I was like 15, 16, when you're like at that age where you first start smoking weed and drinking beer in the woods with your buddies and stuff, I'd be like, bro, like, what if we just like lived infinite times, man? And like when you experience deja vu, man, you're just like remembering the last time you were here in the circle of like time and shit. And all my friends would be like looking up at the stars and we'd be like, whoa. I used to believe in aliens back then. Now I don't believe in aliens anymore. Now I don't know what.
Do you believe in angels? Do you believe in angels?
No, because like I'm pretty sure all religion's bullshit. But I would say there's probably humans, there's animals, and there's probably things that we don't even really fully understand yet. I don't know what they are. I don't know if they're angels, demons, or aliens. But there's probably things somewhere between us and the grand source.
Well, according to Tucker Carlson, angels are demons. And now everybody in conspiracy realm, whether it's Trutherville or just on the far right, their take on it is aliens are demons, and there's a big deception to get us to worship the cult of scientism when these aliens come down. And that's why the left is in love with aliens and the right fears aliens. It's all by design. And I think they're obviously part of a bigger hoax. But yeah, aliens or demons is the new thing.
That's how I knew how to get out. Like, I was in it for like a year or two. I was going to church every Sunday and everything. And I was like, you know, if the whole world's running, like people that were doing bad shit just a couple years ago, and everyone's about to get saved now, maybe it's all fucked. Like maybe I should just hey,
I have a question.
Go to any kind of.
I have a question for Elephant Tusks and anybody else espousing simulation theory. Like, if you concluded that this is all a hoax, that nothing is real, or that we're in a sim, why would you care about fake news? I would ask the same of the Mandela affected. If you're Mandela affected and you've concluded that reality is shifty and no facts are objective, then what does it matter? If
you don't remember Curious George having a tail, though? Like, I'm in my 40s. I'm in my mid-40s. I don't know if I just watch weird cartoons or I don't know what I remember, but like I'm pretty sure Curious George did have a tail, though. Like, that's the one. Like, I don't care about Luke, Are You My Father? I don't care about Anne Rice books, none of that shit. But the Curious George tale, man, it keeps me up at
It's a false memory.
I want to know.
It's a false memory. Here's how it works.
False memory.
Here's how it works. You can't tell me where you were sitting and what was in the room with you, around you, when you saw him with the tail. But you can easily imagine him with the tail because that's easy to do. And then it's easy to file that prompted imagining with your real recollection. And that's what's happening. When I say, can you imagine Curious George with the tail? Your subconscious automatically produces that image. And then you recall it as though it's a memory. It's falsely processed. And that's what they're doing. Mandela effect is screwing with your mind. And I can prove it. If you look at the various examples, look at the Innocence Project and all the faulty eyewitness testimony that gets people convicted, it's because these people are Mandela affected. It all has to do with how you frame the question and you get somebody to recall what is actually a prompted imagining as though it were a memory. Easy to do. False memories are real.
I had this crazy idea the other day, like I feel guilty of being afraid of like almost somehow like American culture in a way is I've at least been told from the news that American culture is being diluted and everybody's just sneaking into our country and everything's screwed. My son's half. My ex-wife is Brazilian, and so my son's half Brazilian. So they're nice people and everything. So but everything I watch on TV is like foreigners are sneaking into our country, and then they say, well, yeah, it's just like a way for like the Democrats to get news. Like that's what they're saying on the news. But you know what I noticed? It's happening all over the world. They're saying that people are coming into countries that are sneaking in, but it's happening in places like where they have like different government systems. Like, why are they trying to make people afraid of maybe it's just like we're not producing enough people, and we kind of need more people to move into our country.
Wait. That's a great point you just brought up. No, because the right wing is uniformly convinced.
All over the world.
The right wing is uniformly convinced that we're running out of people, that we don't have the replacement rate. You need to have more babies, and yet they see millions of migrants coming, and they say we're being invaded. It's like you want more people, but you don't. So it's kind of like, what is it? Do you need more people, or you don't need more people? But the right is told that they're coming to kill them, and the left says that they're coming to work. And it's the same thing with aliens, extraterrestrials. The attitudes are the same. Right wing is afraid of illegal aliens and extraterrestrials. Left wing loves both.
Like, what if you were told, we can guarantee you that if we don't let a certain amount of people in to make up for the amount of people that are dying, that nobody's reproducing? Think about it. Like, my grandma was like one of 20. My mom was like one of 6. My dad was one of 6. There was a time when people had a bunch of kids. I only had one. I have one son, and that's it. There's a lot of people not having any kids. So, like, maybe this is happening all over the world. So when there's parts of the world where like nobody's having kids, and then they let people from third world countries in, maybe this is happening to. I'm not saying I'm a pretty conservative guy. I don't want to think like we should just let everybody into our country. If there was a way we could do it like secure, and that there was no threat, and that we're not letting criminals into our country, but just like I feel like we're being programmed to be afraid of foreigners. I'm guilty of it. I feel like I bring program too, but then I found out it was happening all over the world.
Well, that's also the thing is, okay, no, here's the thing. People are always traveling everywhere. But this is part of the schism, and it's bifurcated, which means it's mind war and you can just ignore it. The left says,
I've met a lot of Americans.
I mean, the left says we have working age males crossing the border, and the right says we have military age males crossing the border. They can't both be right. What is it? Are they military age, or are they workers? Are they coming to kill or coming to work? And the fact is, it depends on where you lean politically, what you decide to believe. And it's to me, this is just mind war. Political footballs are kicking around. I have no use for it because it's mind war. And once you see it's mind war,
if you vote for global lockdown, you could be locked down. Like, you might want to go somewhere one day on a vacation. You might want to move for a better opportunity, a new job, a new love, a girl, somebody. You might want to leave one day. And if you vote for lockdowns, you might be trapped. Or the walls that you vote to protect you could contain you one day. And I'm not saying I think that the world should be global and we all should just go whatever. We should probably keep an open mind, and it's something we should think about. Like, it's something that we've been programmed to be afraid of. And I don't know. I mean, I'm in Florida, so there's so many different kinds of people in Florida. I've never lived in a more diverse state, and it's just something I think about. I don't know.
Well, yeah, xenophobia is programmed, and it's like I'm telling you, it's part of the bifurcated Psy-War. And if you fall for that, it's because they programmed you to. If you don't fall for it, it's like it's just cliche at this point. Like, there's so many people who just fall into these boxes so easily, and it's like, oh, you're worried about military age men. It means you probably think that aliens are demons, and you wouldn't have thought that if some right-wing influencer hadn't pumped that meme out there. And I'm not following right-wing conspiracy FBI-fed memes. These agents, contractors or otherwise, these informants. There's a lot of shills, is what I'm saying. And these are government narratives that's why Tucker Carlson keeps saying that he believes in aliens, they're demons, the government works with demons. Well, it makes sense because the right wing has the anti-government position, and the government's colluding with illegal aliens and apparently extraterrestrials.
I don't trust any of these guys because I know for a fact, they really know how to hit your trigger points, but then they do weird shit. Dayton Tucker, I love him in so many ways. He does a lot of things that I like, but didn't he do something a weird ago? Didn't he have somebody weird on his show a year ago? I can't remember who it was, but it sent the whole fucking world crazy, and it made no sense. And to me, he was telling me behind the scenes, it was too hard for you to process. Behind the scenes, really, he was saying, we're all friends. No, it's true. We all go to the same circle jerk parties once a year, and they jump from show to show.
Yeah,
they jump from
let me
channel to
bring
channel.
up one more thing too. I think white genocide's a hoax, and it's tied into anti-vax. It's tied into border paranoia and fear of aliens. I'm going to put together all of my manuscripts, and I need especially the focus on the bifurcation of the Psy-War. And if you fall into it, you're in the box. And I'm not in their political horseshoe. I'm not scared of foreigners or whatever. I'm not scared of aliens. But anyway, I got a commenter here who says something. A virtual reality witness says, Tim denies the King James Bible used to say wineskins instead of bottles. I want to point out, I'm not denying that the Bible used to say wineskins instead of bottles. I'm saying that you haven't provided evidence that it was ever bottles. The burden of proof is on the person making the extraordinary claim. So if you're a Mandela affected person and you can't prove it, then I can just dismiss your claim that you're basically lying to yourself and then spreading it to others. And I think you're lying basically. And that's, in fact, if you're going to say the Bible changed because of the Mandela effect, you're violating one of the commandments about lying and bearing false witness. So there's 2 strikes against you.
Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? You know, like in the 90s, I remember like when Rodney King happened, I was like in middle school or whatever. Or I was pretty young, and it was pretty crazy that 1 year. But after that, all the way until I was a young adult, shit was pretty peaceful. We had like a decade of like, I don't remember people talking about racism or race wars or any of that shit.
Wait.
Like,
Maybe you didn't pay attention. Maybe you didn't pay attention. I mean, you can find it. Hal Turner, David, as far back as you go. The programming's been there, but maybe you weren't tuned into it. But now it just has more reach than ever before. That's what's changed. Like all the weird conspiracy theories we hear about, they're not new, but you had to really reach and search for them. But now they're all at your fingertips. Now everything is equally accessible. That's the main difference.
Do you think it's really for loot, or do you think it's for money? You personally.
It's worldview warfare. That's all it is. It's worldview warfare. It's government by media, government by mind control. It's ubiquitous. There's only one government when it comes down to it. Anyway, I appreciate the call very much, and call back anytime. I want to address a lot of the comments in here and open the phones up for Elephant Tusks in case he wants to explain how everything's a simulation.
Good night, brother.
All right, thanks for the call. I have a few voicemails I want to get to here. So let me bring these up. You can leave voicemails, 505-510-4226 anytime. Okay. No, that's an old one. Okay, I have a number of transcripts here to read through. Let's see what we have. Tom103 says, water into wine is about the ton, a large barrel in most EU languages. A new ton science. Nicotrauma says, I want to know if John the Plumber's high on weed when he calls in. Yeah, John the Plumber is a frequent caller, and appreciate all of his calls, obviously. Someone wanted me to ask him how much he charges per hour. I didn't get the information. I should have asked. If you're in Florida and you need a plumber. Plain Decoded says, the economy is a giant multi-level marketing scheme, so they need more people at the bottom. Yeah, here's what I'm saying about, like, I'm not a reality denialist, but I'm also, I reject all the augmentations. And the people who believe that there's some mass invasion going on are believing what they see on the screen. And I'm asking you, is that your source? Like, if you can't firsthand provide me evidence that there's an alien invasion or illegal alien invasion, it just sounds like recycled propaganda. It sounds like 2015 all over again. Or back when Obama was running, I remember people saying they're going to smuggle in Middle Eastern terrorists through Mexico wearing sombreros, but they'll have bomb vests on and they're going to blow us up because terrorism. It never happened. Whatever happened to the invading Islamic terrorists disguised as Mexicans? And then fast forward 19 years later, after COVID, they were saying there's a bunch of Chinese people coming in here. Remember that? Do you remember all these propaganda mules calling in or just commenting like the Chinese are infiltrating, they're coming to the southern border, the Chinese are taking over the police stations? It went from stealth jihad, where jihadists were infiltrating the police departments, the legal justice system, that they were taking over and they're going to convert us to Sharia law, and then it became China. I'm like, well, what happened to Islamic terrorism? Now we're worried about the CCP? So these are recycled stories that scare the right wing and that never amounts to anything. A lot of psyops on both sides. Deprogrammed Truth says, because of the plumber that called Rush Limbaugh that became famous. Oh, really? Did Limbaugh boost the profile of a plumber? Okay, let's move on here. Virtual reality witness says Tim's job is to gaslight, gatekeep, and guardrail you to think you live in a physical, non-supernatural realm. No, I'm saying that the gaslighting and the gatekeeping and the guardrail is on the other side. I'm not on Team Joe Rogan. If you're like, whoa, mind blown, Elon Musk said we're in a sim, we must be in a sim because the news is so obviously faked, you're gaslit and you're a guardrail. I'm the only one saying, in fact, I coined the phrase guardrail. Guardrailed explanations that prevent you from calling out the fakery of media. The people who think, oh, reality's fake, think they've already slayed everything. We've already figured this out. Universe is fake, everything's a sim. Well, then why do you care about the news? Why do you care? That's my question. Like, if you're Mandela affected, you've debunked reality. Who cares about fake news? But no, I'm still down here on Earth. I exist in objective reality. I refuse to deny the reality of my perceptions and my experiences. And that doesn't mean I adhere to the heliocentric model, their dead corpse universe, the bunch of evolved apes on a ball with our big egos contemplating the universe because we can't accept it's meaningless. Like, I reject that. But I'm not going to go from this objective-based breakdown of media to nothing is real. Let's just speculate. Anything goes. Like, no, I don't think so. That's where they want you. They want you listening to Joe Rogan and taking DMT and thinking you figured it all out. And then you go vote for someone like RFK Jr. and think you're making a difference. We're past that. Bastard and C-Word says, Ireland here is objectively flooded with unvetted. The country took 20 years to be replaced. Fascinating. Okay, well, I mean, it is a real thing, obviously. You know, we have issues around here as well, but the way it's characterized and exaggerated, that's where it gets to be psyopy. And so we're talking about crime statistics, for example. I hear people bandy about statistics and they say this group does this percentage of the crime and they make up this percent of the population, and they just repeat these things like mantras, but it doesn't add up. And one of the things that typifies the bifurcated psy war, when there's some kind of psyop and both sides are looking at it with, like, one side thinks we're running out of people, one side thinks we have too many. With any of these, I just suggest here that these are meant for you to fight over. Like, why else would you go vote? Well, we got to vote for Trump to stop the illegal immigrants from coming in. That's the whole point of it. Nobody was talking about it 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And now, coincidentally, you have all these psyops where now suddenly the illegal immigrants are getting stabby and creating these high-profile events in order for people to respond. But anybody saying that I'm gaslighting doesn't understand gaslighting. The gaslighter is the person who says, you can't trust your senses. What you see is fake. What you feel is fake. Nothing is real. It's like, okay, cool. Like these people who say they manifest their realities. It's like, okay, you're a genie. Good for you. But prove it to me. That's all I'm asking. Like, if you're saying it's a simulation, then call in. My opinion is that simulation theory was planted there to hide the real simulation. The everything's a sim hides that the news is a sim. The news is a simulation, so I half agree with you. But I'm here to unveil objective reality, to remove the hoodwink. If you want to disrupt or level the playing field, if you want to level the playing field between the programming class and the programmed sheeple, remove the digital veil. Pull off the hood, initiate everybody. Show them all the light. And any of you here who've been, or if you've read the Masonic rituals, when you get into these societies, when they initiate you, it's usually the same template. You go in with a bag over your head and a rope around your neck, like a leash. And then you're told, you're dressed up like a fool. You know, like that's why you see them with one shoe off, half their shirt off. They look like fools on purpose. It's called slipshod. And then they're told, if you swear this oath, we'll tell you the secrets. And you're now shown the light. And the difference is that those inside the temple have seen the light. Those outside live in what they call the wilderness of darkness. So this is an admission that they are setting themselves apart from those who do not have the same security clearance. A secret society is a security clearance society. The blood oaths are NDAs. The programming class is a hierarchy, and it's stratified based on a need-to-know basis about how fake things are. But the objective fact, which we have really unveiled here, largely through our study of predictive and concurrent programming, is that we do in fact live in a news-bent reality where they write the history in advance and act out these major scenes like a reality TV show. They simulate. Most of our historic events are simulations. So there is a point to this. The point of it is, yeah, there's a simulation. It's the construct. The model is not the territory. The simulation is not the territory. That's what I actually titled the live stream tonight. The simulation is not the territory. And this is a key point because nothing will distract you more from the truth than accepting a convenient and easy to digest explanation, aka a lie, a misdirection. Okay, phones are open if anybody else wants to call in. I'm going to continue to go through the notes here. Humberto Dark Regards shared this. Was Wally George some sort of prototype Donald Trump? His tagline was, "Keep America number one." And he looks like a proto-Trump, if you ask me. He's got the same hair color, same hairstyle. And I checked out this video, and it looks like a template to me. I actually tweeted this at Human Vibrations, who often points out templates. And this could easily be a template. This is from a TV show. And this shows you that, and I watched part of this. This is from 1990. So to address what John the Plumber said, he said he remembers things being more peaceful and there wasn't all the racism and all the bicker. No, it was always there. This is from 1990. I'll just play a short clip.
I did not say Larry, let him respond. I said they hate you because that's the truth. Hold on. Explain to me why they hate you. I'll explain to you. Because you're killing women and children every time.
This is an argument between pro-Palestine and a pro-Israel guy. And then here you have the Wally George, who is very Trumpish here.
You're giving speeches. I brought facts. Hold on. We'll continue.
And I thought, you know, he's not very Trumpy except for his looks. And then they went to a commercial break, and he was pitching some product, and it reminded me of Trump selling his Trump steaks. So, you know, he's kind of a salesman grifter type. So there's quite a lot there. Again, Wally George, possibly a Donald Trump template. And this is, of course, way before Trump was in politics, but he's right there in front of some very inflammatory talk.
The right to exist as a nation. Now, do you believe that? First of all, Israel, he doesn't have the right to exist as a human being.
See, back in the 90s, they did Twitter IRL. Everything we see on X right now was done on live TV. And I don't think we really see this anymore. Everything is so controlled.
Would you rather talk or fight? You know something? You wouldn't be much of a challenge either way. Either way. You know what's happening? Much of a challenge. I'm making a fool of you. Either way. I'm making a fool of you. Either way. And you're trying to get...
This is like World Wrestling Entertainment. But anyway, this is 1990. Okay, let's continue here. Daniel Moore says, Tim gaslights aerosol spray and chemtrails not real. They are, just not effective. Oh, that's why you're not wearing a mask. You're not wearing a mask because they're not effective. Well, they're not effective, they're nothing to worry about. But chemtrails are fake. And here's the thing. If you believe in them, you fell for a logical fallacy called the loaded question. If you can't identify the loaded question in what are they spraying, then you fail the auto hoaxer test. You're going to drown in the sea of irrelevance when we push you off the raft. Not that we're going to push anybody off. We're just not going to make room because there isn't room. We don't have room for people who are still carrying propaganda for the mind control system. If you're an MSM plus propaganda mule, if you're a climate or a chemtrail or a cloud seeding alarmist, you're not going to be represented on the raft. And here's why. There are so many more people who fall for loaded questions than are skeptics. And we don't want our group of quarantined skeptics to be drowned out by a lot of fearful, scared, over-propagandized conspiracy theorists. So you can take your fear and keep it in Trutherville. Not that you would leave anyway, because if you retain these fears, if you retain these paranoid delusions that they've fed to you, you're not going to get over the guardrails. You're not going to exit Trutherville. You're not going to take part in the Exodus, the great apostasy, which we are initiating here. Mizell said, in the 90s, we didn't have cell phones, TVs everywhere on the internet. keeping us informed 24/7. Everything was more analog at that time. For sure, it was definitely a little more, but it's far more centralized too. That's why serial killers worked. Like here we have the mass shooter of the week. But back then it was like, oh, this serial killer's terrorizing the country. Stay home, Ted Bundy might get you, whatever. And they would just protract these things. Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker. Everything's faster now. Like right now they're cramming 72 hours of news into every 24-hour news cycle, which means that the general public can't parse it all. They're drowning in it by design. Now they have to find somebody, the blue check they trust, and outsource their thoughts, outsource their perceptions and opinions by design. And I'm saying, when you have the right methodology, the right philosophical posture, you can categorically reject entire claims. I'm going to reject all claims based on loaded questions. I'm going to reject all claims based on appeals to motive. I'm going to reject all claims that aren't attended by evidence. And what does that do? That gets rid of 71 of the 72 hours. Just reject all this, and now let's look at what really matters. We are joined by Yagdavis Prime. Thank you for joining. Skyfish says, I grew up seeing Wally George on VHF. I want to say thanks again to everyone who's commenting. We have 175 in the video streams and another 75 to 100. It's hard to keep track while I'm live, but we're definitely closer to the 250. About 250 live listeners. So if you aren't a member, you can go to the YouTube site. You can find the link at ips.monster and join for $1 a month. Or you can join at Patreon for up to $5 a month, depending on what you want to contribute. But what I try to do here is give those who are paid members access to stuff before everyone else, but I do tend to make everything that's private public for the most part, because I'm not trying to gatekeep. I'm not a gatekeeper. But what I will do is I will also upload stuff, like if I'm on John LeBon's Bonversations, I've been on like 4 of those, I will upload the second hour that is paywalled on his site, but I make it available for members of Patreon. So if you want to support that, Patreon or even ips.monster, you get live stream notifications and archives to your inbox. And I'm now spending more time in the mornings in the office doing recordings and addressing comments. And we've recently sent out an open invitation to the Infinite Plane Radio Press Club. So if you want to be involved in our Meatverse activities as we bring this thing above ground, concurrent with the emergence of the IPS Insider tabloid, which will be the only truthful newspaper in the world, now is the time to join. We have a dedicated Discord server and chat room, and I'll be there every morning where I set the stage for the day and I respond to your comments in video and upload it. So we have a lot going on here. So if there's ever a time to join the IPS, hit the link below and do so, because between now and the election, within the next 3 months, the world stage is going to be hit by a planet killer. An asteroid which we've identified as, I labeled it AH 2024, and if you want to be a part of that and what happens after, again, you want to be involved now. Isabel Ann says, full moon conjunct in the moon and the USA chart and 6 other intense alignments. If you ever want to call in and talk, and that's on 8/19, if you ever want to call in and talk about the astrological, I'm definitely interested, because one thing is clear. The religions of the world are based on the astrotheological template. All of the occult traditions, all the mystery schools, all the magical philosophies are all based on the personification of the celestial realm. The sun, the moon, the so-called planets, etc. They all are. And these stories about, with the constellations and these archetypes are condensed then into mundane real-world events and psyops, which are written in the stars. Like I would say, everything we're experiencing is fundamentally coming from above. Like, for example, we talk about Donald Trump and the Christ typology. What's all the Christ stuff around Trump? What's all these archetypes? Well, I think they're telling a bigger story. And the bigger story has its origin in the astrological realm, in astrology, not astronomy, but the narratives. J.P. Morgan said millionaires don't believe or use astrology, but billionaires do. And I agree. Diana South said, how long should it take to get a press pass? I can normally get them out within a couple of days. I place the order right away. If I have them here in the office, it's the same day, but I'm actually out at the moment. But I send them direct. So it just takes a few days and I get tracking numbers. And the purpose of the press pass is you are unlockdownable. You don't have to stay home. There can be fallout. There can be monkeypox. Everybody might be locked down, watching Netflix, getting their programming, and you can walk around and take pictures and just flash your badge. Ryler05 says, what's your opinion on the history hoax, Tim? History is a model. We have historic models, like climate models. And, this is interesting and deeper conversation, because what is media but the worldview as told or as seen through Big Brother's viewfinder? It is the perspective of the power elite and the one they want us to have. They're writing history every day with fake news. So I used to really hate the idea that history was unreliable, because I spend a lot of time reading history, historic anecdotes. I like history. I like reading everything, but there's a point where, yeah, there are some areas where like, well, who does this represent and how much of it is, well, fake news? Okay, let's see here. Godzilla, based on, we talked about this already. So yeah, the Paris Olympics, there's a lot of interesting symbolism in it, but yeah, it opened with a reference to the nuke and closed with a band called Phoenix. We had a call from Garrow just to remind us that this is Elvis Week, the 47th, which has some very interesting connotations. And we had an interesting conversation about the creepy sculpture at the Vatican. I like the Vatican's hall, where it looks like when you're inside of it, it looks like you're looking at a giant snake head. Okay, I am the God blocker, by the way. Virtual reality witness who said I'm gatekeeping the supernatural. The Mandela effect, they have called me the God blocker, that I'm blocking God. I'm stopping people from transcending. You might have made it out of here into a 5D reality, but I had to sow seeds of doubt. I stopped you from meeting God. I'm like Agent Smith, but way worse. Okay, I'm just clicking through my links here. We talked about Grok, which doesn't have a filter, and that makes people mad. But they're also mad at those of us who don't have any what I would consider to be guardrails in our minds. And here's one other point I want to bring up, because I coined the term guardrails. I wrote a book. In fact, here's the manuscript here. I was actually going over it today, called Guardrails: How Free Minds Are Contained by False Narratives and Conspiracy Rabbit Trails. If you haven't seen this book, it's on Amazon. Killer artwork, in fact, by MVP, the hardware vandal. But what I want to point out here with this guardrails concept is that this is how they keep you from arriving at the correct conclusion about the fakery. And what we see here with the AI is this cry to guardrail AI. And so the term guardrails had not really been used to describe media. It's always been to describe what is literally on the freeway, guardrails. But in the last year and a half, the term guardrails has been appropriated to suddenly talk about AI. And I've seen a number of articles recently even where now AI guardrails, the imperative of AI guardrails. This is from 2 days ago. A human factors perspective. X's AI image generator debuts with few guardrails. So the term guardrails wasn't really used in media. Look, it's a perception worry. Marketers say AI safety guardrails need more nuance. That term was not used to describe media and the containment of minds, as far as I know, until this AI thing, outside of where I was making use of it here. And so here's a cover of the book, Guardrails: How Free Minds Are Contained by False Narratives and Conspiracy Rabbit Trails. You've got Nelson Mandela, Nipsey Hussle with Space Needle, and one of these screaming into her cell phone, crisis act. That's the international sign of the crisis actor. The flip phone to the side of your head and you scream. I have this out because I was thinking I should just take Secret Religion of the Elite, Deep Faked, which is another manuscript here. Deep Faked, which is describing how deepfakery pre-existed digital deepfakes. But Deepfaked, Secret Religion of the Elite, World Stage, Deprogramming Guide, and Guardrails. I'm thinking I'm just going to combine these into a single book, a single paperback, and release them all. But let's see, you have been deepfaked. What I put here in the intro is, stagecraft, theater itself, is a tool of governance. We are intentionally confused about where the stage ends and reality begins, where the act ends and the real person begins, and about where movies and the news media not only intersect but overlap. Now, I wrote this in 2019, and how many examples do we have of the overlapping of entertainment and news? I mean, since this, we have come up with new terms like concurrent programming, but I'm going to put all these together into a bigger work. I think it's about time, and revise and improve a lot of these concepts and ideas. If you want to pick up the book Guardrails, I have a link here, or you go to ips.monster, or you could just wait until I put it all together into one. Okay, yeah, just email me, Diana South. I'll see if I can find out about those press passes, and I'll resend them if I have to. Eddie F. says, if this isn't a simulation, why don't we see real people actually do anything about the corrupt people in government? It's an interesting question. I would say that, oh, and Eddie F. says, if a cop sees your press pass, I doubt they'll take you serious. No, you are media. And you can write your press pass with a crayon on a napkin and it's valid. 100%. You don't even need a press pass. You don't. The reason for the press pass is so that you can be a part of a network, and you can actually reference your body of work. Like, look, I'm an IPR reporter. Here's my card. Here's the stories I've done. I'm a regular caller here. Here are the nights that I called. So you actually have some credibility as an observer and a journalist. So no, it absolutely has validity. You are unlockdownable. Eddie F. says, I know the only winning move is not to play. What does that mean? It means not living in their box, not reacting to it, not treating it like it's real until you can verify it, which means that you're no longer expending any of your cognitive or emotional energy on lies, but rather on, well, breaking them apart. It's a rigged game. What are you going to do? Organize truthers to fight the system? Truthers are the most brainwashed people on earth. You're going to wake people up like the woke are trying to do? Normieville are even more brainwashed, and worse, they're apathetic. They believe all the lies, as terrible as they are, and they don't even care enough to want to do anything about it. The fact of it is, the human race has already been conquered. Like, there is no winning. The New World Order isn't coming, and you can't fight it. You're not the resistance. Resistance is literally futile. And if you engage in this as though you are the resistance, you're actually the controlled opposition. If you're operating within the MSM Plus framework. Seba says, Eddie F., I think good people are fighting the system, but we'll never know the magnitude. No, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Who said that? Was it Jesus? Plato? Confucius? George Bernard Shaw? Mark Twain? The road to hell is paved with good intentions is an idiom. I'm trying to see if I can find out who said it. But my point here is that every truther fighting against the power in their own way is a dupe. Like Laura Loomer. Oh, she's fighting the deep state. No, she's selling you radiation kits. She's selling you on fear, and she's preparing you to accept as real the nuke psyop that's coming. And all the people who follow her and think she's doing good are, by proxy, doing bad. So no, the world stage makes a liar out of you. And the liars and the believers have lost both their moral and intellectual high ground in this. We have it. So no, there may be good people, but they're not good once they get involved. April Fool's Day joke gone awry. This was the 1989 Seattle sketch comedy hoax that Jurassic Liars brought up. Let me go ahead and play this for a minute.
Interrupt our regularly scheduled programming for the following special report.
Good evening. Approximately 7 minutes ago at 6:53 p.m., the Space Needle collapsed. Information at this point is incomplete. We do know that injuries are minimal. Fortunately, the needle was nearly empty when the accident occurred. A maintenance man who was working on the lower level has apparently been taken to Harborview's emergency room for minor injuries. Structural damage to the surrounding buildings is extensive. The Space Needle itself is beyond repair.
I was walking along Mercer here, and I heard this sound. It was like thunder, and I looked up, and it was swaying. It was...
Did you see that? She actually slightly laughed. You would think she just saw a school shooting.
Swaying. It was... And it went over. It was like somebody just kicked the bottom out from under it. You wouldn't believe it.
It's too early, of course, to determine exactly what caused this tragedy. Certainly, recent reports of metal fatigue in the huge support girders indicated possible
Anyway, this is exactly what they did on 9/11. Except on 9/11, they continued the charade. They never said April Fools, but that's pretty much what they did. They used the media to lie and to augment reality. Had they not told anybody, and you weren't in Seattle, you would have no way of knowing. It'd be an inside joke. Only the people in Seattle would know that they still have a Space Needle. Like, this is how filtered people were back then. And now, even though we all have access to broadcasting technology, we can all share video and we can kind of compare notes, we're even more brainwashed now because even though we have the tools to see through it, we've been trained. As Frank Herbert said, they're not mad, they're trained to believe, not to know. All right, I'm catching up on your comments. Frank Merce says Crisis Acting 101. Unmediated Mind says no good deed goes unpunished. Clump says I'm here to chew bubblegum and observe, and I'm all out of bubblegum. Yep. Rowdy Roddy Piper. Classic role. You know, I would like to go ahead and watch all of John Carpenter's movies. I know I want to watch the John Carpenter Elvis movie that Jurassic Liars keeps talking about. I put a link below if you want to check out Jurassic Liars. There's a link to his channel. I think he's live right now doing a pre-show. So really quick, we have 50 people listening on Twitter, 3 in DLive, 115 on YouTube, a few on Twitch, about 30 on Odyssey, and 50 elsewhere. So we're getting close. I think we'll be back to an average of 300 where we were. Actually, we're a little higher, but 300 is a good number to aim for. Violet Pengun says the news today was talking about the Ukraine war, and the reporter said, quote, "It was like a real war zone," and then laughed. Seemed like she slipped up. Right. They can't help themselves. The programming class, they do have duper's delight, mockery. You know, a lot of troopers say they were doing the predictive programming to mock us, or this is some kind of a mockery. It is a mockery in a way. And that may even be structural. It might be an intrinsic part of the PSYWAR, where they have to induce a level of cognitive dissonance to cause you to split, to cause you to reject objective reality and to reject your own perception's ability to tell you what's real because you keep on finding discrepancies. In other words, they may be subtly revealing it as a way of deepening the dissonance, the confusion. And confusion is what typifies this, the subjectivity of it all, the lack of objectivity and the fact that grown adults believe in cartoons. I mean, we live in a Disney universe, as I said, and I mean that literally. It's a Disney universe. Dirk had pointed out yesterday that he has an ex-hockey player friend who was allowed in the Illuminati. Please interview him on your show. I caught that comment before I left, so if you want to email me at infiniteplainsociety@gmail.com and get me any contact information, I will definitely reach out, and I'll provide a list of topics or questions and see what we can set up. Okay, Humberto Dark regarding the Wally George says, Wally George has ties to pro wrestling. He was in a 1985 film called Grunt, a wrestling movie, and he was married 10 times. Very Trump-like. Yeah, I agree. Very Trump-like about this guy in the way he looks and his actions. He said, I haven't thought about this guy in years. His show was like a Trump rally with chants of USA, USA. There was name-calling, cheap shots, all very Trump-like, and he had staged WWE-style violence. And look at that hair. Okay, so we have more connections to this Wally George as being predictive programming for Donald Trump. Fascinating. And maybe it could be, too, that Trump was modeled off of him. I don't know. I mean, it could be direct or indirect. I mean, I don't know how influential this guy was. I mean, Trump might have, or the Trump character, though, is obviously embodying certain archetypes. And you can find, as we pointed out, like in Machete, the senator is obviously Trump. Biff Tannen is obviously Trump. Or Hiram Biff Tannen, as I call him. Yesterday I brought up a few things about the fall of the alt-right, and I'm not going to get too much into it tonight because we talked about it yesterday, and I'm waiting for some more developments with regard to America First, Milo Yiannopoulos, and others. But it almost looks to me like right now there's an obvious, or there's some kind of an overt effort to perhaps bring down a lot of people in the alt-right from within. In fact, Tucker Carlson had mentioned that there was somebody who was involved in the January 6th insurrection that was telling people to run into the Capitol, and he wasn't arrested. And he said it was somebody, and he didn't say who. But people reading between the lines looked into it, and they found a video of Nick Fuentes on January 6th calling for people to go up into the Capitol. And so the consensus there is that Fuentes is a Fed, and like Ray Epstein. And you pretty much have Tucker Carlson calling it out. So again, it looks like a controlled demo of the alt-right. A lot of these figureheads seem to be taking a fall. I look forward to it as it continues. I see there's some pretty high-profile beef going on here, like the Owen Benjamin versus, of all people, Sam Tripoli. That was getting pretty ugly. And they're both on censored TV. And now Nick Fuentes claims that he's at war with censored TV. So there's quite a lot going on. Final thing here. Alex Jones says the mark of the beast technology is rolling out worldwide. Submission equals death. The new ATM machines with the mark of the beast scanner. You know, I think my cards, all of my debit cards, I think there's some kind of planned obsolescence because they keep on failing and all these readers fail. And every single place I go to has a different card reader with different rules. You gotta, like, sometimes you gotta insert the card 3 times, sometimes you gotta insert, then swipe, then insert, and it's getting increasingly complicated. It was never this bad, and the cards aren't lasting as long. I just replaced my Chime card, and I'm like, okay, what's going on here? I think they're trying to annoy the crap out of us, so we beg for the injected chip, so we can just buy stuff with a wave of the hand because we're tired of waiting in line. So we're gonna beg for those biometric IDs, quantum dot tattoos, etc. Now the position of Jones here is a Luddite moral panic because the right wing is supposed to be afraid of technology and the progressive utopianism, and they want to reach back to barter and traditional values and away from that. So his opinion on this is a sham because when everybody gets the injectable credit card chip or whatever in their palm, he's going to get it too. Now this is random. This incredible science, this is some scientists. They claim that they have done a 3D reconstruction of what Adam, the first human, might have looked like. And this is really weird because it looks exactly like Sylvester Stallone. And I'm like, that's, not only is it weird because of that, but he's got his hair slicked back and he's shaved. But anyway, that came across my feed. See if there's anything else. There's one more thing that I thought was important. Oh yeah. The simulation is not the territory. That was the main theme for tonight. The simulation is not the territory. Because I do think the simulation theory is sabotage. And there's this phrase I use, the map is not the territory, and it comes from Alfred Korzybski, who said the map is not the territory, the word is not the thing. And one of the things that he had expressed consistently was the model is not the data, or all models are wrong. All models are wrong. Or all models are wrong, but some are useful. But this expression is very necessary, because what I have been positing here for some time is that we have been given a model of the world. And it's not about the shape. The whole shape of the world conversation is a dead end and pointless at this point. It's not about the shape. It's about your worldview. How do you experience it? Because flat or round, you're not experiencing it any differently. Like if you're a ball earther, you're like, oh, I can feel the curve. I can feel it spinning. There's no difference. So it's a matter of interpretation. And that's what we're looking at. We've been given an interpretation. And speaking of flat earth and all this stuff, has anybody concluded that maybe the shooter was a flat earther that shot at Trump? Like, I've been waiting for them to come out with the flat earth terrorist so they can finally shut the whole conversation down. Like, oh yeah, it was a flat earther who shot at Trump. And I would say so because maybe the reason he missed is he didn't account for the rotation of the earth. Isn't that what they say? That they actually, we have to account for the rotation of the earth. So the earth's spin caused the bullet to miss Trump's head. Eddie F says, if it's not a sim, why is everyone playing a role? Here's the reason why I'm against the term simulation, or the idea of the simulation. It goes too far. I can prove to you right now that the worldview is based on a simulation. You can't prove to me that the objective world meatverse is fake. I can prove the news is fake. I can't debunk reality. So if you can prove the news is fake, that's good. It means the map is fake. But if the map's not the territory is real. And the issue here is the simulation theorists are coming out here saying that because the map is fake, reality is fake. And that is the wrong answer. Okay, this has been interesting. Oh wait, one more comment here. Thrustazar said he chose slope to account for the curve. Yeah, you know, I was listening to Tucker Carlson, and he said that he is open to everything, but he doesn't believe in flat Earth because of he's a hunter. He says because of guns. Like, what do you mean? And he said that when something's really far away, you have to account for the curvature of the Earth. He didn't say rotation. Like, the whole argument has been snipers account for the rotation of the Earth. But Tucker said, no, I account for the curvature of the Earth when I shoot. Well, how far away are the deer that you're shooting at that you have to account for the curvature? Thrustazar says shooter was a Joe Rogan listener. The shooter did he have a Discord account? They love to point to where they got their disease X from. Like, oh, this shooter is radicalized on Reddit. This shooter is radicalized on Discord. They throw it out there because they've already seeded this concept and people have already accepted it, that you can go online, get radicalized by some QAnon verses, and then go and fight the deep state by shooting up a place. You know, you can become a terrorist, which is the same argument they used with the Islamic terrorists. Oh, they went to Yemen and visited some radical mosque, and now he's at war with the great Satan. So what they have done is they have created the domestic equivalent of radical Islam, you know, vanilla ISIS or white Al-Qaeda. And interestingly enough, the white nationalist groups, one of the major ones is called the Base. Do you know what Al-Qaeda means? The Base. Virtual Reality Witness says Tucker is as big a fraud as Alex Jones. You know, I would say yes, in the sense that he's a fake populist. And in his text messages that were revealed post January 6th, he referred to the MAGA base as cousin effing terrorists. That's what he said. So there's Tucker for you. But here's something else about him. I don't think he's in the know. Like, yeah, he's in the programming class, but I don't think he's deprogrammed. I think he's just in a position to be a propaganda dispenser. Jones, I believe, may know more. How much, I don't know, but he's certainly apprised of how fake the shootings are. If he wasn't, I mean, like, this is the thing. It's obvious. Jones is complicit in his own defeat in the lawfare against him. He's controlled off. But Tucker seems clueless, is what I'm saying. As in, he's in a box, he's insulated, he's still very mainstream. Okay, anything else? If you have any other comments, we still have a few minutes here. I'm just going through the rest of my notes. Seems like today everyone lives in a universe of community-generated fan fiction. We are the only ones with objective perspective on any of this, which is why I'm making the point that as we lead up to the election, we can get our press pass carriers, everyone involved, and we can really make moves to establish this parallel media as a separate body, because everyone's so distracted by the circus. So it automatically makes it easy. You know, I'm not saying we got to break away from Trutherville. Well, Trutherville's going to be focused on the voting booth. So while they're focused on that and believing every psyop and hunting second shooters, we can organize, which is what we're doing right here. Lean Dion says the right-wingers say based. Yeah, even that meme saying, oh, that's based. You say something that's very racist, oh, it's based. Yeah, the base, and Al-Qaeda, the base. And I've made these comparisons before, and it's in one of these manuscripts about the domestic equivalent to radical Islam with MAGA ban. MAGA ban values, radicalized by QAnon instead of the Quran, going after the great Satan instead of the deep state, but they have the same targets. They have the same ideology. Their holy warrior jihadist suicide bombers are incels, and they have the same enemies. And they're also both fake. And this also brings up this connection between 9/11 and 6/11. Osama bin Laden and Timothy McVeigh. And this code of the inverted 9/11, as in one is external aliens, one is domestic. So you flip the 9, 6/11. It's an ambigram. It makes perfect sense. They have encoded this messaging. So everything 9/11, and the terrorism programming has a mirror with the 6/11 stuff, and all of it points to Trump. What time was Trump shot? Oh yeah, that's right, 6/11. What is the Bible verse that truthers are always talking about? The armor of God. It's Ephesians 6:11. The truther movie Sound of Freedom was based on, or had a big scene about Timothy 6:11, which again is Timothy McVeigh's execution date. Now, I didn't want to get into this, but Dave Chappelle used to say that he's not a sellout because he was never pressured by Hollywood into wearing a dress. Well, a number of videos have surfaced where he did play certain roles where he did, in fact, do that. So I don't know what that means. I think that's another right-wing or conspiracy theorist psyop where they have you, here we go, in this constant panic mode. Everybody's a sellout. Everybody's a Satanist. Which, there's the Satanist line, the moral panic, is a huge part of the story. The aliens are demons. But anyway, I find this to be interesting because Dave Chappelle was considered to be a truther and a non-sellout, and he spoke out against this. But what is this?
Brahman's going to do the news, and we got some great guests coming in. Hey, what are you guys laughing at so much? I think I banned them too much. Jerks.
Anyway, terrible programming. Awful, in fact. Things have always been this bad. I mean, if you look at society today, just look at the media everybody consumed over the last 30 or 40 years. And it probably has a great deal of explanatory power to understand where we got, how we got here right now. Ryler says, Q people are mostly Christians, so they think they're going after the Satanists. Yeah, that's the framework. So the moral panic versus the newer concept, the pandemic. The parallel, I mean, it's one of these splits. One side believes in the scientific paradigm, and they have a scientific explanation or a version of sin, which they call the virus. And the other side doesn't believe in that or its cure, but they believe in the archaic version of sin. And they're always focused on moral outrage. And that's one of the things that the Super Bowl ceremonies and the Olympic ceremonies, it's always there to provoke moral outrage. And there are so many people right now who are talking about the Olympics and decoding it for its satanic stuff. And they're looking at it with the wrong framework. Like if the only tool you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So if your framework is everything is Satan versus God, you're going to have a completely different you're going to have a different conclusion. Okay, anything else? Gematria 101 says Chappelle movie 846. Yeah, Dave Chappelle's an interesting case study in all of this. I think he happens to be a major PSYOP operative. He did a comedy skit called 846, and he talked about these numerology connections between him and Kobe Bryant and George Floyd, and how his grandfather, and so he might even be in the club, if you think about it. Because in this 27-minute thing, he talked about how his grandfather did something similar, had a similar historic role to Dave Chappelle, that apparently his grandfather, or was it his great-grandfather, had gone to the White House to speak up against some kind of racial injustice. But yeah, the 846 number is a huge code. 9/11 kicks off at 8:46 a.m. So the kneeling on the neck for 846. And the 846 relates to the time that the sun set. The sun set on 5/25/2020, George Floyd's death date, at 8:46 p.m. in the Twin Cities. So 846, a 9/11 number, another one of these connections, and we've come across a lot of these, and a lot of these have to do with this incoming race war PSYOP stuff and this Black Christ archetype. So for example, do you remember Jayland Walker, who was shot by 8 cops, and they fired off like 60 bullets? Well, it turns out he was specifically shot by 8 cops, and he was hit 46 times. The 8 Ohio police officers involved in the shooting of Jayland Walker, who was shot 46 times, so 846. And then we had Amir Locke. I mean, I have so many other examples. I'm not going to get into this now, but 846, I have an entire mind map on it. And it's just one of these things that connects a lot of these various events, and it all pertains to the same essential theme here. The destruction of the West. The whole George Floyd thing, by the way, it was Derek Western chauvinism. That's the name, Chauvin. Like the Proud Boys, they call themselves Western chauvinists. So you had a representative of Western chauvinism, the police, kneeling on the neck of the poor. This is within the Marxist class warfare structure. It's that image is very powerful because it just shows you, well, the I can't breathe applies not just to the poor, but also to the environment, to Gaia. The earth can't breathe. Why? Oh, because of the West and its pollution and climate change. So from climate change to climate justice, it's all interrelated. Okay, let's see if we have anything else here. Eccentric View says, just tuning in, I feel guilty I'm cheating on on JLB. Is JLB live? Send me a link. And also there's a Jurassic Liars will be catching up on as well. But I guess my final point here tonight is the simulation, not the territory thing. And someone had mentioned, what does it mean to say that the only winning move is not to play? I'm saying that you're being played if they're getting a reaction out of you automatically. Like if you're responding real time and you're triggered by anything, any of the moral panics, any of the fear psyops, then you're in their box. And these things might all be augmentations, hyperstitions. There's no bowl cut shooters. Those are all fake. Wayne Dion says the new Napoleon movie with Joaquin Phoenix would be worth watching. Yeah, Napoleon, the Apollyon, this all connects to Trump and this general theme. And Joaquin Phoenix, of course, the Joker. But Napoleon, there's this interesting conspiracy theory that Napoleon is a fake person, a historic personage, and that his exploits, his military career, and his campaigns was really just a description of the sun, and that he's a personification of the sun. But interestingly, the name Apollyon, Napoleon, is Greek, and then you have the Hebrew Abaddon. So Abaddon, Apollyon, and Apollyon means what? Exterminator. So you got Terminator, Apollyon, Abaddon. And these are all things that relate to Revelation 9:11, which we've talked about extensively, all about the destroyer in the abyss. And by the way, Robert De Niro called Donald Trump a destroyer when he was ranting out there in front of the courthouse. Yeah, Mango says the WHO warned of an Mpox breakout. Yeah, our friend over there at the WHO has announced this just in time for the election. Is anybody here hoping for lockdowns? Because I contend that a lot of people liked it. You know, I had this friend who was at work and somebody had called in sick for, they said they had it. They had C-19. Well, the boss said, come in anyway. So, wow, okay. Imagine, look how times change. 4 years ago, one person has it, everybody dies. Now, no, you still have to come to work. But the boss had it and took a week off. So it's a big grift. That's the thing. And a lot of people don't really believe it, or they don't care, or they're just taking advantage of it for their own selfish reasons. And the system encourages this. I really think it's encouraged. They want you to all be involved in the corruption so you can't speak out against it. But yeah, hopefully we have a few more Illuminati playing cards dropped and played out here in the next few weeks. So go to ips.monster if you want to sign up for the Discord server and get involved. Get a press pass. And if your press pass is in the mail or late, email me and I'll send it out. The Unmediated Mind says that's not near as interesting as brain-eating amoeba outbreaks. Well, the mind virus concept that we talk about quite a lot, I think that's the next thing that's going to be in play. And I'm like, so we hear about the monkeypox, and here's the connection I was making earlier with the rage virus from 28 Days Later, the director of Civil War. The point I was making is this: they're going to release this virus, but it's not going to be monkeypox. It's going to be the 28 Days Later rage virus, specifically right-wing rage, like the MAGA, the Groypers, the Patriot Front, the domestic extremists. Like, it's their time to rage, basically. And what's going to infect them? Disease X. And you had Musk and Trump with their 3-hour talk together, 1 billion views. So you can see here, they set the stage. So now if we do have an outbreak of a rage virus, the public is going to say, yep, it's because we need to censor the internet. Elon Musk has not only polluted low Earth orbit with too much space junk, but he has loaded cyberspace with too much mind junk. All right, well, this has been fascinating. I want to say thanks to the callers, John the Plumber and others, JL, and we will continue this conversation. And if you leave any comments on the main channel, I will address those tomorrow morning. And also, while I'm in the office here tomorrow morning recording that and doing archives, I will be in the Discord server. So again, if you want to be a part of the IPR Press Club, now is the time to get in. Ground floor. It's going to start off small and slow, but every morning more people will be there in the chat. So like today it was just me. Tomorrow there'll be a few other people, and I guarantee you, if we consistently show up in the mornings for the IPR Press Club, we'll have a good number of people in there engaged in chats, and it'll be worth recording, and we'll be acting on a lot of the things that we're talking about. Defrag says, check out the show called Evil. Will do. Evil. Okay, I have a link here. It's a drama show, American Supernatural. And what about it? I do my homework. When I'm not here, I do my homework. I watch a lot of Netflix and Amazon movies just to see, what is being spread out there. And that's why I study this stuff. You need to know, what do they think in Normieville? What do they think in Trutherville? What is Woketown going on about? And this is what I mean by not playing the game. Since I'm not in the game, I'm not operating from the framework of blue pill, red pill, woke pill. I'm outside of it. We're pure white pill, academic, peaceniks, conscientious objectors. But this gives us a perspective. And so we have a new class that is emerging. You have the program class. You have the programmers who are mostly programmed themselves. And now you have us. the deprogrammed. We have exited their room. Defrag says the movies are evil. The show is about a big church trying to stop some demon force that it's controlling the game. Okay. Again, game. If you haven't seen the article, I'll just drop a link here before I go. It's at my Substack. The Game Programmers Explained. And this is an excerpt from Secret Religion of the Elite, if you want to check it out. And as I consolidate these manuscripts into some master script, what I'll do, and it'll be like a 400 pager, probably maybe 300 pages. As I edit the thing and update it, I'll be publishing more chapters and posting them out there. Here are some of the titles. Religious Syncretism Meets Science. And this is about how the space program is not a scientific endeavor. At its core, it's a syncretic adaptation of the ancient mystery cults and their ritual reenactments and the dramatization of the cycles of reproduction and death. The syncretism. The rocket is an obelisk. It's an obelisk that flies to fake space. At least the believers think it goes that high. Unlike the old obelisks made of stone that the Pope prays at 3 times a day at St. Peter's Basilica, but his obelisk doesn't go anywhere. The new ones do. Big fiery displays. Jim Firebrand says the next virus will be from space. You're right, but it's going to come from inner space. It's the mind viruses I'm talking about. The next mind virus, Disease X, will be your inner space. And outer space has always been just basically a way of addressing inner space. And the instant they conquered that and made it to outer space and showed us the world, they defined the parameters of the game, the board, the worldview that we all have to agree on. And what they have created is this. Now, not only is the world this size, this shape, but now it's also precarious. Now it's threatened. Now it's likely to die if we don't give more money and power to the government. Pay Al Gorleone. Buy off the EPA, the protectionist agency, in order to pollute because you are destroying Gaia. Ooh, nice. Violet Penguin says they're making a new 28 days. Again, 28 days. And then the other thing I brought up here was the book that Michael and Truth had brought up was about a virus with the monkey on the cover and written by the father of Boris Johnson. One of the most unbelievable world stage characters I've ever seen. Some suggested that he was actually a deepfake played by this comedian. Who was that comedian that was supposedly playing Boris? If anybody can remember, was it Matt? No. There was some comedian who was playing Boris convincingly, but some people believe he played him literally. We'll have to revisit 2020. It was such a show. Yeah, Al Gorleone, because it's a climate mafia, but what's more too is they want you to be agoraphobic. The power elite want you to be agoraphobic so you never leave your house. You're afraid of the open air. You're afraid of the chemtrails, the climate change, the space junk. You have a lot of reasons to be afraid. Like if you believe the science, you believe NASA, why aren't you wearing a space junk helmet? Maybe you don't really believe. But I say reject agoraphobia and instead embrace algoraphobia and just go against anything promoted by the man-bear-pig. All right, this has been great. This is Symbia, Autohoaxology. Have a great evening.
Just because you saw it on the screen doesn't make it real. I don't take the red pill, I don't take the blue pill. I just choose to follow my dreams, Autohoax and chill. I stepped off the world stage and I moved away from all the fake outrage and the hearsay. And I don't give the time of day to those who naysay, because they got a backhand, so the mind day. I stepped away from the game entirely. I won't be caught up in their lame dichotomy. I stepped away from the cage entirely. I'm free today and my mind's been set by reading Autohoaxology. Out of the control system finally. I know where to go if you follow me, cause I've been reading Autohoaxology. Nothing can bother me, Autohoaxology. I'll put the screen before it's blasphemy. I won't become another mind war casualty. I came up out the realm of possibility to take the helm of this reality. Cause I've been chillin' reading Autohoaxology, rejecting all the expectations of the auto believer to become a new creation. On the sword of truth, I stop the facts of deceiver. Demanding burdens for the proof from all the hacks and believers. I stepped away from the game entirely. I won't be caught up in the lame dichotomy. I stepped away from the cage entirely. I'm free today and my mind's been saved by reading autohoaxology. Out of the control system finally. I know where to go if you follow me. Cause I've been reading autohoaxology. Nothing can bother me. Autohoaxology. What would the screen be for its blasphemy? I won't become another mind war casualty. I came up out the realm of possibility to take the helm of this reality. Cause I've been chillin' reading autohoaxology. Suspending all the judgment, you won't get a reaction. Won't defend it, I won't budge until I get all the facts in. I won't argue with the bots about the next current thing. Crying over the fake bodies like a bitter death clinger.
Welcome to NTD News Today. I'm Kevin Hogan. Let's take a look at our top stories. A new problem has emerged with the ongoing border crisis, a surge in illegal child labor. Find out what the Biden administration plans to do about it. California is considering a cap on oil profits. Some say they're worried about the state deciding how much profit a business is allowed to make. Is your coffee maker spying on you? The House of Representatives wants to protect consumers who have internet-connected devices. Calls to declassify. The Energy Department's report says COVID-19 likely came from a lab leak, and now lawmakers want the public to know the details. We bring you analysis. The Biden administration has vowed to crack down on a surge in illegal child labor in the U.S. It cites a nearly 70% increase in kids employed unlawfully by companies over the past 5 years. NTD's Daniel Monahan has more on the administration's plans.
The Department of Labor says it is working with the Department of Health and Human Services to combat child labor nationwide. It is establishing a new interagency task force to deal with the issue. The aim of the task force is to improve information sharing among agencies and advance the health, education, and well-being of children in the United States. The Department of Labor says timely information regarding active child labor investigations provides an advantage. It enables the Department of Health and Human Services to apply additional scrutiny in the sponsor vetting process. The Department of Labor says 835 companies it investigated had employed more than 3,800 children illegally. It says the maximum civil monetary penalty under current law for a child labor violation is about $15,000 per child. According to the department, that's not high enough to be a deterrent for major profitable companies. The rise in illegal child labor cases comes amid an ongoing illegal immigration crisis. There has been a surge in unaccompanied children entering the United States without their parents. Customs and Border Protection data show that 130,000 unaccompanied children were processed by U.S. officials along the southern border in 2022. The latest crackdown on child labor comes after the Labor Department announced it had fined one of the nation's largest food sanitation service providers. Packer Sanitation Services was penalized $1.5 million for employing at least 102 minors between the ages of 13 and 17. They worked in dangerous jobs cleaning meatpacking plants across 13 facilities in 8 states. A company spokeswoman said the company has a strong commitment to a zero-tolerance policy against employing anyone under the age of 18. The Department of Labor said it currently has 600 child labor investigations underway and that it continues to receive complaints regarding illegal child labor across the country. Daniel Monahan, NTD News.
The Supreme Court is hearing arguments today over President Biden's student debt cancellation plan. It's a plan that impacts millions of borrowers who could see their loans wiped away or reduced. Both individuals and several Republican-led states have sued. They claim the president is not authorized to forgive so much student debt, and so far, courts have allowed those suits to go forward. It's unclear how the Supreme Court will respond. The debt forgiveness plan would cancel $10,000 in federal student loan debt for those making less than $125,000 a year. The same goes for households bringing in less than $250,000 annually. Pell Grant recipients would get an additional $10,000 of debt relief. Democratic Congressman Jamal Bowman spoke at a student loan debt protest.
I hear the same thing from constituents up and down my district, 60 and 70 years old, paying back student loans for decades and barely making a dent. College should be free. You should pay us to go to school. Because guess what? When we get out, we are contributing to this society and this democracy and this economy.
The administration says about 43 million people are eligible for the debt cancellation. 26 million have already applied and 16 million have been approved. The president proposed the debt cancellation plan based on the national emergency declaration during the COVID pandemic. The justices will consider whether states and individuals can legally challenge the plan and whether the Biden administration has the authority to forgive student loans. A Texas man is convicted of Medicaid fraud, but should be also convicted of aggravated identity theft. The Supreme Court is unconvinced. In spite of the Biden administration's arguments, several justices expressed concern that the government wants to interpret the Identity Theft Penalty Enhancement Act so broadly that it could entangle innocent people. The act adds a 2-year prison sentence to individuals convicted of fraud. The petitioner worked as a managing partner in a psychology practice in Texas created by his father. Both father and son were convicted by a federal district court for a scheme to defraud Texas's Medicaid program. But the government added the identity theft penalty. The petitioner argues that the identity theft penalty is too broad and could apply to many types of fraud not normally associated with identity theft. Some of the justices seem to agree. The Supreme Court is expected to hand down its decision by June. A House committee is looking into alleged waste and abuse. The area of concern is the Biden administration's billion-dollar Environmental Justice Award program. The committee says the EPA requested 2 applications for approximately $100 million to support environmental justice initiatives. This was on January 10th. Committee officials called it the largest allocation of its kind. However, they say the EPA's own case studies don't support environmental justice grant programs. They say the programs have weak standards to ensure recipients use the funds to address environmental concerns in a practical manner. Californians might have to choose between higher gas prices or scaling back its climate agenda. That's what state regulators said at a recent hearing about a proposed cap for oil profits. Here's the story.
California Governor Gavin Newsom last week called a special state Senate hearing on a proposed oil industry windfall profits penalty. California lawmakers are considering imposing penalties on oil companies to restrict them from making excessive profits in the state. During the hearing, state regulators were not able to explain why gas prices spiked up to $8 a gallon last year. But the director of the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration did say the state's environmental laws contributed to the high prices. In his words, it may be California's aggressive take on environmental protection and other things. You all have to make some tough decisions about what direction the state goes, and there are trade-offs. However, the Democratic chair of the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Communications said many factors were to blame. Some say it's standards for refineries or raising prices. Others say it's gas retailers. Others are blaming the state's taxes and environmental policies. I believe that it's all of the above. To stop gas prices from spiking, the governor wants to set a maximum margin of profit for refiners. They'd be subject to a price gouging penalty if the margin is exceeded. The California Energy Commission says the penalty would encourage refiners to produce more gasoline to boost profits. However, the chair of California's Chamber of Commerce opposes the bill, saying there's a genuine concern that this basically establishes a playbook that the legislature will use to determine the reasonable profit to do business in California. He says the Chamber of Commerce is worried about the precedent this could set for the larger business community.
California's budget deficit. It may be $7 billion more than the governor forecast in January. The Legislative Analyst's Office says state revenue may be about $10 billion lower than expected, which could raise the deficit to over $29 billion. The office says many factors have contributed to the revenue drop. Rising inflation spurred by federal pandemic stimulus money, Federal Reserve interest rate increases, and a cooling economy have all played a part. The office adds that revenue from personal income taxes and corporate taxes also declined. However, even with revenues dropping, state spending remains at historic levels, so Governor Gavin Newsom is proposing to cut back. He would delay certain investments, reduce spending in water and drought programs, and reduce climate initiatives by $6 billion in the next fiscal year. He's also proposing cuts in some housing programs, healthcare workforce investments, and transportation. The gloomy financial picture comes just a year after the state's coffers overflowed with an extra $98 billion from federal pandemic funds. Turning to Ohio, high levels of chemicals at the Norfolk Southern train derailment in East Palestine could pose long-term risks. That's according to scientists from Texas A&M and Carnegie Mellon University. They analyzed data of air pollutants from the Environmental Protection Agency. The measurements suggested that 9 chemicals are higher than would normally be found in the area. The scientists say if some levels remain high, it could be a problem for East Palestine residents' health in the long term. The highest levels were from a toxic chemical called acrolein, which is used to control plants, algae, rodents, and microorganisms. According to the CDC, it can cause inflammation and irritation of the skin, respiratory tract, and mucous membranes. The EPA and local government officials have repeatedly said their tests show the air quality in the area is safe and that the chemicals should dissipate. As of Sunday, officials have tested air in nearly 600 homes. The Department of Transportation is facing an audit by its internal watchdog following reports about how Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg has used government aircraft. The Office of Inspector General says Senator Marco Rubio requested the audit. It should determine whether Buttigieg complied with all applicable federal regulations. According to a memo, the audit will focus on official trips taken since January 31, 2017. Buttigieg has faced criticism over his use of these aircraft since he's pushed for policies to end using oil and gas, the same fuel used to power government jets. A 2021 report from the group Transport and Environment says government jets are, quote, 10 times more carbon intensive than airliners on average and 50 times more polluting than trains. Buttigieg responded on Twitter, welcoming the review. He emphasized that his use of government aircraft was mostly for official purposes and to save taxpayer money. Coming up, the TSA is looking to hire over 400 new air marshals. A hiring drive was held yesterday amid a surge in retirement. New York City shoe shiners find it challenging to stay in business as remote work reduces foot traffic in train stations. We'll have more in just a moment here on NTD News Today. The House of Representatives overwhelmingly agreed on something yesterday. What can make politicians come together? Concerns of spying. Now, if you're buying a device that connects to the internet, you should be told if it also comes with a camera or microphone. The requirement doesn't cover devices like telephones or laptops or any device that a consumer would reasonably expect to have a microphone or camera. The bill flew through the chamber with 406 representatives in favor and just 12 against. A recent Deloitte survey measured the number of internet-connected items in Americans' home. They found an average of 22 smart devices as of 2022. The danger of smart devices extends beyond the threat from petty scammers and data-hungry corporations. One report suggests that the CCP could secretly record Americans using coffee makers manufactured in China. An influx of people moving down south has South Carolina lawmakers debating giving newcomers should pay a $500 Yankee tax to take advantage of the state's infrastructure. The bill would require incoming South Carolina residents to pay two one-time fees, $250 to obtain a driver's license and $250 to register a car. The payment is dubbed the Yankee tax because it's affected mostly to affect those moving from northern states. The bill's sponsor says this would make sure newcomers pay their fair share for roads and bridges that were funded by existing taxpayers. But one state senator argues that newcomers are paying in other ways, such as with the gas tax. Another state senator is worried it could spread newcomer tax charges into other areas of life. South Carolina is still among the top destinations Americans are moving to. If you ever wanted to be an air marshal, now could be your chance. The TSA is looking to hire over 400 new recruits for the position. A hiring drive was held in New Jersey yesterday. NTD's Jeremy Sandberg has more on the recruitment effort.
We are the last line of defense. We want to make sure that we get the very best of the best.
A recruitment event for new air marshals was held at Newark Liberty International Airport on Monday.
After 9/11, we had a large group of people who found a calling with the Federal Air Marshal Service, and they are all due to retire. So we are in need of hiring.
Candidates need to have excellent eyesight and handgun sharpshooting skills. That's to be able to effectively respond to threats in the confined space of an airplane full of people. Air marshals must also be adept at blending in.
As a federal air marshal, you work undercover, and it's really important to remain undercover, and that's why we're quiet and discreet.
Several hundred people applied for the positions on Monday.
For me personally, the biggest thing is just being able to give back and serve my country in some capacity.
Travel, see the world, take one day at a time, and protect and serve.
The TSA has several more recruitment events scheduled in different cities through the end of the year. Jeremy Sandberg, NTD News.
And U.S. Marshals on the ground said yesterday they suffered a ransomware attack on one of their systems earlier this month. The incident took place on February 17th. The Marshals Service said it disconnected the system from their network when they made the discovery and notified the Justice Department. Agents then began a forensic investigation. A spokesman for the service says the affected system contains sensitive information. That included administrative and personal information about certain employees, third parties, and subjects of investigations. Shoe shiners in New York are struggling to stay in business. They say remote work has reduced foot traffic in train stations. NTD's Andrew Thomas has more.
At Penn Station Shoe Repair and Shoe Shine, men read newspapers and scroll through their phones. Rory Heenan remembers a father-son monthly ritual from his childhood. He'd take the train with his dad on his way to work and watch him get a shoe shine.
I would just sit here as a little guy, observing, and here I am, 30 years later, doing the same thing, right? So it's certainly something that's passed down over time.
But shoe shine stands like this one are disappearing across the country. Remote working and casual workwear trends are making an impact. Nissan Kaimov says he used to shine 80 to 100 shoes a day pre-pandemic. Now it's between 30 to 50 Tuesday through Thursday. Mondays and Fridays are even slower.
Office employees 100%, and until people come back to work, its problem will not be solved, and it's not good for landlord and for tenants also like us.
Still, Kaimov hasn't raised the price of an $8 shoe shine. Instead, he uses independent contractors instead of full-time employees.
Yeah, we're making less profit, and but our goal is to make customer happy so they come back to us again.
At the nearby Port Authority bus terminal, Jairo Cardenas has run Alpha Shoes Repair Corp for 33 years. But business is slow.
I usually to make it before a lot of people to shine. We have 3 guys for make it shine, but now I keep only 1 people, yeah? So the before I usually to make it for a day, 60, 70 people for make it shine for a day, but in this time just about only 10, 15 people.
Cardenas is seeing an uptick in people returning to work. He hopes business returns to normal by the spring. Andrew Thomas, NTD News.
Authorities in Kentucky say a very brave and honest child helped them find a wanted fugitive on Friday. Whitley County Sheriff's deputies were serving a warrant at a residence for this woman, a fugitive named Tina Hicks. But none of the adults in the home would say if Hicks was inside the house. That's when deputies say a toddler stood up, put his hands on his hips, and outed the woman. The child told them, quote, "It is good to be honest. We shouldn't lie. She is inside the room next to the bathroom." That's where deputies found Hicks hiding. They took her into custody and served her with multiple warrants, including charges of meth and drug paraphernalia possession. A belated tribute to a sailor who died in the Pearl Harbor attack. He was laid to rest more than 80 years after the strike. When Japanese forces capsized the USS Oklahoma at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii in 1941, over 400 were killed. Among them was Herman Schmidt, a 28-year-old third-class gunner. Like many of his fellow sailors on board, he was first buried as an unknown soldier. It wasn't until 2021 that his identity was confirmed. That was done with the help of a DNA sample from his now 82-year-old son. None of those in attendance at Schmidt's service had met him in person. The Navy honored Schmidt with full military honors at his funeral. And just ahead, Virginia takes a stand against communist China buying up farmland. Many lawmakers fear such purchases can undermine U.S. national security. And in Southeast Asia, the U.S. has resumed a major annual exercise in Southeast Asia. We'll have the highlights soon when we return.
A performance that truly matters for each and every one of us. This is what you've been waiting for. See it at least once in your lifetime. Get tickets now at shenyun.com.
The Fixture Pioneer, CGM. Professional AI intelligent fixtures. All-round integration of 4 systems. High precision, high durability, high quality. 2-micrometer repetition accuracy. More than 80 patent certificates. ISO 9001 approved. Precision clamping to meet your every need. CGM has it all. Pride of Taiwan. CGM.
Welcome back. A government assessment reportedly concludes that COVID-19 leaked from a lab, and now some are calling for it to be declassified. Meanwhile, the State Department refreshes its criticism of how the Chinese regime handled the early virus outbreak. The U.S. ambassador to China says Beijing needs to be more honest about what happened in the early stages of the outbreak and accuses China of blocking, from the outset, an international investigation into the origins of the virus. Joining us now to discuss is Dustin Carmack. Dustin is a research fellow for cybersecurity, intelligence, and emerging technologies at the Heritage Foundation. He also served as chief of staff to former director of national intelligence, John Ratcliffe. Really glad to have you with us today, Dustin.
Great to be here.
In the wake of the Energy Department report that says the most likely origin of the COVID pandemic was a Chinese lab leak, senators are now calling on the Biden administration to declassify materials related to the virus origins. Those include Senators Rand Paul and Mike Braun. What are the arguments for and against declassifying these materials?
Well, it's twofold. I mean, whenever you're dealing with intelligence sources and methods, you want to protect those. But at the same time, we kind of have a problem in the intelligence community that I think is observed by even those in the community, that some things are overclassified. And there's possibilities that you can downgrade this information in such a way and essentially scrub it for the sources and methods to release more information to the public, which I think is really important in this context. For people to understand what's going on exactly.
You touch on the importance of protecting the intelligence sources. The reason why classified reports are not declassified is because the benefit to the U.S. is outweighed by the advantage to a hostile nation that they would gain. Would Beijing gain any advantage in declassifying these?
Absolutely. One thing is that sources like from China and Russia and some of these really what they call hard targets in the intelligence community are extremely difficult to get. Sometimes they cost significant amounts of money, technology. There's if you're trying to gather human intelligence sources, and so when you're wanting to protect those, it really is as frustrating as it can be for the American public. It serves a vital security role. It doesn't mean though that we can't find ways to share more information proactively with the public, though, in my opinion.
And can you elaborate on what advantage this would give to the public if it were declassified?
Well, I think we've all been essentially bulldogged for the last 2 or 3 years that we shouldn't be considering this lab leak theory to be something that could be a possibility. But from the very beginning, my old boss, John Ratcliffe, has said essentially the information track on this was always going to go this direction because the natural origins context has never really gained ground. If you've seen any kind of movement in the intelligence community's line, it has been slowly the direction towards the lab leak theory. And that's because as time goes on, new intelligence may come about. And I think you're going to see this track work keep on moving. And so for China, this is a problem.
When we look at the broader timeline here, the Chinese regime has taken many steps to cover up the virus, including destroying evidence, silencing whistleblowers, knowing about human-to-human transmission, but withholding that information from the public for weeks. Can you please speak to the level of trust other countries have in China, potential sanctions for the CCP's virus research, and the international community's access to investigating the virus origins inside China?
Well, I know from the United States perspective, I have zero trust, but I would say if anybody else had any trust before this, they should really revisit their thoughts on this, because this is, something that I think that everybody behind the scenes has realized, but hasn't wanted to call out. And so I think the United States, taking the lead here, should be pushing on our intelligence partners and other countries to say, hey, let's keep unpacking this, because getting to the truth is important, because not only do we want accountability for the CCP in this case, but we also want to prevent a next pandemic.
Yes, an international effort for accountability and transparency is important. The FBI has a moderate level of confidence of the virus that emerged from the Chinese lab. The Energy Department has a low confidence in this finding. What's the significance of this report given the size and proficiency of the department's intelligence unit?
Well, there's 18 different agencies in the intelligence community, and each have very vital fundamental roles. You have your kind of big dogs, as I call them, the CIA, the NSA, but you also have these really intricate units like the Department of Energy, which really provide, crucial context and have exquisite sources on particular areas. And in this case, both the FBI and the Energy Department have very good contextual resources. And so when you're looking at low to moderate confidence, it just means that they're starting to gain ground on potential sources, and they want to keep flushing that out further. It doesn't mean that one is, more significant than the other, but it's a sign that it is moving in one direction.
Thank you for breaking down the different levels of confidence here. Dustin Carmack, Research Fellow for Cybersecurity, Intelligence, and Emerging Technologies at the Heritage Foundation. Really great to have your analysis.
Thank you.
Virginia is moving to ban foreign adversaries, namely Communist China, from buying farmland. Many lawmakers in recent years have expressed concerns that such purchases would undermine U.S. national security. Lawmakers in the Virginia House of Delegates and Senate recently approved a bill that bans foreign adversaries, including China, from buying farmland in the Commonwealth. Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin is expected to sign this bill. He discussed the problem in his State of the Commonwealth address in January.
While the national security concerns and personal privacy implications of CCP technology are well known, I believe Virginians also should be wary of Chinese communist intrusion into Virginia's economy.
Virginia's list of foreign adversaries includes Communist China, Cuba, Russia, North Korea, and a Venezuelan politician. The bill also requires Virginia's Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services to publish an annual report of foreign land ownership to the governor and General Assembly.
Virginians, not the CCP, should own the rich and vibrant agricultural lands God has blessed us with. That is why I'm asking this General Assembly to send me a bill to prohibit dangerous foreign entities tied to the CCP from purchasing Virginia's farmland.
According to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Chinese entities owned about 14,000 acres of farmland in Virginia as of the end of 2021. Most of that is tied to the 2013 purchase of Smithfield Foods, the largest pork producer in the U.S. The ban would be retroactively effective from January 1st. And speaking of security risks posed by Chinese companies, Canada is also taking action. Canada is planning to ban China-owned social media platform TikTok from all government-issued devices. Canadian Treasury Board President Mona Fortier says the ban is over concerns the app's data collection methods leave users open to cyber attacks. Effective today, TikTok will be removed from government-issued mobile devices and blocked from further downloads. A government review decided TikTok presented an unacceptable level of risk to privacy and security. Fortier says there's been no evidence of any government information being compromised. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says he thinks the government's move might cause the public to reconsider using the popular app.
I suspect that as government takes the significant step of telling all federal employees that they can no longer use TikTok on their work phones, many Canadians, from businesses to private individuals, will reflect on the security of their own data and perhaps make choices in consequence.
Canada's federal and provincial privacy regulators are also investigating the app. The U.S. federal government, as well as over 28 states, have banned TikTok from government devices. An update on TikTok from the U.S. side. The White House issued a new directive on Monday. It requires federal agencies and those that contract with them to remove the app from their devices within 30 days. A memo from the Office of Management and Budget added more details. Agencies must address any use of TikTok by IT vendors through contracts within 90 days. They must also include the new ban on TikTok in all new solicitations within 120 days. What would happen if China tried to take Taiwan? A war game simulation may provide the answers. And is Beijing really confident in its ability to take the island?
A victory for Taiwan, with Beijing failing to seize control of the island. Both sides taking on huge losses of both troops and equipment. The scenario is the result of a war game simulation by a Japanese think tank. The game visualizes an attack by land and sea, the year set to 2026. On one side is China, on the other, Taiwan, the U.S., and Japan. After a 2-week simulation battle, 40,000 Chinese soldiers were killed or wounded. China lost more than 150 warships, including 2 carriers, and about 170 warplanes. The other side wins, but with a heavy cost. The simulation battle shows the U.S., Japan, and Taiwan losing more than 700 warplanes and over 50 warships in total. About 26,000 soldiers were killed or wounded. Among them, over 10,000 are Americans. The war game simulation runs on the premise that both sides are determined to win at any cost. Under it, the PLA, or Chinese Army, set up a command center that was able to deploy all of the country's military power, including submarines. The U.S. responded by sending out 2 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers and cutting-edge stealth fighter jets. Japan didn't get involved at the beginning, only allowing the U.S. to use Japanese military bases. But after Chinese planes started attacking those bases, Japan joined the battle. The turning point came when the U.S. and Japanese forces cut the PLA supply lines. Last year, the U.S.-based Center for Strategic and International Studies carried out 24 simulations showing a war over Taiwan. Those tests produced similar results, with China defeated the majority of the time. All the simulations are based on current military power of the countries involved. Though the situation might change after 2026. That's as China quickly expands its military might, including nuclear weapons. War games aren't the only factor the Chinese regime would have to contend with. The Central Intelligence Agency says Beijing might be more hesitant to invade Taiwan than it lets on. CIA Chief William Burns said, based on U.S. intel, Chinese leader Xi Jinping has instructed his country's military to be ready by 2027 to invade the island. Though that doesn't mean a 2027 invasion is imminent. Burns added that Xi may be harboring doubts about his ability to win that kind of war. That's in light of Russia's experience in its invasion of Ukraine.
Despite that forecast, Beijing is adjusting its laws, paving the way for war. According to Chinese state media, Beijing issued an order on Saturday involving China's criminal law.
The change says the Chinese army can take over the judiciary during times of war and grants the military permission to adjust certain legal procedures. How that would work, to be decided by the CCP's Central Military Commission. China affairs analyst Lai Jianping believes it's part of Beijing's preparations to attack Taiwan.
From the day the Taiwan attack is launched, there will be a so-called legal environment to serve its invasion. It's to force soldiers to fight and be cannon fodder unconditionally.
Another China affairs analyst, Tang Jinyuan, makes another point. He says as long as wartime declaration remains active in China, anyone who voices opinions that stray from Beijing's narrative could be at risk, meaning army soldiers emboldened with Beijing's authority could start making arrests.
How determined is Taiwan to fight the Chinese Communist Party if a military conflict were to break out? Taiwan's defense minister said Friday that Taiwan would fight to the end until all guns have been fired. He added that the Chinese regime would be unable to take Taiwan within 2 weeks. The comments responded to a number of expert questions suggesting that China learned from Russia's war in Ukraine and would likely seek a quick takeover of Taiwan. Defense Minister Chiu pointed out that no matter how fast it wants to move, Beijing's army must still cross the Taiwan Strait. The body of water acts as a natural barrier between the island and mainland China. Plus, Chiu says the Taiwanese army has been exercising its combat readiness daily. The official went on to acknowledge that though some Taiwanese soldiers could die in battle, none of them would surrender without a fight. The United States is kicking off an annual military drill with Thailand, Cobra Gold. It's one of the largest and longest-running exercises in Southeast Asia.
During this year's Cobra Gold, nearly 6,000 participants will employ fifth-generation aircraft, amphibious assault, airborne operations, special operations forces, and we will conduct integrated ops across the land, sea, air, space, and cyberspace with our partners.
The exercise is back in full swing after a 2-year COVID-19 break. More than 30 countries are participating. For the first time ever, the exercise will include space operations to give troops experience with things like solar storms and disruptions to communication systems. The exercise is set to run through March 10th. Looks can be deceiving. Police say this Thai drug dealer disguised himself as a Korean man using plastic surgery. Last Thursday, Thai police raided a condo in the suburbs of Bangkok, the hideout of an alleged drug smuggler who had been on the run for months. The man they found went by a Korean name and was described to police as a good-looking Korean man with wavy hair and smooth skin. But he wasn't Korean. Police say the 25-year-old Thai national had attempted to reinvent himself as a Korean by changing his name, his haircut, and undergoing multiple plastic surgery procedures until his face had completely changed. Before and after photos show a dramatically different look. And if you have any news tips or feedback for the show, don't hesitate to email us at news.today@ntd.com. And coming up, the Prime Minister claims a decisive breakthrough as the UK and EU announce a solution to fix post-Brexit problems in Northern Ireland. And a Scottish court sentences a transgender rapist to 8 years in jail. The criminal has been at the center of controversy. More shortly here on NTD News Today. The UK and the EU have struck the Windsor Framework Agreement, hailed as a decisive breakthrough to resolve the issues with the Northern Ireland Protocol. Rishi Sunak said it will remove lots of customs paperwork and add a provision to enable Northern Ireland to block EU laws. This report comes from NTD's Malcolm Hudson.
Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has agreed to a potential breakthrough Brexit deal with EU Chief Ursula von der Leyen. Struck to fix the problems with the Northern Ireland Protocol, it now needs to win the support of MPs, particularly the DUP and Eurosceptic Tories. Speaking after his return to London, Sunak gave a statement in Parliament.
I pay tribute to our European friends for recognising the need for change, particularly President von der Leyen. My predecessors for laying the groundwork for today's agreement. And my right honourable friends, the Foreign and Northern Ireland Secretaries, for their perseverance in finally persuading the EU to do what it spent years refusing to do, to rewrite the treaty and replace it with a radical, legally binding new framework.
Following weeks of mounting speculation, Sunak and von der Leyen finalised the deal in Windsor on Monday. Dubbed the Windsor Framework, it will implement a green lane and a red lane for trade across the Irish Sea. It's the same idea as the two-lane system proposed last June in Liz Truss's Northern Ireland Protocol Bill. The green lane for UK-only goods, the red for those destined to the EU. Sunak said the Windsor Framework will remove a lot of paperwork.
In the green lane, burdensome customs bureaucracy will be scrapped. It means food retailers like supermarkets, restaurants and wholesalers will no longer need hundreds of certificates for every lorry. And unlike the protocol, today's agreement means people sending parcels to friends or family or doing their shopping online will have to complete no customs paperwork.
Northern Ireland will still be in part subject to EU laws. And von der Leyen said the European Court of Justice is the ultimate arbiter of EU law. But the Windsor Framework has added a so-called Stormont brake, a provision Northern Ireland can use to block new EU legislation. If the brake is pulled, the UK government will be able to veto their new EU law. Von der Leyen said this is an emergency measure.
I think important is in our Windsor Framework that we are putting also in place several mechanisms that should avoid having to resort to the Stormont brake, which is an emergency mechanism. So extensive consultations with the UK and Northern Ireland stakeholders on new EU laws, but also consultations of the EU by the UK on UK planned regulatory changes. This is important for us.
It's a curious comment. Von der Leyen seems to say that the EU will take part in consultations on new UK regulations. This could be seen as a step backwards by Eurosceptic MPs who have sought to ensure the sovereignty of the United Kingdom. And as for the Stormont brake, the government said it will work on a cross-community basis. It looks like that means pulling the brake will require the support of both unionists and nationalists. TUV leader Jim Allister said if that's the case, the brake will come with a nationalist veto. But so far, this is just a surface reading. The exact details of the deal will be reviewed thoroughly over the coming days and weeks. Malcolm Hudson, NTD News, London.
Staying in the UK, energy regulator Ofgem has cut the amount that suppliers can charge households for energy, but bills will still rise in April as government help for households eases. Ofgem's announcement does not directly change what consumers will pay for electricity and gas, but it does reduce contributions from the government. That means consumers will pay about 20% more from April, with average bills set to rise from £2,500 to £3,000. The rise will happen because government help, known as the Energy Price Guarantee, will be reduced, and a £400 winter discount on bills ends. Energy suppliers are currently compensated by the government, with the difference between the Energy Price Guarantee and Ofgem's Energy Price Cap. Ofgem is lowering its price cap for the average household from about £4,300 to about £3,300 from April because of falling wholesale prices. The cap indicates how much consumers on a basic tariff would pay if the government's Energy Price Guarantee was not in place. A rapist who identifies as transgender and who was initially held in an all-female prison has been the center of controversy. Now a Scottish court has decided on a sentence, 8 years in jail. Isla Bryson was found guilty in January of raping 2 women in 2016 and 2019. Prosecutors say the crimes involved preying on vulnerable victims. Afterward, Bryson started to identify as a transgender woman. The rapist was initially held at a women's prison in central Scotland, which caused an uproar. Activists, politicians, and a United Nations human rights expert all raised concerns about the safety of other inmates. The government confirmed Bryson would be moved. Weeks ago, the Scottish Parliament passed a bill to make it easier for people to change their legal gender, drawing criticism from some women's rights activists who argue that predatory men could take advantage of the law. The British government has since said it would block the Scottish effort. At a German airport yesterday, only 2 flights took off as scheduled. The reason? A 24-hour workers' strike. At another airport, nearly 3/4 of flights were grounded. The union represents more than 2.5 million federal employees. It's demanding a 10.5% pay raise or at least $500 more per month.
Monday saw fresh chaos for air travellers in Germany. Hundreds of flights were grounded by strikes at Düsseldorf and Cologne-Bonn airports. The stoppage was called last week by the Verdi Workers' Union. It said there was no alternative after talks on pay for airport workers broke down. On Monday, Union Secretary Ose Tarem said there would soon be further negotiations.
Wir werden jetzt im März Gespräche haben mit Arbeitgebern.
We will hold talks with the employers in March, and our goal is, of course, to reach a deal. But if the employers continue to refuse to come up with a proposal, the workers' reaction will be clear. We will respond with a strike, which is not what we want, but if the employers don't cooperate, this will be the result.
Tarem says the union is asking for extra pay on Sundays and public holidays, as airports are round-the-clock operations. On Monday, the Düsseldorf and Cologne hubs were largely deserted as passengers were informed in time to change their plans. Major carriers at the airports include Lufthansa and Turkish Airlines. Earlier this year, unions brought flights to a standstill at 7 German airports, including Frankfurt and Munich. The stoppages affected nearly 300,000 passengers.
And coming up, a candelabra-making tradition in Ukraine returns after it was banned under Soviet rule. Contemporary artists use old pieces as inspiration. A 50-year-old nuclear bunker welcomes visitors for the first time. Denmark built the bunker during the Cold War to house the government if nuclear war broke out. Stay tuned for more on that when we return.
We're entering an unprecedented period of economic turmoil. The economy is unstable, our government is in shambles, and the global war on energy has created a domestic crisis. Americans need a way to protect their financial future. One way to ensure your wealth in retirement is by purchasing physical gold and silver. We can help. You can roll any part of your retirement account into a gold or silver IRA. Better yet, you can open a gold or silver IRA in 5 minutes or less using our online application. Preserving your family's financial legacy is a choice that's always available to you. And when you're ready, we're here to help. Call us and speak to one of our IRA professionals. Let's build your financial legacy together. GSI Exchange, wealth for generations to come.
Good to have you back. In Ukraine, a candelabra-making tradition is gradually reappearing since it was banned under Soviet rule. NTD's Andrew Thomas has the details on the candle contraband.
This Ukrainian artisan carves wood with precision to make these candelabras. He says he started as a child and learned from his father.
We take samples from ancient Trinity, from museums where they are stored. We look at books and catalogs. From there you take the shape, ornamental or non-ornamental elements, you think which one you want to have. But you are making them according to your vision.
The Soviet Union banned religious rituals. As a result, the craft was lost.
When we go to fairs, people are interested in what we do, especially if they are from the regions where they don't know. And those who know are happy they buy something, because they know what it is and appreciate it.
Ukrainian artist Bohdan Siraka had the most extensive private collection of Trinity candelabras in Ukraine. After his death, his family continued to look after it.
On Epiphany, people lit candles in the houses. 3 candles were placed near water to baptize fire with water. This was a pagan custom that was passed on to Christianity. Of course, when the Soviet regime was established, people were forbidden to gather together. They were forbidden to celebrate Epiphany, and those candelabras became useless.
Each candelabrum differs in symbolism and carving. Some depict angels with wings, wind, fire, and the sun.
This beautiful trio is from Brewstery. There's a whole scene depicted here, like Jesus Christ in the Jordan River, John the Baptist, and two angels.
The KGB had always been interested in Soroka's family. His parents were political prisoners for more than 30 years. In fact, Soroka was born in prison. These candle holders are a reminder of Soviet tyranny during the Cold War. Their history is particularly relevant as Moscow continues to wage its war in Ukraine. The collection endures, with contemporary artists using it for inspiration. Andrew Thomas, NTD News.
A Cold War-era nuclear bunker in Denmark is open to visitors for the first time. Current tensions between Russia and the West make the experience particularly relevant. NTD's Andrew Thomas has more on the Danish fallout shelter.
Amid the towering trees in northern Denmark is Regen Vest. The once top-secret nuclear bunker was built at the height of the Cold War.
The fear of a war with a center in Europe was very real. And at the same time, also the nuclear bombs, and especially the hydrogen bombs, has evolved. And they were so devastating that you had to do something else than what you have done before. You have to think in another way.
Regen Vest was designed to house Denmark's government if nuclear war were to erupt.
Most people thought that the war would be settled within these 30 days. If you could manage to hold the country for this first period, then you probably had a chance to remain in control and to win the war.
A long, winding 1,000-foot concrete corridor brings visitors 200 feet below a hill. Here, a sprawling subterranean complex houses bedrooms, a cafeteria, and a war room.
This area is what you would call the map room, and I would say that it was the heart of the building, so to say. It was where the government was supposed to be gathered and to take all the serious decisions.
Ashtrays and other 60s-style decor take visitors back in time.
You can see about everything here, and it is just as if they sort of left rooms when the Cold War stopped and then abandoned the place and went out. So you can see paper clips, paper, furnitures.
The bunker and its history are especially relevant today.
Just the fact that you have a war on European soil, and also that the threat of a nuclear war is actually something you speak about, makes this very relevant suddenly.
Regen Vest opened as a museum on February 13th. The experience includes a guided tour of the facility. Andrew Thomas, NTD News.
Just ahead, the NTD International Figure Painting Competition is back and is now calling for entries. We'll take a closer look at the requirements after the break. The NTD International Figure Painting Competition is back and is now calling for entries. To all the talented artists out there, this is your chance. Let's take a closer look at the requirements.
The lasting beauty of realistic oil painting.
This is NTD's 6th International Figure Painting Competition. The mission is to promote the pure beauty, goodness, and authenticity of traditional painting. Professor Zhang Kunlun is an accomplished sculptor. He's also the jury chair of the competition. According to him, a strong technical foundation is crucial for an artist. And a good work of art also needs an excellent overall presentation. But only submissions of figure paintings will be accepted. Why?
People are always at the center of activities in society. Painting the human figure is the hardest. It can best test one's ability. There is also a spiritual perspective. Various faiths say that divine beings created man in their own image. Therefore, using authentic academic realism painting techniques is a way to show respect to humanity ourselves.
In addition to realism techniques, submissions must convey positive ideals such as righteousness, compassion, and beauty.
Art can hasten either the elevation or degeneration of people's moral standards. Good artwork can broaden people's minds and make them a nobler person.
And since the artwork reflects an artist's inner world, Zhang stresses the importance of a pure mind for artists.
If an artist wants to produce good artwork, the artist must first be a good person, a person with a higher moral standard than others. When one creates art, one must continuously purify oneself.
He also said that realism artists today shoulder an important responsibility.
Persisting with traditional fine art in today's society is itself something remarkable.
He believes that the competition provides a great chance for artists who adhere to tradition to showcase their talents.
By participating in this competition, accomplished oil painters from all over the world can share and learn from each other, so it's a great opportunity to improve.
And the professor has high hopes for contestants.
People's art will prosperously reappear and take a righteous path, this is for sure. These artists, I hope they can all create brilliance in fine art of men.
There is also an award. The competition offers over $25,000 in prizes, including $10,000 for the Gold Award. Artists can submit their best work until June 15th, and we can all look forward to the finalist exhibition and auction in New York later in the year.
Hunching over our devices is ruining our posture and degrading our quality of life. Let's get some tips on how to improve it. Here's Gina Marie with Strong Mind and Body.
In the era of sedentary living, we spend our time on computers and mobile devices. Our health and posture is paying the price. We fold our bodies into a chair, craning the neck to look at a screen. We have our shoulders rolled forward all day long. This can contribute to negative thoughts and emotions. It can also contribute to poor mobility, headaches, joint pain, and prevent our organs from functioning optimally. Ideally, posture should be such that you are standing completely straight when relaxed. If you were to draw a line, it would move from the ears, through the shoulders, hips, and knees down through your ankles. Instead, we have our shoulders and necks rolled forward and hips pushed back. Fortunately, posture can be improved with a few lifestyle changes. These are a few things you can do at home right now. Start by standing up and moving around. Too much sitting is highly associated with posture problems and joint pain. The remedy is simple: increase activity. Try to include more movement during the day and aim to stand up or go for a little walk. Even if it's to the mailbox and back, it's better than nothing. Increase your activity over time. Next, bring your phone to your face. Ideally, you use your smartphone less, but for many people, it's simply become an extension of the human body. Bringing your phone up to eye level instead of looking down at the screen can help the shoulders and neck. It can also prevent neck strain, backaches, and headaches. Another tip, you could also consider working with a physical therapist or movement specialist. They can assist with poor mobility and compromised posture problems.
Researchers are sounding the alarm on a popular artificial sweetener. The study found erythritol can double the chance of a heart attack or stroke. That's for people in the top 25% of those with the sweetener in their blood. The problem appears to be that it causes blood to clot more easily, which can cause problems when those clots break off and travel to the heart. Researchers warn erythritol increases risk for heart attack and stroke as much as having diabetes does. You may have never heard of the sweetener because it's not typically used on its own. Instead, erythritol is frequently used to add to bulk sativa, monk fruit, and other sweeteners popular for people eating a keto diet. The study was published in the journal Nature Medicine. A pair of busy bald eagles show us some DIY home repair as they prepare to take parenting seriously. Take a look at this.
If teamwork makes the dream work, then these bald eagles are an all-star ensemble. We call this move home improvement via synchronized stick movement. These lovebirds at the National Conservation Training Center recently laid 2 eggs, and to keep any eager eagles from trying to take over their nest, the terrific tandem adds the extra layer of security to keep their future little ones safe. Such good parents. Are these picture-perfect polar bears sleepy, silly, stunning? All of the above. Parks Canada released these selfies in honor of International Polar Bear Day, which brings awareness to the impact of climate change on these animals. From the remote cameras at Wampus National Park, we get a close, closer, maybe too close look at some of our finest and furriest friends. Smile for the camera.
That's all for today's program. We're really glad to have you with us. Please send us an email if you'd like to tell us something. We're going to put it on screen. For podcasters, that's news.today@ntd.com. I'm Kevin Hogan, NTD News, New York City.
Thanks for watching us on YouTube. Did you know YouTube only keeps selective videos on its platform? So if you want to make sure you get the full picture, just subscribe to our newsletter. Go to newsletter.ntd.com and sign up. It's free.
So
Here we are in Dover, the beginning point of this crisis that we've seen for the last 2 to 3 years. The government are hiding the biggest facts. We know just down here is where 31,000 illegal migrants have come into our country, and they've been ferried up all and down the country. We are standing on the cliffs of Dover, and we are facing a problem of people entering our country illegally. And now we have this illegal invasion problem where they're getting ferried in from the Channel, over from France, into facilities in Dover and going all around the countries, hotels, processing centres. Independent NGO people like Care for Calais are facilitating it. They're coming into a processing centre and they're saying, we need a house, we need benefits, we need this. This is our money they're using. They're not asking us. They're not requesting, can we use taxpayers' money to fund more of this? And more than anything else, they are not stopping this invasion. They are coming here in numbers never known before. And this year it's 31,000. Urban Scoop has had enough and needs to put the story out. So we are here to see the truth. And it all starts here. This has to stop, but it won't stop if A, we're not allowed to talk about it, and B, we're not showing the truth. So today and over the next couple of days, we're going to show you exactly what's going on.
You will have heard over the last few weeks about Manston, a migrant processing centre near Dover, Ramsgate to be more precise. You probably hadn't heard of Manston before, but now the story is all over the media. Listen to this.
But the numbers arriving by small boat far outstrip the base's processing capabilities.
Senior management don't have plans to move them out. Their solution is to bail them onto the site. They've breached detention laws and human rights. When someone is detained, they should be reviewed every 24 hours. This has not been done at all.
He told us some people have been there for over a month, adding to the mounting tensions and worsening conditions at the base.
Diphtheria has been confirmed, as has strep throat, sandflies and fleas throughout the tents. Migrants pelted staff with water bottles, injuring one member of staff. Migrants have self-harmed, and one attempted to hang himself. Most staff aren't trained to deal or cope with this.
We need to process applications here when people do arrive in this country much more quickly. Wherever you look with this government, it's a story of failure and lack of leadership.
The whistleblower said staff at Manston have also now been told to classify those at the base as arriving passengers and not illegal entrants. He fears it will only be a matter of time before there is serious disorder here.
Critical incidents have been declared. There are regular escape attempts, sit-down protests, threats of a dirty protest, fighting amongst migrants and assaults on staff.
A Home Office spokesperson said the record numbers arriving by small boat continue to put the asylum system under incredible pressure, but Manston remains resourced and equipped to process migrants. Alternative accommodation will be provided as soon as possible. Mark White, GB News.
We're outside the Manston Migrant Processing Centre, where there are currently 2,600 or more people cooped up inside. The Borders Watchdog has described the conditions inside as wretched and also said that he had been left speechless about the conditions.
The story the media want you to hear is about the conditions in this overcrowded centre. The media and the opposition want to talk about the conditions and make cheap political points about the migrants' rights and the failure of the government to process these people fast enough. They tell us there is disease, fighting between migrants are attacking staff, and migrants are trying to escape. So what does the government do? It reclassifies the illegal migrants as arriving passengers so it can send them on the way more quickly into our communities. Let's be clear. Processing migrants faster isn't going to solve the problems. Reclassifying them as passengers rather than illegal migrants won't solve the problems either. Both will simply mean they're distributed around the country more quickly. Into hotels near you, unsupervised. And now the government wants you to take them into your own homes. Remember, only 2% of these illegal migrants have passports. So the government has absolutely no idea who they are. If you get into the UK illegally, thanks to the legal profession, you can enjoy about 10 years of legal appeals, claiming benefits, working in the black economy, paying no taxes, before there's even the slightest chance of you being sent back to where you came from. Well, Urban Scoop had been watching the Manston Migrant Processing Centre for several weeks before the mainstream media created their story about the conditions in the camp. And we've got the real story. A story about profit and human traffic between government and big business.
We've got multiple sources who are giving us information. We've got people in the Home Office, we've got people working in security, we've got people working in Border Force who are giving us lots and lots of information about what's happening specifically in that camp behind us. And that camp is now the main processing camp, as far as we're told, for everybody that's coming along the south coast. All the illegal migrants that come in the south coast are getting processed within that camp. We're told that the capacity of the camp is about 2,000 people, and we're also told that there's 3,000 people in that camp currently. And what they're doing to get people processed quickly, they're actually taking them away from here in taxis. And we've been told that taxis have been going as far as Birmingham, the Midlands, the north of England, and obviously, even in the taxis themselves, there's a massive cost to the taxpayer on that. We've been told that there's buses going from here to Heathrow Airport. Now, the question I want to ask is, once the bus goes to Heathrow Airport, what happens to the migrants to get to Heathrow? Because they're not getting deported, so are they getting flown to different parts of the United Kingdom? We do not know what's going on. I think what we've got to really realise here is we're not talking about genuine, legitimate refugees. What we're talking about here, 70% of these people in the camp behind us are fighting-age men. Many of them are from countries like Albania. Albania is actually within NATO, and there's people coming from Albania. Why are they coming here? And again, this is not from us. This is what the Home Office and people who are leaking information are telling us, that many of the Albanians that are coming in are getting involved in crime and criminality. They're part of criminal gangs. They're getting smuggled and trafficked by criminal gangs. Some of them will be victimised when they come into the country and really use the slaves. And others will get involved in crime, organised crime, drug trafficking, people trafficking, goodness knows what else. So that's what's happening. And I, for one, and I know you're the same as me, Danny, we have no objection to genuine, legitimate refugees who are being persecuted. We think about those poor girls in Iran that are having to, go into hiding because they've taken the hijabs off. I've no problem with people like that coming to our country. What I do have a problem with is people breaking into our country illegally. It is illegal to enter a country without permission from that sovereign country. And what we've got now is the British government not only allowing it to happen, but facilitating it. We've got great institutions like the Royal National Lifeboat Institute picking people up in the English Channel, because that's their job, to save lives, and basically acting as a taxi service for illegal traffickers. This is insane. This has to stop. There's a certain level of security in that camp, but as far as I know, it's not military security or police security. It's private security and maybe some Border Force officials. So if the guys actually get away and break out of the camp, there's going to be a massive, massive security issue. And there could be a massive problem for the security guys who are actually working in there as well, because those security guys are paid a very, very low wage for what they're doing. They work long hours, they're working very, very hard, and they're basically the first line of defence against illegal migrants breaking into the country. But the thing is, that is really irrelevant, whether people ever break out of that camp or not, because once they're processed, all they've got is their fingerprints taken, they've had nominal processing, then they're shipped to hotels up and down this country. And as we've seen, some of them are living in 5-star hotels, some of them are living in bed and breakfast, they're going everywhere, and some of them are going into local communities. And goodness knows what's happening to those people when they're going into those local communities. Are they becoming victims of trafficking themselves? Any females, are they getting sold into prostitution. We hear of young children going missing from these migrant hostels. So there is a humanitarian issue with this as well. And the reality is that the people that are saying refugees are welcome here, well, everybody agrees that genuine refugees are welcome in any civilized country. But these people aren't refugees. These are people who are coming into this country illegally. They are breaking the law. Before they even set foot on our soil, they have broken British law. So why are they being treated as guests in hotels?
Amsterdam currently consists of 56% migrants. The Hague, 58% migrants. Rotterdam, almost 60% migrants. And of course, most of these immigrants come from non-Christian, non-Western, African and Middle Eastern countries. Conclusion: the Dutch population is already outnumbered in the majority of our cities. But let's look onwards. London, 54% migrants. Again, conclusion, native population outnumbered. Brussels, color me shocked, 70% migrants. Conclusion, native population majorly outnumbered. And other Europeans will, of course, follow suit soon if they haven't already. So I'm going to draw the forbidden conclusion here. The Great Replacement theory is no longer a theory. It's reality. And what's interesting about replacement is that the establishment will either deny its existence, or when they admit to it, they say that it's a good thing that the native European population is soon no longer a majority on its own continent. Dutch national disgrace and dubbed climate pope Frans Timmermans already stated in 2015 that diversity is humanity's destiny and that Europe will be diverse. And of course, by now, I think we all know what they mean with the word diversity. It means less white people, less of you. Imagine this in an Asian or an African country. Imagine their leaders rejoicing in the fact that their people will soon no longer be a majority in their own country. Absolutely unthinkable, unimaginable. So what in the world is wrong with our
Welcome to the Fearless Floyd Show. As always, I am your host, Fearless Floyd. Today is Sunday, July 28th, 2024. As you see from the screen, we're going to profile usaspending.gov, which is a genuine U.S. government website. The title of the video: who is really funding illegal immigration? And this is the mission statement for usaspending.gov. usaspending.gov is the official source for spending data for the U.S. government. Its mission is to show the American public what the federal government spends every year and how it spends the money. You can follow the money from congressional appropriations to the federal agencies and down to local communities and businesses. Well, let's dive right into that and find out exactly what that means. While I'm doing that, please like, subscribe, share, hit that notification bell, leave a comment below, participate over in the chat. Love to hear from you. Love to know what your comments are. Love to know how you feel about your federal government funding illegal immigration. And we're going to dive right in and show you that now. And I thought I had a subscription to Epoch News or Epic News, and apparently I didn't, so I resubscribed, and this popped up. Cash and envelopes, how the U.S. and UN are funding the border crisis. Now, I don't want to go to, what most people would consider a right-wing or right or conservative leaning publication like the Epic Times. You see, I am signed in over here as the Fearless Floyd Show. So I'm not going to read this to you, okay? Because here's the article. And I don't want this to be a biased report because this doesn't just concern conservatives and Republicans and QAnons and all those people. This affects Democrats, left-wing liberals, if they even care. I don't know if they care or not. The Biden administration gave the UN Migration Agency nearly $1.3 billion in 2023, which it uses to help migrants on their journey to enter the U.S. illegally. This is the official website of the United States government, usaspending.gov. Here's their mission. If you don't believe me, I'll just refresh it for you. The mission, as I have stated previously, is the official source for spending data for the U.S. government. Its mission is to show the American public what the federal government spends every year and how it spends the money. You can follow the money from the congressional appropriations to the federal agencies down to the local communities and businesses. The full video will be posted on YouTube, Odyssey, and Rumble in about 20 minutes. Thank you for watching. Like, subscribe, share, hit that notification bell, leave a comment below. Welcome to the Fearless Floyd Show. As always, I am your host, Fearless Floyd. Today is Sunday, July 28th, 2024. As you see from the screen, we're going to profile usaspending.gov, which is a genuine U.S. government website. The title of the video, who is really funding illegal immigration? And this is the mission statement for usaspending.gov. usaspending.gov is the official source for spending data for the U.S. government. Its mission is to show the American public what the federal government spends every year and how it spends the money. You can follow the money from congressional appropriations to the federal agencies and down to local communities and businesses. Well, let's dive right into that and find out exactly what that means. While I'm doing that, please like, subscribe, share, hit that notification bell, leave a comment below, participate over in the chat. Love to hear from you. Love to know what your comments are. Love to know how you feel about your federal government funding illegal immigration. And we're going to dive right in and show you that now. And I thought I had a subscription to Epoch News or Epic News, and apparently I didn't, so I resubscribed, and this popped up. Cash and envelopes, how the U.S. and UN are funding the border crisis. Now, I don't want to go to, what most people would consider a right wing or right or conservative leaning publication like the Epic Times. You see, I am signed in over here as the Fearless Floyd Show. So I'm not going to read this to you. Okay? Because here's the article. And I don't want this to be a biased report because this doesn't just concern conservatives and Republicans and QAnons and all those people. This affects Democrats, left-wing liberals, if they even care. I don't know if they care or not. The Biden administration gave the UN Migration Agency nearly $1.3 billion in 2023, which it uses to help migrants on their journey to enter the U.S. illegally. This is the official website of the United States government, usaspending.gov. Here's their mission. If you don't believe me, I'll just refresh it for you. The mission, as I have stated previously, is the official source for spending data for the U.S. government. Its mission is to show the American public what the federal government spends every year and how it spends the money. You can follow the money from the congressional appropriations to the federal agencies down to the local communities and businesses. Background, a continuing effort. The Federal Funding Accountability and Transparency Act of 2006, FFATA, boy, they love their acronyms, was signed into law September 26, 2006. The legislation required that federal contract, grant, loan, or other financial assistance towards awards of more than $25,000 be displayed on publicly accessible and searchable website to give American public access to information on how their tax dollars are being spent. In 2008, FFATA was amended by the Government Funding Transparency Act, which required prime recipients to report details on their first-tier subrecipients for awards made as of October 1st, 2010. The purpose of the Data Act, as directed by Congress, is to expand FATA by disclosing direct agency expenditures and linking federal contract, loan, grant spending information to federal agency programs, establish government-wide data standards for financial data, and provide consistent, reliable, searchable data that is displayed accurately. Simplify reporting, streamline reporting requirements, and reduce compliance costs while improving transparency. Improve the quality of data submitted to usaspending.gov by holding agencies accountable. And here's some more stuff. If you want to go check it out, you're more than welcome. Now, let me back up a little bit. Go to my previous page. And what we read here, Prime Awards and Transactions. Just scroll down, and we're going to do this. We're going to hit here. Let me refresh this just so you know that this is an official website of the United States government. And we're going to click recipient. And this is what pops up, folks. International Organization for Migration, $8.43 billion. That was with a B as in boy. The Billionaire Boys Club, 8.3 of them for the International Organization for Migration. Who are these folks, you say? They're also known by none of their names. Here they are. Do you recognize any of these folks? Irregular migration and counter trafficking. We're going to go back. We're going to refresh just so you know that we are on a official website of the United States government. And we will go back and hit recipient. And of course, 8.43 billion pops up. This is what it looks like, folks. Let's go January 2020. $29.2 million. That's when Trump left office. Okay. It looks like at the end of the year, this next one, there we go. 193 million in September 2019. Yeah, it seems like the end of the year, that last quarter, they always get a big hit. And you can see that's kind of consistent. It's either the second to last quarter or the last one, or however they have these divvied up. But you can see over here in September 2023, which was last year, 10 months ago, $369 million went out to these folks. So you can see the increase just over history. This is 2009. We're back in the Obama administration. All that's Obama. And then we go into Trump, 2020. So that's Trump right there. That's right about there. And then this is Biden. Here's the contracts. You see there's a lot of them. Who are these people? United Nations Migration. IOM, making migration work for all. These are the folks that are cramming illegal, legal migration down everybody's throat across the world. This is who the United States government has given $8.43 billion to facilitate illegal immigration into the United States of America. Let's just go look up the Wikipedia for these folks. And as always, when I see organizations really don't tell me a whole lot about them, suspect, they're hiding. The International Organization for Migration is a United Nations related organization working in the field of migration. The organization implements operational assistance programs for migrants, including internally displaced persons, refugees, and migrant workers. The International Organization for Migration is based in Geneva. Its Director General is Amy Pope. Amy Pope. Have we seen that name somewhere before? Where have I seen Amy Pope? So we're going to go find out. Whoops. Sorry about that. She's the Director General over this, and she doesn't even have a Wikipedia page. So anyway, we'll get to her in a minute. Historical context and predecessor organizations, 1951 to 1989. The International Organization for Migration, IOM, was founded in 1951 in response to the large number of internally displaced persons and war refugees in Europe after the Second World War. The IOM was initially a logistics agency that organized the transport of nearly 1 million migrants in the 1950s and has undergone several name changes since its inception. The transition from Provisional Intergovernmental Committee for the Movement of Migrants from Europe, PICMME, well, that was a horrible name, Provisional Intergovernmental Committee for the Movement of Migrants from Europe. In 1951, whoever created that name should be shot, to the Intergovernmental Committee for European Migration, ICEM, in 1952, to the Intergovernmental Committee for Migration, ICM, in 1980, and finally to the International Organization for Migration, IOM, in 1989, reflects the evolution of IOM's mandate over its existence, becoming the leading intergovernmental organization in the field of migration. And should I repeat that for you? Becoming the leading intergovernmental organization in the field of migration. Well, it's pretty simple when you get $8.43 billion from the United States government to facilitate your heinous activities. And look, I agree, there are some displaced people who actually need replacement, but everybody coming in the United States? Integration into the United Nations and present, 1990 to date. In 1992, it was granted observer status at the United Nations General Assembly. In September 2016, the United Nations member states, through General Assembly, unanimously adopted a resolution approving the agreement to transform IOM into an affiliated organization of the UN. This agreement has strengthened the relationship between IOM and the UN and improved its ability to fulfill its respective mandates in the interests of migrants and member states. IOM supported the creation of the Global Compact for Migration, the first ever intergovernmental agreement on international migration, which was adopted in Marrakesh, Morocco in December 2018. To support the implementation, follow-up, and review of the Global Compact on Migration, the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, established the UN Network on Migration in 2019. IOM coordinates the United Nations Network on Migration, which includes UNHCR, WFP, and UNDP, among others. While the IOM's history tracks the man-made and natural disasters of the past half-century, including Kosovo and Timor, 1999, and the Asian tsunami, the 2003 invasion of Iraq, the Pakistan earthquake of 2004-2005, the 2010 Haiti earthquake, and the European migrant crisis. Its credo that humane and orderly migration benefits migrants and society has steadily gained more international acceptance. They're having a fit over in Europe regarding immigration. They're done with it. And you see what it's done to those European countries. Structure and organization. The organization is headquartered in Geneva with liaison offices in New York City and Addis Ababa. The Global Migration Data Analysis Center is based in Berlin. In 2020, the organization reported that it had over 15,311 employees with 168 nationalities represented. The highest decision-making body of the IOM is the Council, in which all member states are represented. It has rules and procedures and meets at regular intervals to adopt the annual budget and determine the organization's programmatic objectives. The official languages are English, French, Spanish. According to its own figures, the organization's budget in 2020 was around $2 billion US. This is made up of voluntary contributions from member states and donations. The Director General. The Director General of the organization is elected by the delegates of the IOM member states for a 5-year term. The following table lists the previous directors of the IOM and its predecessor organization, the ICEM. The current Director General is Amy Pope from the United States of America, with Ugochi Daniels from Nigeria serving as Deputy Directors General. And we already know what the mandate is, but I'll read it. The organization's global mandate includes assistance to migrants, including migrant workers, refugees, and internally displaced persons. This broad mandate of the organization has earned it praise for flexibility in crisis situations, but also criticism for its legal accountability and protection issues. Due to complementary mandates, IOM often cooperates with the UNHCR. And this goes on and on. You're more than welcome to peruse this if you would like. But I wanted to dig in to see who Amy Pope was, because you always have to see who the hell these people are that are running the show, right? Because obviously we're entrusting billions of dollars with Amy Pope. Go find out who Amy Pope is. Director General. There she is right there. Got to get that DEI in right there. Amy Pope. Oh! Council on Foreign Relations. I don't think there is an Amy Pope Wikipedia. Yeah. Should be right back. Bill Pope. Nope. But right there, that's enough for me. If you're not familiar with the Council on Foreign Relations, ooh, you should update yourself. This is recent, March 11th. Well, let's see what Amy's got to say, what she's doing with those billions of US dollars funded taxpayer money. Oh, she's a CFR member. There, that's all you need to know right there. That's all you need to know. Amy Pope discusses her work as Director General of the International Organization of Migration and the UN role in addressing climate mobility, legal framework for migration, and the present humanitarian crisis. Pope. So first of all, a huge thank you to you and Jeremy at the Council for, hey, you know what? Let's see if I can do this. The ability to do that sucks. All right. Well, that's what you got to say. So, aside from thanking Jeremy and the Council on Foreign Relations and the sponsors, you look at the newspaper headlines, and I'm quoting, certainly if you watch the election coverage here in the United States or in Europe, remember this is March, you would think that the sum total of the state of migration is about the numbers of people who are coming up to the southwest border or people who are crossing the Mediterranean or English Channel through irregular means. But frankly, the vast number of people who are moving today are moving for work. The 170 million migrants are working in countries not of their national origin. And the need for migration across the world is growing because increasingly we're seeing very significant demographic shifts that mean that economies no longer have the workforce they need. Okay, listen to me, folks, when I tell you this right here. That statement is 1,000% bullshit. Bullshit. We don't need any migrants in here in the United States. We don't have the jobs for them to begin with. They're taking all the very low jobs. They're taking the construction jobs. They've taken over the construction industry. They're taking over the rideshare industry, the delivery industry. We don't need those folks here. And this is actually a hypocritical statement against everything that she stands for because of her status and standing with the UN as well as the Council on Foreign Relations. And I know if I dig in deeper to this woman, I'm going to find out that she goes all the way to the World Economic Forum. I guarantee you. You know how I'm going to connect those two dots? And I bet if I reread this entire article, we're going to find that. I would like to read this. How long this is. I'm speed reading. See, this is how disingenuous these fucking people are. Okay, Pope. Okay. If you look at the what they call the CHNB program, which is particular communities that have access, if you look at that program, the categories of people who come in through that program have actually decreased, with the exception of the Venezuelans, right? We see fewer Cubans, fewer Haitians, Nicaraguans coming through regular channels because they are accessing this regular channel. But see, what she doesn't say is, you know, what about all those prisoners, convicted felons in Venezuela who were deliberately let out to come to the United States? She doesn't tell you anything about that, does she? So you look at the movements of people across the hemisphere, it is unprecedented in terms of the people moving, particularly out of Venezuela right now. Unprecedented because the fucking president opened up the goddamn door to the gates of hell and told everybody, get the fuck out and go to the United States. You lying piece of shit, Amy Pope. Tell people the truth. Oh boy, here we go. Chobani yogurt. Okay, so a couple weeks ago, I was in Mexico. We signed a partnership agreement with the Tent Foundation. The Tent Foundation is led by the head of the Chobani yogurt, and it's their goal to bring together the private sector entities to make a commitment to hire migrants and refugees. Bam. Here's your founder and CEO of Chobani and the Tent Partnership for Refugees. Who are they? The Partnership for Central America. Who's the Partnership for Central America? This is Kamala Harris's hand-picked entity to find the root cause of illegal immigration. And to date, 4.2 billion. Remember, folks, you're funding them. They're all connected. They're all connected. They're all connected. Klaus Schwab, founder and executive chairman, World Economic Forum. Well, you know what they want to do, right? They want to reduce the world's population to 500 million. So that means there's about 8.5 billion useless eaters on the face of the planet they need to eradicate to get down to 500 million. This is the leader of that cause. Who's he partnered up with? Oh, yeah, this is this guy. Who are all these people? They're the leadership of the Partnership for Central America, Senator Sam Nunn's daughter. Here's you a radical, left-wing, liberal doctor from Harvard. That's your pony boy right there. Who's this guy? Oh, he's the vice chair and president of Microsoft. We all know that's such an honorable organization founded by the illustrious Bill Kill Gates. Are you seeing the dots, folks? Are you connecting the dots? Is everything coming together? Do you see how much money is going out from our own government to continue the illegal immigration? Has it sunk in yet? It's your own government. They don't like you. They don't want you. They want people that they can tell what to do and they'll do it. If not, they'll just lock them up. Same thing they do with you, but at least you have a mind and a history where you can fall back on and go, oh, no, that's not how this works. That's not how this is. What are you doing? You're trying to pull a fast one on out from me. Can't do that, but that's what happens. That's what they're doing. USAspending.gov. Go check it out. Go find out where they're spending your tax dollars because they're paying for that illegal immigrant to come in here, take your tax dollars, take your job, take your house, take your school, education from your kids, your parks and recreation from your kids, your library from your kids, hotels, the economy, raise crime. I told you a long time ago, your federal government sold you out, folks. They hate your guts. They don't like you. They don't care about you. They ain't getting down for you. They getting down for themselves. Line their own pockets. That's what it's all about. This is what you're seeing. USAspending.gov. Welcome to the real world. Have a nice day. Catch you when I catch you. Please like, subscribe, share, hit that notification bell, and leave a comment below if you like this video, if you learned something, if you're pissed off about it. Because remember, USAspending.gov is the official source for spending data for the U.S. government. Its mission is to show the American public what the federal government spends every year and how it spends the money. You can follow the money from congressional appropriations to the federal agencies down to the local communities and businesses, and connect the dots for yourself. Don't listen to Fearless Floyd. I'm just some fool sitting in my formal dining room making videos, and I'm going to continue to do what I do until somebody beats me up to shut me up. I have a First Amendment right to say whatever I want to say. Thank you, Lord, for allowing me to have that right and that privilege.
Hello, everyone. everyone, and welcome to The Vortex, where lies and falsehoods are trapped and exposed. I'm Michael Voris. If you need any proof that the money racket machine the U.S. bishops are running is decidedly Marxist and they have no intentions of reforming, just look at what happened recently at Catholic Charities. For the record, Catholic Charities is the bishop-run group that collects enormous sums of taxpayer money to destabilize the southern border of the U.S. by spiriting in illegal aliens by the millions and then shipping them all over the country with your tax dollars. In fact, the anti-American leftist organization is so corrupt in its anti-American activities that it's become the target of a congressional investigation by Republicans in the U.S. House. That's bad. In a letter to Catholic Charities, the congressman said, quote, "We write to express our deep concern with the growing role of non-governmental organizations, NGOs, play in fueling the drastic increase in illegal aliens crossing the southern border. While Americans suffer the consequences of the unprecedented chaos at the border, NGOs continue to profit off of exploiting our immigration laws. Next, Congress, we will continue, that's this one right now, continue to investigate your organization's role in facilitating the border crisis, your potential violations of federal law, bam, and your misuse of taxpayer funds." They didn't say bam, we did. "We're notifying you that Catholic Charities is required to preserve all information related to any expenditures submitted for reimbursement from the federal government related to migrants encountered at the southern border," closed quote. That was not the first letter they had sent to Catholic Charities, taking its cue from how the U.S. bishops sit back like they are completely unaccountable to anyone, not even God. They simply ignored that first letter. That prompted the House members to lower the boom in this letter. Catholic Charities failed to respond to a letter you received previously from my office on February 9th, 2022. As a reminder, your organization could be subject to prosecution for violating Title 8, United States Code 1324A, which defines several distinct offenses related to aliens. Lower the boom, guys, lower the boom. The USCCB is a political lobby outfit that lobbies for legislation and then funding for itself to push Marxist causes, period. That's it, end of story. At the end of the month, the Marxist nun who ran Catholic Charities for the bishops, Sister Donna Markham, will step down and be replaced by another equally minded, considerably younger Marxist woman by the name of Carrie Alice Robinson. The entire establishment of Catholic Inc. is run by these types of individuals who are all tied up in the elitist crowd of the church, and in D.C., that almost always revolves around Georgetown University. True to form, the nun was deeply associated, we use the word nun and apologize to all the good sisters out there. She was deeply associated with Georgetown and used that as a platform, as a means to insulate her radical agenda under the guise of it being Catholic, because after all, you know, I'm a nun, and, well, Georgetown. In D.C., that's all part of the swamp, regardless of the label Catholic. Ain't nothing Catholic about it. Of course, Robinson is a cog in the wheel of Catholic Inc. as well, being, of course, a Georgetown grad, as well as a Yale Divinity School grad, which, by the way, that ain't Catholic. Most of this isn't, actually, but it is liberal as hell. Of course it is. She will be picking up where the old nun left off, directing an organization to petition for hundreds of millions of tax dollars each year in your money that the lobby plans at the USCCB will have helped to make available by pushing congressmen to support passage of certain bills. It's a giant machine where even if you change the people, the drama just keeps being played out as though you hadn't changed them. It's living proof of the old maxim, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Catholic Inc. long ago abandoned the faith. They've held on to the institutions and the offices and the labels because they're helpful to them, but make no mistake, this has zero to do with saving souls and everything to do with keeping the machinery well-oiled for money. So Church Militant cheers the efforts of various congressmen to choke off this money and hold Catholic Charities' feet to the fire. It is time to defund the U.S. bishops. God love you. I'm Michael Voris.
El Paso, Texas, the border state directly beside Mexico's Ciudad Juarez, is awash with illegal aliens. Or at least it was. Photos taken just last Wednesday show the downtown streets of El Paso swarming with camps of illegal aliens just ahead of President Biden's visit, which took place on Sunday. But on Thursday, the illegals suddenly disappeared from the streets. Reports say that the local police began mass arrests ahead of the president's visit. But according to former agent on VDare.com, my friends suspect they got some help from Catholic Charities in getting rid of them. They probably shipped them around the country. As former agent reported in February of 2022, a network of charities known as Catholic Charities is known for their work in supporting the Great Replacement.
The people that are entering the United States and remaining in the United States to continue a process of legalization, they are releasing them to us so that we can make sure that they are put in a bus by their families. We contact their families and they can move on and be safe. We got, I guess you could say, got lucky to get reimbursed to some of the efforts that we've been doing for so long. And that is taxpayers' money.
Michelle Malkin reported last July that Catholic Charities, quote, raked in $4 billion in 2016, $1.2 billion of which came from government sources. Accounting for more than 1/3 of their income, taxpayers are the largest single source of funding for Catholic Charities. Again, in 2016, Catholic Charities used American taxpayers' money, as well as money from the collection plates of local churches, to serve over 400,000 immigrants and refugees. Those immigrants, towards which no distinction is made whether they are legal or illegal, received interpreter services, job placement, employment training, outreach, counseling, legal services, and matched savings programs. So likely, Catholic Charities is behind cleaning up El Paso ahead of Biden's visit, a move that gives the mainstream media an excuse to claim that the invasion isn't nearly as bad as it really is. Read more on VDare.com by clicking the link attached to this video.
Over the past few years, illegal immigrants have been given U.S. bank debit cards from the United Nations, reportedly $1.6 billion.
Does that go into your bank account?
¿A dónde va? ¿Tienes una cuenta? ¿Una tarjeta? Sí. ¿Tienes?
Oh, let me see. I'm standing outside the United Nations office in Tapachula, Mexico. One of the things that is happening here and all along the migrant trail is that the United Nations is handing out cash and debit cards and rental assistance and movement assistance to immigrants to help sustain them on their road to El Norte.
Catholic Charities have been managing the illegal invasion at the southern border, spending millions while profiting billions. And the local police admit that they are under their direction.
The officers, well, we're all here under the direction of Catholic Charities.
Richard Poiso of Chicago reported that these illegals are getting Social Security cards within 4 months of crossing the southern border.
So yesterday, I ran into somebody that I haven't seen in a while. He's been here for about 5 months in the United States, 6 months, something like that. And he says, hey, I'm looking for work. And I said, well, I can't hire you, man. I gotta hire like legitimate people or whatever. And he was like, no, I'm legitimate now. And he's broken English, kind of bits and pieces together, and he pulls his ID and stuff out of his pocket. And he says, I got Social Security card now, and I got worker's ID and permit for working, everything all legit. Stamp, city stamping, specialized Social Security envelope. This dude got on the buses from Texas to Chicago, got in process here in Chicago, found an apartment building within the first week, an efficiency apartment, moved into the apartment building, and then has been working cash jobs under the table for the last 4 months until recently got his worker's permit. And now he's working for a roofing company, but they're laid off right now. They're laid off right now, and he's looking for work. We have people literally trying to do everything that have been waiting for years that still don't have what this guy has in 4 months. That's how fucked up our government is. That's how much they care about the illegal migrants more than they care about their own people. The problem is, and this is fucked up for me to say this, some Americans have done this to themselves because they're fucking lazy and they won't get off their ass to go out and actually get the stuff done that they're trying to get done, that they need to be getting done. Like this guy came here knowing that he could lose his life, lose everything. He gets here, now he's a worker. Within 4 months, done all his paperwork, went to all his appointments and stuff, and figured out the system and is hustling. It's really, really, really messed up that they would do this for people that are not even from this country. They didn't help build this country. They didn't help contribute to this country, and they just walk right in like they do and just get handed IDs, social security card, just get them on the payroll and stuff. Let's just do it for them. Let's get them set, but not take care of our own people that are on the streets. It's messed up.
Joe Biden opposes the SAVE Act, which would require proof of citizenship to vote for him this November. Without having to provide proof of citizenship, a social security card and a driver's license will certainly suffice. Voter fraud may not be necessary if 30 million UN migrants can vote. Reporting for InfoWars, this is Greg Reese. Thank you for watching the latest Greg Reese Report. Be sure to go to reesereport.com to see my latest videos, sign up for my free newsletter, and subscribe for exclusive content. And be sure to support my sponsor at InfoWarsStore.com.
While other networks lie to you about what's happening now, InfoWars tells you the truth about what's happening next.
Whether it's the World Economic Forum, whether it's the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, whether it's Open Philanthropy and Dustin Moskowitz. We know that all of these organizations thought that they could bamboozle all of us. They thought that by putting fact checkers on every post, we'd stop sharing posts. They thought by canceling people that we wouldn't actually listen to people's voices. But the bad news is for them, we continue to do it. So what are the simple things that you can do? The simple things you can do, like I said before, support the alternative platforms that are allowing these voices to be heard. Make sure that you actually have these conversations. Without the utility of this voice and this platform, so our job is really simple. Share this, communicate this, support
The InfoWar. Go to InfoWarsStore.com for products to keep strong and prepared. Donate and share the videos at band.video.
Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
Over the past few years, illegal immigrants have been given U.S. bank debit cards from the United Nations, reportedly $1.6 billion.
Does that go into your bank account?
¿A dónde va? ¿Tienes una cuenta? ¿Una tarjeta? Sí. ¿Tienes?
Oh, let me see. I'm standing outside the United Nations office in Tapachula, Mexico. One of the things that is happening here and all along the migrant trail is that the United Nations is handing out cash and debit cards and rental assistance and movement assistance to immigrants to help sustain them on their road to El Norte.
Catholic Charities have been managing the illegal invasion at the southern border, spending millions while profiting billions. And the local police admit that they are under their direction.
The officers, well, we're all here under the direction of Catholic Charities.
Richard Poiso of Chicago, reported that these illegals are getting Social Security cards within 4 months of crossing the southern border.
So yesterday, I ran into somebody that I haven't seen in a while. He's been here for about 5 months in the United States, 6 months, something like that. And he says, hey, I'm looking for work. And I said, well, I can't hire you, man. I'm not, I got to hire like legitimate people or whatever. And he was like, no, I'm legitimate now. And he's broken English, kind of bits and pieces together, and he pulls his ID and stuff out of his pocket. And he says, I got Social Security card now, and I got worker's ID and permit for working, everything all legit. Stamp, city stamping, specialized Social Security envelope. This dude got on the buses from Texas to Chicago, got in process here in Chicago, found an apartment building within the first week, an efficiency apartment, moved into the apartment building, and then has been working cash jobs under the table for the last 4 months until recently got his worker's permit. And now he's working for a roofing company, but they're laid off right now. They're laid off right now, and he's looking for work. We have people literally trying to do everything that have been waiting for years that still don't have what this guy has in 4 months. That's how fucked up our government is. That's how much they care about the illegal migrants more than they care about their own people. The problem is, and this is fucked up for me to say this, some Americans have done this to themselves because they're fucking lazy and they won't get off their ass to go out and actually get the stuff done that they're trying to get done, that they need to be getting done. Like this guy came here knowing that he could lose his life, lose everything. He gets here, now he's a worker, within 4 months done all his paperwork, went to all his appointments and stuff, and figured out the system and is hustling. It's really, really, really messed up that they would do this for people that are not even from this country. They didn't help build this country. They didn't help contribute to this country. And they just walk right in like they do and just get handed IDs, Social Security card, just get them on the payroll and stuff. Let's just do it for them. Let's get them set, but not take care of our own people that are on the streets. It's messed up.
Joe Biden opposes the SAVE Act, which would require proof of citizenship to vote for him this November. Without having to provide proof of citizenship, a Social Security card and a driver's license will certainly suffice. Voter fraud may not be necessary if 30 million UN migrants can vote. Over the past few years, illegal immigrants have been given U.S. bank debit cards from the United Nations, reportedly $1.6 billion.
Does that go into your bank account?
¿A dónde va? ¿Tienes una cuenta? ¿Una tarjeta? Sí. ¿Tienes?
Oh, let me see. I'm standing outside the United Nations office in Tapachula, Mexico. One of the things that is happening here and all along the migrant trail is that the United Nations is handing out cash and debit cards and rental assistance and movement assistance to immigrants to help sustain them on their road to El Norte.
Catholic Charities have been managing the illegal invasion at the southern border, spending millions while profiting billions. And the local police admit that they are under their direction.
The officers, well, we're all here under the direction of Catholic Charities.
Richard Poiso of Chicago reported that these illegals are getting Social Security cards within 4 months of crossing the southern border.
So yesterday, I ran into somebody that I haven't seen in a while. He's been here for about 5 months in the United States, 6 months, something like that. And he says, hey, I'm looking for work. And I said, well, I can't hire you, man. I'm not, I got to hire like legitimate people or whatever. And he was like, no, I'm legitimate now. And he's broken English, kind of bits and pieces together, and he pulls his ID and stuff out of his pocket. And he says, I got Social Security card now, and I got workers ID and permit for working everything all legit. Stamp, city stamping, specialized social security envelope. This dude got on the buses from Texas to Chicago, got in process here in Chicago, found an apartment building within the first week, an efficiency apartment, moved into the apartment building, and then has been working cash jobs under the table for the last 4 months until recently got his worker's permit. And now he's working for a roofing company, but they're laid off right now. They're laid off right now, and he's looking for work. We have people literally trying to do everything that have been waiting for years that still don't have what this guy has in 4 months. That's how fucked up our government is. That's how much they care about the illegal migrants more than they care about their own people. The problem is, and this is fucked up for me to say this, some Americans have done this to themselves because they're fucking lazy and they won't get off their ass to go out and actually get the stuff done that they're trying to get done, that they need to be getting done. Like this guy came here knowing that he could lose his life, lose everything. He gets here, now he's a worker. Within 4 months, done all his paperwork, went to all his appointments and stuff, and figured out the system and is hustling. It's really, really, really messed up that they would do this for people that are not even from this country. They didn't help build this country. They didn't help contribute to this country. And they just walk right in like they do and just get handed IDs, social security card, just get them on the payroll and stuff. Let's just do it for them. Let's get them set, but not take care of our own people that are on the streets. It's messed up.
Joe Biden opposes the SAVE Act, which would require proof of citizenship to vote for him this November. Without having to provide proof of citizenship, a social security card and a driver's license will certainly suffice. Voter fraud may not be necessary if 30 million UN migrants can vote. Reporting for InfoWars, this is Greg Reese. Over the past few years, illegal immigrants have been given U.S. bank debit cards from the United Nations, reportedly $1.6 billion.
Does that go into your bank account?
¿A dónde va? ¿No tienes una cuenta? ¿Una tarjeta? Sí. ¿Tienes?
Oh, let me see. I'm standing outside the United Nations office in Tapachula, Mexico. One of the things that is happening here and all along the migrant trail is that the United Nations is handing out cash and debit cards and rental assistance and movement assistance to immigrants to help sustain them on their road to El Norte.
Catholic Charities have been managing the illegal invasion at the southern border, spending millions while profiting billions. And the local police admit that they are under their direction.
The officers, well, we're all here under the direction of Catholic Charities.
Richard Poiso of Chicago reported that these illegals are getting Social Security cards within 4 months of crossing the southern border.
So yesterday, I ran into somebody that I haven't seen in a while. He's been here for about 5 months in the United States, 6 months, something like that. And he says, hey, I'm looking for work. And I said, well, I can't hire you, man. I gotta hire like legitimate people or whatever. And he was like, no, I'm legitimate now. And he spoke in English, kind of bits and pieces together, and he pulls his ID and stuff out of his pocket. And he says, I got Social Security card now, and I got worker's ID and permit for working everything all legit. Stamp, city stamping, specialized Social Security envelope. This dude got on the buses from Texas to Chicago, got in process here in Chicago, found an apartment building within the first week, an efficiency apartment, moved into the apartment building, and then has been working cash jobs under the table for the last 4 months until recently got his worker's permit. And now he's working for a roofing company, but they're laid off right now. They're laid off right now, and he's looking for work. We have people literally trying to do everything that have been waiting for years that still don't have what this guy has in 4 months. That's how fucked up our government is. That's how much they care about the illegal migrants more than they care about their own people. The problem is, and this is fucked up for me to say this, some Americans have done this to themselves because they're fucking lazy and they won't get off their ass to go out and actually get the stuff done that they're trying to get done, that they need to be getting done. Like this guy came here knowing that he could lose his life, lose everything. He gets here, now he's a worker. Within 4 months, done all his paperwork, went to all his appointments and stuff, and figured out the system and is hustling. It's really, really, really messed up that they would do this for people that are not even from this country. They didn't help build this country. They didn't help contribute to this country. And they just walk right in like they do and just get handed IDs, social security card, just get them on the payroll and stuff. Let's just do it for them. Let's get them set, but not take care of our own people that are on the streets. It's messed up.
Joe Biden opposes the SAVE Act, which would require proof of citizenship to vote for him this November. Without having to provide proof of citizenship, a social security card and a driver's license will certainly suffice. Voter fraud may not be necessary if 30 million UN migrants can vote. Reporting for InfoWars, this is Greg Reese. Over the past few years, illegal immigrants have been given U.S. bank debit cards from the United Nations, reportedly $1.6 billion.
Does that go into your bank account?
¿A dónde va? ¿Tienes una cuenta? ¿Una tarjeta? Sí. ¿Tienes?
Oh, let me see. I'm standing outside the United Nations office in Tapachula, Mexico. One of the things that is happening here and all along the migrant trail is that the United Nations is handing out cash and debit cards and rental assistance and movement assistance to immigrants to help sustain them on their road to El Norte.
Catholic Charities have been managing the illegal invasion at the southern border, spending millions while profiting billions. And the local police admit that they are under their direction.
The officers, well, we're all here under the direction of Catholic Charities.
Richard Poiso of Chicago reported that these illegals are getting social security cards within 4 months of crossing the southern border.
So yesterday, I ran into somebody that I haven't seen in a while. He's been here for about 5 months in the United States, 6 months, something like that. And he says, hey, I'm looking for work. And I said, well, I can't hire you, man. I got to hire like legitimate people or whatever. And he was like, no, I'm legitimate now. And he spoke in English, kind of bits and pieces together, and he pulls his ID and stuff out of his pocket. And he says, I got social security card now, and I got worker's ID and permit for working, everything all legit. Stamp, city stamping, specialized social security envelope. This dude got on the buses from Texas to Chicago, got in process here in Chicago, found an apartment building within the first week, an efficiency apartment, moved into the apartment building, and then has been working cash jobs under the table for the last 4 months until recently got his worker's permit. And now he's working for a roofing company, but they're laid off right now. They're laid off right now, and he's looking for work. We have people literally trying to do everything that have been waiting for years that still don't have what this guy has in 4 months. That's how fucked up our government is. That's how much they care about the illegal migrants more than they care about their own people. The problem is, and this is fucked up for me to say this, some Americans have done this to themselves because they're fucking lazy and they won't get off their ass to go out and actually get the stuff done that they're trying to get done, that they need to be getting done. Like, this guy came here knowing that he could lose his life, lose everything. He gets here. Now he's a worker. Within 4 months, done all his paperwork, went to all his appointments and stuff, and figured out the system, and is hustling. It's really, really, really messed up that they would do this for people that are not even from this country. They didn't help build this country. They didn't help contribute to this country, and they just walk right in like they do and just get handed IDs, social security card, just get them on the payroll and stuff. Let's just do it for them. Let's get them set, but not take care of our own people that are on the streets. It's messed up.
Joe Biden opposes the SAVE Act, which would require proof of citizenship to vote for him this November. Without having to provide proof of citizenship, a social security card and a driver's license will certainly suffice. Voter fraud may not be necessary if 30 million UN migrants can vote. Reporting for InfoWars, this is Greg Reese. Thank you for watching the latest Greg Reese Report. Be sure to go to reesereport.com to see my latest videos, sign up for my free newsletter, and subscribe for exclusive content. And be sure to support my sponsor at InfoWarsStore.com.
While other networks lie to you about what's happening now, InfoWars tells you the truth about what's happening next.
Whether it's the World Economic Forum, whether it's the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, whether it's Open Philanthropy and Dustin Moskowitz. We know that all of these organizations thought that they could bamboozle all of us. They thought that by putting fact checkers on every post, we'd stop sharing posts. They thought by canceling people that we wouldn't actually listen to people's voices. But the bad news is for them, we continue to do it. So what are the simple things that you can do? The simple things you can do, like I said before, support the alternative platforms that are allowing these voices to be heard. Make sure that you actually have these conversations. Without the utility of this voice and this platform, we will lose the war. So our job is really simple. Share this, communicate this, support
The InfoWar. Go to InfoWarsStore.com for products to keep strong and prepared. Donate and share the videos at band.video.
Hello noble ones, welcome back to my channel. This is the Metatron speaking. And the fall of the Western Roman Empire, which occurred in the late 5th century, was absolutely an age-defining moment. But what if it never happened? What would our past look like? What would our present look like from a linguistic, geopolitical and technological standpoint? What would our reality be? To hypothesize an alternative history where the Roman Empire maintains itself as a solid political entity and does not collapse in 476 AD, as it actually did, we must necessarily seek those elements and critical moments in Roman history and reimagine them. The main triggering factor that weighs on a series of other criticalities within the empire, generating a succession of crises and a generalized collapse, is the expansionistic thrust of a new people towards the west, the Huns. A reality made up of warrior bands, probably of Ural Altaic origin. The Huns imposed themselves in critical mass in the steppes of Eurasia, magnetizing Turanian and Indo-Iranian elements, and then descend upon the Germanic world, giving rise to the phenomenon remembered as the barbarian invasion or migration period. Even today, we don't really know what pushed the Huns westward, whether it be the rise of a new charismatic war chief or the conflicts with the Mongolian reality. Perhaps it was a Rouran Khaganate that expelled them from East Asia, or maybe it was the failure of an attempt at invading the then very powerful Jin dynasty in China. In any case, let's remove the Han factor from the equation. In our alternative timeline, the Huns could have merged with the Rouran Khaganate or successfully overcome the Jin defenses, penetrating deep into China, or simply maybe they failed to produce a dynasty of warrior chiefs powerful enough to magnetize a critical mass of nomadic tribes of the steppe. Alternatively, they could have descended southward on the Sassanid Empire. Regardless of what we choose, the domino effect that influenced the steppes of Eurasia in the 4th century AD and that makes the pressure along the Rhine-Danube limes unsustainable never takes place. Now, as a result of this, we will not have the massive volume of Gothic refugees that were fleeing from the Huns and that historically were welcomed into the empire in 376 AD. And do keep in mind that these refugees will revolt against the empire, also because at this time the Roman Empire was incapable, because of the high level of corruption within their leaders, to both integrate them and absorb them in a manner that would be advantageous for the empire while maintaining social content. And because these Gothic refugees will remain in their seats north of the Danube, the Gothic War of 376 to 382, and in particular the Battle of Adrianople in 378 AD, will never occur, and that was a bitter defeat for the empire. Nor will the mass crossing of the Rhine on December 31st, 406, by the Vandals, Alans, Burgundians, Suebi, Quadi, and the Sarmatians. Similarly, not having to deploy a large number of troops on the continent to try to hold the Rhine-Danube limes, Britain would never have fallen into the hands of the Picts and Scots, and then of Angles, Saxons, and Jutes. Although certainly tense, relationships between Rome and the Barbaricum will not take that frantic and vertiginous turn that will materialize with the devastations and collapse of the 5th century AD. Lacking the disruptive and accelerating factor of the Huns, the relationships between Rome and the Germanic world managed to take a gentler turn. There is no shortage of moments of tension and conflict, of course, but the Roman cultural influence already exercised increasingly east of the Rhine and north of the Danube, starting from the 2nd century AD, has a way of taking deep root in the Barbaricum. Emperor Valens, whom, in our reality now, does not die at Adrianople, begins a cautious and measured policy aimed at intensifying relationships between the empire and the barbarians, particularly by favoring trade beyond the limes. While the Germanic aristocracy, particularly those of the Goths and the Franks, are Romanizing exponentially, on the right bank of the Rhine and left bank of the Danube, barbarian settlements arise with a marked commercial nature, closely linked to the military castra of the opposite bank, which soon become multi-ethnic centers and vectors from which Roman culture radiates towards the hinterland of the Barbaricum. At the same time, contingents of Germanic mercenaries are hired within the empire to serve with their policing function to quell the motions of the Bagaudae, the rebellious peasants who regularly rise up, particularly in Gaul and Spain, as a consequence of fiscal pressure. In this timeline, the Bagaudae motions cannot take advantage of the climate of instability generated by the barbarian invasions, which have not taken place, and moreover, the increasingly normalized relationships with the Germanic world lead to a more contained military mobilization of the empire's population, which therefore weighs less heavily on the agricultural sector, making revolts less frequent and virulent. The Germanic mercenary bands that militate within the empire, repressing peasant revolts, come into even more contact with Romanity, and when they return to the lands of origin, not only are they laden with wealth, but they also become bearers of a cultural baggage that spreads and further diminishes the cultural gap between Romans and Germanic people. The policy of openness towards the Barbaricum is crowned with Theodosius, who begins to settle Germanic communities in the areas of highest political instability of the empire, in Gallia Lugdurensis, in Africa, in Britain, offering land donations to immigrants who arrive on a voluntary basis through imperial recruiters who draw directly from frontier villages. If the Germanic communities partly have the function of deterrent against peasant uprising and territorial control, Theodosius will also set them up as strong agricultural realities. The Germans receive as a gift plots of land that they will cultivate according to a soft form of colonatus, increasing the production of the empire, which, no longer being able to rely on the previous predatory economy, has the priority need to increase its internal production. The settlement of Germanic communities with both military and agricultural character is followed by a progressive use of machinery, particularly water mills, which increase the production of food resources. Now, speculatively, bellows and gear hammers appear, which give a boost to the metallurgical production, and we will probably start seeing seeing an incremental usage of machinery within the sphere of production, even though it may be slow at first. But another thing that makes our alternative timeline interesting is what happens within the phenomenon of slavery. Because we know that in the 3rd and 4th century, the inflow of new slaves had diminished due to the fact that we have an overall lacking of new military campaigns. But in our timeline, we have a new phenomenon that now occurs. The Germanic frontier communities, thanks to the propulsive thrust generated by the mercenary chiefs returning from their militancy within the empire, have now constituted themselves into small kingdoms, which now conduct raids against the tribes of the barbarian hinterland, with the main purpose of acquiring slaves to then sell to the Romans. In Germania, a kingdom of the Franks, a kingdom of the Alemanni, and a kingdom of the Burgundians are now constituted. In the territories of today's Czech Republic and Slovakia, the kingdom of the Quadi and the Marcomanni prosper, heir to the ancient regnum Vaniarum, which, before all others, have become a profitable political and cultural relationship with the empire. In Dacia, or Dacia, up to the shores of the Black Sea towards Crimea, several Gothic potentates have arisen, which are among the main suppliers of slaves to the empire. Now that we have had a general overall look at the dominant, the late empire, what would the Middle Ages look like? Well, here's the thing. I'd argue that after all of these events, there would be no medieval period at all. And what I mean by that is mostly speaking of nomenclature. Now, if you were to go to war, but you were given a chance to, wear a helmet, would you not choose to do so? Well, of course, I know I would. And you could say that the internet is indeed a battlefield, and unfortunately, a helmet is not the best defense. Still gonna wear it though. And you know what else is awesome? The kind sponsor that made this video possible, Private Internet Access. Whenever you are browsing online on an unprotected device, such as your phone, computer, tablet, console, your device is transmitting a great amount of information which can be viewed by various different entities. A virtual private network hides your IP address and safeguards your internet connection through an encrypted tunnel and server infrastructure. This way it shields your digital life from the eyes of those that are looking to exploit your private information. Thanks to Private Internet Access, you will also be able to utilize all sorts of websites and online features that would otherwise be limited or restricted depending on your physical location, including streaming services such as Netflix and Amazon Prime, which would have a different library and different titles depending on where you are. Watching Netflix without private internet access is like paying for a real Italian caffè espresso, but you only get a cup of water with sugar. So simply change the VPN to one of the 91 countries available and gain access. Private Internet Access is also available for all platforms: Windows, Mac OS, Android, Linux, iOS, and with a single subscription you can protect an unlimited amount of devices. They never record or store user data, and their no-log policy has been proven multiple times in court, which is why I trust them. And this is also risk-free since there is a 30-day money-back guarantee and a 24/7 customer support. So what are you waiting for? Click the link in the description below, and by doing so you will get an 83% off Private Internet Access. That's just $2.03 a month, and you will also get 4 extra months completely for free. Massive thanks to Private Internet Access for sponsoring my video. Lacking the division brought by the fall of the Western Roman Empire, the characterizing element that would have marked, in the eyes of historians, the end of an era and the entry into a new age wouldn't of course be the fall of the empire, that never happened, but would have certainly become the affirmation of Christianity as the official religion. So rather than being the Middle Ages, it would be more coherent to call them the Christian Age, also taking into consideration the Edict of Thessalonica of 380 AD. In a Roman Empire devoid of the instability caused by barbarian invasions, where social disorder were increasingly contained, Christianity would not have resulted in an element of disturbance, but on the contrary, a factor of internal and external stabilization. Imperial power, finding a divine justification for its being, would have found itself less and less having to face the insurgents of usurpers nominated by the legions, and the widespread adherence to Christianity would have resulted in a further bonding agent with the Germanic frontier kingdoms. The same Germanic kingdoms that are now a sort of buffer zone between the empire and the inner Barbaricum. It is also very likely that now the Germanic kingdoms would have absolutely exploited this idea of utilizing faith as a pretext to begin new military campaigns of Christianization, particularly in the east within both other Germanic groups, but also Indo-Iranian tribes of the hinterland, then clashing with the new barbarian realities on the move in the 6th century AD, such as the Kutrigers, the Avars, and the Slavs. Probably, having difficulty, the Romanized barbarian kingdoms would have requested imperial intervention, and thus the expansion of Christianity would have become the new propulsive element of the empire to further extend its influence beyond its borders, and probably indirectly increasing its political control over the barbarian world. Defeated, the nomads of the steppes would have returned eastward, while the Slavs, lacking Avar control after Christianization, would have been integrated into the expanding barbarian kingdoms, or would have ended up creating themselves into independent potentates in the territories that today correspond to Russia and Ukraine. Poland probably would have never been affected by a serious Slavic penetration, lacking the thrust that during the period of invasion had depopulated it of the Vandals, thus making it an easy land of conquest, and would have ended up reinventing itself as a bordered reality between the Romanized barbarian kingdoms and the Slavic world. Now, while Christianity, as it happened in our real history in the early medieval period, would have become a common denominator and also a sort of connecting political element, as I have explained on this dedicated video, which is called How Powerful Was the Church in the Medieval Period, you should totally check it out. I think in this situation, the progressive adherence to the religion of the people that you're supposed to enslave may have actually called for a sort of general decay of the concept of slavery, at least within this imperial context. In the meantime, technology would have then found a notable propulsion, and within a politically united and solid reality, such as the empire, its development would have been decidedly faster compared to what happened in the real Middle Ages and in the Renaissance. Machinery for agricultural and metallurgical use would have begun to spread exponentially, and to be produced in even better models. Mass production would have happened much earlier than did in our reality, while new fields would have finally enjoyed interest and intensive development, such as that of steam engines, already known in the 1st century AD in our timeline. Look up Heron's Aeolopile, although they were never developed due to lack of necessity. The new invasions of the 8th and 9th century, those of the Norsemen, Bulgars and Hungarians, would have found an incredibly solid Europe, and their impact would have probably been very relative. Perhaps in Eastern Europe, Bulgars and Hungarians would have managed to wedge themselves into the Gothic kingdoms and even to snatch lands from the empire, but they would have followed their historical parabola, quickly Christianizing and becoming part of the imperial koine on a cultural, if not political basis. The Norsemen, on the other hand, would probably have followed a very different development. If the concept of the Swedes in Russia and the Dano-Norwegians in Ireland and Scotland would have probably not have been very different from the ones we know, Roman Britain and the coasts of Gaul would have not been easy prey for the Vikings at all, because now they have imperial defense. So these Vikings, who then perhaps were in search of an outlet, would have projected themselves much earlier and with greater intensity towards the Atlantic routes. Iceland and Greenland would have been discovered perhaps over 100 years earlier than they have in our reality, and so would Helluland, Markland and Vinland, or the Canadian coasts of Baffinland, Labrador and Newfoundland. All the series of raids against England culminating in the establishment of the Danelaw, and those directed against the French coasts, which would have led them in 845 and 885 to the 2 sieges of Paris by Ragnar or Rollo, and finally to the establishment of the Duchy of Normandy, would never have taken place, and the Viking crews would have poured into Canada, leading to the birth of one of more Norse kingdoms overseas. From these kingdoms, we have new explorers, and they would have probably sailed along the American coast, anticipating certain geographical knowledge by very much. The American discovery, even historically speaking, would be Viking. The importation of timber and further resources from Canada would have allowed the Greenlandic colony to prosper and not become extinct like it did, and the North Atlantic would have become the seat of a true Norse thalassocracy which, detached from Denmark and Norway, would probably have given rise to a sort of federal mercantile hegemony that would have included the coast of North America, Greenland, Iceland, Ireland and the Scottish Isles. Now let's talk about Columbus, who by now is a subject of the Roman Empire. And he goes with a fleet, a Roman fleet now, directly from Italy, and he's moving into the Americas. Who does he find there? Does he find Native Americans because the Norse haven't expanded that far? Or is it all Norse? Well, that would be very interesting. But let's imagine for a moment the most plausible of the two. He still finds Native Americans. So now European powers are conquering America. But these are Italians. And America becomes the new empire, not the new world. This is of course probably the most speculative side of all, considering that there are so many variables that it's difficult to really continue to expand our lines, but perhaps I could make a dedicated video to what the new Roman American Empire would have looked like. If you're interested, let me know in the comments. Now, let's talk about Islam. If, in a different way, the Bulgarian, Magyar and Norse raids would have taken place, perhaps we would not have had the terrible Saracen piracy in the Mediterranean. If, together with the affirmation of Christianity, we have the birth of Islam again, we cannot know how disruptive the Islamic expansion would have been, having to deal with a solid Roman Empire and not with a Byzantine Empire that had to constantly watch its northern borders from the interference of Slavs and steppes people. Even if some decisive battles, like the decisive clash of Yarmouk, fruit of the military genius of the Muslim leader Khalid ibn al-Walid, had been won by the Arabs, as happened, it is highly probable that the empire would have had a way to concentrate its efforts in the Near Eastern theatre. Instead of witnessing a triumphal ride of Islamic forces throughout Syria and then all of North Africa to Spain, it is highly probable that the Near East would have turned into the theatre of fierce clashes between Romans and Arab troops, with alternating events that would have led to a stalemate and ups and downs that would have followed one another over the century. In general, we could imagine, with the passing of centuries, that the Roman Empire would be taking the place which, in the real timeline, was of the Holy Roman Empire, and then of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, as the priority adversary of the Rashidun Caliphate, and subsequently as opponents to the Ottoman Empire. Now, there are of course a lot of other things that we could talk about. What about the Vatican and the Catholic Church? I mean, at the end of the day, that's pretty similar to what the Roman Empire really was. So perhaps there would be no division between the Vatican and the rest of Italy. It perhaps would be just one Christian empire, or even theocracy. But as we push an alternative history beyond a certain limit without dedicating hours and hours of historical analysis, it is difficult if one wants to remain credible and detailed. But starting from the assumption that in this alternative timeline the Roman Empire has never fallen, we can imagine that it would have entered into collaboration or conflict with the hypothetical Norse thalassocracy of the Atlantic for the domination of the Americas, perhaps dedicating itself to a colonization of Central and South America as Spain and Portugal did in real time. It is also likely to imagine the empire pushing into colonial operations towards Africa. Finally, lacking the political opposition between Western Europe and the Byzantine Empire, Christianity would have never gone through the Great Schism of 1054, and Russia, born as in the real timeline from the superimposition of Swedish and Slavic elements by influence of Rome, would have converted to a Christianity that remained unitary and never divided between Catholicism and Orthodoxy, thus increasing the cultural proximity between the West and Eurasia. Alright, all of this is extremely interesting and perhaps even impressive in a way. But what would have happened when it comes to the language? Because we know that in the 5th century there was a gradual decrease in the usage of Latin, which used to be the language of communication, the common language, if you will, among many people in many different countries and realities. And then we have instead the birth of the Romance languages and in general the common vernacular. You've got French, you've got Spanish, you've got Italian, and then of course English becomes the common language in our timeline. But what about our speculative timeline? What would have happened to Latin if the empire had never fallen, and how would we be speaking today? The greater political cohesion given by the subsistence of the imperial reality would have favored greater linguistic homogeneity in much of Europe. Instead of Italian, French, Spanish and Portuguese, we would have had regional variants of Latin instead, as well as in England, which would have continued to be called Britannia. English would not exist. The different variants of Latin would have ended up acquiring terms from Germanic languages, of course, brought by colonists and mercenaries, probably words related to the agricultural and military sphere, while in the same way the Germanic dialects of the frontier, barbarian kingdom, would have been enriched with words of Latin and Greek origins related to the sphere of commerce, science, technology and military. Greek would have remained a learnt language in the western part of the empire, while in the eastern part it would have been the most widely spread idiom. The Slavic languages would never have spread in Serbia, Croatia, Bosnia and Slovenia, which would have remained Illyricum instead. They would have spoken yet another variant of Latin, and possibly in their more peripheral valleys, perhaps they would have continued to speak that Illyrian dialect, which is the ancestor of today's Albanian. Now, of course, even at the time of Dante, when the current Italian language starts to be created in a way, Latin was still used. It was still the language of the learned. So it's not difficult to imagine that if the empire never fell, Latin would have just remained. Of course, it would have evolved. The Latin spoken by someone in the 15th century of this alternative timeline would still be very different and a lot more modern than the Latin spoken by Julius Caesar, for example. But still, it would be Latin, and I would be more than happy to actually call it Neo-Latin. Now, the term Neo-Latin has actually been used, and it's usually the sort of Latin that people in the Italian Renaissance are trying to pick up and study and use again. This is what we usually refer to when we say Neo-Latin, but in our timeline, Neo-Latin is actually the real descendant of Latin, and it is so close to the original language that perhaps it could be something a little closer to Northern Sardinian dialect, for example, which is, as of today, the closest language to classical Latin. Therefore, instead of speaking English now, I would probably be speaking the, I imagine, Britannic version of Latin, while if you, as a watcher, considering the percentages in my analytics, are from America, you would be speaking the American version of Latin, which perhaps we could call New World Latin. For now, as a speculative beginning of trying to think what would the world look like if the Roman Empire never fall, I think that this is good as an introductory subject and initial video. But if you like this series and it goes well, please share it, leave a comment, leave a like, and who knows, perhaps I could continue. Maybe we could jump into, but what would military would have looked like in the Middle Ages with a medieval Roman Empire? What would the armor and weapons have evolved as? And we could talk about that, or maybe policies and politics. That could be very interesting to see. And what sort of development would we have had? Would there have been a Second World War? Would it have happened in the 1600s? Would they already have tanks back then because of the, development? And when would the first flying machine have been invented? Well, all of this is really interesting, but maybe we can make this into a series. Of course, let me know what you think in the comments below, and as always, thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to take advantage of the amazing offer Private Internet Access has for you by clicking the link in the description below. And remember, the Metatron has spread his wings. Goodbye.
In the powerful Roman army, soldiers were brought to the limit of their physical strength and endurance. Many men stood out and showed an above-average fighting ability. These high-value soldiers were given special positions, such as the Optiones, who were responsible for keeping orders in line and punishing careless legionnaires. And even when the legions set up their camps, Roman discipline remained firm. The camps were carefully planned and well protected. The center of the camp was known as Praetorium. That's where the Roman officers and nobles stayed. To protect the safety of this vital part, an elite guard was created, composed of the best Roman legionnaires. And that's how the glorious story of the Praetorian Guard began. During the rule of Augustus, the Praetorian Guard gained even more prominence. It was appointed as the emperor's personal guard. Since then, all Roman emperors had a Praetorian Guard at their disposal. As the legions could not enter the city of Rome, a reasonable contingent of guards was required. At its peak, it had 8,000 elite soldiers. The Praetorian Guards were different from the other soldiers. They wore a darker uniform and could use purple, a very noble color in Roman culture. During the history of ancient Rome, the Praetorian Guard was used not only for the emperor's defense, but also to conduct less noble and honorable services, such as imprisoning and executing senators or anyone considered a threat. The Praetorian Guards would have to take an oath directly to the emperor and respect all the sovereign's orders. In case of civil war, or if Rome was captured by enemy armies, the Praetorian Guard would be the city's last line of defense. Above all, it would protect the emperor's safety, down to the last man. But that loyalty wasn't blind. In some cases, the Praetorian Guard had an influence on the rise or fall of Roman emperors. It is said that the Praetorian Guard played a role in the murder of the cruel Emperor Caligula, who, in addition to disrespecting his own guards, punished them cruelly, often without any reason. In order to belong to the Praetorian Guard, a legionnaire had to serve in the army for at least 16 years. Only after that could they go through the admission process. Many legionnaires sought this promotion, since the members of the Praetorian Guard had better salaries and equipment. Generally speaking, the work was less tiring and dangerous. Within the Praetorian Guard, there was another group, which was considered to be the elite of the elite, the Speculatores Augusti. Besides being commanders of the Guard, they were the men in whom the emperor had absolute confidence, and they were always beside the monarch. As time progressed, the Praetorian Guard accumulated great power within Rome, becoming a kind of autonomous organization that commanded the city's politics with an iron fist. The elected emperors needed the approval of the Praetorian Guard. Even the murder of several emperor candidates was ordered. Due to the excessive authority of the Praetorian Guard, Emperor Constantine issued a decree abolishing this military force. The following emperors began to create their own personal guards. The story of the fearsome Praetorian Guards had come to an end, but its existence has been a model for various elite military forces over the centuries.
On a quiet night in 1982, Italian banker Roberto Calvi is on the run. He has spent a lifetime working for Banco Ambrosiano, a bank whose biggest customer is the Vatican. But now he's a fugitive, desperately trying to escape the long arm of the law. An Italian smuggler arranged for him to be driven overnight to Austria, where he shuttled between several cities for a few days before boarding a private charter in Innsbruck for a flight to London. After arriving in London, he finally can catch his breath. He has no idea what fate awaits him.
The body of a missing Italian financier, Roberto Calvi, the central figure in a $790 million bank fraud scandal, was found hanging from a London bridge Friday, the police said today. Mr. Calvi, dismissed as head of Italy's second-largest private bank, had been missing for 9 days. The police said a stroller came across his body early Friday, hanging from the scaffolding of Blackfriars Bridge over the Thames River in the heart of London's financial district.
For centuries, the Catholic Church has been a monumental pillar of human history. From the echoing halls of the Vatican to the humblest of rural chapels, its influence has permeated every corner of the globe. But it is also a powerful financial institution, with the world's largest real estate collections and vested interests in a vast number of corporations.
The Vatican owns more than 5,000 church and investment properties around the world, a central office at the Catholic Church revealed for the first time Saturday, according to several news outlets.
Well, I think every Catholic who reads a story like this ends up caring, because in the end they want to know where their money is going.
The Vatican's need to generate revenue, like any large institution, has occasionally led to decisions that some could perceive as morally ambiguous.
It is the height of the Renaissance, and Italy is the epicenter of this movement, with major contributions in painting, sculpture, literature, and architecture. Around this time, the Vatican is a powerful entity in Europe, exerting considerable political power, influencing rulers, and governing a substantial territory in central Italy known as the Papal States. To maintain its power, the Vatican needs an ever-growing source of income. It relies on a brilliant strategy to take Vatican finances to the next level: selling indulgences.
The church found the money it needed in the selling of so-called indulgences, a 6th century invention whereby the faithful paid for a piece of paper that promised that God would forgo any earthly punishment for the buyer's sins. The Vatican set prices according to the severity of the sin, and they were initially available only to those who made a pilgrimage to Rome.
This strategy has brought significant income to the Vatican, causing its assets to skyrocket. But what the church doesn't realize is that this strategy for generating extra income is quickly getting out of control.
The licentious lifestyle of the papal court and the widespread abuses in selling indulgences became a rallying cry for Martin Luther and the Reformation.
Ultimately, Martin Luther's Reformation transforms the religious world. But for the Catholic Church, it also represents a major financial setback. But approaching the end of the 18th century, the Vatican will suffer an even worse financial catastrophe. In 1789, a crisis is brewing in France. After decades of growing anger with the government, a revolution erupts, culminating in the overthrow of the monarchy and the establishment of a republic. Europe is thrown into chaos once again. But one man uses this chaos as a ladder: Napoleon Bonaparte, who rises to power in the aftermath of the revolution. He immediately sees the advantage of controlling the papacy. By 1798, French forces have invaded Rome itself, proclaiming a Roman Republic and effectively ending papal rule over the city. Pope Pius VI dies on August 29, 1799, in Valence, France, still in French captivity. The fall of the Vatican and the subsequent death of Pope Pius VI nearly bring the Roman Catholic Church to an end. In the 1830s, after the upheaval of the Napoleonic Wars and the Congress of Vienna in 1815, the Papal States are restored to papal control. But the Vatican is in a dire financial situation. Desperate for enough funding to remain operational, the Church reaches out to an unlikely financier: the Rothschilds. In the 1830s, the Rothschild banking dynasty established itself as a key player in international finance. By stationing its members across key European cities, Frankfurt, London, Paris, Vienna, and Naples, the Rothschilds were extensively involved in government finance, issuing bonds and lending money to states, especially during times of distress when higher interest rates could be charged. And at the time, there is one powerful entity in Europe in such financial distress. In 1831, Gregory XVI became Pope. He knows the Vatican might not survive long unless there is an immediate cash infusion. For the first time in the Church's history, the Vatican decides to borrow money from the most prominent Jewish banker. James de Rothschild, head of the family's Paris-based headquarters, becomes the official papal banker. One of his brothers, Karl, who runs the family's Naples branch, begins traveling to Rome to consult with the Pope.
Their financial empire prompted a mixture of envy and resentment among church officials. Most traditionalists, who referred to James as the leader of international Jewry, were appalled that the church had resorted to Christ killers for financial succor. French poet Alfred de Vigny wrote that a Jew now reigns over the Pope and Christianity. He pays monarchs and buys nations.
The Rothschilds lend the Vatican 40 million euros in today's money. It becomes a lifeline that the Church desperately needs. The unlikely alliance is forged, and with the Rothschilds' influence, the Church begins a series of financial reforms, which mean more ways for the Church to accumulate assets.
Historically, the Vatican collected money through what is called Peter's Pence. It dates back to at least the 8th century and has its roots in England, where Anglo-Saxon kings collected annual tax for the land to support the Pope.
This donation, known traditionally as Romascot, was collected on the feast of Saints Peter and Paul and was sent to the Pope as a gesture of solidarity and support for the papacy.
But for the Catholic Church at the time, that income source alone is not sufficient, and they soon begin to sell bonds to the Catholic faithful. These bonds are essentially financial instruments that individuals can purchase, thereby loaning money to the Vatican with the promise of repayment, often with interest.
This method allowed the Vatican to raise the necessary funds while engaging the faithful directly in supporting the papal mission.
But the Vatican doesn't stop there. As the capital market system is being adopted across Europe, the Vatican Bank, with vast amounts of gold, needs to diversify into other assets and grow its wealth. And the Vatican begins investing in real estate across Rome, buying up properties and renting them out to generate income. But the Church also realizes the potential of stocks and begins investing heavily in the stocks of the Bank of Rome, hoping to grow the wealth of the Church. The investment in the Bank of Rome has been a profitable one. Within years of investing in the bank's stocks, it has created huge profits for the Church. As the Vatican emerges onto the financial market as a major player, many companies and even countries begin to view the Vatican as a partner to do business with. One of them is Germany. After the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria-Hungary by a Serbian nationalist, Europe is once again thrown into war on a scale unprecedented in world history. As the war escalates, Pope Benedict XV, who assumed the papacy in 1914, finds himself navigating a treacherous path between the warring nations.
The war has caused a lot of financial strain on the Church. Remember, the Church's major income comes from donations from various countries. During wartime, people simply don't have the money or the time to donate.
But Germany sees the importance of having the Vatican as an ally. Germany also knows that it can't just give money to the Vatican outright.
Germany was covertly funneling cash to the Church through Swiss banks and labeling it Peter's Pence. That helped stabilize the Church's finances. The German Foreign Ministry separately sent the Vatican cash from a propaganda slush fund, and the Austrians joined with a clandestine subsidy to Benedict.
And it soon becomes clear that the Vatican is an ideal party for covert money operations. The Vatican realizes that it needs a professional to manage its growing financial empire. And soon, they find the perfect man for the job. Bernardino Nogara grew up in a middle-class farming family with Jewish lineage near Lake Como. But Nogara was a devout Catholic who graduated with honors in industrial and electrical engineering from Politecnico di Milano. Starting in the mining industry, Nogara quickly develops a reputation for his financial acumen, especially his ability to manage risk. His career propels him to become the Italian delegate to the Ottoman Public Debt Council and to participate in the Versailles Peace Conference after World War I. But for Nogara, a bigger opportunity awaits.
After a masterly speech by Premier Mussolini, the Senate this evening, by 315 votes to 6, approved the Lateran treaties affecting the pacification of the church and state in Italy amidst stirring scenes of enthusiasm.
In 1929, the country of Italy and the Vatican reached a landmark agreement, known as the Lateran Pax. It creates Vatican City as its own country, allowing the Pope to rule it. As part of the agreement, the government of Italy pays the Holy See 750 million Italian lira in cash and 1 billion lira in government bonds. With this sudden increase in capital, the Vatican needs a man capable enough to manage it.
Nogara was very well connected, even though there were some whispers about the family's Jewish background. He seemed like a very faithful Catholic and had a really strong financial expertise. So Pope Pius chose him to handle the significant funds that came from the Lateran Pacts.
Within just months after Nogara becomes the banker for the church, a global crisis erupts.
Premier Mussolini delivered in the Senate a frank and caustic speech on Italy's financial and economic situation in which he blamed this country's ills on the Depression in America.
Initially, after the crash of 1929, there was a V-shaped recovery, and people thought it was just a temporary stock market glitch, but the real economic depression didn't really hit until 2 and 3 years later.
By 1932, the Great Depression has reached and spread all over Europe. The Vatican sees its assets lose 30% of their value, and its debt payments mount. To tackle the financial difficulty, Pope Pius XI gives Nogara full authority to do whatever is necessary to help save the Vatican's finances. For Nogara, it is the biggest challenge he has ever faced. He knows that if he lets the Vatican go bankrupt, all the blame will fall on him, and he may go down as one of the most hated people in history. To boost finances, he asked the Pope to declare 1933 a holy year to boost donations from believers. Nogara also begins to hedge against any potential financial downfall by loading up on gold.
The way we like to describe gold is it's a hedge against debasement. Let's go back to the word debasement. Where does it come from? It means adding base metals into precious metals. You're debasing the gold. So if you own pure gold, it's a really good hedge against debasement.
He also begins to buy up real estate at low prices in France, Britain, and Switzerland. At the same time, he notices price discrepancies with various government bonds. He sees an opportunity for arbitrage. To ensure his actions don't draw unnecessary attention to the church, he establishes a network of holding companies to manage these investments discreetly, ensuring confidentiality and minimizing political and financial exposure. Thanks to his trading strategy and financial acumen, the church avoids another financial collapse by 1936. His strategic investments position the church for an unprecedented recovery, especially with its real estate holdings soaring in value. Bernardino Nogara is now one of the most important and powerful men in the Vatican. The Vatican may have bounced back from the Great Depression, but little does it know that another global crisis is about to erupt. On September 1st, 1939, Germany invades Poland, showing the world just how powerful the country has become.
What Hitler's army introduced was the onset of mechanized warfare. So this is tanks supported by infantry, artillery supporting them. And then on top of that, you had tactical air support. They're all coordinated, synchronized, harmonized, and moving very, very rapidly.
Back in Italy, Mussolini's government is preparing to make a move as well. Nogara sees a great risk with the potential global conflict. He realizes the urgency to safeguard the Vatican's assets. The way to do this is by moving assets to neutral countries at the time, namely Switzerland and the United States. But America won't remain neutral for long.
Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy. The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan.
After the Pearl Harbor attack, America is drawn into the war. The U.S. also begins economic sanctions on Axis powers, including Japan, Germany, and Italy, with asset freezes and import controls.
This is when Nogara's talent really shined. His goal was solely focused on maximizing and safeguarding the church's wealth. And because of his strategic investments in America, he was able to secure exemptions from the U.S. economic sanctions.
And he doesn't stop there. To better navigate the financial environment during World War II, Nogara realizes that the Vatican should have its own bank, one that has the ability to operate in complete secrecy and without any transparency. On June 27, 1942, the Vatican establishes the Istituto per le Opere di Religione, also known as the Vatican Bank.
The IOR operated without the need to disclose its financial statements or activities publicly, did not pay taxes, and was not required to show profits. It also had the unique ability to destroy its files every decade.
It's a perfect vehicle to hide and launder money. By 1945, Nazi officials realized that they are losing. They turned to the Vatican Bank to help move their money.
It is estimated that the Nazis stole $598 million, this is 1945 dollars, worth of gold.
Around 200 million Swiss francs worth of gold are allegedly funneled through the Vatican Bank and possibly transferred onwards to South America. And it doesn't stop there. The Vatican also begins helping Nazi fugitives escape to South America as well.
U.S. intelligence had concluded that Archbishop Antonio Caggiano, a close Peron ally, was a conduit between the Italian escape networks and the South American Church, and that the Vatican as an institution, not merely as a group of scattered rogue clerics, was helping high-ranking Nazis escape justice.
In the aftermath left by World War II, the continent lies in ruins. From the smoldering ashes of once great cities to the shattered lives of millions, Europe now needs rebuilding. To take full advantage of Europe's resurgence, Noguera realizes there are two industries in which the Vatican must invest heavily: the construction industry and the banking industry.
Confident that any recovery would include the financial sector, Noguera's team went on a buying binge of Italian banks. By 1950, the IOR owned a share or had a majority interest in 79 of the country's banks.
Real estate has been, and perhaps always will be, a profitable business for the church. In 1956, the church made millions just by selling lands to Italy to prepare for the Summer Olympics.
As the Vatican Bank widens its financial empire across different countries, it needs someone with legal expertise to streamline transactions and investments. And in the late 1950s, an up-and-coming financial hustler is looking for an opportunity to make a name for himself. His name is Michel Sindona. Michel Sindona grows up in a poverty-stricken family in 1920. But even as a young man, Sindona shows an above-average ability with numbers. Michel Sindona's aptitude for math wins him a full scholarship to the University of Messina. But after graduation, he feels stuck at a dead-end job. He knows that to become rich, he must be willing to take risks that others don't have the guts to take. Soon, he finds his groove, helping wealthy people and organizations evade taxes, including the mafia.
At the beginning of the 1950s, he traveled to New York and met with the Gambino family. In 1957, he had become closely associated with them and was chosen to manage their profits from heroin sales.
His ability to help people avoid taxes means he can maximize profit for his clients. It is a skill highly desired by the Vatican. In early 1959, the future Pope of the Catholic Church, Montini, John XXIII, wants to build a retirement home called Casa Madonnina. But he wants to raise money secretly and quickly. So he turns to Sindona for help.
Sindona was able to raise $2 million needed for the project in a single day. This kind of speed of moving money around will come really handy for the church in the future.
In the end, working with Sindona will be one of the worst mistakes the church has ever made. But in the meantime, the church is poised to make more tax-free money than at any other time in its history. As the Vatican's finance becomes more global, the church promotes Cardinal Paul Marcinkus as the president of the Vatican Bank. Marcinkus grew up in a working-class American family. He was educated at Quigley Preparatory Seminary and later at the University of St. Mary of the Lake in Mundelein, Illinois, where he was ordained a priest in 1947.
The 6'3" American-born Marcinkus seemed more like a football lineman than a low-ranking clerical bureaucrat assigned to the Secretary of State's office. When he drank whiskey, he did not hide the bottle when a senior cleric walked into the room. He smoked cigars and did not ask permission before lighting one.
As an American working for the Vatican, Marcinkus was a very great diplomat. He was adept at handling all the international assignments given by the church, and he managed to become a part of the inner circle of the Pope.
For Marcinkus, his predecessor Nogara's achievements loom large. He knows that although he doesn't have that financial genius, he is determined to accomplish great things for the Vatican by working with smart financiers, people like Sindona and Roberto Calvi. Roberto Calvi grew up in a banking family. His father was a prominent banker. At a young age, his father showed him there was only one business worth getting into: the business of money.
From the very beginning, he learned that by networking and moving money around, it was possible to build a fortune without having to create or build anything himself.
In 1960, while working at Banco Ambrosiano, a bank catered to Catholic clients, Calvi has the major breakthrough when Sindona introduces him to Marcinkus. As the new president of the Vatican Bank, Paul Marcinkus is criticized for his lack of financial training. Marcinkus believes that in order to make up for that shortcoming, he needs to do something big. And Calvi could be just the guy to make it happen for him. Unlike his predecessor Nogara, he lacked the ability to master the complexities of international finance.
Some speculate that Marcinkus, being financially illiterate, was easily taken advantage of by Calvi and Sindona. Mastering complexity is an essential skill for all finance practitioners. It entails an understanding of probability, data visualization, and game theory.
A fantastic place to effectively learn these critical subjects is Brilliant.org. It is a platform where learning is active, featuring thousands of interactive lessons in math, data analysis, programming, and AI.
One common trait among successful financiers I have covered is their proficiency with numbers, with the majority enjoying playing card games.
Developing a strong intuition for statistics can provide a critical edge in finance. Brilliant's introduction to probability lays a solid foundation for mastering any number-related subjects, while their data visualization course helps you make sense of complex data. The best part? You will find them much easier and faster to master than any traditional methods. Each lesson is filled with hands-on problem solving that lets you interact with concepts, a method proven to be 6 times more effective than watching lecture videos.
To try everything Brilliant has to offer for free for a full 30 days, visit Brilliant.org/Phineas. Or click the link in the description. You'll also get a 20% off an annual premium subscription.
As the chief at the Vatican Bank, Marcinkus wants to greatly expand the bank's business and operation to a global scale. Roberto Calvi immediately sees this as an opportunity to prove himself to Marcinkus.
At the time, the Vatican Bank and Banco Ambrosiano wanted to engage in more aggressive, riskier, and more profitable businesses. But being in Italy, they face a lot of regulations. An obvious way to circumvent this was by creating satellite banks in other countries with little to no regulations.
Calvi decides to partner with Sindona, and together they form Cisalpine Overseas Bank in the Bahamas. This bank will serve as a vehicle to channel Vatican money discreetly and use that to enter the global market, especially the American market. With the backing of the tax-free money from the Vatican, Calvi and Sindona decide to go on a buying spree.
In Italy, he and Calvi bought La Centrale Finanziaria, a financial holding company that had long been on his wish list. And at the behest of Graham Martin, the American ambassador to Italy, Sindona purchased an influential Rome-based English-language newspaper, the Daily American.
For Sindona, there is a grand prize waiting for him.
The Lowe's Corporation announced yesterday that it had sold a block of 1 million shares of the Franklin New York Corporation, the parent company of the $3.3 billion Franklin National Bank, to Fasco International Holdings, AG, which is wholly owned by Michele Sindona, an extremely wealthy but little-known Italian financier.
Franklin National Bank is the 18th largest bank in America at the time of the takeover, with assets valued at $3.4 billion. Michele Sindona has gone from an Italian lawyer to a banking tycoon in America. Within just a few short years, Calvi and Sindona have grown their own financial empires, bigger and faster than almost anyone. With the protection and backing of the Vatican Bank, no one can touch them. There is but one exception. After taking over Franklin National Bank, Sindona begins to engage in risky foreign exchange trades using the bank. Soon enough, the bank incurs tens of millions in losses.
The outflow of deposits from the Franklin National Bank increased somewhat during the week ended Wednesday. As a result, the bank has now lost nearly 24% of its deposits since its troubles first came to light on May 10th.
4,000 miles away from the U.S., Sindona's investment in Italian banks also begins to fail.
This must have been a really chaotic period for Sindona. He tried to use his legal expertise by merging various banks together to hide losses.
Sindona hopes that as a major U.S. bank, Franklin National Bank will survive through a government bailout. But he has no idea what is about to happen.
The Franklin National Bank was declared insolvent yesterday in the largest bank failure in American banking history. The institution was immediately taken over by the European American Bank and Trust Company, a New York state-chartered entity owned by 6 of the largest banks in Europe.
By the early 1970s, Sindona's world is collapsing down on him. The Italian authorities have liquidated all of his assets in Italy and seek the extradition of Sindona from the U.S. And with Franklin National's collapse, the U.S. Justice Department is also looking to indict Sindona. With the complete collapse of Sindona's empire, one man sees an opportunity to exploit and profit from the situation for himself. With his former partner in peril, Calvi realizes that he can take over Sindona's assets for pennies on the dollar and use that to deepen his ties with the Vatican.
So he essentially claimed the stocks that Sindona used to own in these various shell companies and satellite banks, making himself the largest shareholder in all of these firms.
And with Sindona in jail, the Vatican's international business is now mostly in the hands of Calvi.
The Ambrosiano and the Vatican Bank were shuffling back and forth tens of millions of dollars between their many offshore companies. The IOR by this time had loaned or invested $175 million in Calvi-backed offshore companies.
But Sindona, desperate, is not about to back down from Calvi. He begins to threaten and attempt blackmail against his former partner. Sindona tries to force Calvi to provide financial help to cover his spiraling legal costs and to support him through fraudulent schemes. Under pressure, Calvi gives in. He diverts substantial funds to Sindona. This includes a significant transaction where Calvi is forced to wire $500,000 to Sindona's account under duress. But for Sindona, it isn't enough. He demands more payment from Calvi. When Calvi refuses, Sindona tips off journalists about Calvi's secret Swiss bank accounts, leading to massive public and legal scrutiny. In just 3 years, Calvi struggles to keep his financial empire afloat amid mounting legal and financial pressures. His own financial empire is crumbling. By 1982, Roberto Calvi realizes that his financial schemes cannot be sustained any longer. On the night of June 10th, he decides to flee Italy for London.
From Muggia, an Italian smuggler arranged for him to be driven overnight to Austria, where he shuttled between several cities for a few days before boarding a private charter in Innsbruck for a flight to London. He spent the last 3 days of his life in flat 881, a tiny room at the Chelsea Cloisters, a dreary guest house in the capital's posh South Kensington district.
The body of a missing Italian financier, Roberto Calvi, the central figure in a $790 million bank fraud scandal, was found hanging from a London bridge Friday, the police said today. Mr. Calvi, dismissed as head of Italy's second largest private bank, had been missing for 9 days. The police said a stroller came across his body early Friday, hanging from the scaffolding of Blackfriars Bridge over the Thames River in the heart of London's financial district.
No doubt that Calvi had a strong connection with the Vatican. His activities helped bring a lot of money into the church, but as Banco Ambrosiano came close to failing, threatening to reveal more than just financial losses, this has turned Calvi from an asset to a liability for the Vatican.
Could it be that those who once offered him protection have turned their backs? Or worse, orchestrated his demise to silence his confessions?
Michele Sindona, who at the time was a disgraced banker and former ally of Calvi, he became yet another potential suspect. Their partnership used to be very profitable for both of them, but now it has gone bad because of the accusations and betrayals. Sindona was very clever, and he was also facing his own legal problems. He might have seen Calvi's downfall as a final chess move.
In the cutthroat world of high finance and higher stakes, revenge is more than just a motive. It is a statement.
The darkest possibility is the mafia. Calvi had been their money manager, laundering large amount of money through the complex network of Banco Ambrosiano. But working for the mafia came with a huge risk.
His death, set up like a dramatic public execution under a bridge named Blackfriars, looks like a mafia killing. A warning written in the criminal world's record. In the end, the Vatican decides to publicly acknowledge that it was a mistake to work with Calvi, but denies that it has anything to do with his death. The church agrees to pay $244 million in a legal settlement involving Banco Ambrosiano. The public scandal is a huge blow to the church. Seeing their money being misused, Catholics around the world decide to lower their contributions to the Vatican, leading to a budget deficit for the church from around 1984 to 1985. After the death of Calvi, Sindona fights hard to avoid being extradited to Italy because he knows that may just be a death sentence for him as well. But on March 30th, 1985, Italian authorities successfully extradite Michele Sindona to Italy. Sindona's worst fear comes true.
Michele Sindona, one of Italy's most successful financiers, whose empire collapsed amid charges of fraud and murder, died today in a Voghera hospital of cyanide poisoning. He was 65 years old. His mysterious death removed from the scene a man who was at the center of many of Italy's most important recent financial and political scandals.
Sindona was once Mafia's favorite member, but things changed when his golden touch failed, losing millions in Mafia's money through bad management and the eventual collapse of his financial empire. The Mafia, like the Gambino family, known for their ruthlessness, rarely forgives such mistakes.
His fall from grace makes him a marked man. His knowledge and potential cooperation with authorities make him a dead one. The cyanide-laced coffee could easily have been the Mafia's closing statement, a signature act of retribution. Their reach extends even behind bars, and the message is clear. Betrayal, real or perceived, is a deadly sin with only one atonement.
Archbishop Paul Marcinkus had long dealt with the murky finances of the Vatican. His partnership with Sindona had been very extensive and secretive. But as Sindona's usefulness decreased and his risks increased, rumors of his potential testimony involving Vatican-backed operations turned him from a helpful ally into a threat.
Could it be that Marcinkus, acting on a higher directive or his initiative, orchestrated Sindona's silent assassination to forever seal those lips that threatened to speak? With the permanent silence of Calvi and Sindona, the Vatican's secret dealings with them may be permanently buried. But what they don't know is that their trouble is far from over.
Italian authorities last week issued a warrant for the arrest of Archbishop Paul C. Marcinkus, but it did not appear that they would be confronting him anytime soon.
For the Vatican, if an archbishop is arrested, the publicity will be a huge blow to the Church, and it will likely destroy the beliefs of many of the faithful, leading to even less donations from them.
Remember, the Vatican is its own sovereign state, so they don't have to let any country arrest any of their own people. So the Church fought really hard against Italian jurisdiction over Marcinkus.
The Vatican, throwing its full weight behind Archbishop Paul C. Marcinkus, issued a sharply worded statement today expressing profound astonishment at efforts by the Italian authorities to arrest the American head of the Vatican Bank and two of his closest associates.
Despite being implicated in the massive financial scandal surrounding the collapse of Banco Ambrosiano in 1982, Marcinkus manages to avoid legal consequences primarily due to the legal protections afforded by his position within the Vatican. In the 1990s, the Vatican Bank faces unprecedented scrutiny and scandal. The institution struggles under the weight of corruption allegations and financial mismanagement. With the retirement of Marcinkus, the Church is eager to look for a replacement that can restore the trust of the Vatican Bank.
The Church was looking to hire Angelo Caloia, a respected banker known for his commitment to ethical finance.
Caloia is the CEO of Medio Credito Lombardo, a prominent merchant bank in Milan. Notably, he is deeply involved in the Catholic financial community as a leading member of the Group for Culture, Ethics, and Finance. The Church realizes to help repair the damaging reputation left by Marcinkus, Caloia is the perfect candidate for the job.
The Vatican today turned over the management of its scandal-tainted bank to financial experts not connected with the clergy, ending the 20-year presidency of Paul C. Marcinkus, an American archbishop.
During the first few years, Angelo Caloia battles internal resistance and attempts reforms. With secret accounts, illicit financial flows, and high-profile legal challenges, the bank's struggles highlight significant governance issues.
The results of Caloia's initiatives are mixed. The IOR continues to face legal and ethical challenges.
The Vatican and Caloia may have been focused on fixing the Church and its finances, but their problems are about to be dwarfed. A crisis is brewing, one that will expose a darkness far greater than any financial misdeeds.
Cardinal Bernard Law, who protected the priest accused of molesting more than 130 children, is under growing pressure to resign himself.
Boston's Bernard Cardinal Law breaks his silence and apologizes in the case of a former priest accused of molesting children. More than 130 people have accused this man, John Gagan, of assaulting them over 3 decades, and dozens have charged that Cardinal Law and the Catholic Church protected Gagan.
In 2002, a series of reports by the Boston Globe's investigative team, known as the Spotlight Team, uncovers a pattern of sexual abuse by priests in the Boston Archdiocese, as well as efforts by church leaders to cover up the incidents and protect the abusers.
The escalating sexual abuse scandal involving a few priests has shaken not just the American Catholic Church, but also the Vatican. Pope John Paul II has summoned U.S. cardinals for a meeting next week in Rome. The meeting will provide, quote, guidelines aimed at restoring a sense of safety and tranquility to families and trust to clergy and the faithful.
While the scandal is initially most prominent in the United States, similar allegations soon emerge worldwide, including in Ireland, Australia, Canada, and various countries in Europe and Latin America. As a result of the scandal, the Vatican faces a financial fallout on a scale they have never seen in its recent past. The scandal crushes the faith of many Catholics around the world. Many dioceses worldwide face enormous financial burdens due to settlements and legal costs associated with sex abuse cases. This leads to some dioceses, like Portland, Oregon, declaring bankruptcy. Others have to liquidate assets, close schools, or tap into clergy pension and retirement funds to cover settlements and legal expenses. The scandal affects the Catholic Church's income, particularly contributions to the Peter's Pence collection, which supports Vatican activities. Amid the scandal and the financial difficulties, Pope John Paul II passes away on April 2nd, 2005. After the passing of Pope John Paul II, a surprising candidate rises to the top and gains the votes to become the next pope. Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger becomes the first German pope in 1,000 years.
He became pope at a very peculiar time. The Church, and particularly the Vatican Bank, was still acting with a lot of secrecy and backroom dealings. There was a demand from everyone else for more transparency and adherence to regulations in different countries.
As the new pope, Benedict makes efforts to increase transparency and compliance within the Vatican's financial institutions, particularly the Vatican Bank. To repair the broken image left by the sex scandal, Benedict takes significant steps to address the clergy sexual abuse crisis. He is the first pope to meet with abuse victims, an action he repeats in several countries. But none of his actions will prevent the storm that happens next.
The Pentecostal Mass at St. Peter's Basilica. It is normally a moment of celebration, but these are difficult times for the leader of the Catholic Church. His Holy See at the center of scandal. Just hours before, the Pope's personal butler, Paolo Gabrielli, was charged with possessing confidential papal papers.
In 2012, Paolo Gabrielli, the butler to Pope Benedict, steals and leaks documents exposing internal Vatican correspondence, including letters and memos between high-ranking officials. They reveal a range of issues, such as allegations of corruption, financial mismanagement, power struggles, and internal conflict within the Vatican hierarchy.
The leaks caused huge embarrassment to the Vatican, exposing deep rifts and power struggles. They led to widespread media coverage and public scrutiny, adding pressure to an already embattled institution grappling with various scandals.
The Vatican condemns the leaks and initiates an internal investigation, which leads to the identification and arrest of Gabriele. He is subsequently tried and found guilty of theft in October 2012, receiving a sentence of 18 months in prison, which is later commuted by Pope Benedict XVI as part of a papal pardon. By 2012, the pressure that Pope Benedict XVI faces is immense. At the same time, the U.S. lists the Vatican as a concern for money laundering.
The State Department has put the Vatican on a list of countries of concern for money laundering or other financial crimes. Robert Mickens, correspondent for the Catholic weekly The Tablet, says it's suspected that the Vatican Bank is run like an offshore bank.
You know, like a Swiss bank account, hiding funds. It's suspicion, but many of the regulators think it's well-founded suspicion.
To make matters worse for the Church, Italy's central bank blocks electronic payments in the Vatican due to its non-compliance with EU regulations. A month later, Pope Benedict makes a shocking announcement.
And welcome back to ABC Action News on this early Monday morning. We're following breaking news as you wake up and get your day started. The Pope Benedict XVI, announcing just a little over half an hour ago that he is stepping down as leader of the Catholic Church. This is an unprecedented move in modern times. It's been many hundreds of years since a pope resigned while in office. Most of them, of course, die while in office.
The situation facing the Vatican may seem dire, and the next pope is going to change all of that. Jorge Mario Bergoglio was born on December 17, 1936, in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Before 2013, He served as the Archbishop of Buenos Aires from 1998 and was made a cardinal in 2001 by Pope John Paul II. Following Pope Benedict XVI's unexpected resignation, the cardinals have a very limited time for any pre-conclave political maneuvers. Despite not being a frontrunner and having previously planned for retirement, Bergoglio emerges as a strong candidate in a tightly contested election, ultimately winning on the 5th ballot. Pope Francis quickly distinguishes himself with his humble, populist approach, contrasting sharply with his predecessor's style. He shuns traditional papal luxuries and focuses on outreach to the poor and marginalized. His approach to contentious issues like homosexuality, abortion, and church doctrine is more inclusive and compassionate, which resonates with many, but also sparks debates about the potential for doctrinal changes.
Pope Francis was much more progressive than his predecessor. Early in his role, he refreshed the Church's image, appealing widely to Catholics and non-Catholics around the world.
The effects of Pope Francis have fared even better for the Vatican Bank. As a result of increased mass attendance and volunteer participation in Catholic charities, the Vatican Bank receives an unprecedented amount of donations from the faithful again. In 2024, under the leadership of Pope Francis, the Vatican Bank publishes annual financial reports regularly, enhancing its transparency. While Europe and America see a decrease in the number of priests, there is an increase in Africa and Asia, indicating a shift in the geographic centers of growth within the Church. Despite its recent turbulent financial crises, the Church may have finally found a place of positive outlook for its future.
There are nearly 1,000 men, most celibate, who live and work together and wield not only great earthly power, but who believe, for the most part, that they have inherited divine rights in safeguarding the one and true Church. In the end, they are human, hobbled by the same frailties and shortcomings common to the rest of us.
The Vatican will always be a unique presence in the world. Throughout its recent history, by embracing capitalism, the Church has engaged in many predatory practices that go against the Catholic faith.
The global Catholic population continues to grow, reaching 1.378 billion by the end of 2021, which represents a 1.3% increase from the previous year. In the long run, regardless of its past mistakes, this powerful and seminal institution will live on. On a quiet night in 1982, Italian banker Roberto Calvi is on the run. He has spent a lifetime working for Banco Ambrosiano, a bank whose biggest customer is the Vatican. But now he's a fugitive, desperately trying to escape the long arm of the law. An Italian smuggler arranged for him to be driven overnight to Austria, where he shuttled between several cities for a few days before boarding a private charter in Innsbruck for a flight to London. After arriving in London, he finally can catch his breath. He has no idea what fate awaits him.
The body of a missing Italian financier, Roberto Calvi, the central figure in a $790 million bank fraud scandal, was found hanging from a London bridge Friday, the police said today. Mr. Calvi, dismissed as head of Italy's second-largest private bank, had been missing for 9 days. The police said a stroller came across his body early Friday, hanging from the scaffolding of Blackfriars Bridge over the Thames River in the heart of London's financial district.
For centuries, the Catholic Church has been a monumental pillar of human history. From the echoing halls of the Vatican to the humblest of rural chapels, Its influence has permeated every corner of the globe, but it is also a powerful financial institution with the world's largest real estate collections and vested interests in a vast number of corporations.
The Vatican owns more than 5,000 church and investment properties around the world, a central office at the Catholic Church revealed for the first time Saturday, according to several news outlets.
Well, I think every Catholic who reads a story like this ends up caring, because in the end they want to know where their money is going.
The Vatican's need to generate revenue, like any large institution, has occasionally led to decisions that some could perceive as morally ambiguous.
It is the height of the Renaissance, and Italy is the epicenter of this movement, with major contributions in painting, sculpture, literature, and architecture. Around this time, the Vatican is a powerful entity in Europe, exerting considerable political power, influencing rulers, and governing a substantial territory in central Italy known as the Papal States. To maintain its power, the Vatican needs an ever-growing source of income. It relies on a brilliant strategy to take Vatican finances to the next level: selling indulgences.
The Church found the money it needed in the selling of so-called indulgences, a 6th century invention whereby the faithful paid for a piece of paper that promised that God would forgo any earthly punishment for the buyer's sins. The Vatican set prices according to the severity of the sin, and they were initially available only to those who made a pilgrimage to Rome.
This strategy has brought significant income to the Vatican, causing its assets to skyrocket. But what the Church doesn't realize is that this strategy for generating extra income is quickly getting out of control.
The licentious lifestyle of the papal court and the widespread abuses in selling indulgences became a rallying cry for Martin Luther and the Reformation.
Ultimately, Martin Luther's Reformation transforms the religious world. But for the Catholic Church, it also represents a major financial setback. But approaching the end of the 18th century, the Vatican will suffer an even worse financial catastrophe. In 1789, a crisis is brewing in France. After decades of growing anger with the government, a revolution erupts, culminating in the overthrow of the monarchy and the establishment of a republic. Europe is thrown into chaos once again. But one man uses this chaos as a ladder: Napoleon Bonaparte, who rises to power in the aftermath of the revolution. He immediately sees the advantage of controlling the papacy. By 1798, French forces have invaded Rome itself, proclaiming a Roman Republic and effectively ending papal rule over the city. Pope Pius VI dies on August 29, 1799, in Valence, France, still in French captivity. The fall of the Vatican and the subsequent death of Pope Pius VI nearly bring the Roman Catholic Church to an end. In the 1830s, after the upheaval of the Napoleonic Wars and the Congress of Vienna in 1815, the Papal States are restored to papal control. But the Vatican is in a dire financial situation. Desperate for enough funding to remain operational, the Church reaches out to an unlikely financier: the Rothschilds. In the 1830s, the Rothschild banking dynasty established itself as a key player in international finance. By stationing its members across key European cities, Frankfurt, London, Paris, Vienna, and Naples, the Rothschilds were extensively involved in government finance, issuing bonds and lending money to states, especially during times of distress when higher interest rates could be charged. And at the time, there is one powerful entity in Europe in such financial distress. In 1831, Gregory XVI became Pope. He knows the Vatican might not survive long unless there is an immediate cash infusion. For the first time in the Church's history, the Vatican decides to borrow money from the most prominent Jewish banker. James de Rothschild, head of the family's Paris-based headquarters, becomes the official papal banker. One of his brothers, Karl, who runs the family's Naples branch, begins traveling to Rome to consult with the Pope.
Their financial empire prompted a mixture of envy and resentment among church officials. Most traditionalists, who referred to James as the leader of international Jewry, were appalled that the church had resorted to Christ killers for financial succor. French poet Alfred de Vigny wrote that a Jew now reigns over the Pope and Christianity. He pays monarchs and buys nations.
The Rothschilds lend the Vatican 40 million euros in today's money. It becomes a lifeline that the church desperately needs. The unlikely alliance is forged, and with the Rothschilds' influence, the church begins a series of financial reforms, which mean more ways for the church to accumulate assets.
Historically, the Vatican collected money through what is called Peter's Pence. It dates back to at least the 8th century and has its roots in England, where Anglo-Saxon kings collected annual tax for the land to support the Pope.
This donation, known traditionally as Romascot, was collected on the feast of Saints Peter and Paul and was sent to the Pope as a gesture of solidarity and support for the papacy.
But for the Catholic Church at the time, that income source alone is not sufficient, and they soon begin to sell bonds to the Catholic faithful. These bonds are essentially financial instruments that individuals can purchase, thereby loaning money to the Vatican with the promise of repayment, often with interest.
This method allowed the Vatican to raise the necessary funds while engaging the faithful directly in supporting the papal mission.
But the Vatican doesn't stop there. As the capital market system is being adopted across Europe, the Vatican Bank, with vast amounts of gold, needs to diversify into other assets and grow its wealth. And the Vatican begins investing in real estate across Rome, buying up properties and renting them out to generate income. But the church also realizes the potential of stocks and begins investing heavily in the stocks of the Bank of Rome, hoping to grow the wealth of the church. The investment in the Bank of Rome has been a profitable one. Within years of investing in the bank's stocks, it has created huge profits for the church. As the Vatican emerges onto the financial market as a major player, many companies and even countries begin to view the Vatican as a partner to do business with. One of them is Germany. After the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria-Hungary by a Serbian nationalist, Europe is once again thrown into war on a scale unprecedented in world history. As the war escalates, Pope Benedict XV, who assumed the papacy in 1914, finds himself navigating a treacherous path between the warring nations.
The war has caused a lot of financial strains on the church. Remember, the church's major income comes from donations from various countries. During wartime, people simply don't have the money or the time to donate.
But Germany sees the importance of having the Vatican as an ally. Germany also knows that it can't just give money to the Vatican outright.
Germany was covertly funneling cash to the church through Swiss banks and labeling it Peter's Pence. That helped stabilize the church's finances. The German Foreign Ministry separately sent the Vatican cash from a propaganda slush fund, and the Austrians joined with a clandestine subsidy to Benedict.
And it soon becomes clear that the Vatican is an ideal party for covert money operations. The Vatican realizes that it needs a professional to manage its growing financial empire. And soon, they find the perfect man for the job. Bernardino Nogara grew up in a middle-class farming family with Jewish lineage near Lake Como. But Nogara was a devout Catholic who graduated with honors in industrial and electrical engineering from Politecnico di Milano. Starting in the mining industry, Nogara quickly develops a reputation for his financial acumen, especially his ability to manage risk. His career propels him to become the Italian delegate to the Ottoman Public Debt Council and to participate in the Versailles Peace Conference after World War I. But for Nogara, a bigger opportunity awaits.
After a masterly speech by Premier Mussolini, the Senate this evening, by 315 votes to 6, approved the Lateran treaties affecting the pacification of the church and state in Italy amidst stirring scenes of enthusiasm.
In 1929, the country of Italy and the Vatican reached a landmark agreement, known as the Lateran Pax. It creates Vatican City as its own country, allowing the Pope to rule it. As part of the agreement, the government of Italy pays the Holy See 750 million Italian lira in cash and 1 billion lira in government bonds. With this sudden increase in capital, the Vatican needs a man capable enough to manage it.
Nogara was very well connected, even though there were some whispers about the family's Jewish background. He seemed like a very faithful Catholic and had a really strong financial expertise. So Pope Pius chose him to handle the significant funds that came from the Lateran Pacts.
Within just months after Nogara becomes the banker for the church, a global crisis erupts.
Premier Mussolini delivered in the Senate a frank and caustic speech on Italy's financial and economic situation, in which he blamed this country's ills on the Depression in America.
Initially, after the crash of 1929, there was a V-shaped recovery, and people thought it was just a temporary stock market glitch, but the real economic depression didn't really hit until 2 and 3 years later.
By 1932, the Great Depression has reached and spread all over Europe. The Vatican sees its assets lose 30% of their value, and its debt payments mount. To tackle the financial difficulty, Pope Pius XI gives Nogara full authority to do whatever is necessary to help save the Vatican's finances. For Nogara, it is the biggest challenge he has ever faced. He knows that if he lets the Vatican go bankrupt, all the blame will fall on him, and he may go down as one of the most hated people in history. To boost finances, he asked the Pope to declare 1933 a holy year to boost donations from believers. Nogara also begins to hedge against any potential financial downfall by loading up on gold.
The way we like to describe gold is it's a hedge against debasement. Let's go back to the word debasement. Where does it come from? It means adding base metals into precious metals. You're debasing the gold. So if you own pure gold, it's a really good hedge against debasement.
He also begins to buy up real estate at low prices in France, Britain, and Switzerland. At the same time, he notices price discrepancies with various government bonds. He sees an opportunity for arbitrage. To ensure his actions don't draw unnecessary attention to the church, he establishes a network of holding companies to manage these investments discreetly, ensuring confidentiality and minimizing political and financial exposure. Thanks to his trading strategy and financial acumen, the church avoids another financial collapse by 1936. His strategic investments position the church for an unprecedented recovery, especially with its real estate holdings soaring in value. Bernardino Nogara is now one of the most important and powerful men in the Vatican. The Vatican may have bounced back from the Great Depression, but little does it know that another global crisis is about to erupt. On September 1st, 1939, Germany invades Poland, showing the world just how powerful the country has become.
What Hitler's army introduced was the onset of mechanized warfare. So this is tanks supported by infantry, artillery supporting them. And then on top of that, you had tactical air support. They're all coordinated, synchronized, harmonized, and moving very, very rapidly.
Back in Italy, Mussolini's government is preparing to make a move as well. Nogara sees a great risk with the potential global conflict. He realizes the urgency to safeguard the Vatican's assets. The way to do this is by moving assets to neutral countries at the time, namely Switzerland and the United States. But America won't remain neutral for long.
Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy. The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan.
After the Pearl Harbor attack, America is drawn into the war. The U.S. also begins economic sanctions on Axis powers, including Japan, Germany, and Italy, with asset freezes and import controls.
This is when Nogara's talent really shined. His goal was solely focused on maximizing and safeguarding the church's wealth. And because of his strategic investments in America, he was able to secure exemptions from the U.S. economic sanctions.
And he doesn't stop there. To better navigate the financial environment during World War II, Nogara realizes that the Vatican should have its own bank, one that has the ability to operate in complete secrecy and without any transparency. On June 27, 1942, the Vatican establishes the Istituto per le Opere di Religione, also known as the Vatican Bank.
The IOR operated without the need to disclose its financial statements or activities publicly, did not pay taxes, and was not required to show profits. It also had the unique ability to destroy its files every decade.
It's a perfect vehicle to hide and launder money. By 1945, Nazi officials realize that they are losing. They turn to the Vatican Bank to help move their money.
It is estimated that the Nazis stole $598 million, this is 1945 dollars, worth of gold.
Around 200 million Swiss francs worth of gold are allegedly funneled through the Vatican Bank and possibly transferred onwards to South America. And it doesn't stop there. The Vatican also begins helping Nazi fugitives escape to South America as well.
U.S. intelligence had concluded that Archbishop Antonio Caggiano, a close Peron ally, was a conduit between the Italian escape networks and the South American Church, and that the Vatican as an institution, not merely as a group of scattered rogue clerics, was helping high-ranking Nazis escape justice.
In the aftermath left by World War II, the continent lies in ruins. From the smoldering ashes of once great cities to the shattered lives of millions, Europe now needs rebuilding. To take full advantage of Europe's resurgence, Nogara realizes there are two industries in which the Vatican must invest heavily: the construction industry and the banking industry.
Confident that any recovery would include the financial sector, Nogara's team went on a buying binge of Italian banks. By 1950, the IOR owned a share or had a majority interest in 79 of the country's banks.
Real estate has been, and perhaps always will be, a profitable business for the church. In 1956, the church made millions just by selling lands to Italy to prepare for the Summer Olympics.
As the Vatican Bank widens its financial empire across different countries, it needs someone with legal expertise to streamline transactions and investments. And in the late 1950s, an up-and-coming financial hustler is looking for an opportunity to make a name for himself. His name is Michel Sindona. Michel Sindona grows up in a poverty-stricken family in 1920. But even as a young man, Sindona shows an above-average ability with numbers. Michel Sindona's aptitude for math wins him a full scholarship to the University of Messina. But after graduation, he feels stuck at a dead-end job. He knows that to become rich, he must be willing to take risks that others don't have the guts to take. Soon, he finds his groove, helping wealthy people and organizations evade taxes, including the mafia.
At the beginning of the 1950s, he traveled to New York and met with the Gambino family. In 1957, he had become closely associated with them and was chosen to manage their profits from heroin sales.
His ability to help people avoid taxes means he can maximize profit for his clients. It is a skill highly desired by the Vatican. In early 1959, the future Pope of the Catholic Church, Montini, John XXIII, wants to build a retirement home called Casa Madonnina. But he wants to raise money secretly and quickly. So he turns to Sindona for help.
Sindona was able to raise $2 million needed for the project in a single day. This kind of speed of moving money around will come really handy for the church in the future.
In the end, working with Sindona will be one of the worst mistakes the church has ever made. But in the meantime, the church is poised to make more tax-free money than at any other time in its history. As the Vatican's finance becomes more global, the Church promotes Cardinal Paul Marcinkus as the president of the Vatican Bank. Marcinkus grew up in a working-class American family. He was educated at Quigley Preparatory Seminary and later at the University of St. Mary of the Lake in Mundelein, Illinois, where he was ordained a priest in 1947.
The 6'3" American-born Marcinkus seemed more like a football lineman than a low-ranking clerical bureaucrat assigned to the Secretary of State's office. When he drank whiskey, he did not hide the bottle when a senior cleric walked into the room. He smoked cigars and did not ask permission before lighting one.
As an American working for the Vatican, Marcinkus was a very great diplomat. He was adept at handling all the international assignments given by the church, and he managed to become a part of the inner circle of the Pope.
For Marcinkus, his predecessor Nogara's achievements loom large. He knows that although he doesn't have that financial genius, he is determined to accomplish great things for the Vatican by working with smart financiers, people like Sindona and Roberto Calvi. Roberto Calvi grew up in a banking family. His father was a prominent banker. At a young age, his father showed him there was only one business worth getting into: the business of money.
From the very beginning, he learned that by networking and moving money around, it was possible to build a fortune without having to create or build anything himself.
In 1960, while working at Banco Ambrosiano, a bank catered to Catholic clients, Calvi has the major breakthrough when Sindona introduces him to Marcinkus. As the new president of the Vatican Bank, Paul Marcinkus is criticized for his lack of financial training. Marcinkus believes that in order to make up for that shortcoming, he needs to do something big. And Calvi could be just the guy to make it happen for him. Unlike his predecessor Nogara, he lacked the ability to master the complexities of international finance.
Some speculate that Marcinkus, being financially illiterate, was easily taken advantage of by Calvi and Sindona. Mastering complexity is an essential skill for all finance practitioners. It entails an understanding of probability, data visualization, and game theory.
A fantastic place to effectively learn these critical subjects is Brilliant.org. It is a platform where learning is active, featuring thousands of interactive lessons in math, data analysis, programming, and AI.
One common trait among successful financiers I have covered is their proficiency with numbers, with the majority enjoying playing card games.
Developing a strong intuition for statistics can provide a critical edge in finance. Brilliant's introduction to probability lays a solid foundation for mastering any number-related subjects, while their data visualization course helps you make sense of complex data. The best part? You will find them much easier and faster to master than any traditional methods. Each lesson is filled with hands-on problem solving that lets you interact with concepts, a method proven to be 6 times more effective than watching lecture videos.
To try everything Brilliant has to offer for free for a full 30 days, visit brilliant.org/Phineas. Or click the link in the description. You'll also get a 20% off an annual premium subscription.
As the chief at the Vatican Bank, Marcinkus wants to greatly expand the bank's business and operation to a global scale. Roberto Calvi immediately sees this as an opportunity to prove himself to Marcinkus.
At the time, the Vatican Bank and Banco Ambrosiano wanted to engage in more aggressive, riskier, and more profitable businesses. But being in Italy, they face a lot of regulations. An obvious way to circumvent this was by creating satellite banks in other countries with little to no regulations.
Calvi decides to partner with Sindona, and together they form Cisalpine Overseas Bank in the Bahamas. This bank will serve as a vehicle to channel Vatican money discreetly and use that to enter the global market, especially the American market. With the backing of the tax-free money from the Vatican, Calvi and Sindona decide to go on a buying spree.
In Italy, he and Calvi bought La Centrale Finanziaria, a financial holding company that had long been on his wish list. And at the behest of Graham Martin, the American ambassador to Italy, Sindona purchased an influential Rome-based English-language newspaper, the Daily American.
For Sindona, there is a grand prize waiting for him.
The Lowe's Corporation announced yesterday that it had sold a block of 1 million shares of the Franklin New York Corporation, the parent company of the $3.3 billion Franklin National Bank, to Fasco International Holdings, AG, which is wholly owned by Michele Sindona, an extremely wealthy but little-known Italian financier.
Franklin National Bank is the 18th largest bank in America at the time of the takeover, with assets valued at $3.4 billion. Michele Sindona has gone from an Italian lawyer to a banking tycoon in America. Within just a few short years, Calvi and Sindona have grown their own financial empires, bigger and faster than almost anyone. With the protection and backing of the Vatican Bank, no one can touch them. There is but one exception. After taking over Franklin National Bank, Sindona begins to engage in risky foreign exchange trades using the bank. Soon enough, the bank incurs tens of millions in losses.
The outflow of deposits from the Franklin National Bank increased somewhat during the week ended Wednesday. As a result, the bank has now lost nearly 24% of its deposits since its troubles first came to light on May 10th.
4,000 miles away from the U.S., Sindona's investment in Italian banks also begins to fail.
This must have been a really chaotic period for Sindona. He tried to use his legal expertise by merging various banks together to hide losses.
Sindona hopes that as a major U.S. bank, Franklin National Bank will survive through a government bailout. But he has no idea what is about to happen.
The Franklin National Bank was declared insolvent yesterday in the largest bank failure in American banking history. The institution was immediately taken over by the European American Bank and Trust Company, a New York state-chartered entity owned by 6 of the largest banks in Europe.
By the early 1970s, Sindona's world is collapsing down on him. The Italian authorities have liquidated all of his assets in Italy and seek the extradition of Sindona from the U.S. And with Franklin National's collapse, the U.S. Justice Department is also looking to indict Sindona. With the complete collapse of Sindona's empire, one man sees an opportunity to exploit and profit from the situation for himself. With his former partner in peril, Calvi realizes that he can take over Sindona's assets for pennies on the dollar and use that to deepen his ties with the Vatican.
So he essentially claimed the stocks that Sindona used to own in these various shell companies and satellite banks, making himself the largest shareholder in all of these firms.
And with Sindona in jail, the Vatican's international business is now mostly in the hands of Calvi.
The Ambrosiano and the Vatican Bank were shuffling back and forth tens of millions of dollars between their many offshore companies. The IOR by this time had loaned or invested $175 million in Calvi-backed offshore companies.
But Sindona, desperate, is not about to back down from Calvi. He begins to threaten and attempt blackmail against his former partner. Sindona tries to force Calvi to provide financial help to cover his spiraling legal costs and to support him through fraudulent schemes. Under pressure, Calvi gives in. He diverts substantial funds to Sindona. This includes a significant transaction where Calvi is forced to wire $500,000 to Sindona's account under duress. But for Sindona, it isn't enough. He demands more payment from Calvi. When Calvi refuses, Sindona tips off journalists about Calvi's secret Swiss bank accounts, leading to massive public and legal scrutiny. In just 3 years, Calvi struggles to keep his financial empire afloat amid mounting legal and financial pressures. His own financial empire is crumbling. By 1982, Roberto Calvi realizes that his financial schemes cannot be sustained any longer. On the night of June 10th, he decides to flee Italy for London.
From Muggia, an Italian smuggler arranged for him to be driven overnight to Austria, where he shuttled between several cities for a few days before boarding a private charter in Innsbruck for a flight to London. He spent the last 3 days of his life in flat 881, a tiny room at the Chelsea Cloisters, a dreary guest house in the capital's posh South Kensington district.
The body of a missing Italian financier, Roberto Calvi, the central figure in a $790 million bank fraud scandal, was found hanging from a London bridge Friday, the police said today. Mr. Calvi, dismissed as head of Italy's second largest private bank, had been missing for 9 days. The police said a stroller came across his body early Friday, hanging from the scaffolding of Blackfriars Bridge over the Thames River in the heart of London's financial district.
No doubt that Calvi had a strong connection with the Vatican. His activities helped bring a lot of money into the church, but as Banco Ambrosiano came close to failing, threatening to reveal more than just financial losses, this has turned Calvi from an asset to a liability for the Vatican.
Could it be that those who once offered him protection have turned their backs, or worse, orchestrated his demise to silence his confessions?
Michel Sindona, who at the time was a disgraced banker and former ally of Calvi, he became yet another potential suspect. Their partnership used to be very profitable for both of them, but now it has gone bad because of the accusations and betrayals. Sindona was very clever, and he was also facing his own legal problems. He might have seen Calvi's downfall as a final chess move.
In the cutthroat world of high finance and higher stakes, revenge is more than just a motive. It is a statement.
The darkest possibility is the mafia. Calvi had been their money manager, laundering large amount of money through the complex network of Banco Ambrosiano. But working for the mafia came with a huge risk.
His death, set up like a dramatic public execution under a bridge named Blackfriars, looks like a mafia killing. A warning written in the criminal world's record. In the end, the Vatican decides to publicly acknowledge that it was a mistake to work with Calvi, but denies that it has anything to do with his death. The church agrees to pay $244 million in a legal settlement involving Banco Ambrosiano. The public scandal is a huge blow to the church. Seeing their money being misused, Catholics around the world decide to lower their contributions to the Vatican, leading to a budget deficit for the church from around 1984 to 1985. After the death of Calvi, Sindona fights hard to avoid being extradited to Italy because he knows that may just be a death sentence for him as well. But on March 30th, 1985, Italian authorities successfully extradite Michel Sindona to Italy. Sindona's worst fear comes true.
Michel Sindona, one of Italy's most successful financiers, whose empire collapsed amid charges of fraud and murder, died today in a Voghera hospital of cyanide poisoning. He was 65 years old. His mysterious death removed from the scene a man who was at the center of many of Italy's most important recent financial and political scandals.
Sindona was once Mafia's favorite member, but things changed when his golden touch failed, losing millions in Mafia's money through bad management and the eventual collapse of his financial empire. The Mafia, like the Gambino family, known for their ruthlessness, rarely forgives such mistakes.
His fall from grace makes him a marked man. His knowledge and potential cooperation with authorities make him a dead one. The cyanide-laced coffee could easily have been the mafia's closing statement, a signature act of retribution. Their reach extends even behind bars, and the message is clear. Betrayal, real or perceived, is a deadly sin with only one atonement.
Archbishop Paul Marcinkus had long dealt with the murky finances of the Vatican. His partnership with Sindona had been very extensive and secretive. But as Sindona's usefulness decreased and his risks increased, rumors of his potential testimony involving Vatican-backed operations turned him from a helpful ally into a threat.
Could it be that Marcinkus, acting on a higher directive or his initiative, orchestrated Sindona's silent assassination to forever seal those lips that threatened to speak? With the permanent silence of Calvi and Sindona, the Vatican's secret dealings with them may be permanently buried. But what they don't know is that their trouble is far from over.
Italian authorities last week issued a warrant for the arrest of Archbishop Paul C. Marcinkus, but it did not appear that they would be confronting him anytime soon.
For the Vatican, if an archbishop is arrested, the publicity will be a huge blow to the Church, and it will likely destroy the beliefs of many of the faithful, leading to even less donations from them.
Remember, the Vatican is its own sovereign state, so they don't have to let any country arrest any of their own people. So the Church fought really hard against Italian jurisdiction over Marcinkus.
The Vatican, throwing its full weight behind Archbishop Paul C. Marcinkus, issued a sharply worded statement today expressing profound astonishment at efforts by the Italian authorities to arrest the American head of the Vatican Bank and two of his closest associates.
Despite being implicated in the massive financial scandal surrounding the collapse of Banco Ambrosiano in 1982, Marcinkus manages to avoid legal consequences primarily due to the legal protections afforded by his position within the Vatican. In the 1990s, the Vatican Bank faces unprecedented scrutiny and scandal. The institution struggles under the weight of corruption allegations and financial mismanagement. With the retirement of Marcinkus, the Church is eager to look for a replacement that can restore the trust of the Vatican Bank.
The Church was looking to hire Angelo Caloia, a respected banker known for his commitment to ethical finance.
Caloia is the CEO of Mediocredito Lombardo, a prominent merchant bank in Milan. Notably, he is deeply involved in the Catholic financial community as a leading member of the Group for Culture, Ethics, and Finance. The Church realizes to help repair the damaging reputation left by Marcinkus, Caloia is the perfect candidate for the job.
The Vatican today turned over the management of its scandal-tainted bank to financial experts not connected with the clergy, ending the 20-year presidency of Paul C. Marcinkus, an American archbishop.
During the first few years, Angelo Caloia battles internal resistance and attempts reforms. With secret accounts, illicit financial flows, and high-profile legal challenges, the bank's struggles highlight significant governance issues.
The results of Caloia's initiatives are mixed. The IOR continues to face legal and ethical challenges.
The Vatican and Caloia may have been focused on fixing the Church and its finances, but their problems are about to be dwarfed. A crisis is brewing, one that will expose a darkness far greater than any financial misdeeds.
Cardinal Bernard Law, who protected the priest accused of molesting more than 130 children, is under growing pressure to resign himself.
Boston's Bernard Cardinal Law breaks his silence and apologizes in the case of a former priest accused of molesting children. More than 130 people have accused this man, John Geoghegan, of assaulting them over 3 decades, and dozens have charged that Cardinal Law and the Catholic Church protected Geoghegan.
In 2002, a series of reports by the Boston Globe's investigative team, known as the Spotlight Team, uncovers a pattern of sexual abuse by priests in the Boston Archdiocese, as well as efforts by church leaders to cover up the incidents and protect the abusers.
The escalating sexual abuse scandal involving a few priests has shaken not just the American Catholic Church, but also the Vatican. Pope John Paul II has summoned U.S. cardinals for a meeting next week in Rome. The meeting will provide, quote, guidelines aimed at restoring a sense of safety and tranquility to families and trust to clergy and the faithful.
While the scandal is initially most prominent in the United States, similar allegations soon emerge worldwide, including in Ireland, Australia, Canada, and various countries in Europe and Latin America. As a result of the scandal, the Vatican faces a financial fallout on a scale they have never seen in its recent past. The scandal crushes the faith of many Catholics around the world. Many dioceses worldwide face enormous financial burdens due to settlements and legal costs associated with sex abuse cases. This leads to some dioceses, like Portland, Oregon, declaring bankruptcy. Others have to liquidate assets, close schools, or tap into clergy pension and retirement funds to cover settlements and legal expenses. The scandal affects the Catholic Church's income, particularly contributions to the Peter's Pence collection, which supports Vatican activities. Amid the scandal and the financial difficulties, Pope John Paul II passes away on April 2nd, 2005. After the passing of Pope John Paul II, a surprising candidate rises to the top and gains the votes to become the next pope. Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger becomes the first German pope in 1,000 years.
He became pope at a very peculiar time. The Church, and particularly the Vatican Bank, was still acting with a lot of secrecy and backroom dealings. There was a demand from everyone else for more transparency and adherence to regulations in different countries.
As the new pope, Benedict makes efforts to increase transparency and compliance within the Vatican's financial institutions, particularly the Vatican Bank. To repair the broken image left by the sex scandal, Benedict takes significant steps to address the clergy sexual abuse crisis. He is the first pope to meet with abuse victims, an action he repeats in several countries. But none of his actions will prevent the storm that happens next.
The Pentecostal Mass at St. Peter's Basilica. It is normally a moment of celebration, but these are difficult times for the leader of the Catholic Church. His Holy See at the center of scandal. Just hours before, the Pope's personal butler, Paolo Gabrielli, was charged with possessing confidential papal papers.
In 2012, Paolo Gabrielli, the butler to Pope Benedict, steals and leaks documents exposing internal Vatican correspondence, including letters and memos between high-ranking officials. They reveal a range of issues, such as allegations of corruption, financial mismanagement, power struggles, and internal conflict within the Vatican hierarchy.
The leaks caused huge embarrassment to the Vatican, exposing deep rifts and power struggles. They led to widespread media coverage and public scrutiny, adding pressure to an already embattled institution grappling with various scandals.
The Vatican condemns the leaks and initiates an internal investigation, which leads to the identification and arrest of Gabrielli. He is subsequently tried and found guilty of theft in October 2012, receiving a sentence of 18 months in prison, which is later commuted by Pope Benedict XVI as part of a papal pardon. By 2012, the pressure that Pope Benedict XVI faces is immense. At the same time, the U.S. lists the Vatican as a concern for money laundering.
The State Department has put the Vatican on a list of countries of concern for money laundering or other financial crimes. Robert Mickens, correspondent for the Catholic weekly The Tablet, says it's suspected that the Vatican Bank is run like an offshore bank.
You know, like a Swiss bank account, hiding funds. It's suspicion, but many of the regulators think it's well-founded suspicion.
To make matters worse for the Church, Italy's central bank blocks electronic payments in the Vatican due to its non-compliance with EU regulations. A month later, Pope Benedict makes a shocking announcement.
And welcome back to ABC Action News on this early Monday morning. We're following breaking news as you wake up and get your day started. The Pope Benedict XVI, announcing just a little over half an hour ago that he is stepping down as leader of the Catholic Church. This is an unprecedented move in modern times. It's been many hundreds of years since a pope resigned while in office. Most of them, of course, die while in office.
The situation facing the Vatican may seem dire, and the next pope is going to change all of that. Jorge Mario Bergoglio was born on December 17, 1936, in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Before 2013, he served as the Archbishop of Buenos Aires from 1998 and was made a cardinal in 2001 by Pope John Paul II. Following Pope Benedict XVI's unexpected resignation, the cardinals have a very limited time for any pre-conclave political maneuvers. Despite not being a front-runner and having previously planned for retirement, Bergoglio emerges as a strong candidate in a tightly contested election, ultimately winning on the 5th ballot. Pope Francis quickly distinguishes himself with his humble, populist approach, contrasting sharply with his predecessor's style. He shuns traditional papal luxuries and focuses on outreach to the poor and marginalized. His approach to contentious issues like homosexuality, abortion, and church doctrine is more inclusive and compassionate, which resonates with many, but also sparks debates about the potential for doctrinal changes.
Pope Francis was much more progressive than his predecessor. Early in his role, he refreshed the church's image, appealing widely to Catholics and non-Catholics around the world.
The effects of Pope Francis have fared even better for the Vatican Bank. As a result of increased mass attendance and volunteer participation in Catholic charities, the Vatican Bank receives an unprecedented amount of donations from the faithful again. In 2024, under the leadership of Pope Francis, the Vatican Bank publishes annual financial reports regularly, enhancing its transparency. While Europe and America see a decrease in the number of priests, there is an increase in Africa and Asia, indicating a shift in the geographic centers of growth within the Church. Despite its recent turbulent financial crises, the Church may have finally found a place of positive outlook for its future.
There are nearly 1,000 men, most celibate, who live and work together and wield not only great earthly power, but who believe, for the most part, that they have inherited divine rights in safeguarding the one and true Church. In the end, they are human, hobbled by the same frailties and shortcomings common to the rest of us.
The Vatican will always be a unique presence in the world. Throughout its recent history, by embracing capitalism, the Church has engaged in many predatory practices that go against the Catholic faith.
The global Catholic population continues to grow, reaching 1.378 billion by the end of 2021, which represents a 1.3% increase from the previous year. In the long run, regardless of its past mistakes, this powerful and seminal institution will live on.
They are observing us now, Alex. You have to understand, everything that we are saying is being monitored. You know, when the Pope resigned, what happened in the Vatican? There was a big storm, and there was a lightning that just went on top. You see, like this night, there's a lightning, you see? Experts from the Vatican themselves admitted there is a very close link between pedophilia and Satanism. Then they used to have these ambulances, these fake ambulances parked in front of Termini station, and they used to pick up these young Romanian kids, 14-year-old kids, and bring them directly into the Vatican. So basically, ciao. So they might tell us something, don't worry. But we will try to be the most diplomatic possible, because they are our friends, you know. Sì, nessun problema.
Piazza non si possono.
Sì. We are here in Rome. My name is Leo Lion Zagami. I was born here on the 5th of March 1970 in what is known as the Vatican Hospital per excellence, which is the Hospital Gemelli where John Paul II used to go. I was born within this Vatican background, so I'm here actually talking about what I know best, which is my city and my Catholic background. It's power, and it's pure power. It's a pure power structure.
That's what O'Brien says in 1984 when he's torturing Winston. He goes, "We're the priest of power. We're total pragmatists. There's nothing we follow but trampling and being trampled upon."
There was once an American, I don't want to say who, a film director who came here, and basically we filmed something in a church. When they actually thrown us out of the church, the guy said, "But I believe in Jesus Christ." You know what the Vatican guy said? "We don't care about Jesus here. This is the Vatican." This September 2015, is very important because the Pope Francis, is arriving in the United States of America, and is doing this officially for the first time to hush up the world government with his speech in Congress, with his visit at the United Nations, with what is really the conclusion of 500 years history of the Jesuits taking control of the Vatican. The Jesuit order was born 500 years ago with Ignazio Loyola, and since then it became the most powerful order in Christianity. Now they have their own Pope, even if they were kicked out from the Vatican for a brief time. And what they're going to be doing in September in the United States of America is critically important for the New World Order. A lot of people before used to say to me, "Why are you mentioning the Vatican in relation with the New World Order? It doesn't have anything to do with one with the other." Instead, it has everything to do with one and the other, because as I showed to Alex Jones here in Rome, the Vatican is everything but a religion. It is a state, it is politics, and in this influential political game that you are playing also in the United States of America with the next president, the Vatican has, of course, their own candidate of choice. I know that a lot of people are talking about Hillary because she has also Jesuit connections that are very much out there, but Jeb Bush is the candidate of choice for the Vatican because he's a Knights of Columbus, he's a Catholic, and at the end of the day, he responds to a Grand Master, who is Carl Anderson, who sits in the seat of power in what is the Vatican Bank. The Vatican Bank, who for decades has been recycling money from drug cartels, from mafia, laundering this money. They have tried in the last few years to correct all this, and now they brought a more open Vatican to the world, where they claim that everything is transparent, but nothing is transparent inside the Vatican, and nothing is as it appears in the Vatican. So what is happening with this Pope, who is a communist? Of course he's a communist. The Jesuits invented communism, and who is somebody who wants to bring this world government scenario in with his own world parliament of religions, which is coming into fruition. All this because the New World Order doesn't want a specific religion to control all others, but in the end there is actually somebody who is taking control of this, and this is the Jesuits and the Vatican here in Rome. Together, of course, with Israel. Since the Second Vatican Council, they have made this deal, they've been linked together, And so that's what I'm trying to denounce for many years, that there is critically important to understand what happens in the Vatican to then understand the rest of the New World Order, including the Club Bilderberg, because the Club Bilderberg came into Rome not so long ago, a couple of years ago, to have a very private meeting, and it was actually some news coverage was done, but nobody really knows what they were talking about. But we know that they went into the Vatican Museum, and the Vatican Museum was the place where traditionally all spies used to meet during the Cold War. So this is also something that maybe not many people know, because they think the Vatican Museum is just a touristy place. No, amongst the tourists, it was well known that you can always find a spy there, and that information between intelligence agencies will be exchanged within Vatican walls in the Vatican Museum. The Jesuits, they were welcomed back into the Vatican only in 1814, because they were kicked out of the Vatican in 1773. They were illegal. They were sent out of Rome. They were sent out of all the Catholic countries. And then in 1814, after the death of Napoleon, they came back into the Vatican with only one plot, to take control of power. And now they have, of course, a Jesuit Pope. So the whole scenario is completely under control, because the Jesuits at the same time have a link, very close link, with the Freemasons of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite. So there is also a link amongst the Jesuits with Freemasonry, especially in the Catholic countries, even more than the Protestant ones. So this is what is happening now. And then at the same time, we have this whole scenario of satanic masses that are going on inside the Vatican with these pedophile rings. It's difficult because I predicted on different interviews, and it would be difficult to go and find which exactly he's mentioning, but I think that we are talking here about the interview with Project Camelot. When they asked me about the next Pope, they talked about a Black Pope. Black Pope is the general of the Jesuits. As I said, his power is very strong because the Civ, as we mentioned before, is just a small creation of what is the Jesuit intelligence apparatus. So I then talked to them about the fact that Black Pope could mean also not only black in the sense of color black, because of course that is also the intention of having a Black Pope from Africa as the next Pope after Pope Francis. But also Black Pope is the name, the code name that they give to the general of the Jesuits and to a Jesuit even becoming Pope. So in a way, this prophecy of the Black Pope relates to Pope Francis. And there is more than one prophecies, apart from the prophecy of St. Malachi, that we don't know if they were written by Nostradamus or whoever, but there is many prophecies that relate to this day and age and what's happening in the Vatican. We have two popes. It's the first time in a long time in history, the second time, like we talked earlier with Alex about it. And of course, it's very strange to have two popes. But like I said to Alex, this pope was forced, Ratzinger was forced out by the Jesuits. And the real guy who orchestrated everything died just after orchestrating all this, which is this big cardinal. He died of an old age, which was Cardinal Martini. He was a big cardinal from Milan. And this cardinal, though, was also very connected with Israel. He actually asked to be buried in Israel. And he was a Jesuit. So you see also this connection between the Jesuits and Israel is very close. At the end of the 70s in Afghanistan, Zabriskie initiated a guy called Osama bin Laden. He actually initiated him into a transnational lodge, part of the Ur lodges. This is information that was published then recently in Italy in a book by an ex-worshipper master, past worshipper master of the Montesion Lodge, which is recognized by American obediences because part of the Grand Orient of Italy, Gioele Magaldi. He denounced that Zabriskie actually initiated Osama bin Laden, and later on, when they had to bring away, when the Al-Qaeda situation initiation, and Osama bin Laden had to, of course, retire. They brought this initiation to another man who was at the time very popular, because if you had a problem in any of the prisons in Iraq, the Americans used to call al-Baghdadi. So they picked up al-Baghdadi, who is also a man who is quite well educated, and they said, okay, we initiate you. They initiated him into the Ator Pentalpha Lodge, and they made him the head of ISIS, which is this new tool that they're using to bring a massive terror and to also create basically a non-state which doesn't pay taxes on the oil it exports, and it floods the market with cheap oil that it's brought in then from Turkey. This is what is happening nowadays, and if people believe that ISIS is true Muslims, they are completely wrong, because it has nothing to do with Islam. The problem with Islam is that they don't denounce this reality. They should denounce this Masonic reality taking control of their leaders. There is especially a very dangerous leader who is involved in all this, who is pushing for this caliphate, who is Fethullah Gulen. He's been actually accused of terrorism by the Turkish authorities in December 2014, but he's living in Pennsylvania, protected by the American authorities. And if you go and check, Fethullah Gulen is actually a CIA agent and a CIA asset with his whole organization, which includes 500 schools worldwide, and he works together with the Jesuits. In fact, the book that he wrote, which talks about New World Order in one of the chapters, which is actually dedicated to the New World Order, has a preface written by Thomas Michel, who used to be the Secretary of the Interreligious Affairs for the Jesuits, and now there is a lot of fear here in Rome that during the Jubileum something terrible will happen, because we literally don't have the security, the capability to welcome millions of people these days in Rome and protect ourselves from ISIS, especially when you have technology of all kinds like drones and other things, you know. We have problems here with drones, so they had built new security systems in case drones try to fly over the Vatican. They try to mishmash their frequencies and stuff so they can't fly over, you see. So there is also a lot of agents who are around the piazza at all time, checking, of course, on people of obvious Arab origin or Islamic faith, but you can never be so certain, because we all know that these terrorists are very good to disguise themselves. So the biggest fear today is the terrorists, also because ISIS has announced that they want to conquer Rome. This is what they said, and this is what they want to do. And to conquer Rome, they want something really strong to happen in Rome, because they said that the Antichrist is arriving. This is what ISIS has said these days, that they want to conquer Rome, and the primal attack has to be here. So everybody is waiting with anticipation to what's going to happen from November onwards. I actually met